Chapter 2847, The Spirit Fish. Watching the ever-rising energy fluctuation readings on the display screen, she couldn't help but swallow hard. A combined attack from 3 Black Knight-level powerhouses, even if the Tianhai Fortress managed to block it, it would likely suffer severe damage. Lu Karen took a deep breath and shouted over the communication channel, "Mr. Luo Qiao, Mr. Shunfeng, we're counting on you." Luo Qiao and Shunfeng, who had long been preparing for this battle inside the Tianhai Fortress, heard her words and replied calmly yet resolutely, "Understood." Luo Qiao and Shunfeng charged out of the Tianhai Fortress, standing in front of the 3 Black Knight-level powerhouses. Upon seeing the two of them appear, a momentary look of astonishment flashed across the faces of Edward and his 2 companions. Although they knew that the Spirit Clan and Sea Abyss Clan's powerhouses were allied with Zhang Yi, they had no idea they were actually hiding within Zhang Yi's Tianhai Fortress. This caused them to misjudge the situation in terms of combat strength. However, if Zhang Yi's allies were merely these 2 Black Knight-level powerhouses, it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of battle. A hint of savagery even flashed across Edward's face. "Everyone present here today must die. You chose to stand with the 6th generation, so die here with them. For if anyone were to escape and expose their betrayal of their allies, they too would face punishment, an outcome they could not accept." Upon hearing Edward's words, Luo Qiao's face broke into a sinister smile. "Kill me? Can you really do that?" Shunfeng remained silent, his eyes fixed coldly on the 3 figures ahead. Without a word, Edward pulled the trigger, and a beam of eternal light erupted from the flintlock. In the next instant, Luo Qiao, who had clearly been over 10 kilometers away, was suddenly struck by the beam of light, his body flung violently backward. He hadn't seen the bullet's trajectory, yet the moment Edward pulled the trigger, the shot felt as though it had already struck him, utterly unavoidable. Blood Clan Vampire Edward, Ability Index, 64,000 points, Ability Name, Guaranteed Hit. This is the ability of the law of cause and effect. Once he locks onto a target and pulls the trigger, his bullet never misses. Yet after being struck by the bullet, Luo Qiao landed steadily on the ground. His body wasn't pierced. Instead, a giant fish formed from his spirit essence suddenly burst out of his chest, fell to the ground, bounced twice, and then vanished completely. "Oh, it seems you possess a rather remarkable ability to take the hit for others," Edward remarked, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Luo Qiao brushed off his front and said calmly, "A law of cause and effect ability, is it? Very interesting. But it's not enough to kill me." As he spoke, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from his eyes. The glow was as if a massive light bulb had been placed inside his body, rendering his form nearly transparent. Glug! His body rippled violently, and suddenly, one after another, enormous transparent fish began to emerge from within him. At first, these fish were no larger than carp, but they grew rapidly, soon transforming into one colossal whale after another. Luo Qiao commanded these whales, charging directly toward Edward in the distance. Meanwhile, his own body collapsed to the ground like a puppet. The Spirit Clan can materialize their spiritual forms and even split their souls to create countless avatars. Before your gunblade can shoot down every one of my spiritual avatars, I will have devoured you whole," Luo Qiao said coldly. Those massive spirit fish swiftly cut through space, arriving before Edward. Edward raised an eyebrow as his spear blade unleashed one piercing beam of light after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of giant spirit fish had been struck down, but even more had already surrounded his body. They opened their massive jaws toward him, launching an attack that looked so beautiful yet was so savage. Crack! A giant whale opened its massive jaws and lunged at Edward's body. A powerful shield of supernatural energy formed around Edward's body, thick and impenetrable. Yet against the spirit fish's assault, this shield was as good as nothing, utterly incapable of stopping them. Ordinary supernatural defenses were simply no match for attacks in their supernatural form. If your law of cause and effect is an inescapable fate, then my great fish is a soul-devouring force that ignores all defenses. With a snap, the great fish bit down on Edward's body. Although Edward dodged in time, half of his body was still savagely bitten. He was fast, but for some reason, the giant fish's teeth still made contact with his body. Yet he felt no pain, and his body showed no injuries. For some reason, however, he felt as though a momentary void had appeared in his soul. What kind of attack is this? Edward froze in shock for an instant. He had clearly been struck, yet it felt as if he hadn't been. He was clearly unharmed, yet it felt as if he had suffered a severe injury, as if a piece of his very existence had been torn away. Luo Qiao transformed into countless giant spirit fish, merely smiling without a word, for his attack wasn't aimed at Edward's body at all, but at his very existence. When his existence was gnawed away bit by bit, he would vanish completely from this world. That's right, the disappearance of his existence, not death. But rather, being utterly forgotten by everyone. On the other side, Lu Karen said to Shunfeng, "Mr. Shunfeng, I'll leave the one who manipulates space to you. As for the Spider Demon Clan member, I'll command the Tianhai Fortress, and with the combined power of all the mutants within the fortress, we can still put up a fight. But Barboda of the Nor clan, he is a space master with formidable space abilities, far beyond my capacity to handle." Shunfeng spoke little, he merely nodded slowly. His head, which looked somewhat simple-minded, was paired with an extremely thick neck. His eyes fixed intently on Barboda in the distance. "I am your opponent." Barboda smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a dozen layers of alternate dimensions before him. "You cannot even get close to me, how can you even speak of opposing me?" Before his words had fully faded, a deafening sonic boom suddenly erupted from the space before him. His entire body seemed to have been struck head-on by an interstellar warship. He was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. Barboda was dumbfounded. What just happened? He hadn't seen it coming, he hadn't even realized how the other had struck. It was simply a sudden, immense force that slammed into his body, sending him flying. Even the spatial shield protecting his body twisted violently, as if it were about to shatter. Chapter 2848, Lightspeed Punch. How powerful an attack must it be to shatter even space itself? Barboda's body remained unharmed, his spatial barrier was an impeccable defensive mechanism. In terms of mastery over space abilities alone, he was a force capable of going head-to-head with Zhang Yi. In the distance, Xuanfeng's massive form leaped into the air. His form unfurled in midair as layer upon layer of heavy armor unfolded, revealing his true form. It was still that somewhat ugly yet imposing head, but his limbs had extended to nearly double their previous length, giving him a massive yet agile build, especially those colossal fists, which were almost as massive as his body itself. "What on earth did you just do?" Barboda exclaimed in shock. Shunfeng said nothing, and in the next instant, Barboda was violently knocked flying once again. That immense force struck him squarely in the torso, the spatial coating protecting his body trembled violently, developing massive cracks. Something struck me head-on, it was a physical attack. But how did he do it? Why didn't I see a thing? Is it a psychic power? Barboda's eyes couldn't capture it, nor could his consciousness perceive it. He immediately ordered the intelligence system, 100,000 times slow-motion replay, "Let me see exactly what happened." He roared, and the battlesuit's intelligence system instantly began rewinding the footage. Only through the extremely slow, frame-by-frame replay did he finally make out one thing: Shunfeng hadn't actually done anything out of the ordinary, he had simply thrown a punch at him from dozens of kilometers away. That massive, terrifying thing, more like a curved claw than a fist, had struck out, and the shockwave released through the air had hit his outer defensive layer. It was as simple as that. How is this possible? Barboda was completely dumbfounded. As a land-dwelling race, they had very little contact with the deep-sea races and naturally had no idea what the Sea Abyss clan was really like. Rather than a race, it was more accurately a collective. The Sea Abyss clan comprised a vast array of species, and Shunfeng hailed from the Anomalocaridity clan within it. The defining characteristic of this clan was their unmatched punching speed throughout the entire deep sea. In ancient times, before they had earned the Creator's favor and evolved into intelligent humans, they ruled the ocean floor with nothing but their fists. An adult odd shrimp can deliver punches underwater at Mach-level speeds. As one of the strongest members of the Odd Shrimp clan, Xuanfeng's ability is extremely simple and pure, the light-speed punch. What the mind dwells upon will surely find its echo. As long as any ability is cultivated to its absolute limit, it can unleash earth-shattering power. Xuanfeng's speed can reach 1,000 times the speed of sound. Not only is it invisible to the naked eye, but even human consciousness struggles to perceive it. No wonder Barboda was beaten so badly, it was simply impossible to defend against. Watch this. With a flick of his wrist, Barboda erected layer upon layer of spatial barriers around himself, concealing his form within the void so he could not be clearly seen. The 18 hells, you'd better savor them. A massive spatial gate burst open before him, soaring tens of thousands of miles into the heavens and earth, as if forming a vast world of its own that completely engulfed Xuanfeng. Xuanfeng remained silent. He merely raised his two incredibly massive claws with utter indifference, gazing coldly and contemptuously ahead. Boom! After a massive flash of light, a fiery hellscape appeared before his eyes. Endless flames raged. Barboda's figure appeared in the distance, staring at Xuanfeng with a look of apprehension. This sea of magma must be what the Deep Sea clan fears most. His reasoning was simple: just as land-dwelling creatures fear the deep sea creatures would naturally loathe a place where water is so scarce. He maintained an immense distance between himself and Xuanfeng, keeping them separated by over 100 kilometers. From this distance, I don't believe your fists can reach me. Xuanfeng said nothing, feeling the scorching heat and bone-dry air devoid of moisture. His face remained expressionless. A magma abyss? It seems you know nothing of the deep sea. For even in the ocean's depths, there are volcanoes. As the mightiest warrior of the Sea Abyss clan, Xuanfeng had undergone the most brutal training at the bottom of the deep sea since childhood, all so that one day, when all races awoke, he could carve out a realm for the Sea Abyss clan. Such a crude trick posed no threat to him whatsoever. The muscles in his legs suddenly bulged. I'm coming. Bang! Like a bullet leaving the gun barrel, he vanished from where he stood. His speed was too great to be captured by the naked eye. Barboda sensed something charging toward him. He immediately activated the intelligence system embedded in his battle suit to track the opponent's movements in real time, but the system issued an urgent alert: the opponent is moving too fast, we cannot respond in time. With a boom, a light-speed punch struck Barboda's body shield with brutal force. Crack! Crack! The spatial defense layer, formed from the fabric of space itself, cracked open with startling simplicity. Brute force overcomes all techniques. No one realized that the most powerful warriors of the Sea Abyss clan were actually the most underestimated, the enhancement-type ability users. Yet, any ability, when cultivated to its absolute limit, can unleash world-shattering power. That spatial shield was shattered outright. When Barboda looked up again, Xuanfeng had already closed in on him. I spent 1,000 years training my legs to match the speed of my natural claws. Before me, nothing is indestructible, and nothing can withstand my speed. The anomalous shrimp species did not possess many special traits. Aside from their lightning-fast fists, they were also known for their exceptionally long lifespans. As long as they do not die of natural causes, they could theoretically survive for thousands of years. And during those 1,000 years, Xuanfeng had done only one thing every day: honing his body, constantly strengthening his power and speed. Apart from mutants like Zhang Yi, who possessed space abilities that could virtually ignore the laws of physics and temporal abilities that allowed him to foresee the future, no one else could even imagine what kind of person could stand against him in a head-on battle. The gravest mistake Barboda made, as a master of space abilities, was choosing to engage him in a head-on, one-on-one battle rather than orchestrating his strategy from the shadows. Die! No one saw how Xuanfeng's fist rose, nor how it came down. Before his words had even finished echoing, that terrifying blow had already slammed into Barboda's body with brutal force. Chapter 2849, The Biological Fortress. 1,000 layers of barriers. Barboda growled, and one spatial barrier after another formed before him. The power of this defense was even comparable to Zhang Yi's former everything under heaven. However, with a single punch, Shun Feng shattered nearly half of the spatial barriers. Immediately followed by another punch, the 1,000-layered barrier was completely shattered. Damn it! Barbota's form twisted, and the world around him shifted once more. The 18th layer of hell, the lava had vanished entirely. The next moment, they found themselves in a vast, immense swamp, the ground covered in deep, treacherous quagmires. Barbota's body hovered in midair as he glared coldly at Shun Feng. As an enhancement ability user, your power derives from the earth and your physical form. Without the ground to rely on, how do you expect to unleash your strength? Shun Feng scanned the surroundings. All he saw was a landscape of foul-smelling, poisonous swamps, teeming with terrifying scorpions and venomous snakes. A toxic mist permeated the air, corroding his body, and his heavy frame began to sink slowly. Indeed, the more force he exerted in this place, the faster he sank. Hovering in midair, Barbota pressed his palms together in the void, and an invisible wave of space energy began to coalesce around a central point. Layers upon layers of spatial distortions overlapped, circular, square, in every shape imaginable, blooming like flowers before twisting and warping. Over a dozen different spaces merged together. When they collided, they caused spatial collapses, generating an incredibly terrifying offensive power. With this single strike, I'll hurl you into the deepest swamp of hell, where no matter how strong your power may be, you'll never be able to break free. Barbota roared, and the infinitely overlapping spaces crashed violently downward, infinite dimensional realm. Boom! As the spatial barriers began to collide, reflections and collapses occurred instantly. The destructive power unleashed by the collapse of over a dozen spatial layers was simply unimaginable. The entire space was engulfed by a dense white light, which then gave way to utter darkness. Shun Feng stared intently at the scene before him, wanting to fight back, but his legs were deeply mired in the quagmire. He could only watch coldly as this terrifying force swallowed him whole. The two Black Knight-level powerhouses had each found their opponents, but there remained one more threat. Ramuda of the Spider Demon Clan, a being comparable to a super-biological fortress, positioned directly in front of the Tianhai Fortress. Watching his two comrades depart in different directions, he thought to himself that Jing Meng, who had already infiltrated Zhang Yi's dream realm and could control everything, was now hunting down that detestable chaos. He felt certain victory was within his grasp. After all, he had never heard of a lower-tier ability user surviving after being targeted by the Nightmare Clan. While that may be true in theory, just to be 100% safe, I'll go ahead and wipe out everyone in this fortress. On top of Ramude's massive head, his compound eyes shone like two searchlights as terrifying energy gathered. His 4 pairs of limbs clung firmly to the ground as he unceremoniously fired 2 massive energy blasts, smashing them viciously toward Tianhai Fortress from dozens of kilometers away. Boom! It was as if 2 razor-sharp laser cutters had struck an invisible barrier, the new energy defense field modified by Liu Karen, a fusion of cutting-edge technology from the Yihen tribe and the Sand Raider civilization, capable of absorbing over 90% of an attack's force and converting it into its own energy. Yet being struck head-on by such a super-biological weapon still caused a massive tremor. Liu Karen glanced at the alert from the energy system and took a deep breath. The resources my brother left behind are more than sufficient to allow us to withstand his attacks for at least half an hour while maintaining a purely defensive stance. But we cannot simply defend indefinitely. If we only defend and never attack, he will change his tactics and target Luo Qiao and Mr. Shun Feng. So we must fight. Boom! Boom! The spider demon Ramude's attacks came relentlessly, simple and brutal. Those terrifying energy shockwaves slammed violently against the defensive force field, causing the entire Tianhai Fortress to tremble violently. Is this the legendary strongest fortress of the 6th generation? It certainly has some tricks up its sleeve. But just how long do you think you can hold out? My power is nearly limitless. I am Ramuda the Great, the mightiest emperor of the Spider Demon Clan. Ramuda roared. He loved war, he loved the thrill of smashing through enemy fortresses, dragging out the pitiful souls inside, and crushing them one by one. After a dozen or so energy blasts, he felt it wasn't satisfying enough. the defensive force field seems to have a special effect against energy-based attacks. Well then, how about a physical collision? Remute's massive form suddenly rose to its feet, then sprinted forward, launching the purest physical charge with his bare body. He leaped high into the air, like a massive meteor, tracing an elegant parabolic arc across the sky before slamming violently into the defensive force field. Boom! A massive roar echoed out, causing the entire Tianhai fortress to tremble violently. A distinct crack appeared in the defensive force field. That section was nearly shattered by the impact alone. Lu Karen couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Uncle Yu, Flower, and Fatty Su had all donned their demon god armors. Although their combined combat power now reached around 40,000 at most, they were virtually powerless against a Black Knight-level powerhouse with 63,000 combat points. But if the defensive barrier were truly breached, they would have to charge forward and give it their all. After that strike, Ramuda keenly sensed that the defensive barrier had grown fragile. He burst into laughter. Just as I thought. Your defensive force field is designed to counter powerful mutants, so it focuses on absorbing energy attacks, but it's exceptionally vulnerable to physical attacks. Now I know how to take you down. As a race with an innate love for conquest and aggression, the spider demons may appear reckless in everyday life, but in reality, their strategic acumen in warfare is exceptionally high. Immediately, the spider demon abandoned his barrage of energy cannons and instead relied on his formidable physique to repeatedly ram the outer defenses of the Tianhai fortress. This sight was utterly terrifying, for the spider demon's body was even larger than the Tianhai fortress itself. Boom! Boom! The Tianhai fortress, which had been firmly anchored to the ground, was actually rammed hundreds of meters to the side. Inside, chaos reigned as even the chandeliers swayed violently. Uncle Yu donned his armor and leaped onto the top floor of the fortress. The hundreds of nuclear warheads and antimatter missiles strapped to his body fired out like fireworks, slamming violently into the spider demon's body. But the spider demon merely furrowed his brow slightly. His armor hadn't even been cracked, and the impact had caused him only a slight twinge of pain. Uncle Yu, come back. Lu Karen ordered. This isn't what you should be doing right now. Chapter 2850, Drawing Blood. But what are we going to do about this guy? Uncle Yu asked Lu Karen. Lu Karen took a deep breath, then issued an order to them, everyone leave Tianhai Fortress immediately. I'm the only one who needs to stay here. Uncle Yu, Fatty Su, and Flower all looked at Lu Karen in shock. Leave right now? Yes, leave now. Follow brother's instructions, and you won't go wrong. Although Zhang Yi had already laid out the plan, the current unexpected situation still made it hard for them to feel completely at ease. After all, Tianhai Fortress appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Facing an attack from a true Black Knight-level powerhouse, it might be able to hold out for a moment, but it couldn't possibly defend itself indefinitely. Just then, it was Li Yangyang who spoke up. Let's do as Miss Lu says. Right now, all we can do is trust Zhang Yi's plan. Upon hearing this, Fatty Su took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. He looked at Li Changgong, who was already fully armored, and at the woman who still seemed to cast a shadow over him, the Nuba, Juyu. The success of the upcoming operation rests entirely on you two. Li Changgong and Juyu exchanged a glance. They weren't close, but they hadn't expected to become the core of this operation. The two nodded. We'll do our best. A flash of intense excitement flickered in Juyu's eyes. She only needed one chance to fully demonstrate her abilities. Uncle Yu hesitated for a moment, then immediately set off without further delay. He returned to the group below, where everyone was fully armed, but his gaze remained cautious as he fixed it on Li Changgong and Juyu. You must not hold us back. Otherwise, I won't hold back either. Li Changgong shrugged. We're all in this together now. What are you worried we'll do? Juyu remained silent, as she always did. The group made their way to the side door, ready to slip out at the right moment. Lu Karen turned around and looked at the girl in black who had been sitting quietly behind the command pod, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Ho-Tu of the Divine Capital District, with a supernatural ability index of 55,000 points in combat strength at the White Knight level, could still play a role in this battle thanks to her unique abilities. "This battle is counting on you, Princess Ho-Tu," Lu Karen said to Ho-Tu with great seriousness. A dark gleam flashed in Ho-Tu's eyes, like dark seawater surging. "You seem to have forgotten that I was once the strongest in Huashu Kingdom. Though I may seem insignificant compared to that freak, Chaos, I've never failed in my duty to protect Huashu Kingdom. Of course, defending this fortress now will be no problem either." Lu Karen nodded. "That's good." Her gaze shifted to a tightly sealed compartment next door. The system displayed a notification, "Charging complete, 100%. I'm counting on you." Lu Karen's hands moved swiftly across the system interface. When everything was ready, she pressed the hatch opening button. The hatch burst open instantly, revealing Ling's exquisite, 5-meter-tall human form. Energy tubes were plugged into her back. As the system unlocked, she stepped down from the equipment, silver lightning flickering in her eyes. After receiving a replenishment of spiritual essence, Ling had become a semi-sentient being, possessing a degree of self-will. Moreover, thanks to Zhang Yi's cultivation, she possessed a supernatural ability index of approximately 50,000 points. However, there was one aspect in which she was unmatched by any other mutant in the world: she possessed the greatest capacity in the entire world. Her body could contain infinite energy, representing the boundless Omega. And she was the true trump card Zhang Yi had left for Lu Karen and the others. Lu Karen channeled all the energy, except for what was needed to maintain the defensive barriers of Tianhai Fortress, into Ling's body, causing her ability index to skyrocket to over 60,000 points. "Ling, we're counting on you this time. We need you to extract his blood from that man." Lu Karen addressed the terrifying spider demon Ramuda, who was relentlessly ramming the fortress like a prehistoric beast. Ling merely gave him a casual glance. "That's simple." Her sword was gone, for it had been left with Zhang Yi to protect himself. But to Ling, having a sword or not made no difference, her body itself was the finest sword. She took a single step, leaping through the void to appear directly before Ramuda. Upon seeing Ling, Ramute's pupils suddenly contracted. An innate reverence for the ancient gods made him forget to continue his attack. Is this the divine remains that human brat acquired through Sherlock? The collective unconsciousness of Kagago is the creator. Thus, the 4 great archangels of the Yihen tribe are the most powerful deities and enforcers beneath the creator. During the years the Yihen tribe ruled the world, the 4 great archangels wielded the swords of judgment, maintaining peace throughout the entire universe. Even the once invincible Drucker divine race, reputed to be indestructible, was sealed time and again by the 4 great archangels led by Ling. How could Ramuda not feel fear in his heart? But the fear was only temporary. As one of the spider demon's greatest warriors, he would not let fear take hold of his heart. "It's just a corpse. What can it do to me?" This terrifying spider demon, human from the waist up and a colossal spider from the waist down, roared to steel his resolve, then swung his fist with all his might, smashing it toward Ling. That fist was beyond mere huge, it was colossal. Cutting through the sky, it ignited into a raging inferno from the intense friction with the air, like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, instantly sealing off an entire section of space. Boom! Watching the massive, flaming fist hurl toward her, Ling made no move to dodge. Instead, she calmly raised her own right fist, which looked minuscule in comparison, and charged straight into it. Boom! When the 2 fists collided, they produced a crisp sound akin to 2 warships crashing together. The shockwave swept across the land, causing the entire ice plain to begin cracking. The scene Ramuda had imagined, where a single punch would send that frail body flying, did not materialize. Instead, he felt a searing pain shoot through his right hand. According to the principle that pressure increases as the contact area decreases, even when the force remains constant, his mountain-like fist, upon colliding with Ling's fair and delicate one, felt as though it had struck a hard steel spike. It was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole from which blood gushed forth. Chapter 2851, Long-Range Curse Attack. Ramuda took a few steps back, staring in shock at his bleeding right fist. The wound itself was nothing to him, but it served as a stark reminder that even when a deity has left its physical form, it remains beyond desecration. This is the power of a true Omega-level physique. Ling gazed impassively at the mass of flesh and blood in her palm. "I've brought you what you asked for." With a flash, she returned to the Tianhai fortress and handed the mass of flesh to Ho-Tu, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, having already formed the 6 paths of reincarnation circle. Ho-Tu accepted the mass of flesh, cradling it in both hands, and immediately began to chant softly, "Know its name, observe its form, claim its body." On the heavenly divine path, the reincarnation curse strikes, the fate is sealed. Upon finishing, she instantly used the flesh as a catalyst to unleash her power. Ramuda, who had been wondering outside why Ling had suddenly vanished, suddenly felt an indescribable chill wash over him, as if his body had been cast into a vast sea of ice. He didn't understand where this sensation came from or why his body felt so uncomfortable. He found nothing amiss with himself, yet suddenly, the sky around him began to undergo a strange transformation. It was clearly a cloudless night, nothing existed in the surroundings except cold and deathly silence. Yet for some unknown reason, a massive, ominous wind suddenly began to blow, and dark clouds appeared in the sky. Clouds? How could there be clouds here? There shouldn't be any clouds at 0 Point Star. Looking up here revealed the starry sky passage. But he soon realized they weren't clouds at all, they were the rules materialized as thick fog, sweeping in from the distant sky as if the gates of the underworld were opening before him. Clang! The sound of chains rang in his ears, abruptly materializing from his limbs, arms, and torso, then stretching out into the endless mist in the distance. What's going on? Ramuda pondered for only a moment before immediately realizing what this was. Rule binding? Did she just use my flesh and blood to activate a rules category ability? Trying to kill me? It won't be that easy. Ramuda knew full well how troublesome and terrifying rules category abilities were, but there were very few rules category mutants in this world capable of killing him. Get the hell away from me. He unleashed his power with frenzied intensity. Over 100 compound eyes flared up like crimson ghostly lights, blazing with a blinding red glow. A terrifying Black Knight-level supernatural ability erupted from his body, utterly pure, utterly terrifying. The black chains trembled and shook violently. But dark clouds had already engulfed the entire sky around them. 2 colossal figures of the black and white impermanence stepped out of the shadows, their forms and statures indistinguishable from Ramuda's own. "Come, enter my soul-severing platform. Your time has come. When the King of Hell summons you at midnight, he won't let you linger till dawn." As the black and white impermanence spoke, they reached out and dragged Ramuda aside. The mist parted, revealing a colossal guillotine that seemed to reach all the way to the heavens. A cold, clammy sensation spread from the iron chains to his body, and Ramuda felt his supernatural energy flow slow to a crawl. "You want to kill me? Impossible. I am Ramuda, the Spider Demon Emperor." Ramuda struggled fiercely, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that swept out in all directions. Yet when this energy struck the black and white impermanence, it had little effect, only the chains grew slightly dimmer. Lu Karen stood at the center of the command room, her eyes fixed intently on the screen. She spoke to Ho-Tu with a touch of unease. "Isn't your ability supposed to be a guaranteed kill? Will it work this time?" Ho-Tu closed her eyes, offering no reply, yet her expression was incredibly grave. There is no such thing as an absolutely invincible ability in this world. While rules category abilities can kill opponents of higher levels when the rules are met, the ability index difference between Ramuda and myself is a full 8,000 points. Achieving a one-hit kill will be extremely difficult. Let me handle this. Ling struck again. Though she held no sword, her body itself was the ultimate blade. She appeared before Ramuda and delivered a simple, unadorned kick into the air. The space around him twisted into a spiral, and immense gravitational forces slammed into his body. He had been locked in a standoff with the black and white impermanence, but now he was sent flying. The black and white impermanence seized the opportunity to lock him firmly onto the guillotine. Click, click, the shackles tightened, restraining his limbs. No! Ramuda roared in fury, but the black and white impermanence remained expressionless as it released the ropes of Hell's guillotine. That colossal guillotine, seemingly tens of thousands of meters tall, its blades slanting downward, plummeted suddenly. With a thunderous boom, it crashed violently down upon Ramute's body. To everyone's surprise, the blow did not cleave his body in two, instead, it shattered his incredibly sturdy armor. The black and white impermanence remained expressionless as they raised the guillotine once more, preparing to strike a second time. Having already endured a soul attack, Ramuda felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if his skull were about to split open. But as a dominant ruler of his realm, how could he possibly accept such a death? He roared in fury, the energy within his body erupting like a massive nuclear reactor. Red shockwaves of supernatural power swept out in all directions, forming a gigantic fiery sun upon the ice fields of Zero Point Star. The second strike of Hell's guillotine came swiftly, but after it landed, Ho-Tu, who had been casting the spell from afar, suddenly spat a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth and let out a muffled groan. That guy's power is too strong. Lu Karen hurried over to support her. How are you? Are you okay? Ho-Tu gave a cold laugh and wiped her lips. It's hard to kill him with that strike, but he's already severely wounded now. After all, the rules are absolute. When the rules of Hell's guillotine between heaven and earth dissipated, the spider demon's body remained where it was. He wasn't dead, but his body was already a mangled mess. The physical injuries were secondary, they meant little to him. But the most agonizing pain was the sensation piercing deep into his soul. It felt as though a long needle had been thrust into his brain, causing him unbearable agony. Damn it! Ho-Tu of Huashu Kingdom, is that right? I've heard of you for a long time. You dare to injure me? I will kill you. The name Ho-Tu wasn't particularly notable in the Huashu Kingdom. In fact, one could say that among the 10,000 races, the only sixth generation being they were aware of was Chaos. They had merely gleaned a passing understanding of this rules category ability user from intelligence reports, but no one had ever actually fought her. It was precisely because of this underestimation that they had suffered such a severe setback during this operation. Ling's form slowly materialized in midair. The next person you'll have to face is me. Chapter 2852, The Fourth Layer. Within the dream, Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin could only keep running. Fighting back was pointless. Jing Meng could reduce all their attacks to dust. Soon, they had entered the fourth layer, deep within the dream. Zhang Yi felt his memories beginning to fade. He was even experiencing cognitive dissonance regarding the outside world and his own existence. Fortunately, he hadn't come alone. He was with Yang Xinxin. His left hand clasped hers tightly. The two reaffirmed their existence through each other's presence. Which layer of the dream are we in? Zhang Yi asked, somewhat dazed. The fourth layer. Yang Xinxin answered with absolute certainty. Her mental strength was greater than Zhang Yi's. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. We have to remember where we are, because if we make a single mistake, they'll confuse the dream with reality, and we'll never be able to leave this area. Zhang Yi glanced around the place and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He soon realized where he was. It was a bustling, ancient city. It was called ancient because, compared to today's developed world, this was Tianhai City as it had been over a decade ago. I've actually come back here. Zhang Yi's eyes held a look of nostalgia. This was Tianhai City before the apocalypse struck. Everything remained as it had been, as if it were still many years ago. But his reverie was soon shattered. A gigantic face appeared high in the sky, a face formed from ice and snow. Like the ruler of the world, it blew a massive blast of cold air downward, instantly freezing the entire city solid. Bang! 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 After being frozen, the towering buildings exploded with a thunderous crash, shattering like bubbles. The bodies of people on the streets were also blown to powder. Zhang Yi grabbed Yang Xinxin and fled into the distance. Where do you think you can run? The deeper you go into the dream, the more fragmented your memories become. while I remain immortal here. Keep running, flee deeper into the dream, lose your sense of self, and let your consciousness die. Perhaps that will save me the trouble of taking action." Jing Meng gave a sinister laugh as he gave chase from behind. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin sprinted forward, yet it felt as though no matter how hard they ran, they couldn't seem to put any distance between themselves and their pursuer. Yang Xinxin whispered in Zhang Yi's ear, "Brother, you must believe in yourself. Remember, this is all a dream we created. Don't shut yourself off because of confusion and fear. If you do, we'll become Jing Meng's prisoners." Zhang Yi took a deep breath and silently recited the Heart Sutra to remind himself, "I think, therefore I am. The world revolves around me. I can control everything." His resolve gradually strengthened, and Yang Xinxin seized the opportunity to begin exerting control over the entire world, using every means at her disposal to prevent Jing Meng from closing in on them. These measures were only temporary, for in the end, the world created by the two of their dreams would be utterly destroyed by Jing Meng, and by then, they would have nowhere to flee. At that point, they would be forced to plunge into an even deeper level of the dream. Time slipped by unnoticed. Within the dream, time moved at an excruciatingly slow pace. It was unclear whether 3 months, 5 months, 3 years, 5 years, or even 30 or 50 years had passed. The deeper they ventured into the dream, the slower time seemed to flow. They fled ceaselessly, traversing the entire world and the universe, passing through various realms of fantasy. But eventually, everything would be utterly shattered by Jing Meng, and Zhang Yi's gaze grew increasingly bewildered. In the end, he simply stopped trying to remember anything unnecessary, entrusting the navigation through the depths of the dream entirely to Yang Xinxin, while he focused on another task. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, they reached the 16th layer of the dream. By this point, Zhang Yi could not even recall his own name. He vaguely remembered being called Chaos, because that was what everyone called him. But what was his real name? It seemed like a name that was important, yet not all that important. Because no one cared who Zhang Yi was, people only cared about Chaos, who stood out among the 6th-generation humans. Jing Meng appeared before them once more. "You may continue to flee, but soon you will die by your own hands," he said coldly, a smile of a hunter on his face. "I even admire you somewhat, for you are the hardest prey I've ever encountered." Yang Xinxin's eyes remained as bright as obsidian. In truth, she had forgotten many things, but she still remembered some, like a number, the number they used to traverse the dream, and that she must hold Zhang Yi's hand tightly. "I suddenly don't want to do those things anymore," Zhang Yi said to Jing Meng. "As you said, if I continue to sink into deeper layers of the dream, I will lose myself. So now, I'm going to do one thing." Jing Meng burst out laughing. "What do you plan to do? Attack me? Or do you really think fighting back here will do any good?" Zhang Yi curled the corners of his mouth. He didn't know why he was doing this, but he had a feeling he possessed an invincible secret, more than one, in fact. And he didn't need to fight back, simply staying with this person in the deeper layers of the dream was enough. "I'm going to rest for a while," Zhang Yi said slowly. No sooner had the words left his mouth when the space suddenly split open behind him, forming a colossal fissure. The moment the fissure appeared, Jing Meng's expression changed drastically. "What is that?" The massive fissure nearly tore the entire dreamscape apart. But all of this was beyond her control, for that enormous spatial rift did not belong to the dream. Zhang Yi took Yang Xinxin's hand, took a step back, and plunged directly into the pitch-black darkness. "I'm going to lose myself in this. Goodbye." As Zhang Yi spoke, the black abyss closed instantly. At that moment, the two vanished into the void world departure. They entered a strange, eerie space. It was completely silent, utterly void, nothing existed. The flow of time had slowed to an infinite crawl. The two felt their bodies frozen in place, yet their minds and wills continued to function normally. What exactly is the void? The Zhang Yi of the past did not understand. He had always thought of the void as a unique, isolated space. But later, while attaining enlightenment on Mars, he gradually came to realize that this was the very source of his power, the Dirac Sea of his supernatural abilities, the underlying layer of the universe beneath the cosmos itself. It was his thoughts that connected everything here. So at this moment, even within a dream, Zhang Yi's mental will could still open it and slip inside. This wasn't Zhang Yi's first attempt. In fact, before today, he had already tried many times. Chapter 2853, The 18th Layer of Hell. The flaw in the ability of Void World Departure is that one cannot remain there for long, otherwise, one's spirit would be devoured by the netherworld and completely absorbed into the dark side of the universe. No one knows what consequences would ensue at that point. But Zhang Yi knew he would inevitably lose himself. Meanwhile, deep within the 16th layer of the dream realm, Jing Meng froze in shock. He searched the entire dream world but found no trace of Zhang Yi or Yang Xinqin. This caused him to seriously doubt his own existence. Impossible. I've entered his dream, I am its master. Nothing here could escape my notice. Where on earth did he go? Where? Yet no matter how hard he searched, he could not find the two of them. What kind of ability is this? Jing Meng wondered. But he was, after all, one of the top-tier powerhouses of the Nightmare Clan. After a brief moment of confusion, he calmed his mind and began to reflect seriously. Zhang Yi's abilities were time and space. His time manipulation ability allowed him to use future foresight to foresee the future and freeze time and space for an instant. Yang Xinqin's ability was of the rules category. Through her understanding, she could alter every attribute of existence in the physical world. But neither of them were psychic ability users, nor could they possibly leave these 16 layers of the dream realm right under his nose. As for concealing their forms, that was even less likely. Then there's only one conclusion I can draw: he has opened a spatial node here and is hiding within it, which is why I cannot find him. After piecing this all together, Jing Meng's expression darkened. For he lacked the power to open another space rift and locate the space node where Zhang Yi was hiding. The good news was that he could wait. He knew that deep within the 16 layers dream realm, if one remained immersed there for too long, their mental will would eventually fade away. Even if he did nothing, Zhang Yi would die on his own. However, he would be stuck here, running out of time, and no one could say for certain what would happen once time had run out. But when he thought of all the preparations they had made on the outside, 3 powerful Black Bishop-level masters joining forces to besiege that fortress, he suddenly felt confident again. If I cannot erase your will, I can destroy your physical body. Zhang Yi, Chaos, this time you are doomed. In the battle outside, all 3 Black Knight-level powerhouses were being held back by Zhang Yi's forces. At this level, every one of them was a once-in-a-thousand top-tier genius and combat master. Even the Spider Demon Emperor Ramuda, though severely wounded by Ling's physical form combined with Ho Tua's rule-based abilities, did not perish immediately. His life force was too tenacious. Even though his body had shattered into countless cracks, his flesh was mangled, and blood flowed like a river across the earth, he swiftly healed himself, gritting his teeth against the mental agony. He fought fiercely against Ling in the Tianhai fortress in a head-on battle. The battle between the Blood Clan's Edward and the Spirit Clan's Luo Qiao was even more perilous. Both possessed supernatural abilities that bordered on the rules, or were even more bizarre than the rules themselves. One wielded the infallibility of the law of cause and effect, while the other could ignore nearly all physical defenses to directly devour an opponent's very existence. As Edward's Blood Clan spear unleashed strike after strike, it shattered Luo Qiao's spirit form. Meanwhile, the spirit fish drawn by Luo Qiao devoured Edward, causing his very existence to be rejected by the entire world. After this battle, regardless of who emerged victorious, the core essence of both would be left incomplete. Edward's family might forget their memories of him, everything he had done in the past could be overlooked by his clan, and even if his name were mentioned, no one would recall him. As for Luo Qiao, the soul fragments of his being were directly shattered by the shot from the law of cause and effect. Their battle appeared calm on the surface, but the lethal intent was all the more dangerous. Meanwhile, within the 18th layer of hell, Shun Feng took a direct hit from Barbota's dimensional annihilation blast, sending him plunging dozens of kilometers below the swamp of hell. Billions of tons of mud completely engulfed him. Yet his body, forged through countless trials, the defense of a top-level enhancement ability user in this world, left him virtually unscathed. Though his body was submerged in the sludge, seemingly unable to exert any force, Shun Feng remained completely unfazed. He shook his arms twice, and the anomalous shrimp carapace on his body emitted a crackling sound. Then, lying face down, the muscles across his back began to tremble violently. Without relying on the ground, relying solely on his own strength, he released an energy born from flesh and blood cultivated to its absolute limit. With a boom, he burst out of the muddy swamp like a cannonball. If Liang Yu had been there, she would have recognized exactly what that was. It was the qi that the martial artists cultivated. Although not entirely the same, the underlying principle was identical. Shun Feng shot skyward, hovering in midair. Staring at Barboda in the distance, he still couldn't make out the specifics of his attack. He only heard a thunderous crack, as Barboda's defenses were shattered. One of his arms was actually snapped clean off, blood spattering through the air. Damn it! Barboda gritted his teeth in rage. There's no way to engage in close combat with a muscle-bound monster like this. I give up. Xuanfeng's physical body was simply too powerful, far too difficult to kill. For now, he decided not to waste any more time on Shun Feng. After all, it was only a matter of time before Jing Meng killed Zhang Yi. Once he returned, they had plenty of ways to slowly and systematically eliminate every last one of them. A distortion rippled behind Barboda as a dimensional gate materialized. He was about to flee, intending to temporarily confine Shun Feng to this area so he could help the other two breach the fortress first. But in the next instant, Xuanfeng's figure suddenly appeared behind him, blocking the dimensional gate. Trying to run? Do you think you can get away? I've seen right through your moves. He said coldly. Summoning a dimensional gate wasn't an instantaneous process, it required a brief moment to form, just like Zhang Yi's dimensional gate had been. Shun Feng spoke rarely, but his insight was extraordinary. He seized that split second to block Barboda's path, then raised his hand and unleashed another light-speed punch. Even though Barboda managed to brace himself this time, he was sent flying once more, his armor now shattered beyond repair. As Barboda met Xuanfeng's eyes, cold to the extreme, a sense of fear finally welled up within him. If given another chance, he would never be foolish enough to engage this man in direct combat. Whether 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers, the distance he had deemed safe, meant nothing in the face of this muscular monster. Gritting his teeth, he roared, 18th layer of hell. Chapter 2854, Special Operations Team. With a roar, he summoned all 18 layers of hell. The 18 spatial realms no longer existed separately but appeared together within a single world. 18 distinct energies, ice, flames, boiling cauldrons, biting winds, and searing oil, various forms of the power of the laws converged like a gigantic furnace, enveloping Shun Feng within it. Shun Feng still showed no significant reaction, he merely raised his pair of absurdly massive claws and, expressionless, unleashed punch after punch toward the front. The battle behind him was earth-shattering, the terrifying rumblings left one speechless, as if the entire world were about to be destroyed. And where were Uncle Yu and the others at this moment? Their entire group had left the Tianhai fortress, for staying behind would render them useless in battle, leaving, on the other hand, allowed them to fulfill their roles. A group of over a dozen Epsilon-level mutants were all riding on the gigantic flower. Let's go! Let's use this hard-won opportunity to turn the tables. Uncle Yu growled. Zhiyu, riding atop Flower's head, slowly closed her eyes. Her eyes grew dark, yet her inner world grew bright. Across the vast zero-point star ice field, an extremely thin yet crystal-clear black line appeared in the sky. One end of the line connected Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin, while the other drifted from the sky into the distance, stretching far, far away. Nothing in this world is truly silent, just as wild geese leave their calls behind, and people leave their shadows. Jing Meng could invade Zhang Yi's mind through dreams to launch a lethal assault. But this action also left her with a massive weakness, her physical form. The creed of an assassin is to die rather than survive, to sacrifice one's own life to kill the enemy. The Nightmare Clan's power stems from the fact that their attack methods also place them in immense danger. Jing Meng's spiritual will resided within Zhang Yi's mind, leaving his physical form a hollow shell. They can have others eliminate Zhang Yi's physical body. Conversely, others can kill Jing Meng by eliminating his physical body. And this is the opportunity Zhang Yi has been waiting for, the key to the organization's counterattack. Jiu isn't particularly powerful. But she's a jack of all trades. She seems to know a little of everything, though she excels at nothing in particular. However, she does possess the ability to track Jing Meng's spiritual trail and locate his physical body. "I've found where that place is," Jiu said softly, then tapped Flower on the head and pointed her finger toward the distance. Brian, clad in a Columbia military camouflage combat uniform, sunglasses over his eyes, and carrying a vector rifle modified by Professor Da Vinci, said coolly, "There's an old saying in the Huashu Kingdom, turn their own methods against them. Today, let's go smash that shady, oppressive bastard's skull." A dozen or so Epsilon-level powerhouses charged toward that direction like a pack of wolves. With Flower, this super-biological battle tank, covering over 100 kilometers wasn't exactly a long distance. A few minutes later, they arrived at the area. On the vast ice plain, they spotted a structure. A black, spherical metal structure. With his eyes closed, Jiu could see that the faint black line extended directly from within that spherical structure. "Found it. This is Jing Meng's safe house." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's move." King Arthur drew his knightly two-handed sword, clad in battle armor, and leaped down from Flower. For they saw that a group of alien warriors guarding the safe house had already advanced toward them, weapons drawn and eyes ablaze with hostility. To assassinate Zhang Yi, the four clans had made thorough preparations this time. In addition to 4 elite warriors at the ranks of Black Knights, they were accompanied by over a dozen elite fighters with ability indexes ranging from 30,000 to 50,000. It was shaping up to be a long and grueling battle. King Arthur licked his lips, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely. In the years since the emergence of the 10,000 races, he had never ceased his pursuit of self-improvement. The humiliation he suffered at the interspecies negotiation conference, he would one day reclaim it as a king. Morana, Alexei, Saladin, and Benjamin Morgan, president of the Natural Science Association, these second-tier powerhouses among the 6th-generation humans, second only to Zhang Yi, had all gathered here, forming a formidable coalition. "Uncle," you said, "break through their defenses swiftly at all costs. Remember, we cannot waste a single second right now. In the dream realm, life and death sometimes hinge on a single second. We cannot afford any delay." King Arthur said coldly, "Even if I die here today, I will carve out a path for you." He gripped the holy sword tightly with both hands and licked his lips. "It's been a long time since I've fought with such passion, for the future of the 6th generation. All right, for the future of the 6th generation." Beside him, his deputy, the court magician Merlin, raised his hand and conjured a holy sword of his own. "We've come this far. We have no choice but to charge headlong into the fray. There's no turning back now. What else is there to say? Let's do this." Uncle Yu charged ahead, the energy stones in his demon god armor igniting, instantly boosting his power to 300%. The black mecha was nearly scorched crimson. Roaring with fury, the massive cannons on his body fired one nuclear missile after another, blasting toward the black safe house. The battle was about to erupt, and the powerful warriors on both sides began a life-and-death struggle. On the battlefield surrounding Tianhai Fortress, battles between Black Knight-level fighters raged back and forth. It was impossible to determine a winner in the short term. Moreover, once they reached this level, they had almost no obvious weaknesses, achieving extremely high standards in both attack and defense. No matter how fierce the battle raged outside, the dreamscape remained deathly silent. Deep within the 16th layer of the dream realm, everything had descended into utter chaos. The boundaries between reality and dreams had completely blurred, causing the dream to shatter into fragments and the world to turn upside down. Yet Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin were not within this dream realm at that moment. Instead, they were trapped in a fissure between the dream realms. Jing Meng waited there with great patience. How long do you plan to stay in this spatial fissure? There must be a day when you'll emerge, right? When that day comes, I'll make sure to kill you both. For this operation, they were well prepared, deploying 4 Black Knight-level powerhouses. These 4 were the backbone of their respective races, rich in combat experience and possessing a wide range of abilities, all aimed at taking down Zhang Yi in one fell swoop. With breakthroughs on both the internal and external fronts, no matter how one looked at it, this was an inescapable, hopeless dead end. Chapter 2855, Ignoring Defenses. Jing Meng wasn't worried, because here, Zhang Yi had absolutely no chance of killing him in return. And in the outside world, he believed that Zhang Yi's men wouldn't be able to break through the combined attack of 3 Black Knights. If I had to name a weakness, it would probably be my physical form. Jing Meng sat on a boulder suspended in midair, gazing at the spatial node ahead, and said calmly. But unfortunately, even if there were a 1 in 100,000,000 chance that someone could find my hiding place, they would absolutely be unable to destroy my physical body. The Nightmare Clan is a very peculiar race. They possess the most powerful minds, yet their physical bodies are the most fragile. Precisely because of this, they have gone to great lengths to perfect their armor and safety measures. Every member of the Nightmare Clan wears incredibly thick and sturdy armor. When their souls leave their bodies to infiltrate others' dreams for assassination, they seal themselves within an indestructible safety chamber. In terms of the materials used to construct these safe houses alone, their hardness far surpasses that of the Tianhai Fortress. Even a Knight-level powerhouse would find it difficult to destroy one in a short amount of time. Therefore, Jing Meng had made thorough preparations for this operation. He could not imagine any possibility of Zhang Yi surviving this encounter. On the 0-point star icefield, both sides, desperate to buy time, unleashed their most powerful killing moves from the very start. Uncle Yu, Fatty Su, and the others were fighting as if their lives depended on it. They knew that even a moment's delay could put Zhang Yi's life in danger. No one even bothered with a probing attack. They immediately engaged the enemy's defensive forces in a brutal melee. And at that very moment, their numerical superiority, along with the fruits of Zhang Yi's years of quiet work compiling records for the Huashu Kingdom's mutants and other allies, finally came to the fore. Although Uncle Yu, Fatty Su, and the others lacked sufficient individual combat prowess, the support of the demon god armor enabled them to hold their own against mutants with ability indexes exceeding 40,000 points. Furthermore, since this assassination group specialized in secret operations, they were unable to muster a large force, putting them at a numerical disadvantage from the start. As the two sides clashed fiercely, Zhang Yi's faction quickly gained the upper hand. However, the defending forces were extremely resourceful. As long as their defensive lines weren't breached, they would have fulfilled their mission. The longer the battle dragged on, the higher the probability that Jing Meng would kill Zhang Yi in his dreams. Form a battle formation. Don't let them get near Lord Jing Meng's location. A Nightmare Clan mutant, clad entirely in pitch-black armor, barked in a deep voice. More than a dozen guards wielded a variety of weapons. Some transformed their bodies into colossal beasts hundreds of meters tall, while others became shadow phantoms, deploying a boundless barrier of darkness in an attempt to trap all the enemies before them. Deng Shintong raised a finger, and the heavenly Dao star erupted with dazzling light, dispelling the darkness while simultaneously depriving the enemy of their vision. Morana also intervened, directly freezing the entire area ahead in space. The battle grew increasingly fierce, but the enemy stood as solid as a bronze wall and iron barrier, defending without attacking, making it impossible for them to approach the black safe house in a short time. At that moment, Uncle Yu and his group seemed to experience firsthand what it felt like when others had once attacked their fortress. However, thankfully, Zhang Yi anticipated this moment and left us the sharpest sword. Uncle Yu turned his head and shouted at Flower, "Flower, let them out!" Roar! The 200-meter-long colossus roared furiously toward the sky, and 13 silver beams shot skyward from its massive throat. The armored battle maidens, Zhang Yi's special combat unit who had originally accompanied him, also joined the fray. Each of the 13 armored battle maidens possessed combat power ranging from 45,000 to 50,000 points, and when they joined forces, they were even capable of holding their own against Black Knight-level mutants for some time. As the 13 armored battle maidens charged into the fray, the battle turned into a one-sided rout. Even so, it took them nearly half an hour to kill every last one of their opponents. A dozen or so elite fighters from various races, each with an ability index between 40,000 and 50,000 points, all outstanding prodigies in their own right, had become casualties of war in this bloody, life-or-death battle. Uncle Yu's gaze was resolute. As he looked at the corpses of these men, it was as if he were seeing himself one day falling in battle, yet there was no fear in his eyes. If our peace must be forged with blood, then I will show no fear on the battlefield. The tension brought on by the war slowly dissipated as the battle came to an end. Fatty Su was gasping for breath when Li Yangyang suddenly took his right hand in a warm grip. The two locked eyes, and from the look in Li Yangyang's eyes, he drew immense encouragement. War is truly terrifying, but at least I'm no longer the one who's completely holding everyone back. He scratched his head and gave a good-natured laugh. Everyone surrounded the black safe house. They all knew this was the final defensive structure built by Jing Meng, a powerful member of the Nightmare Clan, and its resilience was unimaginable. No one attempted to cut through it with their blades, because everyone knew it would be pointless. Everyone simply parted silently to the sides, clearing a path. A man who had performed averagely in previous battles stepped forward slowly. Two long swords were sheathed at his waist, his face was covered in sparse stubble, and his clothes were stained with blood. His crisp military uniform fit him exceptionally well. Li Changgong, his hand resting on his sword and his head held high, walked step by step toward the incredibly massive black safe house ahead. He chuckled softly. Perhaps I could make a decent locksmith, because there's no door I can't open. As he spoke, he slowly drew a military sword from his waist. Clang! The sound of the sword scraping against the sheath was so melodious. Right in front of everyone, he raised the long sword with unadorned simplicity, then aimed it at the seemingly indestructible safe house and slashed it with a single strike. A moment later. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the spherical safe house was split diagonally in two, and half the fortress collapsed downward at an angle. This was no single-story safe house, it stood a full 7 stories tall, each level constructed from special materials. Even at a glance, it gave the impression of being virtually impenetrable. In addition to physical defenses, it was protected by supernatural barriers. The supernatural defenses utilized extremely high-grade materials, far superior to the barrier stones Zhang Yi had previously encountered or even the San Yuan clan's anti-supernatural armaments. Yet in the face of Li Changgong's sword, all these defenses proved utterly ineffective. Chapter 2856, Awakening. Li Changgong's sword embodied the laws of the universe, it did not rely on brute force to cleave through everything. Rather, as his sword advanced, the fundamental particles composing all things would spontaneously give way. In other words, it was not he who cleaved through objects, but the objects that actively chose to yield to him, thus requiring virtually no exertion on his part. Deep within the 7th-tier fortress, they spotted a figure seated in a chair, clad entirely in pitch-black metal armor and wearing an eerie mask that completely obscured their true features. Is that him? Uncle Yu swallowed hard, feeling a bit nervous at that moment, for he feared this might merely be a decoy arranged by someone else, not Jing Meng himself. If that were the case, everything they'd done would have been a complete failure. Jiu kept her eyes closed, sensing the thread extending from the Tianhai fortress 100 miles away, the causal connection between Jing Meng, Zhang Yi, and Yang Xinqin. That's right, it's him. Jiu's cold eyes fixed on Jing Meng ahead, and a burst of intense light suddenly flared within them. A Black Knight-level body, and one with an extremely powerful origin, I can sense it. This is simply the most perfect vessel I could ever have imagined. In full view of everyone, Jiu suddenly charged toward the deathly silent Jing Meng. In an instant, her body transformed into viscous venom, rapidly spreading out in midair, ready to devour Jing Meng. As long as she completed the devouring of this Black Knight-level mutant, even with the consumption of her origin during the process of absorbing and converting energy, she was confident she could directly elevate her combat power to the White Knight level within a year. Thud! A massive black shadow flashed past from the side, slamming Jiyu right out of the way. Flower's massive claw, as thick as an iron tower, blocked Jing Meng's path. It turned its head and coldly stared at Jiyu, who was stuck to the ground like chewing gum before slowly reverting to his original form. Don't let greed ruin you. This isn't something you can lay claim to. A flicker of resentment crossed Jiyu's eyes, but she still nodded obediently. I know. Uncle, you gave Flower a thumbs up, steamed clams. Flower responded with a thumbs up of its own. Uncle, you declared in front of everyone, Chaos has already said that since everyone contributed to this operation, everyone gets a share of the spoils. He'll distribute this Black Knight level origin among all of us, he won't keep a single bit for himself. Those who had participated in this grueling battle were all bearing injuries to varying degrees, some were even critically wounded and on the brink of death. Even when outnumbering enemies of the same level by more than 2 to 1, killing them still required taking enormous risks. But upon hearing of this generous reward, their eyes lit up instantly. Even a share of the Black Knight's origin would be enough to vastly boost their strength. I'll handle the division. Delaying it could lead to complications. Li Changdong stepped forward and brought his sword down in a single, decisive blow. As the blade swung through the air, it was as if 1,000 blades had struck at once, forming a dense, inescapable net before him, leaving no room for any unexpected outcome. Jing Meng's body was neatly sliced into over 1,000 pieces of flesh. Even his indestructible armor was of no use. Before the origin energy could dissipate, it was completely divided among everyone. Still within Zhang Yi's dream, Jing Meng, who had been quietly awaiting victory, suddenly realized with horror that the life force within his body had been abruptly drained away by some unknown force. He looked down at his own body and saw it dissipating like mist. If the skin is gone, where can the hair cling? When the physical body is completely destroyed, the spiritual form is bound to vanish as well. For the first time, his eyes, which had previously been calm and confident of victory, flashed with terror and despair, then shifted to an expression of intense resentment. No, how could this happen? Why? I was supposed to win. How could I die? Who could have killed me? Who exactly killed me? As death approached, a series of memories flashed through his mind. But no matter how many times, 1,000 or 10,000, he replayed the events in his mind, he could not fathom why he had lost this time. Because he had no idea what the truth was. He had assumed that in this Starry Sky Passage operation, Zhang Yi and his group had been passively drawn into the fray, while he was the assassin trailing behind them, hunting Zhang Yi. But the truth was that the entire descent of the Starry Sky Passage, and the Omega Staircase used to lure everyone into this operation, were nothing more than a trap set by Zhang Yi and the Dragon Clan working together. The true killing scheme had been set in motion by Zhang Yi. Even if they didn't strike now, as soon as a suitable opportunity arose within the Starry Sky Passage, Zhang Yi would strike and kill them. This game of life and death boils down to nothing more than who strikes first, who strikes last, and who has the upper hand. With Jing Meng's death, the dream world that had trapped Zhang Yi began to dissipate layer by layer, and the force that had threatened his very existence vanished. Using the prophetic abilities of the second hand of time, Zhang Yi had glimpsed the future in which Jing Meng died. He knew his plan had succeeded. Together with Yang Xinxin, they first left the netherworld, then, using Yang Xinxin's precise memory and the neuron stability anchors in both their ears, made their way step by step back to reality from the depths of the 16th layer of the dream realm. The two awoke from their recliners almost simultaneously, Zhang Yi's eyes filled with a sense of world weariness. He lay in the chair, silent for a long time. No one knew just how long a journey, seeming as long as a century, he and Yang Xinxin had endured over the past hour or so. His memory was indeed somewhat hazy, he had even forgotten many events and people from his real life. When Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin awoke from their slumber, they both felt disoriented for a moment, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi, Yang Xia, and the others who had been watching over them all along wore expressions of surprise and delight. "They're awake! Quick, quick, would you like some water?" Aunt Zhou Jaime hurriedly brought over 2 cups of hot water. Zhou Qiu was flustered as well, instinctively reaching out to check Zhang Yi's condition. But what could possibly be wrong with Zhang Yi's body? He'd always been in excellent physical condition, something Zhou Qiu knew better than anyone. Zhang Yi looked around. Only after clearly seeing the faces of Zhou Qiu and the others did he slowly return from his dream to reality. He rubbed the bridge of his nose hard, and everything from the dream began to fade and blur. "So I'm awake? That means the Nightmare Clan assassin has been taken out. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that's correct." Yang Xinxin sat up, her snow-white feet encased in black chocolate-colored stockings, and leisurely slipped on her little leather shoes. "Our plan went off without a hitch. They did a great job." Chapter 2857, Turn the Tide. "That's absolutely fantastic." Zhang Yi took some time to regain his composure. This operation seemed extremely dangerous, but in reality, he still had a backup plan. If it came down to the wire, he could completely separate himself from the dream. That method was his time-based rule ability. However, once this ability was activated, it would inevitably alert the Nightmare Clan's assassins, preventing them from taking further action. The news of Zhang Yi's awakening reached Lu Karen and Ho Tu immediately. Watching the heart-pounding battle still raging outside, a look of delight flashed in Lu Karen's eyes. "Brother, you're finally awake. Now we've won." Only then did Zhang Yi realize that outside Tianhai Fortress, they still had to deal with Jing Meng's allies. It was time to go out and teach those arrogant fools a lesson. Zhang Yi stood up, his mental exhaustion had no effect on his physical body. Whoosh! He activated the formless void realm and instantly appeared outside Tianhai Fortress, where he spotted Ling currently locked in a standoff with that colossal spider demon. Ling's combat power had only been temporarily boosted, she couldn't sustain the Black Knight level for long. Yet, thanks to her unparalleled mastery of supernatural abilities, her formidable physical prowess, and Ho Tua's support, she had managed to beat the spider demon Ramuda to a bloody pulp. The moment Zhang Yi appeared, without a moment's hesitation, he made a sweeping gesture with his left hand through the void, and the massive Titan Clan biological weapon, the God-slaying bow, materialized in the palm of his hand. He drew the bow and nocked an arrow, and at that very moment, the power of time and space surged from his eyes, enveloping Ramude's colossal form like the final chapter of destiny. Even after battling the Tianhai Fortress and Ling for quite some time, Ramuda still possessed extremely powerful combat abilities, for his body, as sturdy as an iron tower, was virtually indestructible. But in a sudden instant, he sensed an extreme threat of death locking onto his body. He spun around abruptly, and upon seeing the man's figure, the more than 100 eyes on his spider-like head began to spin rapidly, like malfunctioning pendulums. "How is this possible? How could you still be alive?" Ramuda exclaimed in disbelief. Even he, if targeted by a terrifying entity like Jing Meng, would almost certainly be killed the moment that entity entered his dreams. After all, they were the most elite assassin race among all the races. And this frail human had gone nearly a month without sleep, his mental state was at its worst. How on earth had he managed it? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out, and just as unimaginable was the fact that Jing Meng of the Nightmare Clan had already been killed by Zhang Yi's companion. Zhang Yi's right hand slowly drew the bowstring tight. A terrifying, murderous energy erupted from the living weapon, brimming with vibrant life force. He was once the best assassin in this world, but his methods cannot kill me. Boom! The God-slaying bow unleashed a terrifying killing intent. A beam of utter darkness transformed into an invisible black arrow, traversing dozens of kilometers in an instant to strike directly before the spider demon's massive form. The final chapter of Destiny, this ability used spatial locking to close the distance between him and the spider demon, while anticipating all of its possible movements through time foresight, thereby forming a fatal strike that defied the law of cause and effect. The spider demon had nowhere to hide, all it could do at that moment was let out a deafening roar and unleash its most powerful supernatural ability to form a shield before itself. The arrow from the netherworld slammed violently into its supernatural shield. Two forces of Black Knight-level power clashed, but in the end, the netherworld's antimatter force, capable of annihilating everything in the physical world, proved superior. Remute's supernatural shield was crushed inch by inch. The arrow from the netherworld pierced through it as easily as rotten wood, swiftly penetrating his incredibly resilient carapace. Boom! A black beam of light pierced the sky, and Remute's chest. The strike pierced Ramuda right through, leaving a terrifying hole in his chest over 5 meters in diameter. Zhang Yi had chosen an extremely precise angle for his arrow. It targeted the opening previously blasted open by Ho Tu, Ling, and Lu Karen using the main cannon of the Tianhai fortress, which is why his shot was able to pierce Ramuda so effortlessly. Dark green blood flowed from the massive gash. Ramuda seemed unable to believe it. He, who possessed one of the world's most formidable physiques, had actually had his defenses breached. But in the very next moment, something no one had anticipated happened. With such a horrific wound, anyone would have assumed Ramuda was dead, or at the very least, critically injured. Yet his colossal frame, those 4 pairs of limbs that could be called pillars of the sky, suddenly tensed, stomped the ground, and then shot off into the distance like a bullet. The operation has failed. Retreat immediately. Ramuda relayed the order to retreat to the other 2. He knew just how powerful Zhang Yi was. If he couldn't succeed through assassination, continuing the fight would offer no chance of victory. Moreover, Zhang Yi was currently surrounded by a group of formidable allies. Even Zhang Yi was surprised by Remute's incredible vitality. Is this what the Spider Demon clan is like? As expected, no mutant who has reached the level of the Black Knight is easy to deal with. Upon receiving Remute's message, Edward of the Blood Clan and Barboda of the Nor clan, who were still locked in a fierce battle, suddenly turned pale. Even at this stage, they still haven't succeeded? Just how terrifying is chaos of the human race? Edward was in a dazed state at that moment. Nearly 1/3 of his very existence had been devoured by Luo Qiao, which meant that 1/3 of his past life had been completely erased. And with the mission already a failure, he clearly had no reason to fight Luo Qiao to the bitter end. Let's end this battle here. I'll remember you, Luo Qiao of the Spirit Clan. Edward gave him a deep look, and his body suddenly transformed into a giant bat mid-air. Boom! With a flap of his wings, he used the extreme blood path to conjure a vast, illusory sea of blood in the void, obscuring half the sky. Using this as cover, Edward vanished from where he stood. Luo Qiao did not pursue him further. His own condition wasn't much better either. Many of the spirit feathers formed from his own soul had been destroyed by Edward, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. And it would take an incredibly long time to repair his fragmented soul. I've made a huge sacrifice this time just to help you. Luo Qiao smiled bitterly, as if speaking to himself, yet also as if addressing Zhang Yi. But he knew it was all worth it. Because the White Dragon had promised that after the journey through the Starry Sky Passage concluded, Luo Qiao could travel to the Dragon Kingdom to pay homage to the legendary Lord Fuxi and receive a personal audience with him. Chapter 2858. I want you to help me cultivate. In another realm, Barboda, the Nor clan's spatial master whose arm had been severed by Shun Feng, closed his eyes in despair. Have I still failed even after coming this far? Perhaps this is simply my fate. He no longer launched any proactive attacks against Shun Feng. He had to remain on high alert to deal with this dangerous enemy. Although his opponent was merely a basic enhancement type ability user, once within his attack range, there was absolutely no way to predict the timing or trajectory of his strikes. Barboda retracted his 18 layers of Hell Realm, transforming it into a space passage for escape, and sped off into the distance. When he attempted to flee, Shun Feng found it difficult to pursue, as he, too, was unable to discern the trajectory of the space realm. Zhang Yi watched the spider demon Ramuda fade into the distance, but chose not to pursue him. After all, he wasn't at his peak condition right now. Having spent a long time immersed in deep-level dreams, his mind was still somewhat dazed. and if he couldn't maintain his full strength, he would never put himself in danger. The Spider Demon Clan? Sooner or later, I'll wipe every last one of you out. Zhang Yi's tone was very calm, but those who knew him well understood that given the chance, he would certainly eradicate this race from the face of the earth. For he would never allow any enemy that threatened his life to remain in this world. This Black Knight level battle came to an end in this manner. It would be more accurate to say that Zhang Yi had deliberately created an opportunity for them to ambush him, only to turn the tables and kill them in return. Luo Qiao and Shun Feng both returned to Tianhai Fortress. Seeing how disheveled the two looked, Zhang Yi didn't bother with pleasantries, he simply said to them solemnly, "I owe you a huge favor. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to come to me." Shun Feng merely nodded faintly, while Luo Qiao offered a somewhat weak smile. The Starry Sky Passage is still a long way off. If you want to repay that favor, you might have the chance very soon. Once the two returned to Tianhai Fortress, their subordinates naturally came forward to help them back to their quarters to rest. Not long after, Uncle Yu and the rest of the Human Alliance forces also rushed back. Zhang Yi took roll call and, finding that no one had been killed in action, breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had made thorough preparations, he still did not want to see anyone lose their life. However, the 13 armored battle maidens had sustained significant damage. This, however, was part of his plan, to have these 13 armored battle maidens draw the main fire in a near mutual destruction scenario, thereby preserving the lives of the others as much as possible. After all, no matter how precious the armored battle maidens might be, they were merely androids that could be repaired, but once a person dies, they cannot be brought back to life. You've all worked hard this time. The crisis has been temporarily averted, you can take some time to recover properly. And you've also obtained Jing Meng's origin, right? Li Changgong smiled and shrugged. A Black Knight level origin, even if it's just a fraction of it, is a real treat. Zhang Yi gave him a deep look. Go into seclusion and train hard. If you raise your supernatural power level, your potential won't be much lower than mine. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Changgong's eyes. He hadn't expected Zhang Yi to hold him in such high regard even now. What he didn't know was that Zhang Yi never underestimated anyone. Li Changgong, who had once been his equal in battle, possessed extraordinary talent, but his path had been derailed by the time he'd wasted obsessing over political ambitions. As the saying goes, one step behind leads to many more, which is why he now ranked only in the 3rd tier among the Epsilon level 6th generation individuals. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yi turned his gaze to Zhu Yu, who stood in the crowd, blending into the background like an invisible speck. He grinned, revealing a meaningful smile. Have you absorbed Jing Meng's ability? Zhu Yu looked up, her dark eyes radiating in extreme innocence. She nodded. I've completely absorbed his ability. Now I can control dreams too. She raised her hand. Her small, white hand suddenly became ethereal, then transformed into wisp after wisp of white and black smoke. Zhang Yi smiled. Good. Next, I need you to help me with my cultivation. The threat posed by the Nightmare Clan was simply too great. Zhang Yi didn't want to remain on the defensive indefinitely, so he needed to master a power capable of countering them. To do so, he would have to constantly enter dreams to practice and experiment with ways to break through their defenses. And right now, Zhu Yu, whose ability index had only just barely surpassed 30,000 points, was clearly his best practice partner. Lu Karen ran over. Brother, we're less than 1,000 kilometers away from the singularity above the 0-point star. If we go full speed, we'll reach it by tomorrow, and then we can finally leave this cursed entropy-reducing planet. Don't get too excited just yet. Just then, a voice, one that was always in the habit of pouring cold water on others' enthusiasm, rang out. Professor Da Vinci, clad in a white lab coat, walked over with his hands behind his back, his dead fish eyes still drooping, and said, "The existence of the 0-point star is no accident. It's here to regulate the ecological chain of the entire Starry Sky Passage, preventing it from collapsing due to excessive entropy increase. So, as you can imagine, the region ahead will only be filled with even more terrifying chaos. It's like a car's radiator, which cools down an overheated engine. And the area they were currently in was merely the entrance to the vast starry sky passage. No one knew what terrifying things lay in its depths. Zhang Yi thought back to the terrifying energy fluctuations that had emanated from the depths of the starry sky passage not long ago. That must have been the 6 supreme super races, acting as the vanguard, clashing with certain entities within the starry sky passage. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Let's keep moving forward and see what happens." With White Dragon and members of the other 5 super races leading the way, they've already taken care of the biggest trouble. He spread his hands. "I don't mind tagging along behind them to pick up the scraps. And while we're at it," a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, "I'll look for an opportunity to hunt down those who meant to harm me." With that, he immediately ordered Lu Karen to transmit footage of the earlier battle to all the other races on 0 Point Star. The facts were indisputable, they were the ones who had attacked Zhang Yi first. And according to the previous alliance pact among the 10,000 races, they were bound to be punished. So now, Zhang Yi possessed the unlimited right to retaliate against them. Lu Karen nodded and immediately carried out Zhang Yi's orders. Luo Qiao said with a smile from the side, "While it's true that the alliance of 10,000 races originally agreed to this, you certainly shouldn't count on anyone to help you deal with them. After all, the races that attacked us are all high-ranking races among the 10,000 races, second only to the 6 supreme super races." Zhang Yi replied calmly, "I know. But when it comes to taking revenge, I, Zhang Yi, don't need to rely on others. If it weren't for Jing Meng's troublesome abilities, I wouldn't fear a single one of these 4 in a head-on battle." Chapter 2859, A Measure of Last Resort. Zhang Yi immediately instructed Lu Karen to inform the alliance of 10,000 races in the surrounding area of the truth behind the incident. He needed to secure the moral high ground first. Then, he could legitimately carry out indiscriminate killings of all members of the 4 clans. That was the rule. Among the alliance of 10,000 races, if any race or individual stabbed the alliance in the back at this critical moment, the entire race would be held accountable. Upon receiving the news, the major races were initially taken aback. They never imagined that the Nightmare Clan and the Blood Clan would dare to act at a time like this. It was truly outrageous. Now that the truth has come to light, according to the alliance's previous agreement, their races are in for a world of trouble. Some remarked with malicious glee. Most of the 10,000 races are at odds with one another, true alliances are rare. Seeing these powerful clans about to face punishment meant they would be able to secure a larger share of resources in the future, a prospect they naturally welcomed. Others sneered. Even if war really breaks out, so what? When the time comes, even if executions are ordered, it will be the members of the 6 supreme super races who decide. You don't really think they'd dare lay a finger on the Dragon Clan's vassals without intervention from the higher-ups, do you? Haha, let's be honest, it's just another proxy war. Let's see how the higher-ups handle it. Let them fight all they want, it's good for them to battle it out, and we'll just sit back and watch the show. The other races all adopted an indifferent attitude. This was exactly what Zhang Yi had anticipated, and he didn't take it seriously. A day later, the convoy arrived safely at 0 Point Star. Upon reaching this polar point, everything unfolded exactly as Professor Da Vinci had predicted. The entropy reduction effect at the 0 Point Star had weakened to its minimum, allowing their spacecraft to break free from the gravitational constraints of the area and take off successfully. Zhang Yi retrieved the massive Dreamer warship from the dimensional space. Everyone boarded the vessel, and its superpowered engines spewed blue flames, lifting the colossal ship into the sky. They were heading deep into the starry sky passage. This stage was merely a narrow pass at the entrance. Meanwhile, on 0 Point Star, in another direction, the 3 escapees, Ramuda, Edward, and Barboda, had gathered together. Barboda's severed left arm had long since regrown thanks to bioserums. The biomedical technology of the high races had reached its pinnacle. As long as one did not die instantly, even if only the brain remained, a new physical body could be reconstructed. With Jing Meng now dead and every last one of the elite subordinates they brought with them wiped out, the 3 were far from in high spirits. This was especially true for the spider demon Ramuda, whose chest had been pierced through. Though new flesh had grown over the wound, the area remained vulnerable. Now that Jing Meng is dead, our mission has failed completely. This might even bring trouble down on our entire race. What do you plan to do next? Ramuda said in a deep, booming voice. Edward of the Blood Clan sat on a rock, his hands clasped beneath his chin. After pondering for a moment, he said calmly, "The situation has become extremely unfavorable for us. Once the war in the Starry Sky Passage ends, our clan will inevitably face retribution. Even with His Majesty's backing, sanctions will be imposed on us to preserve the Alliance of 10,000 Races' reputation. While it won't lead to the extinction of our clan, it will certainly deal a severe blow." Ramuda suddenly let out a low, indignant snort. "I've taken such great risks to serve His Majesty, can he even provide us with a guarantee of safety?" Edward cast him a cold glance. If we had truly managed to kill the human race's chaos on 0 Star, even if the truth came out afterward, His Majesty would have provided us with sufficient compensation. But now... His expression suddenly turned ferocious. "We've lost. We don't even have the face to see His Majesty anymore. How can we possibly ask for his protection?" Ramuda and Barboda looked absolutely dreadful. They would likely lie awake all night, racking their brains to figure out exactly where the operation had gone wrong. Barboda suddenly spoke up. "Right now, we have no other choice. We must either leave the Starry Sky Passage immediately and return to lead our people to flee into the cosmos. That way, with His Majesty holding them off, we might still escape retribution." Hearing this, the spider demon Ramuda roared in fury. "How is that possible? Foolishly fleeing into the starry sky, severing ourselves from our homeworld's protection, we'll be wiped out by the chaos of the cosmos. Even the mighty Starry Sky Clan has perished, how much more so will we? Of all the spatial nodes in the entire universe, only the area surrounding the solar system, centered on Earth, remains absolutely safe. This is because it is protected by the will of the Creator, or, to be precise, by the collective consciousness of all races, the life force. A powerful will to survive sustains a massive barrier, preventing terrifying threats like black holes and cosmic storms from reaching this place. But once we leave this sanctuary, even a race of king-level mutants, considered among the highest ranks of their kind, will be utterly annihilated if faced with a black hole's devouring grasp. Beneath Omega, there is no such thing as free will." Barboda said calmly. "If you're unwilling, we still have a second option." "What option?" Ramuda asked. "Continue hunting down chaos. Since our plans have been exposed, we might as well see this through to the end. As long as we kill him, we'll still be able to answer to His Majesty." The three exchanged glances, their expressions somber and grave. They were well aware of just how powerful Zhang Yi was. Like Zhang Yi, they were all Black Knight-level beings with supernatural ability indexes exceeding 60,000 points. Although they had reached this level before Zhang Yi and possessed slightly higher ability indexes, in terms of ability attributes, Zhang Yi was superior to these geniuses from various races. Even when looking back across the entire history of life, individuals capable of simultaneously possessing both high-tier space abilities and advanced time abilities were extremely rare. Possessing such talent and successfully advancing to the knight rank meant he was destined to become a dominant figure. If all this were not enough to strike fear into the hearts of the three, the most troubling aspect at the moment was this: to kill Zhang Yi while he was on guard, they would have to set a far more meticulously planned trap. To push their own abilities to the absolute limit while simultaneously limiting Zhang Yi's ability to perform, thereby achieving a supernatural counter, was nothing short of a pipe dream. Chapter 2860, A Single Chest. Once they missed this opportunity at 0 Star, finding another suitable home turf would be entirely up to God's will. As for what exactly lies deep within the Starry Sky Passage, who could possibly know? So, Barboda's proposal had a slight hint of gambling on God's will. The spider demon couldn't help but look at him. "Are you suggesting we take a chance? What else can we do?" Barboda replied calmly. "After all, luck is part of one's strength. We have no other choice right now, either take the gamble or flee. The three of them fell silent for a while, exchanging glances. Finally, the spider demon made his decision. Then let's keep gambling. I'm not leaving the Starry Sky Passage. Who knows? Maybe with a bit of luck, I'll find the legendary Omega Staircase, or receive a reward from the Creator that allows my strength to break through to the Queen tier. His eyes lit up, and he laughed coldly. By then, no so-called sanctions will be able to touch me, right? The gap between a Queen tier civilization and a Knight tier civilization is beyond measure. The disparity in power between the two is like an uncrossable chasm. Even Zhang Yi, the Black Knight with super talent, would still feel a deep sense of awe in the presence of White Dragon, a true Queen tier being. The further one advances in the realm of the mutants, the more rigid the hierarchy becomes. Every step forward is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But this time, the appearance of the Starry Sky Passage has even caught the attention of Kagago, the creator from a higher dimension, and he has granted everyone a chance to defy fate and rewrite their destiny. The ether fragments he offers as a reward can unlock one's true hidden potential, giving those who had no hope of further improvement in this lifetime a chance to rise. The spider demon's massive form rose to its feet. He turned and walked slowly toward the distance. No matter what you choose, I am determined to walk the path ahead. Slaying chaos and elevating myself, I will seize both paths at once. If I fail... He fell silent for a moment, then said coldly. Then let my clan be annihilated along with me. Edward and Barboda looked at this battle-crazed demon, yet they were not surprised by his words. For that is the way of the Spider Demon clan, reckless, combative, and never considering the consequences. Barboda turned to Edward. What about you? Edward gently wiped the silver, old-fashioned flintlock in his hand. He shrugged, looking at Barboda with a half-smile. I'm different from you guys. I, for one, have a chance to kill chaos head-on. Barboda was somewhat taken aback. Are you that confident? When it comes to raw power, the few of us are all on par with each other. You might not even be able to defeat all of us, so how can you possibly hope to defeat chaos? Edward merely smiled without responding. He felt no obligation to explain his abilities. The only thing that can defeat a being with both time and space attributes is the law of cause and effect. I am the only one who can truly defeat him. Barboda didn't know where Edward's confidence came from, but he didn't press the matter. If Edward really succeeded, it would be a good thing for him as well. With Zhang Yi and his team leading the way, other civilizations also arrived one after another at the pole of 0-point star. Although the journey had been somewhat challenging, they were, after all, the elite of the 10,000 races, hailing from highly advanced civilizations and possessing formidable strength of their own. Even though they had suffered some setbacks, there were no casualties. One by one, spaceship after spaceship took off, then flew deep into the Starry Sky Passage beyond 0-point star. Though the Starry Sky Passage is called a passage, its length is nearly as vast as the solar system itself. Even at the Dreamer's current speed, it would take 1 or 2 years to reach its end. The 6 supreme super races had long since left them far behind. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry, he simply piloted the Dreamer, flying forward at a steady, unhurried pace. As he flew, he reviewed the Jaman records obtained from the Zeepan Kingdom. Although the Jaman records are incomplete, they have consistently warned that the Starry Sky Clan is attempting to steal divine status and then create super life forms. If we could obtain their biotechnology, perhaps we could mass-produce Epsilon-level mutants. Zhang Yi said this with utter calm. If any other members of the human race had heard these words, they would surely have thought Zhang Yi had gone mad. Among tens of millions of them, only a single super-powerful individual could be born, yet Zhang Yi was actually talking about mass-producing them. This was nothing short of madness. However, for ultimate civilizations like the Yihen tribe and Starry Sky Clan, elevating life to the Epsilon level had indeed become the new normal. Ordinary lower-tier races simply couldn't comprehend such a civilization. The spaceships continued their journey. Nearby, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, spaceships from other races gathered in small groups and moved forward together. After flying for no more than half a month, everyone on board had recovered from their injuries, even Luo Qiao and Shun Feng had largely regained their combat effectiveness. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the front of the ship. Lu Karen's voice, tinged with both excitement and nervousness, reached Zhang Yi's ears. "Brother, I've spotted a strange floating object." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi closed the Jiamen documents in his hand, performed a space shuffle, and arrived in the cockpit. The glass at the front of the massive cockpit was completely transparent, offering a clear view of the vast emptiness of space. At that moment, one of the Dreamer's robotic arms grabbed a strange floating object mid-air. Zhang Yi looked at the radar scan and asked calmly, "What is that? Space debris?" "No, it's a chest," Lu Karen said earnestly. "A chest?" "Yes, a chest. And when our scanners tried to analyze it, they couldn't see what was inside at all." Lu Karen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'm wondering, could this possibly be a safe from the Starry Sky Clan? There must be something very important inside." And then, it was knocked out of the way by other super civilizations as they blazed a trail through space. Upon hearing that a strange chest had been captured in the Starry Sky Passage, everyone immediately gathered around. Zhang Yi, however, held out his hand to stop them from approaching. "Be careful. Don't touch anything here without permission." Lu Karen, who had been eager to open the chest, paused for a moment upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. "Brother, is there a problem?" Zhang Yi replied. "I can't say for sure exactly what the problem is, but I'm worried it might be dangerous." The group nodded in understanding. They had almost forgotten what kind of person Zhang Yi was. Zhang Yi motioned for everyone to step aside, and in his left eye, the second hand of time activated. Chapter 2861, The Undead Monster. He activated the ability of the second hand of time and performed a 5-second glimpse into the future, revealing Lu Karen opening this chest. In the vision of the future, the moment the chest opened, a deathly pale, contorted face was revealed. A humanoid monster suddenly opened its eyes and lunged directly at Zhang Yi. "Just as I thought." Zhang Yi instinctively took a few steps back. What's hidden inside is an experimental subject created by the Starry Sky Clan. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Lu Karen asked, "Is it the same as the life forms we encountered in those small worlds when we first entered the Starry Sky Passage?" "Probably," Zhang Yi replied. According to the Jiamen records, the Starry Sky Clan established a vast star realm. After conquering the entire universe, and even suppressing the Drucker people for a time, they began attempting to transcend their own destiny. Their method was to emulate the Yihen tribe by creating ultimate life forms, such as the 4 heavenly knights, to achieve immortality. However, their ambition was likely even greater than that of the Yihen tribe, for the Yihen tribe are a perfect race devoid of desire or need. As the 4th-generation descendants of the Yihen tribe, when the Creator fashioned the Starry Sky Clan, in order to suppress the powerful, beast-like Drucker people, he fused a portion of the Drucker's ferocious genes into their bodies while also imbuing them with the wisdom of the Yihen tribe. So, compared to the Yihen tribe, they possess one additional quality: desire. Over the course of countless ages, they have created many different life forms. Those at the entrance to the Starry Sky Passage are merely defective specimens and minor beings. And according to the Jiamen records, deep within the Starry Sky Passage, there are even more complete, powerful, and terrifying beings. Zhang Yi shared this intelligence with everyone. He wanted to warn Lu Karen not to pick up any more random boxes along the way and to avoid these creatures as much as possible if she encountered them. But suddenly, the chest that had been sitting on the ground let out a crack. The chest, which had previously appeared seamless and flawless, was now split by a series of neat, straight cuts. In the very next instant, right before everyone's eyes, a ghastly white, human-shaped arm burst out of the chest. That arm looked like an industrial construct twisted from steel-like muscles, ghastly white and menacing, with razor-sharp claws that seemed capable of tearing this world apart. Everyone immediately scattered. Zhang Yi hadn't expected that even though he hadn't opened the chest himself, it had opened on its own. Without a moment's delay, he ordered everyone to leave the area, and without any hesitation, he used divine refinement to channel his divine power into thick, long chains to bind the chest. Zhang Yi activated his formless void realm and instantly teleported into the cosmos beyond the dreamer. Just as he was about to toss the box into the cosmos, Yang Xinqian's voice rang in his ear. There are surely plenty more of these creatures here. And if it's the Starry Sky Clan's ultimate creation, it must hold immense research value. Zhang Yi's hand, which had been poised to fling the box away, suddenly froze mid-air. He had never been averse to technology and progress. Right now, Zhang Yi was desperate for progress and to grow stronger. Although he couldn't create an ultimate human form like that of Ling, known as Zero, crafting something of the next tier would still be quite good. Just as he was pondering this, a spine-chilling sound of gnawing and devouring suddenly reached his ears. He turned his head and saw that, at some point, the monster inside the box had crawled halfway out. The monster's eyes were blood-red, like a demon crawling out of hell, yet it did not immediately attack Zhang Yi. Instead, it did something utterly baffling. It actually shoved the strange metal box that had been restraining it into its mouth and began devouring it bite by bite. The box was extremely hard. Although no specific measurements had been taken, the fact that it had drifted through space for such a long time with almost no damage suggested its hardness was on par with, or even surpassed, that of the dreamer's materials. Yet the monster treated it like a piece of cake, swinging its massive claws to tear off a large chunk and shove it straight into its mouth. What on earth is this thing? Even Zhang Yi was stunned at that moment. It can eat metal? Could it be some legendary iron-eating beast? The monster ate faster and faster, the intense hunger in its eyes not only failed to fade but grew even more intense. Crunch, crunch. In less than 10 seconds, Zhang Yi watched helplessly as the monster swallowed the entire heavy metal box whole. Yet this did not satisfy its hunger. The next moment, it raised its head to look at Zhang Yi, who stood not far away, without the slightest hesitation. It let out an utterly hideous roar from the depths of its throat, then violently planted its limbs on the surface of the dreamer. Moving at extreme speed, it charged toward Zhang Yi like a meteor. What the hell is this? The divine refinement in Zhang Yi's hand suddenly burst into action, splitting from 1 into 2, then from 2 into 4, and finally transforming into thousands of thin, long chains. Clang! They stretched endlessly forward, forming layer upon layer of heavy iron nets in midair that completely bound it. The massive sphere, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, held it firmly in place. But immediately afterward, Zhang Yi sensed that the divine refinement, connected to his body, was being damaged. Although Bowser had lost his consciousness, his bodily instincts remained. Zhang Yi could issue commands to him through his own neural waves, and likewise, when Bowser's body was damaged, Zhang Yi could feel it too. This thing can actually damage my divine refinement. A look of surprise flashed across Zhang Yi's eyes. Thanks to his constant upgrades, evolution, and nourishment, the divine refinement's ability index had now reached 42,000 points, making it unimaginably resilient, yet it had actually been damaged by that monster. Crunch, crunch. The sound of gnawing continued relentlessly. Zhang Yi quickly realized something, that creature was actually gnawing on his weapon. How could its teeth be so hard? Was this its method of attack, or simply how it fed? Just as Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, his gaze suddenly caught sight of faint starlight flickering from the depths of the cosmos, twinkling and sparkling, as if the entire sky were filled with tiny stars. But the very presence of such mysterious points of light in the cosmos was highly unusual. He turned his head to look, and only when the electronic microscope system zoomed in did he suddenly realize what they were. Metal crates, exactly the same as the one containing this monster. Chapter 2862, Wasteland Golems. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi made the connection and instantly realized exactly what these creatures were. These were the Wasteland Golems. According to Jaman records, in their pursuit of the ultimate limits in eternity, the Starry Sky Clan selected some of their most exceptional members. Using their genetic material, combined with a special substance, they condensed it into embryos. The original intent was to create an ultimate life form possessing extreme endurance and adaptability, one capable of sustaining life and maintaining superhuman combat prowess even in the harshest environments. However, the experiment ultimately ended in failure, and the resulting life forms had once caused immense trouble for the Starry Sky clan. On the one hand, they despised these monsters, which possessed nothing but a beast-like instinct to devour. On the other hand, they did not wish to waste such precious research material, so they sealed them away within a galaxy. Zhang Yi now understood that it was clearly when White Dragon and his companions passed through this area that they shattered the barrier here, causing the wasteland golems sealed within the Dead Star to be released. The Jaman records contain few descriptions of them. The only advice was that if one encountered them, one must flee as quickly as possible. Because it wasn't just one, it was a swarm. Any supernatural ability user who encountered them would be plunged into an endless nightmare. Zhang Yi's expression changed in an instant. The next moment, he saw the massive sphere formed from divine refinement being pierced right through by that hideous, contorted face. It had actually gnawed a hole over 100 meters wide right through the chain constraints of divine refinement. Clinging to the opening with both hands, it let out a greedy and furious roar at Zhang Yi, who radiated powerful energy. In its blood-red eyes, Zhang Yi, whose entire body was imbued with unimaginably powerful supernatural energy, was the most delicious meal imaginable. At the same time, out in the starry sky, those dozens of points of light were already hurtling toward the Dreamer at breakneck speed. Zhang Yi immediately said to Lu Karen, "Karen, knock them all away, don't let them get close. Dreamer, full throttle, initiate a spatial jump and leave this star system." Although Lu Karen didn't know exactly how powerful the monsters inside those approaching metal crates were, hearing Zhang Yi's rapid-fire orders made her realize something was seriously wrong. "Copy that." She immediately took control of the Dreamer and initiated a spatial jump. Layer upon layer of three-dimensional defensive shields could withstand a full-power strike from a Black Knight-level warrior. She activated the interceptor cannons, intending to blast all those metal crates away with overwhelming firepower. But unexpectedly, after thousands of cannons fired, the massive energy waves had completely engulfed the entire stretch of starry sky, yet a startling scene unfolded immediately afterward. The once mighty energy wave began to shrink at an incredible speed, as if an energy black hole had appeared there, swallowing all of the Dreamer's attacks whole. "What on earth is this?" Lu Karen was horrified. Yang Xinxin, however, remained calm as she said, "This isn't the first time we've seen something like this." She recalled how, back when they first encountered the Yihan tribe and San Yuan race, underground civilizations possessing advanced technology, they had also been left in a terrible state by the opponent's supernatural energy fields. It's just the technology of a more advanced civilization. It's no big deal, and there's nothing strange about it. After absorbing the barrage from the warship's energy cannons, the metal crates began moving even faster. As they drew near the Dreamer, cracks began to appear all over the metal crates. Then, dozens of wasteland golems, looking almost identical to the one from before, their eyes blazing with hunger and greed, leaped toward the massive Dreamer battleship. Zhang Yi frowned. He had no time to deal with those dozens of wasteland golems. Instead, he decided to take care of the one right in front of him first. Upon closer inspection, he realized this creature was nothing more than a hideous, twisted, humanoid monster, just over 3 meters tall, gaunt as a starving ghost. "Get out of my way!" Zhang Yi drew the Eternal Judgment Sword from his right hand. From a distance of several hundred meters, he swept the blade forward in a single stroke. The river of the Netherworld slashed through the air, cleaving the monster in two right at the waist. In the very next moment, the dimensional string severance began around the wasteland golem's body, using the space it occupied as a chessboard to draw sharply defined squares. In the blink of an eye, its body shattered into hundreds of pieces of flesh. Zhang Yi's gaze shifted to the very front of the spaceship, where dozens of wasteland golems had already fallen outside the Dreamer, sprawled across the defensive force field like toads. Then, opening their gaping, ferocious maws, their snow-white fangs snapped down with a sharp crack. An alarm immediately sounded throughout the spaceship. The energy force field is being compromised. Severe energy loss is occurring. Repairs cannot be made in the short term. Please conduct an immediate inspection. The dozens of wild golems, sprawled across the energy defense field, gnawed viciously at it. The very energy system that sustained the ship's defenses had become their power source, rapidly being sucked into their bellies. Everyone on board watched the scene, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief. In Professor Da Vinci's eyes, the shock lasted only a moment before turning to ecstasy. We absolutely must capture one of these creatures for thorough study. It's simply terrifying. Not only can they feed on metal and move freely through space, but they can also devour energy entities. If such lifeforms were organized into an army, it's unimaginable that any race in this world could stand up to them. Brian couldn't help but quip. Old man, what era are we in? Do you really have time to praise them? Fatty Sue shrugged beside him. It's fine. They just look like some bugs, they won't cause much trouble. At that moment, almost everyone shared this view, because they didn't sense any significant threat from these wasteland golems, nor did they detect any powerful energy fluctuations. Only Zhang Yi understood that anything specifically recorded by Jiamen was definitely more complicated than it seemed. Sure enough, just as he was about to move to the very front of the spaceship to sweep those dozens of wasteland golems into space, a cold gaze suddenly locked onto him from behind. Zhang Yi jumped in shock and spun around abruptly, only to see a massive maw, big enough to swallow half his body, snapping down toward him. The wasteland golem, which he had just sliced into countless pieces, had somehow reappeared before him, completely intact. This thing, it's not even dead? Zhang Yi was stunned. Although he wasn't sure exactly how strong this creature's defenses were, he had used the Eternal Judgment Sword repeatedly, combined with his dimensional string severance ability, to slice its internal organs and brain to shreds, and yet it was still alive. Chapter 2863, A Terrifying Creature. Zhang Yi was utterly shocked. He thought he had already cut this wasteland golem to pieces, any vital organs it might have had would have been severed by him, so how could it possibly have survived intact? The wasteland golem moved with blinding speed, darting toward Zhang Yi like a bolt of lightning. Had Zhang Yi not possessed the second hand of time, which allowed him to predict its trajectory, it would have been nearly impossible to even catch a glimpse of it with the naked eye. He remained unflustered. Turning around, he raised his sword with his left hand and aimed it at the wasteland golem, slashing it with a fierce strike. This strike was a manifestation of his mastery over the rules governing dimensional spaces, dimensional string severance. Vast swaths of space ahead split open like a garment from which the threads had been pulled, forming a dense network of fissures. The point where the space collapsed was precisely where the wasteland golem's body stood. Its physical form was once again sliced into tens of thousands of tiny fragments, each no larger than a fingernail, scattering haphazardly onto the warship's iron armor. Zhang Yi's eyes were fixed intently on the front, for he had already predicted what would happen using the power of the second hand of time. Those fragments, already shattered beyond repair, actually began to slowly gather together. In less than a second, they reassembled into an entirely new wasteland golem. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Is this the imperfect ultimate life form created by the Starry Sky Clan? The wasteland golem roared furiously and charged toward Zhang Yi once more, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yi unleashed the divine refinement, binding it with endless chains, but in the blink of an eye, the chains all snapped with a bang, as the creature bit through them. How is this possible? Its attack speed is even faster than before. He activated dimensional string severance once more, but this time, the attacks that caused dimensional rifts failed to shatter its body, leaving only indentations of varying depths. Is it adapting to my attacks? A terrifying thought flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. Having initially underestimated this wasteland golem, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An indestructible monster that can constantly evolve based on its opponent's abilities. If he couldn't find its weakness, this thing might drag the battle out long enough to bring even him to his knees. And behind this terrifying creature were dozens more just like it. Just as Zhang Yi was grappling with these thoughts, something even more terrifying happened. It wasn't him who was in trouble, it was every warship of the alliance of 10,000 races passing through this star system. Just over 1 million kilometers to the side and ahead of Zhang Yi's warship lay a massive, dark silver planet, its size approaching that of Earth at its current full extent. However, the planet was no longer intact. Nearly one-third of its surface had been completely blown apart, with fragments of the shattered planet scattered around it like an asteroid belt. In addition, countless iron boxes resembling stars were scattered throughout space. This was the Starry Sky Clan's testing ground. As White Dragon and his group passed by, they inadvertently joined forces to blast a huge hole through the planet, unleashing all the wasteland golems that had been sealed inside. It was unclear which mechanism had been triggered, but they began hunting throughout the cosmos. The Blood Clan's bat-shaped warships also encountered more than a dozen of these boxes during their flight. They captured one on the spot, hoping to uncover the Starry Sky Clan's secrets, but when the box was opened, the indestructible wasteland golems instantly leaped out and began a brutal battle and slaughter aboard the ship. Soon, Zhang Yi heard urgent distress calls and warnings coming through the channels of various clans. There are monsters inside these boxes. They're indestructible, and they seem to keep evolving. Damn it, who knows how to take these things down? Our warships are being chewed right through. Oh no, has it even gnawed through my supernatural shield? Run! Get out of this area, these things are too tough to handle. Angry voices filled every channel. Zhang Yi remained unfazed, simply activating the power of the formless void realm. Whenever the wasteland golem approached his body, he would instantly teleport it to the edge of the domain, 5 kilometers away. Fortunately, the attack capabilities this wasteland golem had displayed so far were purely physical, and Zhang Yi's ability was specifically designed to counter physical-type mutants. As long as he prevented it from getting close to him, its attacks would naturally be ineffective. Although he had temporarily resolved the trouble here, the crisis ahead of the warship had not been averted. Those wasteland golems had already gnawed through the thick energy defense field, then clattered down onto the warship, beginning to attack with their sharp claws and fangs. The warship, forged from top-tier alloys, was like a piece of cake in front of them, chewed to pieces and swallowed whole, quickly leaving behind massive scars that were hideous and grotesque. Liu Karen tried every possible method, employing every available means of attack, including energy cannons and physical weapons, but none could land an effective strike against them. Luo Qiao, Shun Feng, and the other mutants donned their battle armor and rushed to the surface of the Dreamer. Luo Qiao spread his arms wide, summoning countless transparent spirit fish. Like a tidal wave, the spirit fish surged skyward and charged toward the wasteland golems. Invisible teeth pierced their bodies, causing the wasteland golems to freeze momentarily and halt their advance. Luo Qiao said calmly, "If physical attacks are ineffective, then let's try attacking the spiritual essence itself, it might work." No sooner had he finished speaking than the bodies of several wasteland golems that had been attacked earlier suddenly began to twist in a bizarre manner. Their muscles, originally as tough as steel, began to turn transparent, eventually becoming as soft and springy as jelly. When the spirit fish's attack struck again, they suddenly found their teeth sinking into a muddy swamp, causing their movements and attacks to slow to a crawl. Luo Qiao couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Zhang Yi warned them, "These creatures can adapt to the attacks they receive, it's nearly impossible to kill them with conventional methods." "There are actually monsters like this," Luo Qiao said, clearly taken aback. Shun Feng said nothing. His light-speed fist struck at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, unleashing hundreds of punches in an instant. Apart from Zhang Yi, who could use the ability of the second hand of time to predict their trajectories, no one else could make out how he was actually striking. In reality, it was very simple, just ordinary punches. The massive impact instantly sent dozens of wasteland golems flying off the warship. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi said, "Go around them and get out of here fast." Luo Qiao raised an eyebrow. "Such interesting life forms, shouldn't we capture one to study?" Zhang Yi replied, "I'm afraid too many ants can bring down an elephant. Research is certainly necessary, but we must ensure our own safety first." A massive blue flame erupted from the Dreamer's tail fin, and with a whoosh, it performed a spatial jump. But in the vastness of the cosmos, the distance covered by a space jump like this was negligible. Chapter 2864, Truly Hard to Kill. Zhang Yi's expression remained tense, for the radar soon relayed intelligence. Those wasteland golems that Shun Feng had blasted away were actually chasing them from behind. As the electronic telescope zoomed in, Zhang Yi witnessed an utterly absurd scene. Their bodies were transforming once more, their muscles unfurling and their bones flattening, until they resembled one kite after another, swiftly closing in by riding the wake of the dreamer's flight. "I think we're really in trouble," Zhang Yi said, taking a deep breath. These indestructible beings, possessing the ability to evolve endlessly, would transform into mutated forms that completely countered their own abilities the longer the battle dragged on. By then, they would all likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Boom! 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 In the distant cosmos, bursts of fire shot skyward. On the interspecies communication channel, cries for help and angry curses rang out non-stop. Several warships were destroyed outright, a small number of mutants aboard escaped in lifeboats, attempting to detonate the entire ship to use the powerful reactor energy to kill the wasteland golems. The representatives of those races said over the communication channel, "We've detonated all the energy reactors on the ship. The explosive yield is enough to destroy an entire continent. Even a Black Knight-level mutant would suffer severe injuries if caught in the center of the blast without escaping in time. I refuse to believe these creatures' bodies are that resilient." Everyone fell silent, waiting quietly for the outcome. They had tried countless methods without managing to kill a single wasteland golem. Now all they needed was a breakthrough. As long as one wasteland golem was slain, they could use that as a clue to find their weakness. Zhang Yi's brow, however, furrowed deeper and deeper. In the words of that representative from the Snake Shadow clan, he heard nothing but anger and hatred, yet these people had overlooked one crucial fact from start to finish. They merely viewed the wasteland golems as experimental subjects of an advanced civilization, never considering that to the Starry Sky clan, who once approached the status of gods, even a failed biological creation could pose a threat to all races today. Although they were all humans who had existed in history, they were not on the same level. The gap between a mighty god-level civilization and an ordinary civilization was greater than that between a human and an ant. As if to confirm Zhang Yi's suspicion, after those few spaceships had completely detonated and were blazing fiercely, one burning monster after another suddenly emerged from the flames. The bodies of those wasteland golems grew even larger, engulfed in raging flames. Once the flames died down after consuming all the oxygen, their charred, pitch-black bodies were revealed. Cracks split open across their charcoal-like forms, exposing a bright red substance inside that resembled molten lava. They hadn't died, instead, they had adapted to this terrifying explosion. Zhang Yi sucked in a sharp breath. Are these things really indestructible? The allied forces of the 10,000 races were also deeply shocked by this scene, and now, for the first time, some began to feel fear. What the hell is this? There's no way something truly indestructible could exist in this world. Upon hearing these words, something suddenly occurred to Zhang Yi, and his gaze darkened. The Starry Sky clan couldn't possibly be that insane. No, though it's not entirely impossible. But he didn't have much time to ponder these questions, because in addition to the wasteland golems that had transformed into kites and were chasing the dreamer's wake, the closer they got to the experimental galaxy, the more of those eerie boxes scattered throughout the cosmos appeared. As they sensed the energy forms drawing near, bang, bang, bang. One box after another unlocked on its own, and more wasteland golems appeared. Ahead, they were packed so densely that their sheer numbers were terrifying. Lu Karen's hands began to tremble as she piloted the ship. "Oh no, big brother. There are too many of these things up ahead, we can't dodge them. Even if we use a spatial jump, we won't be able to completely escape this massive planetary belt. We might even crash directly into the wasteland golems and pull them right onto the dreamer." Sure enough, 3 wasteland golems, like sharks that had caught the scent of blood, raced toward them from the distance. It was utterly baffling how their physical structure allowed them to fly at such high speeds through space. Professor Da Vinci's eyes shone like light bulbs, brimming with excitement and a passion for science. These creatures embody scientific miracles. If we can capture just one, and I mean just one, we'll unlock the ultimate mystery of life. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said coldly, At a time like this, stop thinking about that nonsense. We'll deal with that later. Luo Qiao and Shun Feng also felt immense pressure. Although they weren't exactly afraid of these wasteland golems, if the Dreamer were to be overrun, their race's spaceships would stand no chance against the wasteland golems' attacks, and if that happened, would they have to fly through space with their own bodies? They weren't at that level yet. What should we do? You call the shots, Chaos. Luo Qiao looked at Zhang Yi and said gravely. As a top-tier space ability user, you must have a way to lead us out of this crisis, right? Zhang Yi took a deep breath, his mind racing, before answering. Right now, I have only one option, to absorb all of you into my shadow. If I'm acting alone, I can evade pursuit. Luo Qiao didn't hesitate for a moment. Great idea, let's do it. Shun Feng nodded as well. Zhang Yi really wanted to roll his eyes. Duh. Of course you'd be happy to sit back and watch the show from inside the shadow while I'm the one running all over the place. Though he grumbled inwardly, time was of the essence, and this was the best course of action. He barked, Mu Yan, activate the Shadow Realm. Roger that, Supreme Excellency. Mu Yan, who was usually quiet and reserved, responded to the command. Zhang Yi's shadow rapidly spread across the spaceship, extending to encompass the entire vessel. No one resisted as the black shadow curtain enveloped them. They were all drawn into Mu Yan's shadow space. Zhang Yi reached out and placed his hand on the massive Dreamer ship. The dimensional gate expanded like a gigantic curtain from the palm of his hand in all directions, forming a massive spatial portal that swallowed the entire Dreamer whole. The wasteland golems, who had been standing nearby, ready to feast on the Dreamer vessel as if it were a giant chocolate cake, were stunned in an instant. Where's my snack? In the vast, boundless expanse of the starry sky, the massive spaceship, the Dreamer, vanished completely, leaving only Zhang Yi floating alone in space. The wasteland golems were only stunned for a moment before their gazes all locked onto Zhang Yi. Their eyes churned with bloodthirsty desire and greed, viewing him as a colossal mass of energy. Dozens of wasteland golems lunged at him almost simultaneously. Zhang Yi instinctively reached out to strike, but upon a change of heart, he immediately held back. He knew these monsters would adapt to his attack methods. If he continued to bombard them with spatial powers, it would only allow them to gradually develop a countermeasure against his abilities. He absolutely could not let that happen. The safest course of action right now was to evacuate this star system first, then devise a long-term strategy. Chapter 2865, Adaptive Evolution. In the distance, among the fleet of the United Alliance of 10,000 races, roars and curses erupted one after another. Flashes of fire kept exploding across the starry sky, signaling that the various races were already deep in the midst of a catastrophe. This crisis was far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. Without the 6 great super races to clear the way, and faced with the monsters left behind by the Starry Sky Clan, the weakness of many races was laid bare. Zhang Yi felt not a shred of pity. All of this had been part of his plan from the start. Once they set foot here, it was every man for himself. If they were to die at the hands of the wasteland golems, it would only be a blessing for the 6th generation. Whoosh! Zhang Yi activated the formless void realm and raced straight toward the nearest celestial body. That massive metallic planet, which had been blown to pieces, was the best place to land and hide at that moment. Boss, are you really going to head for that planet? Fatty Su's voice rang out. Why do I get the feeling that the wasteland golems were released from right there? You're right, Zhang Yi replied calmly. But have you considered one thing? Huh? What is it? Since the wasteland golems originated from this metal planet, there might just be a mechanism on it that controls them. Zhang Yi thought to himself, and the technology to create these monsters. If he could master this power while resolving the crisis, he'd welcome it with open arms. Of course, he could only keep these thoughts to himself. He couldn't let Luo Qiao and Shun Feng know. Even with allies, one must always guard against conflicts of core interests. A distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers wasn't something one could cover in the blink of an eye. As Zhang Yi flew, he drew the frenzied pursuit of a large group of wasteland golems. Fortunately, they hadn't yet evolved methods to counter ability users and could only navigate through space in the most primitive way. This gave Zhang Yi ample time to steadily increase his lead. A thought flashed through his mind, and an idea took shape instantly. While fleeing, he seized the right moment, activated the formless void realm, and pulled a wasteland golem directly in front of him. The wasteland golem froze in surprise. Just as it was about to attack, Zhang Yi raised his hand and forced it into his body. The void immortal robe served as a passageway to the netherworld. This wasteland golem had been born only recently and had not yet undergone adaptive evolution. It was one of the most primitive specimens and was immediately imprisoned within the netherworld. After capturing the wasteland golem, Zhang Yi continued his escape, making each jump 5,000 meters. With him fleeing at full speed, the wasteland golems were completely unable to close in, and he left them farther and farther behind. As more and more allied forces arrived from behind, the wasteland golems immediately abandoned their pursuit of Zhang Yi and instead lunged toward the massive crowd. Over an hour later, Zhang Yi finally landed on the shards of a shattered planetary body. These were the remnants of a metal planet that had been blown apart, forming a vast asteroid belt around its core. The moment he touched down, he penetrated deep into the interior of the celestial body to ensure he remained undetected. Only after confirming he was completely safe did he stop and begin to study the wasteland golem. "Luo Qiao, Shunfeng, help me subdue it," Zhang Yi said to the two black knights within the shadow space. "Don't worry. Even if its abilities are bizarre, temporarily subduing it won't be a problem," Luo Qiao replied calmly. Zhang Yi opened the door to the netherworld and released the wasteland golem. Trapped in the netherworld with no way out, the monster thrashed about frantically like a headless fly. But after observing it for a while, Zhang Yi discovered that it had not developed any resistance to the netherworld. This discovery brought a faint smile to his lips. Thankfully, the Starry Sky Clan wasn't that powerful. The netherworld and the mortal world are completely different realms. All supernatural substances from the mortal world are suppressed by the netherworld. "So it can't absorb anything," he said softly. Immediately, he retrieved the wasteland golem from the netherworld and tossed it into the shadow space. No sooner had this hideous monster appeared than a massive crab claw clamped down viciously on its neck, pinning it to the ground. The monster struggled desperately, but how could its strength possibly match that of a black knight of the enhancement type? "This thing will continue to evolve during combat. As long as we control the intensity of our attacks, we can limit its rate of evolution," Shunfeng said coldly. Though he spoke sparingly, his mind was exceptionally clear. Luo Qiao stood with his hands behind his back, 9 enormous spirit fish swimming slowly beside him. "But how exactly should we study this thing?" Lu Karen and Professor Da Vinci walked over quickly. "I suggest we slice it open," Lu Karen said earnestly. Professor Da Vinci rested his chin in his hand, his expression serious. "We can start by analyzing a cross-section to examine its cellular structure." The two set to work immediately. The shadow space was fully equipped with instruments, and with two black knights standing guard, there was no danger whatsoever. Lu Karen picked up the lab's sharpest plasma laser cutter and began cutting into the wasteland golem's arm. But the laser, capable of effortlessly slicing through diamonds, glided over the wasteland golem's fingertip without leaving even the slightest mark. Lu Karen couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a creature capable of gnawing the dreamer to pieces. Its physical strength is beyond imagination." "Let me try," Shunfeng said calmly. He raised his crab claw, aimed it at one of the wasteland golem's fingers, and sliced down gently. Snap! Half a finger fell to the ground. The wasteland golem seemed to feel no pain, it merely struggled frantically, its eyes filled with nothing but murderous intent and bloodlust. Even the severed finger lying on the ground was twitching and contorting wildly. Professor Da Vinci immediately picked it up with his robotic arm, placed it in a specimen jar, and, together with Lu Karen, began studying it under a microscope, a process that would take time. Zhang Yi dared not make a move, remaining hidden inside the celestial body while contacting the coalition forces through the communication channel. Even now, the coalition forces were still at a loss against the wasteland golems. Some formed alliances to counterattack, while others jumped away to escape, each employing their own tactics. Yet no one could truly kill these wasteland golems. Soon, Professor Da Vinci's exclamation rang out, "This is unbelievable." Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. "Well, Professor, have you figured out why it can't be killed?" Professor Da Vinci exclaimed excitedly, "The resilience of its cells far exceeds anything I could have imagined. I've studied countless alien bodies at the Natural Science Association, but I've never seen a structure like this. Every cell is an independent life form, constantly writhing and craving energy. I bombarded a single cell with a 100,000-degree heat ray, yet I couldn't kill it. It's utterly monstrous. If this creature were to spread throughout the universe, it would bring utter destruction to all life." Just how insane were the experiments conducted by the Starry Sky Clan? The more Zhang Yi listened, the more familiar it all sounded. The idea that even 100,000 degrees of heat couldn't kill a single cell sounded like fantasy. This also made everyone truly understand what a mighty god-level civilization really meant. It was an existence that had truly transcended the mundane world and touched upon the fundamental laws of the universe. No wonder the creator, Kagago, had to destroy the sharpest of swords with his own hands. If the Starry Sky Clan were allowed to develop unchecked, they might create a destroyer even more terrifying than the Drucker people. Zhang Yi spoke up, "So, to completely eradicate it, we must kill every single cell?" "I've seen situations like this before. Many immortals and mutants are like that. The entire universe follows the law of conservation of energy. There's no such thing as a truly indestructible being." "No, it's not that simple." Professor Da Vinci's expression was grave, yet a mad gleam shone in his eyes. "These cells are enveloped by a layer of special energy. I can't discern its source. Moreover, when I irradiate them with ultra-high-temperature lasers, they actually absorb the energy and split apart. I suspect that non-lethal energy attacks only make them stronger. In other words, the more they're attacked, the stronger they become, and they can even adapt and evolve." Chapter 2866, Researching the Wasteland Golems. "I see." Zhang Yi's gaze was sharp. "I can't hide here forever. Eventually, I'll have to break through the Wasteland Golem's blockade and head into the depths of the Starry Sky Passage. You two continue your research. Since I'm here anyway, I'll venture deep into this metal planet. Hey, Brother Chaos, don't leave us behind." Luo Qiao laughed. Shun Feng nodded in agreement. The two were not Zhang Yi's subordinates, but allies. As night-level geniuses, they had their own pride. Facing such a formidable opponent only made them excited and curious, eager to explore its secrets and seek possibilities for the evolution of life. "Do as you please." Zhang Yi had no right to restrain them, so of course he wouldn't stop them. Suddenly, Professor Da Vinci cried out again, "Oh no!" After being exposed to high temperatures, the cells on the slide have started moving frantically. Crackle! Pop! The severed finger violently pounded against the container, desperately trying to escape. Even though it had been severed from the body, its vitality remained terrifyingly intense. "Leave it to us." Uncle Yu, clad in heavy demon god armor, stepped forward slowly. Among the group, in terms of raw strength alone, he was second only to the night-level powerhouses present. When unleashed to its full potential, the demon god armor could even rival the power of a white knight. "Mr. Shunfeng, Mr. Luo Qiao, you have more important matters to attend to. There's no need to trouble the two of you with this minor issue." As soon as the words left his mouth, the dark demon god armor on his body automatically detached and slammed onto the wasteland golem, pinning it down firmly. The demon god armor was the pinnacle of Zhang Yi's team's technological achievements, made of materials even more precious than those of the Dreamer. It was the top-tier armor Zhang Yi himself had once worn. Trapped by the armor, the wasteland golem writhed frantically but could no longer move even an inch. Uncle Yu pointed at the subdued wasteland golem. "The fact that it could be sealed inside a metal box before shows that, as long as it isn't subjected to external attacks, it's very difficult for it to undergo adaptive evolution. By trapping it, I can achieve a similar effect." Shunfeng looked at Uncle Yu with admiration in his eyes and nodded. "You're very clever. The others also looked lost in thought. When facing a monster like this, the best approach wasn't to attack, but to seal it away. This might be a very effective strategy for dealing with the wasteland golems. Shun Feng and Luo Qiao stepped out of the shadow space and approached Zhang Yi, their eyes brimming with eagerness. Now free from the warship's constraints, they had long been eager to engage the wasteland golems in a proper battle. Zhang Yi's thoughts were even simpler. He simply wanted to figure out why the wasteland golems possessed such terrifying vitality. And to understand the root cause, they must first find a way to kill them. It's not enough to know what happens, one must also understand why. Let's be careful not to disturb too many wasteland golems. If their numbers become too great, we might all be overwhelmed, Zhang Yi cautioned. Of course, Luo Qiao and Shun Feng nodded in unison. Zhang Yi activated the formless void realm and led the two of them to the shattered metal celestial body. The three advanced with great caution. Throughout the cosmos, more and more wasteland golems were breaking free from the seals on their crates and darting about. They prioritized attacking the warships and mutants of the alliance of 10,000 races. Some were even gnawing on celestial bodies and metal fragments in space. Let's get a little closer, don't stay too far away, Zhang Yi said. He was the first to select a target and, activating the formless void realm, charged straight toward it. A wasteland golem was perched on another celestial body, clutching a metal fragment hundreds of kilometers long and devouring it frantically, as if savoring the most delicious cream cake. The sound of crunching reached Zhang Yi's ears clearly. The wasteland golem suddenly sensed Zhang Yi's presence, immediately dropped the metal, and lunged toward him at breakneck speed. This time, Zhang Yi didn't need to divide his attention. Daring not to let his guard down even for a moment, he raised the Eternal Judgment Sword and charged head-on. Whoosh! The formless void realm forcibly pulled the wasteland golem right in front of him. The formless void and the space-time swamp were unleashed to their fullest extent, instantly forming a distorted spatial swamp around him. The movement of all approaching objects was drastically slowed. Since reaching the Black Knight level, he had rarely engaged in close-quarters combat. But facing a monster capable of adapting to supernatural abilities, he chose melee combat to prevent the opponent from figuring out his powers. The Godslayer battle armor was powered to its full potential. The moment the long sword left its sheath, with blinding speed, it struck over 1,000 times simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the charging wasteland golem was sliced into a shower of fragments. His eyes were fixed intently on every piece of flesh, closely observing the entire process of its regeneration. The battle footage was transmitted in real time back to the shadow space, where Yang Xinxin, Lu Karen, and others analyzed and studied it using specialized equipment. The fragments scattered across the ground, but in less than a second, they began writhing and converging frantically, without wasting a single drop of blood. It was as if every cell possessed a life of its own, reassembling into a complete wasteland golem. When it reappeared, Zhang Yi clearly sensed that its body had undergone a transformation. Dark silver patterns emerged on the surface of its skin, and both its bones and flesh had become even more resilient. To test his hypothesis, Zhang Yi swung his sword once more. This time, as he slashed it apart, he distinctly felt resistance. It was no longer as effortless as before. He immediately followed up with several more strikes, chopping it into a pulp. But just 10 seconds later, all the flesh, blood, and bones coalesced once more, reforming into an undamaged wasteland golem that charged at him again. During the third attack, its defenses had grown even stronger. However, its speed and strength remained unchanged, and it did not unleash any supernatural attacks. Is its evolution tailored to counter my attack style? Zhang Yi frowned, stepped back to create some distance, and asked Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin, during these rebirths, have you noticed any key patterns? Before Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen, the supercomputer was running at full speed. We don't have enough data yet, brother. Try a few more times. Meanwhile, Professor Da Vinci's team had also made a new discovery. There's a connection resembling a causal force between every cell, weaving a dense, vast network. Zhang Yi asked in a low voice, even if it's a network, there must be a central hub, right? A core that controls memory, instincts, and the rules of action, just like the human brain. Something like that must exist, or perhaps they're receiving signals from some distant central processor. He understood better than anyone that one must look beyond appearances to the true essence. Throughout his life, Zhang Yi had battled countless bizarre creatures and mutants. He never believed that anything in this world existed without a source. "I'll continue the experiment," Zhang Yi instructed in a low voice. "Use only physical attacks to force it to undergo gradual stress-induced changes. Watch closely." To provide more samples, Zhang Yi continued to unleash a barrage of attacks on the wasteland golem. After more than a dozen rounds, he distinctly felt that the force required to swing his sword was growing ever greater. Fortunately, he held in his hand the sharpest divine weapon in the universe, the Yi Hen tribe's eternal judgment sword. There is no weapon in this world more resilient or sharper than its blade. Even though the wasteland golem's physical form had evolved to surpass the durability of a warship's core, he could still effortlessly cleave it apart. But this was by no means a sustainable solution. Zhang Yi even had a growing sense that after a few thousand more strikes, its defenses might actually be able to withstand his pure physical attacks. While Zhang Yi experimented in battle, Shunfeng and Luo Qiao each engaged a wasteland golem, constantly testing and searching for weaknesses. Chapter 2867, Simulating the Drucker People. Shunfeng's attacks were the simplest and most brutal. His terrifying light-speed fist repeatedly pounded the wasteland golem into a pulp. But no matter what they did, the wasteland golem was able to fully recover time and time again. Luo Qiao's spirit fish attack, however, had a special effect. After the first bite, the wasteland golem's physical body remained unscathed, yet it fell into a prolonged state of stupor. Luo Qiao thought he had found the weakness, convinced that the wasteland golem was merely physically formidable but spiritually fragile. But in less than 5 minutes, the wasteland golem regained consciousness, and its body had even evolved a resistance to spiritual attacks. When he struck again, the effect was far less potent than before. "Strange," Luo Qiao said, furrowing his brow. His power could directly attack the spirit, that is, the etheric source. Once a soul is devoured, even the mightiest creature will die. But why does this monster keep coming back to life? Could it be that it has no spirit at all, that it's just an empty shell? That would be even more implausible, since the energy readings from its body clearly indicate it possesses ethereal power. Footage of the three-way battle was transmitted back in real time and analyzed by a team led by Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. Elite forces from the Spirit Clan and the Sea Abyss Clan worked in perfect coordination. After more than 20 minutes of intense work, the massive amount of data finally allowed Yang Xinxin to reach a conclusion. She said to all three of them at once, "Shatter the wasteland golems again. Remember, preserve the piece right in the center of the sternum, don't destroy it." The three didn't ask any questions, they immediately obeyed. Except for that small piece of flesh at the center of the chest, the rest of the body was reduced to a pulp. Immediately afterward, they witnessed with their own eyes as all the shattered flesh frantically converged toward that small piece. "So it's here," Luo Qiao whispered. "The weak point is at the center of the sternum?" "No." Shunfeng spoke up, "I've attacked this spot at least 100 times, yet it still manages to revive." "Why?" "Because something special is hidden inside this critical point," said Professor Da Vinci, who had completed his anatomical analysis. Under the microscope, he had found a fragment of flesh no larger than a grain of rice. It's the least active of all the flesh and blood, yet it's the hardest. Its energy fluctuations are faint, but it harbors an indescribable life force. You'd never discover it without deliberate study. "It can't be destroyed?" Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smile. "As long as I find the weak spot, I don't believe there's anything in this world that can't be destroyed." He gripped the Eternal Judgment sword tightly with both hands and aimed it at the chest of the newly revived wasteland golem. Following the data provided by Yang Xinxin, he precisely locked onto that core and thrust the sword forward with all his might. A terrifying torrent of dark sword energy coalesced into an ultra-sharp spike, piercing that single point with brutal force. A pitch-black beam of sword light pierced through the wasteland golem's body, stretching dozens of kilometers across the starry sky. With this single strike, Zhang Yi was confident he could destroy nearly all known matter in the world. As the sword struck, a massive hole was blasted through the wasteland golem's body. But in the very next second, Zhang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. On the tip of the sword, that grain of rice-sized piece of flesh remained completely intact, not even a hint of tremor. What on earth is this thing? Seeing that the wasteland golem was about to regenerate once more, Zhang Yi wasted no time. He activated the formless void realm and pulled that core directly into the depths of the netherworld. Following this action, the wasteland golem's flesh, which had been rapidly reassembling, instantly descended into chaos. It twisted and tangled blindly, yet could never take shape again. Zhang Yi shouted to Shun Feng and Luo Qiao, "Take the core from the center of their sternums, that will prevent them from reviving." Upon hearing this, Shun Feng struck with his massive crab claw, piercing the wasteland golem's body and clamping the core between his claws. "Is that all it takes?" Luo Qiao followed suit, shattering the body, extracting the core, and placing it on his fingertip to examine it closely. But just as the two were staring at it, the tiny mass of flesh suddenly extended blood-red tentacles, which dug viciously into their flesh like tree roots. They spread frantically toward their blood vessels and bones, intent on draining all their life energy. The two were horrified. Luo Qiao didn't hesitate, he severed one of his own fingers. Shun Feng roared in fury and slammed his crab claw violently against the surface of the dark star. The violent shockwave not only failed to knock the core away but actually accelerated its corrosion. "Damn it!" Shun Feng, in a fit of sheer rage, shattered the tip of his crab claw and retreated at the speed of light in sheer terror. Immediately afterward, the two watched helplessly as the flesh and blood they'd left behind were completely devoured by that core. "What the hell is this thing? Don't let it touch your physical bodies." Zhang Yi took a deep breath. After imprisoning the core within the netherworld, it finally stopped moving. His suspicions were fully confirmed. "I know what these things are now." The three regrouped, and Zhang Yi's expression turned grave. "Don't stray too far from me from now on. Aside from me, your abilities won't be effective against them. I suspect most of the allied forces passing through this star system are doomed." Luo Qiao and Shun Feng hadn't taken the wasteland golems seriously at all. As top-tier geniuses from various races, these mass-produced monsters were nothing more than grunts in their eyes. How could they possibly threaten their lives? But only after enduring a grueling battle did they realize that even if they could crush the wasteland golems into a pulp, they would regenerate endlessly, like maggots clinging to bone, sending a chill down their spines. "Lord Chaos, tell us, what exactly are these?" Zhang Yi took a deep breath. "These are flesh and blood cores created in the image of the Drucker." Their eyes narrowed sharply, and their vigilance shot to the max. The Drucker species are the nightmare of the entire universe. They have devoured and wiped out thousands upon thousands of species. Once they awaken, over 99% of all life in this realm will be devoured. Are you saying the Starry Sky Clan is imitating the Druckers to create this ultimate life form? The Drucker's power does not stem from innate, terrifying combat prowess. Zhang Yi explained slowly, as third-generation beings, when they were first created, the Creator merely endowed them with supreme survival capabilities, allowing them to endure any extreme environment and observe the material world eternally. But this race had one fatal flaw: as high-dimensional beings, the Creator's limited understanding of the three-dimensional world led to a grave mistake. The Creator endowed the Drucker with boundless, ever-expanding desires, ensuring they wouldn't become desireless, self-isolated, and eventually perish like the Yihen tribe. The Creator also granted them bodies capable of devouring everything, ensuring they would never die from material deprivation. After billions of years of warfare, the Druckers were repeatedly suppressed, yet they grew ever stronger, ultimately giving rise to 7 indestructible demon kings. Their physical forms are indestructible, and their desires endure forever. Even if they lose their bodies, they will not be recalled by the Creator and can remain in the material world eternally. This is the most terrifying aspect of the 7 demon kings of the Druckers. And now, the characteristics of these wasteland golems are exactly the same as those of the legendary Druckers. Luo Qiao's expression grew somber. I finally understand why the once invincible Starry Sky clan was so swiftly annihilated within a mere few tens of millions of years. Their plan was simply too insane. Zhang Yi looked at the two of them. Don't think that becoming Black Knights will allow you to run rampant across the universe. I believe that, during the era of the Starry Sky clan, those at our level wouldn't have been considered particularly powerful. Stupidity has never been an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. Chapter 2868, The Experimental Planet. Zhang Yi understood this all too well. He had witnessed it with his own eyes when the Tianyu Palace first emerged. Even the octopus-like creatures under the Four Knights' command were no weaker in combat than today's Black Knights. Zhang Yi warned in a grave tone, I'm going to say something you might find absurd, but you'd best take it to heart. Treat every wasteland golem as an opponent of your own level. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Luo Qiao and Shun Feng would surely have thought Zhang Yi had gone mad. There were over 100 wasteland golems visible to the naked eye near this shattered planet. But Zhang Yi was not wrong. Although their direct destructive power didn't reach the level of a Black Knight, they posed a lethal threat to every single Black Knight. But your ability can trap them, right? Luo Qiao stared intently at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded. My space ability can temporarily confine them. But I'm not sure how long it will last. What he said was, in a sense, half true and half false. He knew full well that the energy of the netherworld was the exact opposite of that in the real world. Those artificial Drucker flesh cores were completely unable to absorb any matter from the netherworld. Just like a fire-eating monster that falls into water, it would simply lose all its power. Zhang Yi was certain of one thing. For now, his netherworld could trap the wasteland golem's cores. Thanks to the fact that the energy of the netherworld is completely opposite to that of the physical world, and the wasteland golem's inability to absorb energy, the wasteland golem cannot attack him. However, others aren't so lucky. Even the core that he couldn't destroy with the Eternal Judgment Sword would be extremely difficult for others to deal with. In fact, Zhang Yi had another idea in mind, to try utilizing Li Changgong's special ability. After all, Li Changgong's sword, though slow and with a short range, possessed the ability to dissect any object in the physical world. Back when they faced Mammon, it had even managed to slice through his flesh. Zhang Yi didn't believe these wasteland golem's cores could be any harder than Mammon's flesh. However, doing so might destroy these flesh and blood cores, which he felt would be a pity. Therefore, he wouldn't resort to that unless it was absolutely necessary. Luo Qiao and Shun Feng had already tried it. When they encountered these troublesome creatures, their only option was to flee. But continuing like this wasn't a viable solution. Luo Qiao furrowed his brow and looked at Zhang Yi. If we want to pass through this area and head deeper into the Starry Sky Passage, we can't possibly rely solely on you constantly using your ability to traverse it, can we? Zhang Yi's eye twitched. If he were to keep using his ability to teleport through space and the cosmos, it would probably take until his next lifetime. And since the entire galactic region was so vast, they couldn't summon their warships. Right now, there was only one way for them to leave. That was to completely eliminate the trouble caused by these wasteland golems. They weren't like the super races such as the White Dragon, possessing power strong enough to obliterate a planet. Zhang Yi turned to look at the dark silver metallic planet. I suspect this is the control center for the wasteland golems. Our only option now is to take a gamble, venture deep inside, and find a way to control them. What do you think? Luo Qiao and Shun Feng wore somber expressions. Although they now knew the wasteland golem's weakness, a weakness that couldn't be exploited was practically the same as invincibility. If they entered the metallic planet, the wasteland golem's stronghold, the danger would only be greater than out in the cosmos. Yet for now, they had no other choice. Luo Qiao said cautiously to Zhang Yi. I suggest we observe for a while longer. If we confirm that you can truly seal the wasteland golem's cores, it won't be too late to enter the metallic planet then. Zhang Yi nodded. Very good. I greatly appreciate your cautious approach. In the cosmic dimensions, time becomes less of a concern. Zhang Yi waited patiently. On the other hand, although he was eager to see those alien races he clashed with suffer heavy casualties here, for now, he still needed to use them to draw the wasteland golem's attention. So Zhang Yi announced his conclusion directly on the public channel for all races. I've already identified the weakness of these wasteland golems. Right at the center of their chests lies a core the size of a grain of rice. This thing is very difficult to destroy. You must find a way to seal or banish it. Remember, do not attempt to kill it completely, because these creatures can feed on everything in this world, including matter and energy, so the more you fight them, the stronger they'll become. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice, a somewhat familiar voice chimed in on the public channel. Chaos, how's the situation over there? Zhang Yi glanced at the person's name and realized it was Vishnu, one of the leaders of the three-headed clan. He had seen this person appear during the previous Grand Assembly of all races. Since they were cooperating with the human race of the Brahma Kingdom, they were, relatively speaking, a neutral race that leaned toward the 6th generation. Zhang Yi replied. Not great. We've been evading these guys the whole way. He didn't mention his plan to head for the metal planet, though Vishnu would naturally ask about it. In the vastness of the cosmos, we're still a very long way from the next spatial node. These guys are too persistent, there's simply no escaping them. How on earth did you manage it? Zhang Yi replied. I have my own sealing techniques, I don't need to explain that to you. Someone else asked. What do you plan to do next? Can your ship leave this region? Zhang Yi said somberly. No, I'm trying to figure it out. I've come to realize that if we really want to escape this region safely, we must resolve the issue of these wasteland golems. Over the communication channel, a powerful member of the Symbiote clan asked. Mr. Chaos, what are your thoughts? At a time like this, we all need to unite and overcome these challenges together. Please don't hold anything back. With the conversation having reached this point, Zhang Yi finally spoke slowly. As for exactly what we should do, isn't the answer right in front of us? In truth, you already have the answer in your hearts, why ask me at all? Zhang Yi would not take the initiative to tell everyone to head for the metal planet. If he did, others would surely assume it was part of his scheme. He needed these people to discover the root of the problem on their own. Sure enough, among the various clans, those who had made it this far were all the cream of the crop, not a single fool among them. As far as the eye could see, the only thing existing in this stretch of starry sky was that massive, shattered metal planet, there was nothing else around it. Even a fool would know that the key to solving the problem lies on that metal planet. A powerful member of the Symbiote clan asked. Are you suggesting we land on that planet? But won't there be even more wasteland golems up there? Zhang Yi replied calmly. Even if you don't go up there, do you really think they won't come out once we gradually approach that area? A moment of silence fell over the communication channel. Everyone realized that these wasteland golems were actively hunting them down. Once they sensed the powerful energy emanating from these intruders, they would pursue them relentlessly until one side was destroyed. The symbiote warrior immediately replied. Alright, this might be our only option for now. Chapter 2869, Type 2 Wasteland Golem. The powerful figure from the Symbiote clan appealed over the channel. Hundreds of elite warriors from various races are gathered here today. I hope everyone will refrain from any further conflict amongst themselves. If what happened on the 0 Point Star were to happen again, we might all die here. The Symbiote clan is a powerful and peace-loving race. They can coexist with any race, which is why they're also known as the peacemakers among the thousands of races. Consequently, when he spoke, the leaders of the other major races quickly echoed his words. After all, at the moment, no one could guarantee they'd escape this star system alive. Survival was the top priority. While that was certainly true, from start to finish, Zhang Yi hadn't heard a single word from the members of the races that had attacked him. Zhang Yi didn't care either way. Ever since their ambush on him had been exposed, the two sides had been locked in a life-or-death struggle. If these people didn't completely wipe him out in the Starry Sky Passage, the fate awaiting them upon their return would be, at the very least, exile into the cosmos, never to be allowed back to Earth Star. They had no way out. All right, then. Let's go our separate ways. Keep each other informed of any developments. Zhang Yi glanced at the time. Half an hour had passed since he'd sealed the core of that wasteland golem within the netherworld, yet it still showed no signs of any abnormal changes. Only then did Zhang Yi feel slightly reassured. He looked at Luo Qiao and Shen Feng. If you're ready, let's go. The two nodded, their expressions solemn. Zhang Yi activated the power of the formless void realm, carrying the two of them as they raced at the speed of light directly toward the metal planet, a large portion of which had been shattered. Their arrival naturally drew the attention of a large number of wasteland golems. Many wasteland golems that had not yet been unsealed from their metal containers also sensed the approach of a powerful energy entity and actively emerged from their containers, lunging toward them to attack. However, Zhang Yi, drawing on his previous experience, knew exactly how to deal with them. He avoided unnecessary combat, instead immediately activating the formless void realm to drag them one by one into the depths of his netherworld. Once inside the netherworld, with no energy to absorb, they instantly became lambs to the slaughter, forced to submit to the endless darkness, where even movement was difficult. With Zhang Yi's guidance, the allied forces of 10,000 races quickly regained their composure after their initial confusion and panic. They were all geniuses from their respective races, and every team within the alliance included a variety of mutant individuals. And there were quite a few mutants with sealing abilities. Although they couldn't use the netherworld to restrain the wasteland golems like Zhang Yi could, they were still able to temporarily render the wasteland golems immobile. Soon, the death toll began to drop. While they couldn't restrain the wasteland golems for long, they at least bought themselves some time to act. Countless warships flew toward the metal planet. Upon sensing the approach of these alien lifeforms, the autonomous defense system in the heart of this massive, purely technological metal planet was activated. Unidentified lifeforms detected closing in. Aircraft classified as Class 2 and Class 3, assessed as a low-level civilization. Initiate autonomous defense functions of the biological testing facility, release Type 2 wasteland golems. This massive planet was not limited to its surface alone. It was constructed entirely of metal, with layer upon layer from the inside out, filled with various massive experimental facilities. And within it lay a three-dimensional space spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, resembling a cubic platform pressed flat against the ground. When the planet's autonomous defense system was activated, massive fissures suddenly tore open across the surface of this platform. Layer upon layer of seals were unlocked. Physical, energetic, and biological, various sealing methods, layered endlessly as if to contain demons. As those layers of seals were broken, 10 massive metal coffins emerged from the abyss that was revealed. Heavy and desolate, as if from ancient times, the energy restraints binding them resembled giant centipedes, clinging tightly to their surfaces. Only when the system's command reached this location did those energy locks slowly release, and the centipede-like arms retract into the very center of the lock mechanism. Whoosh! A blinding light burst forth from within the coffin. Immediately, the heavy lid slowly descended, and a dense chill transformed into white smoke, wafting out from within the coffin. This temperature should not exist in the world, it exists only in the cosmos, absolute zero. At this temperature, the motion of all particles comes to a standstill, one might even say that time itself is frozen within this region. As the temperature rose, the chill gradually dissipated. A pale yet powerful arm pushed aside the coffin lid and slowly emerged, revealing a face that appeared fair, handsome, and flawless. He raised his head and gazed up at the sky above. The sky was filled with useless, dying stars. In the starry sky passage, distant starlight was almost non-existent, all that could be seen was the world constructed by the Starry Sky Clan and the blue radiant halo suspended in the firmament. How much time has passed? Am I not dead yet? He murmured softly. To him, the seal of endless ages was nothing more than the blink of an eye. A warning from the planet's central autonomous defense system rang in his ears. the experimental planet has been invaded by beings from an alien civilization. Please eliminate the intruders as soon as possible. Intruders? The Type 2 wasteland golem, having just regained consciousness, rubbed the bridge of his nose vigorously. Unlike those previous monsters with their hideous, twisted features, he looked absolutely perfect. Not even a single pore could be detected on his face, even under a magnifying glass. He was powerful and beautiful, with a pair of pure white wings sprouting from his naked back. Every muscle in his body was brimming with explosive strength, yet he was not bulky. The Starry Sky Clan was a powerful and proud race. The lifeforms they created were required not only to possess immense power but also to have perfect physiques. Therefore, those Type 1 wasteland golems were nothing more than discarded rejects. These Type 2 wasteland golems, however, were advanced beings possessing intelligence. Intruders, is that so? It's been a long time since I've heard that term. Is it the Druckers? No, they are other low-level intelligent humans of later generations, created by the Creator. You must eradicate them completely to prevent data leaks from the experimental planet. The Type 2 wasteland golem gave a cold chuckle. A fleeting red glow flashed in its eyes, but its gaze quickly returned to clarity. Strange. A virtual autonomous defense system, how could those things have gotten this close? We've encountered more powerful civilizations before. The outer defense system of the experimental planet has been destroyed. I have now lost my autonomous defense capabilities. Chapter 2870, The Wasteland Golem Swarm. Oh? Is that so? A strange expression crossed the Type 2 wasteland golem's face. What kind of being could possibly breach the Starry Sky Clan's defense system? How intriguing. In a short amount of time, he processed all the intelligence from the outside world in his mind and couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful! Over 2 billion years have already passed. Then let me go and meet the new cosmic rulers that have emerged in the outside world over the past 2 billion years." A set of magnificent and powerful battle armor automatically materialized from the coffin and enveloped his body. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the air. Meanwhile, on this experimental outpost, similar lifeforms in the other 9 locations set out from the depths of the experimental planet, chasing after the invaders from beyond. Deep in the cosmos, upon learning that Zhang Yi had headed for the metal planet, the 3 pursuers, Edward of the Blood Clan, Ramuda of the Spider Demon Clan, and Barboda of the Nor Clan, immediately set off without hesitation, heading straight for the metal planet as well. From the very beginning, the trio's objective had been crystal clear: to eliminate Zhang Yi right here. Spaceships from various other races descended toward the metal planet like a swarm of bees. Naturally, they came under heavy attack from hordes of wasteland golems along the way. However, having mastered sealing techniques, they no longer fought as desperately as before, allowing them to land on the planet's surface one after another. After landing on the metal planet, Zhang Yi simply scanned the surrounding area and couldn't help but feel deeply awed. To construct an immense planet entirely through technological means, such a feat was truly staggering. This caused him, who had been feeling rather smug after reaching the Black Knight rank, to rein in some of his inner arrogance. He was still far from a mighty god-level civilization. Lu Karen also emerged from the shadows. Immediately, she pressed both hands against a silver wall and began to activate her transformation from nothing ability to dissect and analyze the materials. After a thorough analysis, Lu Karen was utterly stunned. "I've never seen a material like this in my entire life." Zhang Yi looked at her and asked, "What's the matter? Just how tough is it?" Lu Karen shook her head. "It's not just about toughness. When my hands touched this material and I activated my ability, it felt as though all my power was sinking into a boundless deep sea." She spoke decisively to Zhang Yi. "Brother, this material possesses extremely powerful resistance to supernatural abilities, making it very difficult to analyze using my transformation from nothing. So I hope you'll start gathering large quantities of this material right away. Once we crack this technology, our civilization will have taken another giant leap toward evolving into a mighty god-level civilization." Whatever Lu Karen wants, Lu Karen gets. It's that simple. No matter where she goes, she gets exactly what she sets her sights on. Zhang Yi's gaze also grew somewhat intense. Lu Karen was nothing short of a master of replication in the field of mechanical engineering. He nodded. I understand. But now that I think about it, it's even more terrifying to consider how the 6 supreme super races managed to shatter a full third of a planet like this. However, Zhang Yi didn't have much time to gather materials right now. The moment they touched down, an unusual commotion erupted from the depths of the planet. Clatter, clatter. Dozens of wasteland golems burst forth from the depths of the shattered celestial body. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi activated the formless void realm, instantly pulling one of the wasteland golems toward his body, then forcing its head into his void prison cloak. Luo Qiao and Shunfeng stood by his side like armed bodyguards, neither dared to act rashly. The entire scene was witnessed by the remaining wasteland golems. Zhang Yi repeated the process, pulling a second wasteland golem toward him. But this time, as if it had been prepared for this, the creature fought back with all its might. Its strength was so great that even Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. But it was ultimately useless. The exoskeleton of the Godslayer battle armor used its bending force to forcefully shove it into the netherworld. The dozens of wasteland golems that had been eyeing him menacingly and preparing to charge suddenly and strangely halted their advance upon witnessing this scene. Then, with a swish, they scattered in all directions. These creatures actually had the sense to flee. Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. I thought they'd just act on instinct, pouncing on anything they saw. But before Zhang Yi could finish his sentence, the wasteland golems that had fled to the farthest reaches began to undergo different transformations. Some pulled a metal pillar hundreds of meters tall and over 10 meters in length and width from the ground, hurling it viciously at Zhang Yi from a great distance. Others pressed their limbs to the ground like ferocious tigers, as layers of fiery patterns emerged across their bodies. One of the wasteland golems' throats began to writhe, and a plume of black smoke billowed from the depths of its throat. It then opened its mouth and spat out a powerful beam of flame-attribute supernatural energy, which slammed into Zhang Yi from 7 or 8 kilometers away. Dozens of wasteland golems, and each one actually displayed completely different abilities. These creatures are trying to find your weakness. Luo Qiao warned. Is their combat effectiveness as a group significantly greater than when fighting individually? That's truly terrifying. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. The void immortal robe unfurled around him, completely absorbing all the energy attacking him into his body. The intelligence system of the Godslayer battle armor assessed their combat strength based on the intensity of these wasteland golems' attacks. Their ability indexes were surprisingly ranged between 30,000 and 40,000 points. Attacks of this magnitude couldn't harm Zhang Yi in the slightest. Zhang Yi warned Luo Qiao and Shunfeng. Don't intervene. All forms of attack will be absorbed and converted into their own energy and power, so the more they fight, the stronger they'll become. The two nodded, neither acting on impulse. Just as the wasteland golems group attack failed, one of them slowly stepped forward from the rear. Its eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Yi, and suddenly, its eyeballs began to twist eerily, forming 2 pitch-black whirlpools. A moment later, the space around Zhang Yi was suddenly twisted and folded, as if a black hole had appeared right where he stood. This faint spatial energy force was instantly devoured by Zhang Yi's void immortal robe. I can't let them keep evolving like this. They've actually managed to develop space abilities. I'm going to wipe every single one of you out. Zhang Yi chose to take the offensive. He swiftly activated the formless void realm, locked onto a direction, and gave chase. That wasteland golem had already witnessed all of Zhang Yi's abilities. Just as Zhang Yi pulled it within reach, an unimaginable force erupted from its body, allowing it to violently break free from Zhang Yi's grasp. Chapter 2871, Sealing Techniques. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. To prevent themselves from being swallowed into the netherworld by me, they've transformed their bodies into enhancement-type abilities. These guys' combat instincts are truly terrifying. So far, he had witnessed ability transformations ranging from nature type and enhancement type to beast transformation type and more. Naturally, the most powerful among them were the space abilities targeted at him. However, the space abilities displayed by the Wasteland Golems were extremely rudimentary. Higher-level time-based and rules category abilities had yet to appear. But upon closer reflection, the reason was obvious. Whether it was time or the laws of the universe, both touched upon the principles of higher dimensions. And these biological weapons clearly lack such advanced intellect. That said, the energy fluctuations emanating from the Wasteland Golems rose and fell. They were actually shifting freely between various different forms of mutants. They were trying to find a way to counter Zhang Yi's powerful spatial defenses, attempting to break through this barrier. For Zhang Yi to successfully seal them all into his own dimensional space by himself was proving to be somewhat troublesome. He didn't want to waste time here. The longer he lingered, the more Wasteland Golems would gather here. By then, he would have no choice but to flee. He said to Shunfeng, "Lord Shunfeng, please lend me a hand and send these creatures toward me." Shunfeng nodded silently. In the next instant, he vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind one of the Wasteland Golems. He unleashed a lightspeed punch, violently hurling it straight toward Zhang Yi's body. The void immortal robe unfurled, its curtain resembling the starry expanse of the cosmos, acting like a pocket to swallow the Wasteland Golem whole. Excellent, that's it. Their coordination was flawless. Within 10 seconds, they had absorbed all several dozen Wasteland Golems into the void. Although they had attempted to evolve themselves to withstand Shunfeng's terrifying power, Shunfeng didn't give them enough time to evolve to a level where they possessed sufficient defensive capabilities. He killed them all with a single strike. Shunfeng walked up to Zhang Yi and said in a voice devoid of emotion, "Once we leave here, I'll need 10 Wasteland Golems." Anyone could see just how advanced the biotechnology contained within these Wasteland Golems was. Zhang Yi looked at him. "Can your Sea Abyss clan keep them under control?" Shunfeng raised an eyebrow. "Of course we have our ways. The Sea Abyss clan's technological level is also extremely high." Now that he knew the Wasteland Golems could be sealed, he naturally wanted to acquire some. Luo Qiao also walked over. "We of the Spirit Clan need some as well." This time, however, Zhang Yi didn't haggle with them, he simply nodded. All right. He wasn't stingy with the treasures these Wasteland Golems held. Because by now, he was already quite certain where these creatures actually came from. As long as he could venture deep into the experimental planet, he'd have a chance to master the core technology behind their creation. By then, that would be far more important than obtaining these Wasteland Golems. Just as they had finished dealing with the Wasteland Golems, several nearby spaceships rapidly landed. Numerous fully armed beings from ancient races disembarked from the ships. Zhang Yi scanned the scene and recognized them. These elite warriors all possessed ability indexes of at least 30,000 points, even the weakest among them. Moreover, the group was led by several Black Knight and White Knight level powerhouses. Among them were the Abyss clan from the depths of the Earth's core, the Giant Demon clan from beneath the North Sea Abyss, and the Emerald Feather clan from the Ancient Era. They appeared dark green all over, with a pair of nearly transparent wings, and bore many features that Zhang Yi perceived as insect-like. Yet their entire beings were brimming with explosive power. These tribes had once dominated an era in the past, and their relationship with the sixth generation was neither particularly good nor bad. However, one figure glared at Zhang Yi, his expression tinged with resentment. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. It was none other than Hulan, the dog-headed man from the Ula clan of the Egyptian underworld. He had been driven off by Zhang Yi before, so naturally, he harbored no fondness for him now. Zhang Yi and his two companions joined forces to seal away dozens of Wasteland Golems. Although the others didn't understand what sealing technique Zhang Yi had used, this confirmed one thing for them. Their earlier panic regarding the Wasteland Golems had stemmed solely from a lack of understanding of their abilities. Since they were all Black Knight-level warriors, and Zhang Yi and his two companions had managed to do this so effortlessly, there was nothing for them to fear. Mong Qi was a member of the Yi Hen tribe of the Abyss race from the 5th era. He possessed very distinct lizard-like features, though not as obvious as those of the Dragon Clan or the people of the Wulwan Empire. For instance, he didn't have a long tail, nor did he have long horns protruding from the top of his head. He simply had fine scales covering certain parts of his body. At first glance, he didn't look much different from a human. Meng Qi addressed Zhang Yi. "I didn't expect you'd already cleared this battlefield. What are your plans from here on out? Would you like to travel together?" Zhang Yi's current strength had already been recognized by all the races. Out of caution, Meng Qi intended to act in coordination with Zhang Yi. After all, mutants with sealing abilities were highly sought after at the moment. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. These days, the lines between factions were clearly drawn. The sixth-generation humans, the Abyss Clan, and the Spirit Clan were all lackeys of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, he held the secrets of the special divine scripts in his hands. Naturally, he couldn't just share them with anyone. The key point was that these people hadn't yet earned his trust. Just then, a cold voice came from beside him. "Why bother cooperating with them? Don't forget, they're still being hunted down. Do you really want to get dragged into someone else's trouble?" The voice belonged to Ulan, the dog-headed man standing behind him. He clutched a golden scepter in his hand, his eyes fixed warily on Zhang Yi. He hadn't forgotten the grudge from when Zhang Yi had snatched a portion of the small world's origin from him earlier. Zhang Yi snorted lightly and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. A large group isn't necessarily a good thing. The more people there are, the bigger the target, and the more likely we are to attract a swarm of wasteland golems. We'll be heading out first." He didn't want to continue talking with these people. So, taking Luo Qiao and Shun Feng with him, he quickly activated the formless void realm and moved far away from there. Meng Qi turned to Ulan and said helplessly, "He does have a bit more experience than us after all. Didn't you see the sealing technique he used just now? With him, our journey ahead will be much easier." But others spoke up indifferently. "I think Ulan is right. Now that Chaos is the only Black Knight level being among the sixth generation, he's offended far too many races. Not to mention that by becoming the Dragon Clan's #1 henchman, he's directly provoked the Tyrannosaur Clan. And he's killed powerful members of the Blood Clan, the Nor Clan, the Spider Demon Clan, and the Nightmare Clan. Those groups will never let him off the hook. We'd be better off staying out of this trouble." Chapter 2872, Exploring the Experimental Planet. Meng Qi thought for a moment, then could only shake his head in resignation. Just then, sensing their warship land, a massive swarm of wasteland golems suddenly swooped down from the sky to attack. They had been tracking this group from the depths of space. Ulan snorted coldly. "It's just a sealing ritual, what's so hard about that? Watch me drag these biological weapons into the endless inferno." He raised his left hand and, out of thin air, materialized a pair of golden scales. Heavenly Judgment. A blinding golden light shot skyward from the golden scales, enveloping both him and the attacking wasteland golems. In the next instant, they found themselves beneath a starry sky, in the midst of an endless wasteland. Upon the dark soil, two massive gates, one black, one white, swing open. All the wasteland golems were bound by the rules of this realm and unable to launch an attack. Ulan stared at them coldly. The two sides of the scales displayed the disparity in ability indexes between Ulan and the wasteland golems. Undoubtedly, these wasteland golems, having only recently awakened from their seals, had not absorbed sufficient energy from the outside world, and none of their ability indexes had even reached 50,000 points. He immediately opened the gates of hell, and an endless horde of evil spirits dragged them inside. In less than a second, Ulan had completed the sealing of these dozens of wasteland golems. "Isn't this efficiency far greater than theirs?" Ulan said disdainfully. Someone nearby clapped their hands. "As expected of the wolf god of the Ula clan, you're truly formidable. If Chaos were to encounter you, he'd probably get soundly beaten by you." The speaker was Chang'an, a powerful member of the Emerald Feather clan. She had originally intended to praise Ulan. But Ulan's expression instantly turned grim. After all, not long ago, he had just been soundly beaten by Zhang Yi. He merely gave a faint, cold snort and said insincerely, "Of course." Meng Qi continued. "Although this mission is dangerous, it's also an opportunity. Everyone wants to get their hands on the Starry Sky Clan's biotechnology, let's do our best." The group didn't have a clear objective, so they could only use their technology to conduct a wide-area search of the surrounding region and then go their separate ways. Even though the 10,000 races had agreed to unite and cooperate when they set out, who didn't have their own hidden agenda? Precisely because of this, unless they encountered danger and needed help, they probably wouldn't share any truly useful intelligence with one another. Hulan and his group chose a different direction from Zhang Yi's party and began moving deeper into the experimental planet below. However, within 5 minutes, Hulan's expression suddenly changed. Trouble. At the center of his brow, a crimson gem suddenly exploded. Boom! Endless flames surged forward like a torrential flood. Amid the flames, one burning monster after another slowly rose to its feet. Meng Qi and the others were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. At first, they didn't know what was happening. But when they got a clear look at those wasteland golems, their bodies engulfed in raging flames, resembling magma creatures, they finally understood. They had actually broken through Ulan's hell seal. How could this happen? Didn't you say your sealing technique was flawless? Meng Qi looked at Ulan. Ulan frowned and said, "My seal is absolutely flawless. But these creatures..." On the energy display, the readings kept rising. 30,000 points, 40,000 points, and finally soaring past 50,000 points. Hulan had sealed dozens of wasteland golems within his most terrifying inferno of flames. But what Hulan didn't know was that just because Zhang Yi could do something didn't mean others could as well. The wasteland golems couldn't absorb the power of the netherworld, but that didn't mean they couldn't absorb the energy within his inferno. Having been reduced to ashes and resurrected countless times within the inferno, they grew stronger with each cycle. By now, they had transformed into a horde of flaming tyrants with ability indexes exceeding 50,000 points. Roar! A fierce roar erupted from the mouth of one of the wasteland golems. The other wasteland golems joined in, their roars shaking the heavens and earth, accompanied by boundless fury. Although they could be resurrected endlessly, the agony of being consumed by raging flames and reduced to ashes still unleashed their most ferocious nature. A large horde of flame tyrants charged ferociously toward Hulan and the others. "Damn it! Take them down!" Chanin barked coldly. "Idiot, what are you doing? Stop fighting." Meng Qi remained the calmest of them all. He pointed out the root of the problem: these things get stronger the more you fight them, and they can absorb energy. Let's get out of here first. Deep down, he was secretly regretting his decision. Earlier, he'd seen Zhang Yi and the others seal these wasteland golems with such ease that he'd assumed he could do the same. Little did he expect that, with Hulan's abilities, sealing 1 or 2 wouldn't pose a problem in the short term. But with dozens of wasteland golems, simply absorbing the power of his seal was enough to fuel them. They broke free in less than 5 minutes. Meanwhile, over at Zhang Yi's group, Zhang Yi had Lu Karen scan the surrounding area to survey the terrain. They discovered, however, that signals throughout the entire area were being jammed by a powerful magnetic field. Lu Karen said to Zhang Yi, "This planet isn't completely dead. Even if parts of it have been destroyed, given the Starry Sky Clan's advanced technology, there must be an artificial intelligence in the control center maintaining operations. We've now entered its jurisdiction, and will almost certainly be expelled." Zhang Yi said coldly. "So what? White Dragon and the others have already blown the planet to pieces. I imagine the defensive layers have been mostly destroyed by now. Just because White Dragon and the others look down on this technology doesn't mean I do." While technological means couldn't be used to survey the surroundings, Zhang Yi had a more primitive method. He raised his right hand, and the sword in the tree rapidly extended from the palm of his hand. 1 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16, rapidly transforming into thousands upon thousands of massive vines. Supported by Zhang Yi's current Black Knight level spiritual power, the sword in the tree could grow into a colossal world tree. Using this method, they could physically explore the surrounding area. Before long, they found an opening. With almost no hesitation, Zhang Yi and his two companions headed straight down, heading deep into the heart of the experimental planet. "What do you plan to do?" Luo Qiao asked. "Search the entire planet like a headless fly?" "Why not?" Zhang Yi said indifferently. Possessing spatial abilities, he didn't mind spending a few months traversing the entire planet. "If this is what we have to do next, you're the only one who can handle it," Luo Qiao couldn't help but remark. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more and more wasteland golems along the way. But having gained combat experience from their previous encounter, the group no longer panicked. Working together seamlessly, they banished all the wasteland golems into Zhang Yi's netherworld. Chapter 2873, 100,000. Zhang Yi was gathering an ever-increasing number of wasteland golems. Watching from behind, Luo Qiao couldn't help but speak up with some concern. "Can your space contain this many wasteland golems? I'm afraid they might break through your seal, or adapt to your sealing power." Zhang Yi merely smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I'm actually pretty strong." Many people have a misconception about his ability, believing it to be a manifestation of his supernatural power. But no one knows that his ability isn't to create an independent space, but to open a gateway connecting to this universe. Therefore, what those wasteland golems are fighting against isn't Zhang Yi's ability, but the dark side of the entire universe. For those wasteland golems to break free, they would have to devour this entire universe. Of course, that was impossible. However, the deeper they went, the more wasteland golems they encountered. Before they had even reached a depth of 100 kilometers, the situation changed completely. The wasteland golems appearing around them seemed to have adapted to their attack patterns. They no longer approached within 5 kilometers of Zhang Yi, but instead unleashed a barrage of energy attacks from a distance. Moreover, the ability index of the wasteland golems attacking him gradually rose from over 30,000 points to over 40,000 points, and even over 50,000 points. "The pressure is mounting," Shunfeng said coldly. "That's a good thing." Zhang Yi, however, broke into a smile. "The greater the resistance we encounter as we press forward, the more it proves we're on the right path. The administrator of this experimental planet is trying to stop us from getting closer. And based on common sense, on a technological planet like this, the management and control center would certainly be located in the planet's central region to facilitate communication with all other areas." Zhang Yi couldn't be certain of this, but he would prioritize heading straight for the very center of the planet. Meanwhile, battles were breaking out continuously across every region of the technological planet. Due to signal interference, communication between the various organizations had almost completely broken down. When Zhang Yi and his team broke through another blockade and descended into a deeper region, they felt somewhat dazed. Because after they passed through that isolation zone that was thousands of meters thick, what appeared before their eyes was a colossal, steel-forged kingdom. To describe it as a city would be an understatement. Beneath the sky, across the vast expanse of land, massive and majestic metal structures towered, stretching from the far side of the sky all the way to the horizon. What a grand spectacle! Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Qiao, however, swallowed hard. "Don't get too carried away just yet. Look down and see what's below us first." Zhang Yi glanced down. What he saw were hordes of wasteland golems, standing densely packed along every road of the city, stretching as far as the eye could see, coldly raising their heads. Their eyes glowed with a blood-red light, a sign of their hunger for prey, as they all gazed up at them in unison. "That many?" Zhang Yi's tone betrayed a hint of surprise. The intelligence system provided real-time statistics. Number of wasteland golems detected, 106,821. Over 100,000 wasteland golems. Although they were only the lowest tier Type 1 wasteland golems, if they weren't quickly eliminated and allowed to grow stronger, even Black Knight level mutants would find them extremely troublesome to deal with. Such a massive number would be enough to completely overwhelm everyone present. Why do you look so calm? Luo Qiao couldn't help but ask Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi gave him a casual glance. If I'm not calm, should I just start crying? Let's run. 1 second Zhang Yi had looked completely indifferent, the next, he was dragging the two of them along as he opened the formless void realm and sped off into the distance. What a joke! Over 100,000 wasteland golems, with their primitive fighting style, even if Shen Feng could kick 5 of them away with a single blow, the rest would swarm them and tear them to pieces. If they didn't run now, what was the difference between that and walking into a death trap? We've stirred up a hornet's nest. Luo Qiao shouted. The others within the shadow realm, though sheltered by the shadow, cast a quick glance backward and saw the wasteland golems swarming the sky like locusts, hot on their heels, a sight that sent chills down their spines. This number is just too terrifying, isn't it? Fatty Su turned pale and sucked in a sharp breath. It's unimaginable, if these wasteland golems were to appear on the Earth's surface, how many civilizations would be completely wiped out? No wonder the Starry Sky Clan built such a massive metal planet to manufacture these wasteland golems. Zhang Yi said through gritted teeth. Even with this many, I'm afraid most of them are just the remnants that survived after being bombarded by the 6 supreme super races. If we'd been foolish enough to follow White Dragon and the others over here back then, we'd have been in for a real beating. The central control system of the experimental planet was also at a loss at this moment. The number of attacking allied forces from the 10,000 races was simply too great. All of them were powerhouses with ability indexes of over 30,000 points, and some even exceeded 60,000 points. If they ignored the wasteland golems' harassment and headed straight for the experimental planet's central region, there was a very high probability they would discover the heart of the planet and uncover the secrets left behind by the Starry Sky Clan. If that happened, it would spell big trouble. Although the wasteland golems were numerous, no matter how fast they moved, they couldn't outpace Zhang Yi. He kept weaving through the complex terrain. The only drawback was that he had to follow the passages of this metallic planet and couldn't pass through the walls. After all, this building material possessed a natural resistance to supernatural abilities. When they reached an incredibly wide corridor, the wasteland golems behind them were packed so densely that they completely filled the corridor, which was dozens of meters long. They rushed forward in a frenzy, like students swarming toward the cafeteria when lunch is served. Looks like we're among the first to arrive, Zhang Yi said as he ran swiftly, feeling little panic. These wasteland golems, which hadn't undergone the devouring evolution in their initial stage, didn't pose much of a threat to him. However, once released and having consumed enough energy and matter, they would become a massive nightmare. Lure them all out, let the other groups share some of the burden with us. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Zhang Yi glanced at this usually quiet man, surprised to find he had such a plan. That's exactly what I was thinking. Zhang Yi gave a cold smile and swiftly made his way back along the path they had come, heading toward the outside world. Fortunately, with the sword in the tree scouting ahead, he wouldn't be darting around aimlessly like a headless fly. Half an hour later, the 3 of them flew out from inside the experimental planet. Behind them, countless wasteland golems surged forth like a flood. Calculate their numbers. Zhang Yi issued the command to the intelligence system and quickly received detailed figures. All the wasteland golems we saw earlier in the central area have pursued us. Chapter 2874, A Slip of the Tongue. Lu Karen spoke at a rapid pace. This proves at least one thing, these wasteland golems are uncontrollable. Once their seals are broken, even the experimental planet's control system, which remains here, cannot issue precise commands to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent every single wasteland golem to hunt us down, they would certainly have left some behind to guard their stronghold. Correct. Zhang Yi praised her. If they were really that easy to control, there would be no need to seal them all away. But if they keep chasing us like this, we won't be able to move at all. Besides, wouldn't that just play into the hands of the other races? Luo Qiao voiced her thoughts. Zhang Yi chuckled. How could that be? We, the 10,000 races, are a collective, of course we share both blessings and hardships. It was hard to find our way inside the planet, but once we're on the surface, every path is open to us. Come on, let's make a run for it. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, turned in a random direction, opened the formless void realm, and sprinted off at full speed. Behind him, a vast horde of wasteland golems began to undergo physical mutations in order to keep up with him. Some transformed their bodies into streamlined forms, others became eight-legged beasts, still others grew wings. They pushed the limits of physically achievable speed to the absolute extreme. Some wasteland golems even simulated Zhang Yi's trajectory in their eyes, evolving the ability to traverse space. However, this crude imitation was nowhere near the level of spatial mastery possessed by a Black Knight. Even if they could traverse 1,000 meters in a single spatial fold, it was of no use against this pursuit. Rumble. Led by Zhang Yi, over 100,000 wasteland golems began racing around the entire planet, like a high-speed train. Meanwhile, on the experimental planet, other races were also searching for a way out. Everyone was running around like headless flies, groping their way forward using the most primitive methods. Along the way, many people tried every means possible to evade the wasteland golems. If they encountered one and couldn't avoid it, they would use their abilities to seal it away first. Even if it was only a temporary restraint, it would at least buy them time to escape. They had come to realize that as long as you didn't confront these wasteland golems head-on, they would do little more than annoy you. Therefore, the best strategy was to ignore them and quickly locate data on the biological experiments within the experimental planet, or find a way to shut off the master switch that controlled them. Only then could they confidently continue their journey deeper into the Starry Sky Passage. The joint forces of the Ula clan and Abyss clan, after a grueling battle, finally managed to shake off all the wasteland golems. As they pressed forward, they noticed that the number of wasteland golems they encountered ahead had significantly decreased. The dog-headed man Hulan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he said, "I thought that since this is their main base, there'd be plenty of those undead things here. I didn't expect to run into more than a few along the way. Looks like they've all flown off into space." Chang'an of the Emerald Feather clan couldn't help but interject. "Brother Wolf God, you'd better watch what you say. Remember, loose lips sink ships." Hulan smiled dismissively. "I'm the chosen one, how could I possibly be that unlucky?" No sooner had Hulan finished speaking than the group suddenly heard a violent rumbling in the distance. They turned to look, and everyone's faces instantly turned ashen. "Holy shit," someone blurted out on the spot. What could be more distressing than hundreds of thousands of wasteland golems charging madly toward them? Zhang Yi had deliberately lured those wasteland golems here. Of course, he wouldn't admit it out loud. He intended to have the allied forces of 10,000 races help them absorb some of the pressure. Whenever he encountered anyone along the way, he would immediately charge at them. Especially when he clearly spotted Hulan, the one who had previously made those arrogant remarks, in the group, he became even more ruthless. With a cold smirk on his lips, Zhang Yi activated his space shuffle ability as he moved forward, shouting loudly, "Run for your lives. These things are terrifying, don't come near me." Hulan's dog-like face turned red with rage. "Damn it, you've got the nerve to say that? It's obvious you're the one who lured these guys here, isn't it?" "Oh, come on, I had no choice. I'm just scrambling to get out of here." Zhang Yi explained with a look of panic on his face, though inside he was already laughing all the way to the bank. Mong Qi and the others gritted their teeth. "When the going gets tough, run, let's get out of here fast." Zhang Yi was actually pretty decent, even though he wanted to give them a hard time, he didn't really want them dead. After all, there was no deep-seated grudge between them. So he simply led the army of wasteland golems to pass by them. Of course, after some hesitation, a portion of the wasteland golems turned and gave chase after Hulan and the others. Instantly, a small group broke away from the main force. Even so, there were still hundreds of wasteland golems. Mong Qi, Hulan, and the others turned pale with fear. Just moments ago, they'd thought they could safely venture deeper into the experimental planet to explore, but now hundreds of wasteland golems were more than enough to give them a run for their money. Chang'an of the Emerald Feather Clan looked at Ulan and couldn't help but say, "Brother, perhaps you should keep quiet for now. I've noticed you've been having some really bad luck lately." She thought to herself, you can't expect a dog to spit out ivory, and sure enough, that saying held true. Ulan's face was a picture of disgust. Fortunately, since he was covered in black fur, no one could tell just how dark his expression had turned. Zhang Yi continued sprinting forward, determined to circle the entire experimental planet. He was determined to ensure that every member of the allied forces of 10,000 races who had arrived here would get their fair share of the fun with these wasteland golems. Everyone was so infuriated by Zhang Yi's antics that their scalps prickled, and they all started cursing furiously. But at times like this, Zhang Yi would play the innocent. "I couldn't help it, I was so panicked from being chased that I didn't know which way to turn, and I just happened to run into you along the way." At that moment, the communication signals for the Allied forces on the experimental planet were jammed, so they couldn't share information with one another. Consequently, they had no idea that Zhang Yi had dragged them all into this mess. Left with no choice, they could only resort to their own tactics to endure. After several hours of relentless flight, the number of wasteland golems surrounding Zhang Yi gradually dwindled. In the end, only a few thousand remained. These wasteland golems had set their sights on Zhang Yi. It seemed they'd gotten a taste for the chase. Were they truly determined to devour the three of them alive? Seeing that their numbers were now nearly depleted, Zhang Yi decided he wouldn't waste any more time on them. He turned around to face the thousands of wasteland golems head-on. Then he raised the Eternal Judgment Sword in his right hand. Infinite Sword Domain. A vast spatial domain expanded outward from him. Towering sword light surged skyward from his body, then piled up in layer upon layer around him. Eventually, it formed a massive dueling arena shaped like a Roman Colosseum. Chapter 2875, The Power of I Am Heaven's Will. Watching Zhang Yi drag all those wasteland golems into the dimensional space, Shun Feng and Luo Qiao were both somewhat surprised. Is this guy crazy? Taking on thousands of wasteland golems all by himself, does he really think he can handle them? Luo Qiao shrugged, a meaningful gleam flashing in his eyes. He looks so calm and in complete control, he must have a trick up his sleeve. Shun Feng crossed his two massive crab claws over his chest, offering no comment. Even among allies, one must, of course, allow the other to keep their secrets. Zhang Yi dragged all those wasteland golems into his own space. Of course, relying solely on his own strength, he wouldn't be able to drag all these wasteland golems into his netherworld. In fact, amid the relentless battle, even after forcibly sealing hundreds of wasteland golems, the remaining ones might adapt to his combat style, putting him at a disadvantage. However, Zhang Yi had now found a way to deal with them. Xinxin, come out for a moment. Zhang Yi summoned Yang Xinxin from the shadow space. The wasteland golems attempted to charge forward and attack Zhang Yi. But from the sky above, a sword formation formed by supernatural swords rained down countless supernatural blades with a series of whoosh sounds, firmly binding their bodies to the spot. Yang Xinxin appeared beside Zhang Yi, her body completely encased in a women's version of the demon god armor. "Brother, what do you want me to do? Do you want to see if my abilities will work on them?" Zhang Yi didn't say a word, but Yang Xinxin already knew exactly what he had in mind. Zhang Yi couldn't help but snap his fingers. Smart. Ordinary methods are useless against these creatures, but space abilities can somewhat seal them away. So I want to test whether these wasteland golems have the ability to adapt to rules category ability users. Sure. Yang Xinxin cut to the chase and immediately summoned the fallen angel puppet. She drew the longbow of judgment to its full extent, aiming 3 sharp mimetic arrows at the 3 wasteland golems that were devouring the energy-infused longswords. With a whoosh, the arrows shot forth. Without any resistance, they struck the very center of each wasteland golem's chest. The 3 wasteland golems froze in their tracks instantly. "All of you, kneel." Yang Xinxin spread her fingers wide and issued the command to them in a cold tone. Zhang Yi released the restraints binding them. The 3 wasteland golems no longer moved aggressively, instead, they raised their heads to look at Yang Xinxin, their bodies slowly sinking to their knees on the ground. It actually worked, Zhang Yi remarked, staring at them. Yang Xinxin, however, said. But brother, look closely, they seem to still be resisting. Zhang Yi took a closer look and discovered that although their bodies were already prostrate on the ground, they were still struggling. Their flesh seemed to be twisting in an eerie manner, as if fighting against this energy, or perhaps adapting to it. Control through the rules, can even your ability adapt to it? I'm suddenly a little scared. Zhang Yi said, furrowing his brow. He knew full well that Yang Xinxin's mimetic arrow could alter the underlying code of this world. In other words, no matter who the opponent was or what kind of matter stood before her, she could imbue it with new purpose. And now, the purpose bestowed upon these three wasteland golems was to be Yang Xinxin's slaves. Yet even so, their instincts still drove them to resist. What did that indicate? It meant that the amount of ether within these wasteland golems far exceeded Yang Xinxin's. This doesn't make sense. It contradicts our understanding of supernatural abilities accumulated over countless ages. Zhang Yi said with a frown. There are only two ways to counter rules category abilities. The first is to override the rule with a more powerful one. The second is to forcibly break through it with a supernatural energy far surpassing the rule maker. But no matter how you look at it, these wasteland golems shouldn't fit either of these criteria. They show no signs of possessing any abilities from the rules category, and their base ability index is only between 30,000 and 40,000 points. So all of this seems far too bizarre. Yang Xinxin's eyes darted wildly as well. Everything before her was too bizarre, her 24-core brain raced at high speed, ruling out every impossibility. There's absolutely no way our understanding is flawed. I asked Ling earlier, and she confirmed that there's no third scenario in which rule-based control could be bypassed, so there must be something we've overlooked. Once we've ruled out all incorrect answers, the remaining possibility, no matter how implausible, must be the correct one. Inside Yang Xinxin's mind, like a quantum computer, she was rapidly sifting through and filtering all the information and conditions. At the very last moment, she narrowed it down to the most absurd, yet also the most realistic, possibility. But this possibility caused her eyes, which had always remained calm and unflappable, seemingly unmoved by anything, to suddenly fill with shock. Could it really be that? Although it sounds unbelievable, if that's truly the case, everything makes sense. But if that's the case, the whole situation becomes far too terrifying. Zhang Yi looked at Yang Xinxin. What's wrong, Xinxin? Did you think of something? Yang Xinxin didn't rush to answer Zhang Yi's question. Instead, she said. I still need to verify this further. Brother, let's take care of all these wasteland golems first. Zhang Yi shrugged. I thought you could control them. Yang Xinxin gazed at Zhang Yi with a faint smile. Brother, don't mess with me. You'd never do anything without being absolutely sure. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. As expected, nothing gets past you. He barked a command. I choose you. Li Changgong Man. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he pulled Li Changgong right out of the shadows. Li Changgong looked completely bewildered. Zhang Yi pointed at the wasteland golems and said. Li Changgong, go take out all these wasteland golems. Li Changgong's face was a picture of confusion. He held up a finger and pointed at his own face. Me? Zhang Yi kicked him straight into the crowd of wasteland golems. Stop blabbering and get to work. We've spent so many resources on you over the years, don't just stay in my shadow enjoying the good life. Li Changgong rolled nimbly on the ground, then flipped over and stood up. Up ahead, more than 1,000 wasteland golems had already devoured Zhang Yi's supernatural energy-infused longsword entirely. After swallowing it whole, their physical strength had grown even more formidable. It seemed there was nothing these creatures wouldn't eat. Their teeth and digestive systems were nothing short of biological marvels. Spotting Li Changgong before them, they roared and swarmed toward him like lightning. Li Changgong took a deep breath, his hands firmly gripping the two military swords at his waist. You really do think highly of me, Great Lord Chaos. Still, I'll give you credit for having good taste. Chapter 2876, Li Changgong's Buffet. Clang! The two gleaming long swords were drawn from his waist, and a powerful surge of supernatural energy welled up from within his body, coursing through every fiber of his being. It was as if a dense blue mist of light enveloped his entire body, as well as his long swords. This man, codenamed Gochen, the former supreme commander of the northwest region of the Huashu Kingdom, now possessed an ability index of 42,000 points. His abilities were already on par with a game-breaking bug. Under the guidance of Zhang Yi and Old Jin the Crab, king of the Deep Blue Kingdom, he had gained new insights into his own abilities. Having spent these years honing himself by the sea, he had finally realized the direction he needed to take. The core ability known as I Am Heaven's Will represents the ultimate expression of spatial powers. He didn't need to focus on refining his attack angles, he simply needed to increase his slashing speed, attack range, and movement speed. Because everything his sword touched would automatically be cleaved apart. My thoughts cut everything. No sooner had Li Changgong finished speaking than he activated the flying cloud step, instantly surging forward thousands of meters. Two dazzling streaks of sword light sliced through the air, instantly cleaving over a dozen wasteland golems and two right across the chest. And the corpses of those wasteland golems that fell to the ground no longer had the ability to reassemble into new ones, as they had before. Instead, they were completely devoid of life. Everything in the world is mutually dependent and counterbalances one another. The wasteland golems, which even Black Knights found extremely difficult to handle, were completely subdued by Gochen. This was because these wasteland golems simply didn't have time to adapt to his I Am Heaven's Will technique. Moreover, this ability was fundamentally impossible to adapt to. Zhang Yi watched the scene unfold before him. He had long suspected that Li Changgong would be able to sever the wasteland golem's core. This was because the very weakness of these wasteland golems lay in their strongest point. Even with Zhang Yi's power, he could not destroy that flesh and blood core, which was no larger than a grain of rice, making these wasteland golems virtually indestructible. Yet, as it turned out, Li Changgong could do just that. Once he could shatter the wasteland golem's immoral cores, the wasteland golem's own combat power would seem utterly insignificant to him, with his own combat power standing at 42,000 points. Swish! A dazzling sword light burst forth rapidly in midair. Li Changgong, in one fluid motion, slaughtered hundreds of wasteland golems. The remaining wasteland golems, alarmed by this, dared not approach any closer. Instead, they retreated to a greater distance, attempting to engage Li Changgong in a drawn-out battle. However, the entire infinite sword domain was under Zhang Yi's control. He narrowed the domain's scope, preventing the wasteland golems from escaping, and thus Li Changgong sliced them down one by one. Boom! A beam of pure white light descended from the sky. No, to be precise, that light had no color at all. Unless one was a supernatural ability user, it was impossible to perceive its existence with the naked eye. Its purity and sanctity represented the very energy from which all things originated. Li Changgong's gaze wavered for a moment. He had actually received the Creator's blessing simply for slaying these wasteland golems. Even Zhang Yi couldn't help but remark, "That kid's got some luck." He stumbled upon a trial that seemed to exist just for him. Li Changgong felt his own etheric power grow stronger, and his ability index was gradually rising. He even gained some indescribable insights into his own abilities deep within his mind. Now, he slaughtered them even faster. In less than 10 minutes, he had annihilated every last one of the more than 1,000 wasteland golems. However, after these wasteland golems were killed, not a single ether fragment was released from their bodies. This left Li Changgong somewhat disappointed. "Why are they all just empty shells?" Zhang Yi said. "That's why they're failed experiments." Li Changgong looked puzzled. "If they're just empty shells, with no ether fragments serving as souls, how do they possess such formidable combat power and the ability to constantly evolve? I can't figure it out." "There's nothing to figure out," Zhang Yi said softly. "Because they contain a different kind of ether fragment." "A different kind of ether fragment? Where?" Li Changgong asked, somewhat surprised. Zhang Yi pointed at the corpses on the ground and the rice grain-sized cores of flesh and blood that had been sliced to pieces. That's the thing. If I'm not mistaken, the cores in these wasteland golems all came from a single living being. The characteristics they possess are also those of that living being. What? Li Changgong's eyes widened. The others in the shadow space were also greatly surprised by Zhang Yi's explanation. Yang Xinxin, however, remained unfazed. Professor Da Vinci, Zhou Qi, and the others, after extensive research, also accepted Zhang Yi's theory. They raised an incredibly powerful living being and then transplanted its flesh and blood into the bodies of the wasteland golems. As long as the core isn't destroyed, even if we were to crush every single cell of a wasteland golem, it would likely be able to find a new host, devour its flesh and blood, and generate a new wasteland golem. What we should fear most right now is that the living entity must still be alive and must exist somewhere within the Starry Sky Passage. Zhang Yi's expression grew somber. Could it be that the living entity is located in the deepest depths of the experimental star? A sense of danger began to take root in his mind. He even felt a chill gradually creeping over him. Simply implanting a single speck of flesh into a wasteland golem could make it so powerful and terrifying. Just how strong, then, must its original form be? Yang Xinxin quickly interrupted Zhang Yi's speculation. That can't be the case, brother. Don't forget, this place has already been visited by the 6 supreme super races. If such a thing truly existed, they would have taken it with them, they wouldn't have left it for us. These words snapped Zhang Yi back to reality. You're right. Li Changgong gripped his military sword with both hands. The recent slaughter, combined with the ether rewards bestowed upon him by the collective unconscious, had caused his strength to surge directly from 42,000 points to 45,000 points. This wasn't merely an increase in energy, it was an awakening that unlocked his hidden potential, which was why his progress had been so dramatic. He was now brimming with confidence. Chaos, let's keep fighting. There are so many wasteland golems on this experimental planet, I can slay them all. That's not our objective. Zhang Yi reminded him calmly. And don't get too cocky just yet. The Starry Sky Clan's technology isn't that simple. Don't assume these are the only wasteland golems here. I believe there are other dangers awaiting us deep within the experimental planet. Li Changgong took a deep breath and nodded, saying, So what do you suggest we do next? Zhang Yi replied. They've already taken a lot of the pressure off us. Next, we'll continue deeper into the experimental planet. Chapter 2877, A Thrilling Breakthrough. Yang Xinxin suddenly spoke up to Zhang Yi. Brother, it's not very wise to keep sneaking in like a headless fly like this. Oh? Do you have any better suggestions? Zhang Yi asked. Yang Xinxin said. Since we already know how to deal with the wasteland golems, there's no need to rush. Members of other clans are helping us divert the attention of this experimental planet's control system. Instead, give me some time to secretly conduct Trojan horse implantation into the planet's entire control system. Once we gain ultimate control, we'll be free to do whatever we please. Zhang Yi cautioned her. The defense level here is extremely high, and the structures themselves suppress supernatural abilities. It won't be that simple. Yang Xinxin flashed Zhang Yi a radiant smile. Brother, haven't you forgotten something? Even without supernatural abilities, I, Yang Xinxin, am still a world-class hacker. Zhang Yi seemed to have a sudden realization and slapped his forehead. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Hacking or no hacking, he knew absolutely nothing about that kind of technology. But since Yang Xinxin wanted to give it a try, he would certainly give her the chance. After all, time was no longer as urgent as it was. He had plenty of it for Yang Xinxin to take her sweet time. After the group had finalized their plan, Zhang Yi finally released the Infinite Sword Realm and returned to the outside area. Luo Qiao and Shunfeng were waiting outside with cautious expressions. When they saw Zhang Yi return, they didn't spot the corpses of those wasteland golems. Shunfeng couldn't help but ask. Did you take care of all those wasteland golems? Zhang Yi gave a faint smile. Of course. I never do anything unless I'm certain of the outcome. Luo Qiao couldn't help but ask. How exactly did you do that? Zhang Yi didn't hide anything. He looked at Li Changgong, who was standing beside him with two long swords slung at his waist. He did it. His ability can cut through the cores of the wasteland golems. Luo Qiao and Shen Feng both stared at Li Changgong in surprise. They didn't have a particularly strong impression of this nameless nobody. After all, his ability index was only a little over 40,000 points. To experts like them, who were well over 60,000 points, he was nothing more than a minor figure they could crush with a single slap. Then again, when it comes to mutants, you never know, they might possess some ability that seems utterly useless at first glance, yet prove incredibly valuable at critical moments. Zhang Yi had once said that such a lowly nobody would come in handy sooner or later. Seeing him today, his judgment was indeed spot on. He was on par with Fan Jin's father-in-law. Very good, young man. Now it's up to you to give it your all. Luo Qiao said with a smile. Li Changgong wasn't about to get carried away just yet. He knew full well the vast gap between himself and these Black Knight-level powerhouses. He nodded and replied very politely. It's my honor to be able to contribute here. Zhang Yi explained his plan to Luo Qiao and Shen Feng. Naturally, the two of them had no objections. After all, only Zhang Yi and his team were capable of dealing with the wasteland golems on this mission, so Zhang Yi held the absolute authority. Zhang Yi led Yang Xinxin toward the gaping fissure in the planet's surface, the one shattered by the 6 supreme super races. Originally, it had been a perfect dark silver sphere, equipped with an incredibly powerful supernatural protective shield and a sealed information network. Under those conditions, no matter how bizarre Yang Xinxin's abilities were or how skilled she was as a hacker, she wouldn't have been able to find a way to breach it. But now, with 1/3 of the planet shattered, massive vulnerabilities had emerged in its internal defense systems and electronic information networks. This allowed Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin to infiltrate through those gaps like a virus. Before long, they located a structure housing large-scale electronic equipment. Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen joined forces. Although the data languages they used were completely different, their underlying logic conformed to the universe's binary principles. Yang Xinxin utilized the power of the mimetic arrow to directly alter the experimental planet's data system's cognitive framework, allowing Lu Karen to successfully dock the quantum computer with it. What followed was a thrilling and exhilarating information breach. Zhang Yi and the others stood guard around Yang Xinxin, creating the opportunity for her to infiltrate the experimental planet's control system. Here, Yang Xinxin finally had the chance to showcase her top-tier hacking skills once again. Her extraordinary intellect, combined with her unparalleled ability to manipulate the fundamental structure of the world, allowed her to swiftly exploit vulnerabilities in the experimental planet system and begin infiltrating the entire network. Meanwhile, amid the chaos on the experimental planet, the released wasteland golems conducted an indiscriminate attack on everything in their path. Naturally, their primary targets were the representatives of the 10,000 races who had infiltrated the planet. With an average ability index of over 30,000 points, they were essentially walking energy sources. These wasteland golems seemed to possess a special sensory ability, capable of detecting their presence from a great distance. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to intervene himself, so he simply assigned Li Changgong to guard the perimeter. At first, Li Changgong was brimming with confidence and headed out wielding 2 swords. Whenever a wasteland golem came to harass them, he would strike with a single, fatal blow. But as the fighting went on, he gradually began to sense that something was off. He ran back, panting, and said to Zhang Yi, "Something's wrong, Chaos. How come those wasteland golems out there have gotten stronger?" Zhang Yi glanced at him. "What do you think? Those things can eat anything to make themselves stronger. If they can't find people, they'll gnaw on the metal around them, even the dirt. It's just like..." Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened as he uttered those words. Just like the Druckers. He suspected these biological weapons had originally been created specifically to combat the Druckers, who possessed extraordinary resilience. "Stop beating around the bush. He waved his hand at Li Changgong. This is your chance to get stronger, don't let the fatigue get to you. Once we leave the experimental planet, you'll never get another chance like this again. So treasure it. Li Changgong took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth. All right, I'll do it. He had to consider whether this was his only chance in life to catch up to Zhang Yi and the others. He didn't expect to surpass Zhang Yi, but as long as he could reach the White Knight level, he would at least be among the second tier of the entire sixth-generation human faction. Just as they were protecting Yang Xinxin during the invasion, a roar suddenly echoed from the distant sky, like a bird soaring through the heavens. The more Li Changgong fought, the more challenging the battle became. This was because those wasteland golems had evolved to adapt to their opponent's abilities. Although their bodies had undergone countless attempts to harden their flesh, they had confirmed that no matter what they did, Li Changgong could still cleave through their cores. However, they were also very clever and had discovered Li Changgong's only weakness. That was, as long as his sword couldn't strike where it was aimed, he couldn't inflict any damage. I Am Heaven's Will did not have an AoE effect. Chapter 2878, The Man Known as Shirkong. Consequently, in the ensuing battle, every opponent Li Changgong faced began to fully invest their attributes in speed. This put Li Changgong in a difficult position. He had to remain fully alert and engage in cautious combat with these super-fast wasteland golems. With two long swords, one in front, one behind, he had to attack while simultaneously guarding against the wasteland golems that kept striking at him from behind. Just then, a massive swarm of wasteland golems suddenly appeared from the distant sky, causing Li Changgong to grit his teeth in frustration and nearly curse out loud. But at that very moment, he suddenly noticed a figure at the very front of the swarm that was clearly not a wasteland golem. It wore exquisite battle armor, and a pair of snow-white wings extended from its back. The one with wings was from the fourth generation, the Arcs. Species from the same era typically share similar characteristics. For example, most of the fifth generation are reptilian creatures, while a small portion consists of rodents, the dragon clan, lizard folk, or the three-headed clan, among others. Those with wings, a race resembling the angels of myth and legend, all hail from the Arcs of the fourth era. Among them, the most powerful are, without a doubt, the Winged Clan. That powerful Arc warrior was clearly being engaged by a group of wasteland golems. As he passed by, he spotted Li Changgong in the midst of battle, and his eyes lit up instantly. Are you an ally of the coalition? I'm a member of the Golden Feather Clan. How about we join forces against the enemy? Li Changgong furrowed his brow but didn't respond immediately. He had no intention of burdening himself with a liability. Instead, he had already used a primitive communication device to report the situation to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. The Golden Feather Clan, he had some recollection of this race. This clan possessed extraordinary strength and had maintained harmonious relations with their sixth generation. It was a relatively peaceful, neutral race. In any case, it was they who had triggered this wasteland golem uprising. Whether it was one wasteland golem or 100, they would have to be eliminated anyway, so might as well do them a favor. He instructed Shunfeng and Luo Qiao to protect Yang Xinxin, then activated the formless void realm himself and emerged outside. The moment he saw that member of the Golden Feather Clan, he immediately recognized the person's identity. After all, the only race possessing such incomparably handsome features, silver, sacred long hair, and a pair of pure, flawless white wings was the fourth-generation Arcs, an extremely arrogant and beauty-obsessed people. Who are you? The Golden Feather Clan member clearly had no desire to engage in a lengthy battle with the Wasteland Golems. He was also aware of the Wasteland Golem's formidable adaptive abilities, which is why he had been dodging the entire time rather than counterattacking. However, upon seeing Li Changgong capable of slaying a wasteland golem, a look of obvious surprise flashed across his eyes. He immediately identified himself. I am from the Golden Feather Clan. My name is Shirkong. Gentlemen, I'm having trouble dealing with these wasteland golems. I was wondering if you could help me eliminate them. Li Changgong didn't reply, he simply looked at Zhang Yi. It was already clear who was in charge. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and said indifferently. What's your ability index? And what is your ability? Even if we're going to cooperate, you'll need to prove your worth first. A helpless smile tugged at Shirkong's lips. My ability index is 65,000 points. As for my ability, it's space manipulation. As he spoke, the 5 slender fingers of his right hand extended forward, pointing toward the direction where the wasteland golems were located. In an instant, the space warped, and all the wasteland golems were banished thousands of meters away. This is the only way I can stall them for now. As for killing them, I haven't figured that out yet. Zhang Yi immediately said to Li Changgong. Since we're friends, we should help each other out. Li Changgong rolled his eyes. Zhang Yi only ever acted this polite when dealing with people who were useful to him. It's a bit tough for me to handle them alone, give me a hand. No problem. Zhang Yi immediately activated the formless void realm, pulling the surrounding wasteland golems directly in front of Li Changgong. The moment the wasteland golems appeared, Li Changgong's sword slashed down. Their coordination was remarkably seamless. After all, they were longtime rivals, and Zhang Yi had personally cultivated Li Changgong for quite some time. No matter how fast the wasteland golems were, they couldn't outpace space teleportation. In an instant, Li Changgong sliced them in half. Once the core at the center of their chests was shattered, they were completely immobilized. Soon, Li Changgong had slaughtered every last one of the surrounding wasteland golems, earning him a massive reward that left him exhilarated. Zhang Yi watched the scene unfold but said little. He had no reason to envy Li Changgong. At his level, advancing to the queen rank required more than just simple energy essences. This was because within him lay vast amounts of Black Knight level origin energy that he had absorbed earlier but had not yet fully digested. The journey from the Knight level to Queen level, and on to the theoretically highest limit, the level of King, relied more on unlocking one's own natural hidden potential. A figure descended from the sky and landed before Zhang Yi. That face was so handsome that Zhang Yi almost felt like punching it to a pulp. A man this handsome, it's practically criminal. Thank you for your help, sir. Shirkong gazed at Zhang Yi with sincere eyes, his gaze filled with curiosity as he studied him. Zhang Yi looked back at him, he sensed no malice whatsoever emanating from this man. Possessing time-based abilities, he had a heightened awareness of danger and others' malevolent intentions. In his eyes, this man was as clean and pure as a freshly printed sheet of white paper. Tell me what you encountered along the way, and why you're traveling alone, Zhang Yi asked calmly. Shirkong's expression was tinged with resignation. While in the deep space, we were attacked by a swarm of wasteland golems, and our entire spaceship was destroyed. With no other choice, everyone had to flee in all directions. Now I'm searching for my companions as well. He suddenly looked at Zhang Yi, his gaze earnest as he asked. I wonder if I could join you on your mission from here on out. Zhang Yi replied without hesitation. I'm afraid I must decline. We don't seem to know each other well enough for that yet. Helping Shirkong deal with the wasteland golems had merely been a small favor, it hadn't taken much effort, so he'd obliged. But having a stranger tag along was, after all, inconvenient. Besides, when it came to combat strength, he didn't feel he was lacking in that department. Shirkong hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. But what if I could provide you with valuable intelligence? Zhang Yi's eyes, which had previously been expressionless, suddenly gleamed with a peculiar light. What have you discovered here? The history of the 10,000 races spanned far longer than the 6th generation. Even some races that don't appear particularly powerful might possess technology that could be considered top tier. Zhang Yi never underestimated anyone, especially Shirkong, the man standing before him. He was a Black Knight and a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Chapter 2879, Spatial Perception. Shirkong said to Zhang Yi, we're all space ability users. Aside from the basic abilities of spatial traversal and spatial manipulation, we each have our own areas of expertise, and my specialty is spatial perception. Spatial perception? A flicker of curiosity crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. Tell me more, what exactly does this ability do? Shirkong replied, "It's quite simple. It's very similar to the abilities of bats and other creatures. By emitting a special spatial wave, I can scan the entire surrounding area. Using spatial echoes, I can analyze the terrain and even pinpoint the location of enemies. My spatial sensing range extends 500 kilometers in all directions. Within this 500-kilometer radius, I can detect anything that exists on the spatial plane." Zhang Yi's gaze grew serious. He didn't fully trust what the other person was saying, but if they claimed a range of 500 kilometers, the actual range would likely be at least that far, if not more. "So you're saying you can help me survey the terrain here?" Shirkong nodded. "I saw you guys working hard here, so I knew you wanted to venture deeper into this space, right? My ability should be of great help to you. Besides, relations between our Golden Feather clan and your 6th-generation humans are fairly amicable. Right now, I need your help, and I can offer you assistance in return. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Zhang Yi's gaze grew deep as he said calmly, "Haven't you sensed this place beforehand? The foundation of this entire planet is made of a material that naturally resists the erosion of supernatural abilities. Your ability will be severely suppressed here. Being able to extend at just 5 kilometers is already quite an achievement." Shirkong shook his head, a serene and beautiful smile spreading across his face. His smile was incredibly pure, reminiscent of the innocent, adorable girl who sat next to him in middle school. "Although my ability is a form of supernatural power, it has transcended the energy planes and exists nearly within the realm of the true laws of the universe. Spatial waves are more like echoes, vibrations, rather than a form of energy, so they won't be blocked by these metals. I've already tested this, otherwise, how could I have sensed your presence from such a great distance?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. At the moment, they had found themselves in a completely unfamiliar area. Although they could use Yang Xinxin's ability to hack into systems, exploring the vast terrain of this entire planet was no task that could be accomplished overnight. If they had such a powerful spatial sensing ability user to lead the way, it would definitely save them a lot of trouble. He believed that, having recognized the opportunities here, they wouldn't be the only ones seeking to acquire biotechnology. Whoever seized the initiative first would gain everything. While Zhang Yi was thinking, Shunfeng and Luo Qiao weren't idle either. Given Zhang Yi's team's outstanding performance in handling the Wasteland Golem incident, they had temporarily chosen to follow Zhang Yi's lead, but that didn't mean they were willing to become his vassals. Both men had their own agendas. Luo Qiao said, "We don't know much about the Golden Feather clan. This guy looks harmless enough, but whether he's trustworthy remains to be seen." Shunfeng offered his opinion, "If we detect any signs that he's acting against us, 3 against 1, he wouldn't stand a chance. Right now, I'm only worried about one thing." "What is it?" Zhang Yi and Luo Qiao both turned to look at him. Shunfeng said coldly, "Chaos, don't forget that there are many people secretly plotting to kill you. Although we took out Jing Meng of the Nightmare Clan, the other 3 all escaped, and they're all Black Knight-level powerhouses. Who's to say they don't have other accomplices?" The 3 were communicating through a private internal channel. Shirkong knew nothing of this. Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy as he looked at Shunfeng and asked, "So what do you suggest? Why don't the 3 of us just strike now and take him out?" Shunfeng hesitated for a moment, but quickly shook his head. "No, that's just speculation. If we misjudge the situation, it will put us completely on the defensive." After some discussion among the 3, they ultimately left the final decision to Zhang Yi, who was in charge of this operation. Luo Qiao spoke frankly, "We can't control every risk, so every choice we make involves an element of gambling. It all comes down to who has better luck. Chaos, you're always the steady one, I trust you'll make the right call." Zhang Yi's gaze pierced through the shadowless visor of his Godslayer battle armor, fixing on Shirkong, who wore a calm, harmless expression. Possessing advanced time manipulation abilities, he had an instinctive sense of danger, yet he sensed no threat whatsoever from Shirkong, not even the slightest hint of murderous intent. Zhang Yi had always trusted his instincts completely, so he said, "Then let's take him with us. At the very least, it'll save us a lot of time." Shun Feng and Luo Qiao wore different expressions, but neither said much. Zhang Yi held out his right hand toward the figure, Shikong in the distance. Come on, show us your abilities. Let's see just how much value you're worth. Shikong smiled harmlessly. How much value? After all, I am, at the very least, a Black Knight-level powerhouse. Give me a little face, would you? After saying this, he suddenly closed his eyes. Intuitively, Zhang Yi sensed something spreading out, but it was merely a feeling. When he strained to detect it, he felt nothing. He's activated his space ability. Zhang Yi was extremely surprised. As a top-tier space ability user himself, theoretically, no space ability activated by his opponent could escape his spatial perception. Yet now, he couldn't detect anything with certainty. Subconsciously, that sense of something amiss was likely an instinctive sixth sense triggered by the time ability. He didn't rush to voice the doubts swirling in his mind but waited quietly for Shikong to finish casting his spell. Just 5 seconds later, Shikong opened his eyes and said to Zhang Yi, I've already scanned the entire area within a 500-kilometer radius. I can find the route that brings you closest to your destination while avoiding those wasteland golems along the way. Zhang Yi's gaze darkened. You're lying. You didn't activate your ability at all just now. Don't forget, I'm also a top-tier space ability user. Do you really think you can fool me by putting on a show in front of me? Chapter 2880. Do you think I'm a serial killer? Faced with Zhang Yi's skepticism, Shikong merely blinked and said helplessly. You've misunderstood me. I really did activate my ability just now, and the reason you didn't sense it. He opened his handsome eyes, a hint of mockery flashing in his gaze. It's simply because your ability is too weak, that's all. Many of those in the shadow space were now seething with anger. How dare this man provoke Zhang Yi in the realm of space where Zhang Yi excelled the most? Zhang Yi's companions absolutely could not tolerate such behavior. Even Luo Qiao and Shun Feng were astonished that this man dared to say such things right in front of Zhang Yi. But surprisingly, Zhang Yi himself showed no reaction on his face. Come on, there are plenty of people stronger than him, has he ever complained? Whenever he meets White Dragon, doesn't he treat him with even more respect than he would his own father? Anyway, when you can't beat someone, just play the underdog for now. Once you get stronger, you'll have plenty of time to redeem yourself. In life, you just have to learn to make do, don't take things too seriously. Oh, so you're actually pretty impressive. Zhang Yi said simply. Seeing that Zhang Yi hadn't lost his temper, Shikong couldn't help but laugh. I was just joking with you. You really are, just as the legends say, a very level-headed man. Actually, my ability doesn't require disrupting spatial vibrations to work, so you wouldn't perceive anything. He held up 2 fingers and pointed to his eyes. It's like how my eyes can see things 1,000 kilometers away. I don't need any external aids or activate any abilities, I can simply see them. Does that make sense to you? Do you think I understand? Zhang Yi asked in return. Shikong patiently explained. It's roughly equivalent to this concept. If you compare space to an ocean filled with flowing water, within that ocean there are various undersea volcanoes, rocks, coral reefs, and schools of fish. Even if they don't move, merely by existing there, they create unique ripples whenever the water flows. With this explanation, Zhang Yi finally understood. No wonder the other party was so confident. Even these materials capable of blocking supernatural energy couldn't prevent him from using his ability. But just then, Luo Qiao, standing nearby, asked a question in a low, thoughtful tone. If your ability is so powerful, then why couldn't you avoid that group of wasteland golems earlier, and why were you found by them? He felt this was a plot hole, believing that Shikong was lying and had deliberately drawn them near. Shikong spread his hands in resignation. That's how it was supposed to go, but for some reason, all of a sudden, a huge swarm of wasteland golems started rioting and attacking everything in sight. There isn't a single safe spot left on this entire experimental planet now, and those things have a keen sense of smell. You won't be able to hide. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Zhang Yi. It turned out he was the true culprit after all. Zhang Yi, however, showed no sign of embarrassment. he'd always been the type to act boldly but shirk responsibility. So that's how it is. I was wondering who did this. That person is simply outrageous. Soon, Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin had gained access to a vast amount of data by hacking into the experimental planet's network. She said to Zhang Yi, "Just as we imagined, the entire planet originally possessed an extremely powerful firepower network, but it's been shattered by the 6 supreme super races. Right now, there's a major gap in the defenses here. We can push deeper in." A glint of realization suddenly flashed in her eyes. At the center of the data network, there's a massive black hole region. I can't hack into it, but this points us directly to our destination. That must be the central control area of the experimental planet. So what do we do? Should we charge in right now? Shirkong asked. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. He now had 2 options before him. First, they could advance deep into the heart of the experimental planet as a lone force. If the defensive forces there were no longer strong, they would be the first to secure the planet's most valuable assets, but this also carried immense risks. If the depths of the experimental planet harbored an extremely powerful counterforce, Zhang Yi and his team might find themselves in grave danger. The second option was to share this information with other racial factions on the experimental planet and proceed together. This would help spread the risk, but it also carried the risk of others snatching the planet's treasures away. After a fierce internal struggle, Zhang Yi made his decision. Let's go check it out first. Because even if they did encounter danger, he was extremely confident he could lead everyone to safety. After all, aside from certain mutants with special abilities, a purely strength-based mutant would have to be at least at the level of Queen or higher to pose a life-threatening danger to him. Absolute defense is no joke. He might not be able to defeat everyone in a fight, but when it comes to escaping, he's unmatched among those at his level. Zhang Yi looked at Shirkong and said to him, "You lead the way. Clear a safe path for us." Shirkong lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then smiled at Zhang Yi and said, "I know you guys don't trust me yet, but I hope you won't attack me from behind while I'm clearing the path. That much is fair, right?" Zhang Yi replied, at a loss for words. "Do you think I'm some kind of born serial killer? As long as you don't mean me any harm, I won't lay a finger on you." Shirkong nodded. With Yang Xinxin confirming the direction, he moved ahead to scout the area and clear a path. This makeshift team quickly set off toward the heart of the experimental planet. The experimental planet was teeming with experts. The top geniuses and powerhouses from countless races had gathered here. After a brief struggle, those gifted individuals quickly found ways to deal with the wasteland golems, and more people began to realize that a vast treasure lay within this place. First and foremost was the flesh and blood core of the wasteland golem. Even a queen-level powerhouse would struggle to completely destroy it. If one could thoroughly study its material composition and mass-produce it, the potential profits were unimaginable. However, the heart of this technology was bound to be difficult to crack. Consequently, many speculated that deep within the experimental planet, there must be a vast amount of experimental data. That was the true, unparalleled treasure. Above the sky, 3 figures descended upon this place, looking slightly disheveled and worn out. These 3 were the Blood Clan's Edward, the Spider Demon Clan's Ramuda, and the Nor Clan's Barbota, the 3 Black Knight-level powerhouses who had previously attempted to assassinate Zhang Yi in secret. Now that their subordinates had been completely wiped out by Uncle Yu and his group, they were unwilling to retreat and had no choice but to act alone. Chapter 2881, Razor. The 3 of them followed Zhang Yi and his group all the way to this star system. But they never expected that as soon as they appeared in space, they'd be relentlessly hounded by those indestructible monsters, and were ultimately forced to land here. Edward glanced at the chat logs left behind in the communication channel and said to the others, "Chaos and his crew have landed here too. The signal here is completely cut off, making this an ideal spot for us to hunt them down. What do you say? Want to give it a try? But we don't even know where his people are right now. How are we supposed to find them?" The spider demon Ramuda spread his hands in frustration. Edward smiled faintly. "They must have come here for a reason. If it were just to escape, there'd be absolutely no need to land on the homeworld where the wasteland golems were born. So whether they're trying to find a way to completely disable these wasteland golems or uncover the key technology behind their creation, they'll have to venture deep into the planet. If we just follow them there, we'll have a chance to run into him, and then we'll... He raised his hand, making a shooting gesture. Bang! One shot, and he's done for. You're always so confident. Barboda couldn't help but say, but clearly, we haven't even resolved our own crisis yet. As soon as his words fell, hundreds of kilometers away, dozens of wasteland golems were already charging toward them, drawn by the fiery trail they'd left as they plummeted from space. The wasteland golems were always particularly frenzied when it came to flesh and blood they could feed on, as well as individuals with powerful supernatural abilities. These were far more delicious than hard, energy-deficient steel that could only strengthen the physical body. Damn it! The spider demon Ramuda cursed viciously. As a pure power-type fighter, essentially a walking biological turret, he hated these indestructible creatures more than anything. Stop thinking about all that nonsense. Let's take them out first. Edward's gaze sharpened as he raised the old-fashioned silver flintlock in his right hand. The three of them had been battling these wasteland golems in space for some time and had discovered just how difficult they were to kill. However, since they had arrived later than Zhang Yi's group, they had missed some crucial information, namely, that the only way to deal with these creatures was to seal them, rather than relying solely on brute force to blast them to pieces. The three of them reasoned based on common sense that no matter how bizarre a ability might be, it could be completely eliminated by suppressing it with an overwhelmingly powerful supernatural ability. And so, a fierce battle began. 2 hours later, however, the three of them were fleeing in disarray. Ramute's body was covered with hundreds of bite wounds of varying sizes. Thanks to his powerful self-healing abilities and the effects of medication, flesh and blood had regrown over his wounds, making them appear much more delicate than before. He stumbled, looking rather bedraggled, deep into a pile of rubble, gasping for breath. Our spider demon clan already possesses formidable vitality, but I never expected to encounter monsters whose flesh and blood are even stronger than our own. It's illogical. This is completely illogical. Their existence defies the laws of energy and ether conservation. They can even absorb the power of my demon-slaying cannon to grow stronger. I can't keep fighting them like this, otherwise, if this continues, they might be able to take me down one-on-one. While cursing those damned wasteland golems, Ramuda was relieved to have escaped their pursuit. However, during the recent battle, he had become separated from Edward and Barboda. He had to figure out his next move. One thing was certain for now, the hunt for Zhang Yi would have to be postponed for a while. Since he was already here, he might as well explore this cursed planet. Perhaps he'd find something, like relics left behind by the Starry Sky Clan, which would make the trip worthwhile. He'd just hijack a spaceship and get out of here later. With that in mind, Ramuda decided to pick a direction and press on. But just then, from the shadows of the ruins ahead, came the sound of footsteps, neither too loud nor too soft. Tap, tap, tap. Ramute's brow furrowed instantly as he looked ahead. He'd initially thought they were those damned wasteland golems, but when he got a clear look at the figure approaching, he dismissed that thought. It was a man clad head to toe in black combat armor, with 2 pairs of silver-gray metallic wings sprouting from his back. He looked cold and aloof. The figure didn't resemble a wasteland golem, for those creatures, driven solely by a hunting instinct, would never be this composed. "Who are you? To which race do you belong?" Ramuda asked calmly. Apart from encountering Zhang Yi, he never needed to go on high alert when facing members of any other race here, for no one understood better than he did just how terrible the consequences would be for attacking an ally in this place. The figure clad in black metallic battle armor merely cast a casual glance at him before responding in a voice identical to his own. "I am Razor, a Type 2 wasteland golem, and your executioner." Upon hearing the other's self-introduction, Ramute's gaze instantly grew razor-sharp, and he immediately assumed a combat stance. "You're a wasteland golem too? Could it be that you're a survivor of the Starry Sky Clan?" Razor paid no mind to his wariness. A survivor of the Starry Sky Clan? No, I'm merely a biological weapon. Outsiders are forbidden from approaching this area, so now. He pointed a finger at Ramuda. I'm going to carry out your execution. Though his words were as cold as ice, his tone remained completely unchanged from start to finish. This set off alarm bells in Ramude's mind. However, in a one-on-one battle, as a peerless genius of the Black Knight level, he feared no opponent of his own level. He was merely a bit concerned that this creature, which claimed to be a Type 2 Wasteland Golem, was undoubtedly a more powerful evolved form than the Type 1 Wasteland Golems he'd encountered before. In other words, this creature might possess all the strengths of those Type 1 Wasteland Golems combined, and now, intelligence as well. I don't believe for a second that you lot are truly invincible. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ramuda launched his attack. The hundreds of compound eyes on his body simultaneously erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of demon-slaying light cannons pierced the distance of no more than a few hundred meters between them, reaching Razor in an instant. A crimson glow flared from the eyes beneath Razor's armor. Facing Ramude's assault, he neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, the armor covering his mouth suddenly cracked open. In an extremely contorted posture, he opened his massive jaws, forming a gigantic energy black hole before him that swallowed all the attacks whole into his belly. Chapter 2882, The Power of Evolution. Ramude's attacks were all completely absorbed. Razor didn't retreat a single step, and wisp after wisp of white smoke rose from his armor. He took great pleasure in absorbing attacks of the Black Knight level. Ramude's expression also grew grave. Just as I imagined. As if in response to his attack, a powerful black energy sphere suddenly coalesced in Razor's mouth. In the blink of an eye, it bounced the attack back in exactly the same manner as Ramuda had done. Boom! The black beam cast a shadow over the surrounding area. The fluctuations from that black energy blast were even more dense and powerful than the attack Ramuda had unleashed earlier. Ramuda, too, chose not to dodge, but instead spread his arms wide, braving the blow with his own body. With a thunderous crash, all the energy struck him without mercy. In the end, the spider demon's formidable physique absorbed the entire impact. After the initial exchange of testing attacks, Ramuda finally unleashed his most powerful force. His body rapidly expanded, transforming into a moving biological artillery platform hundreds of meters tall. However, his next offensive wasn't an energy blast, it was a close-range charge, much like that of a heavy tank. What would it feel like to have a mountain hurtling toward you at breakneck speed? Now, Ramuda could tell him the answer. Although it was heavy, that didn't mean it was slow. On the contrary, it moved at an incredibly astonishing speed, closing in directly on Razor. Then, with its massive body and hard carapace, it slammed violently into Razor's frame. Faced with this attack, Razor still made no attempt to dodge, simply taking Ramude's impact head-on in a straightforward, unadorned manner. Boom! Like a supersonic missile, it was instantly hurled backward, smashing through thick walls along the way and landing thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. His body crashed heavily into a pile of rubble. By the time he hit the ground, his limbs were twisted, and even his spine had snapped in two. Strangely enough, however, these injuries, which seemed certain to be fatal, did not last long on him. Soon, his body recovered completely, as if made of rubber. Faced with all this, Ramuda showed no sign of surprise. He had already observed these characteristics in the Type I Wasteland Golems, a powerful, nearly immortal vitality, coupled with the ability to adapt to almost any form of attack from their opponents. But Ramuda did not share this view. In this world, there was no such thing as an indestructible life form, nor an impregnable fortress. If such things existed, it could only mean that the power of the attack was not yet strong enough. It must simply be that I haven't found this creature's weakness yet. As long as I can locate it, I'll be able to wipe it out completely. Ramuda had already caught up to Razor, clamping him tightly between a pair of massive claws before hoisting him high into the air. Razor continued to stare at him coldly, offering no resistance whatsoever. Pfft! A jet of emerald green venom suddenly spurted from the depths of Ramute's throat, drenching Razor's entire body. Sizzle, a thick plume of white smoke billowed upward, but it failed to corrode through Razor's armor at all, leaving only a few dark stains. The Starry SkyClan's armor really is tough, Razor remarked coldly. Then Ramuda swung his claws, slamming Razor violently against the ground. Flesh and blood carry human memories. If I can't completely destroy you, I'll at least beat you into a concussion. I'm curious to see just how far a carbon-based lifeform can push its limits. Right there, as if venting his frustration, he continued to attack Razor relentlessly. For a full 10 or so minutes, Razor didn't put up any real resistance. His body was constantly being twisted, broken, and even crushed. But no matter how badly he was damaged, he always managed to heal his injuries in the shortest possible time. Ramuda grew so furious that he used his immense bulk to slam Razor violently into the ground, smashing through more than a dozen layers of metal and embedding him deep into an incredibly thick metal floor. But 10 seconds later, Razor's body crawled out from deep within the ground, once again completely unscathed. He glanced at Ramuda and said in a tone that seemed calm but was actually laced with sarcasm. "Looks like you can't kill me." Ramuda stared at him coldly. "You really are a monster. But if you can't kill me..." Razor cracked his neck and spoke, "Then I'll kill you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he burst into action, streaking through the air at an unimaginably extreme speed. As an enhancement-type ability user, Ramuda was already fast enough, yet he found himself unable to keep up with Razor's figure. As he streaked through the air, he left a white, slashing trail that pierced straight through Ramute's body. Whoosh! A gash over 10 meters deep was sliced into one side of Ramute's body. Wherever the blade passed, armor and flesh were both cleaved in two, and blood gushed from the wounds. Seeing this, Ramute's eyes narrowed sharply. Has this guy adapted to the power and speed of my attacks, transforming into a powerful close combat ability user? However, even with such severe injuries, Ramuda was still not dead. Its muscles rapidly clamped back together, the severed muscle fibers and nerves were even capable of repairing themselves autonomously. The small amount of blood that had gushed out was practically nothing to its body. Razor turned to look at Ramute's performance and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. "Your vitality seems rather tenacious, too." "Humph." Ramuda laughed dismissively. "When it comes to physical prowess, I'm no worse than any of you. The spider demons are one of the races with the strongest physical bodies in this universe." Back when Zhang Yi had shot an arrow straight through the center of his chest, creating a massive hole that went right through, not only was he unharmed, but he was able to take off and run at full speed. That alone demonstrated the sheer strength of his vitality. If he didn't have that kind of confidence, he wouldn't be able to engage in a head-on battle with a Type 2 wasteland golem like this. Razor said nothing, simply continuing his assault. His speed increased, and his attacks grew even fiercer. Time and again, he swept across the sky like a phantom, catching Ramuda off guard and piling on more and more wounds to his body. The most brutal strike nearly severed his head from his neck. Chapter 2883, The Type 2 Wasteland Golem Strikes. This time, Ramuda took the defensive stance while Razor launched the attack. Ramuda retracted his head deep into his neck, using his heavy armor and both arms to defend himself. Time and again, his body would shatter, only to be repaired with blinding speed. The battle between the two looked like a turn-based game, simple and brutal, yet incredibly tedious, completely unlike a fight between two Black Knight-level powerhouses. Razor's body was also stained dark green by Ramute's blood. Watching Ramuda constantly take blows without retaliating, Razor's eyes held nothing but endless coldness. "Is that all you've got? Are you just going to take a beating without daring to fight back?" This kind of battle bored him to death, for he was desperate to face a formidable opponent. Only when his opponent threw everything he had at him could Razor fully unleash his own abilities. Ramuda lowered his arms, which had been raised in defense, and gave him a sly grin. "That's right, that's all I've got. After all, isn't that the biggest weakness of you guys?" These words seemed baffling, but in the very next moment, Razor's body suddenly froze mid-air, as if someone had abruptly flipped a mysterious switch inside him. He suddenly realized that every cell in his body was going numb, and his limbs no longer obeyed his commands. What's going on? He looked down at his right hand. All 5 fingers were trembling slightly, and he couldn't even clench it into a fist. Did you poison me? Impossible. My body is immune to every toxin in the world, no poison can affect me. As Razor spoke these words, there was no fear or anger in his eyes, only excitement. He had longed to encounter this kind of unexpected situation. Only in this way could they, as combat weapons, continually discover their own weaknesses and evolve. Ramuda, of course, wasn't foolish enough to tell his opponent what he had done. He simply smiled, revealing his enormous, hideous head. You'll find out exactly what's happening very soon. Of course, Ramuda hadn't poisoned his opponent, but his body, especially his blood, contained an extremely terrifying biological element. The reason the spider demons were able to dominate and stand tall among all races with their incredibly powerful physical forms was precisely because of their terrifying, nearly immortal physical constitution. And the source of all this lay hidden within their blood. That biofactor could fortify their physical bodies, enhance their vitality, and even grant them the astonishing ability to regenerate, even if only a single scale or a half claw remained, as long as their physical form wasn't completely obliterated. Everything Ramuda had done had been planned from the very beginning. Knowing full well that the wasteland golems possessed formidable adaptability, and knowing full well that these creatures were practically indestructible, how could he possibly be so foolish as to engage in a senseless close-quarters brawl with them? So he didn't use any unnecessary abilities at all. Instead, he forced his opponent to continuously strengthen their physical capabilities, triggering adaptive changes. As the battle raged on, Razor's physical strength kept increasing. Ramuda simply let his opponent attack his body, then splashed his blood all over the enemy. After such prolonged exposure, those powerful biofactor, like potent tonics, would be fully absorbed by the enemy's body. Since the wasteland golems can absorb all of their enemies' attacks in every sense of the word, they would absorb the biofactor in the spider demon's blood even faster. But here's the problem. A spider demon of Ramuda's caliber, whose true form spans hundreds of meters, possesses biofactors of overwhelming potency. After Razor absorbed these biofactors, his body was temporarily unable to withstand their direct impact. While they can resist all viral attacks, these biofactors directly enhance their bodies. Consequently, the system cannot classify this as damage and thus cannot neutralize it. So Razor isn't actually weaker right now. He's actually stronger. It's just that his body has become so powerful that it has exceeded his mind's control. This has caused his body to react as if poisoned, leading to a mental disorientation that results in his body spiraling out of control. Ramuda slowly approached the unbalanced Razor. A massive, lotus-shaped mouth opened on his chest, and in an instant, it spewed forth a large white net that immediately bound Razor within it. The soft, white net was coated in murky mucus. It clung tightly to Razor's body and then began to contract. Ramuda bit off his own arm, showering Razor's body with a fountain of blood. You lot who love to absorb others' power, the simplest way to deal with you is to make you burst. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. After all, I am Ramuda, the Spider Demon Emperor. Although he didn't possess a typical sealing technique like Zhang Yi's ability to manipulate space, wasn't restraining his opponent and rendering him unable to move essentially the same as sealing him? Razor's body was constantly drenched in dark green blood, staining the spiderwebs until they changed color. Immediately, Ramuda grabbed hold of the spiderweb, preparing to pull it into his own body. Type 2 Wasteland Golem, your research value far exceeds that of those mindless Type 1 Wasteland Golems. If I can take you with me, this trip will have been well worth it. Just then, Razor finally spoke. You've truly surprised me. I never imagined that, in the 2 billion years since the Starry Sky Clan's demise, a race as gifted as yours would emerge. It seems the Creator has indeed been continuously refining the concept of human creation. However, there's one thing you don't seem to have grasped. He turned to Ramuda, and his previously expressionless face suddenly broke into an eerie smile. I am a completely different kind of being from those mindless creatures you encountered earlier. Remute's heart sank as he instantly realized something beyond his control was about to happen. Just as he was about to speed up the process of retracting the spiderweb, he suddenly saw that Razor's body before him had begun to melt in a bizarre manner, transforming into a viscous mixture of blood and flesh that slowly oozed out from beneath his incredibly resilient tech battle armor. This guy, he's dismembering his own body. Ramuda had no idea what his opponent was trying to do. Every single cell of his body has already been infected by me, he's completely lost control. If he sheds his physical form, will what remains in the end be his core? But how could that thing possibly fight back against me? Chapter 2884, Razor Strikes. Ramuda was utterly baffled, and just then, a furious roar suddenly rang in his ears. He turned his head and was immediately overwhelmed with panic, for dozens of wasteland golems had, at some unknown point, caught up to this area and were now snarling as they lunged toward him. These hideous, grotesque monsters knew no fear, only the pure, primal urge to feed. They opened their blood-red mouths wide and surged forward, snarling. Damn it, of all times to come and bother me. Although these creatures didn't pose a lethal threat to Ramuda, they were incredibly irritating. And Ramuda just wanted to finish off this Type 2 Wasteland Golem as quickly as possible. But just then, the Wasteland Golems suddenly changed course midair. They weren't lunging at Ramute's massive form, but instead at the spiderweb that resembled a prison cell. All the Wasteland Golems swarmed around the web, clustering together like silkworm cocoons. Having abandoned their physical forms, Razor's cores broke free. Soon after, the bodies of dozens of Wasteland Golems began to undergo eerie transformations. One by one, they twisted and warped, shedding their human forms to become what seemed like masses of flesh and blood, swelling and fusing into a single entity. A moment later, a flesh and blood form burst forth from this mass of flesh. It was a humanoid creature with short hair and 2 pairs of white wings sprouting from its back. Once it shed its armor-like form, its incredibly handsome face and statue-like, perfect physique were revealed. The moment his gaze met Ramute's, Ramuda instantly realized that this creature had actually used the flesh and blood of those Type I Wasteland Golems to reshape its own body. And those Wasteland Golems were actually willing to sacrifice their lives for him. This guy, he can control these Type 1 Wasteland Golems, and he's even able to resurrect himself using their bodies. Ramuda felt a chill run down his spine. He had already gained the upper hand in the battle, yet he never expected his opponent to neutralize his abilities in this manner. A powerful member of the Spider Demon clan, your abilities are truly awe-inspiring. Your appearance might even lead one to mistake you for a simple-minded warrior. But now I must apologize to you, you are very clever. It's just a pity that you've already lost your one and only chance to defeat me. With a mere glance from Razor, the battle armor, as if possessed of a will of its own, tore through Ramute's spiderweb, flew over, and reassembled itself upon his body. Ramute's gaze grew incredibly somber. Facing such an opponent truly made one feel a deep sense of helplessness. However, since he'd succeeded once before, he could try again, using large amounts of his own blood to overclock his opponent's physical body, rendering him unable to control it accurately. Unexpectedly, Razor said to him calmly, "Using biofactors to deceive my flesh and blood, making it unable to block this positive enhancement. It seems you've already figured out the physical characteristics of us Wasteland Golems. It's just a pity that the ones you faced before were only the lowest level Type 1 Wasteland Golems. The experience you gain fighting them won't work at all if you try to apply it to me." Ramute's gaze darkened. His opponent was extremely clever and had already seen through his tactics. So now, his only choice was... Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted right where they stood. Thick white smoke billowed out in all directions like an explosion, accompanied by a foul-smelling gas. After inhaling the gas, Razor felt his mind go into chaos and found himself briefly losing consciousness. However, his body quickly adapted to the toxin. He slammed a fist forward with all his might. The impact sent a violent gust of wind surging through the air, instantly dispersing the white smoke. But suddenly, he realized that Ramuda had vanished from sight. That colossal, mountain-like figure had actually disappeared right before his eyes. He scanned the surroundings in every direction but could see no trace of where it had gone. Razor's expression betrayed his surprise. Where is he? How did he disappear? He could never have imagined, even in his wildest dreams, where Ramuda was at that moment. Ramute's body had actually flown off into the distance in an extremely bizarre manner. That's right, it flew away. That immense, mountain-like form shrank to the size of a single knuckle in the blink of an eye. A white spiderweb shot out from its rear, suspended in midair, carried by air currents. It raced rapidly into the distance. No one could have imagined that this seemingly mighty spider demon would flee so far away. It could transform its body into a biological turret hundreds of meters tall, or shrink down to the size of a finger joint. Such was the spider's versatile nature. Even after escaping to an extremely great distance, Ramute's heart was still trembling. This damned creature can actually control a massive number of low-level wasteland golems, and it's impossible to kill. I'm truly at a loss. If the two had met on a relatively even battlefield, he might have been able to seal Razor away. But right now, he was on the other side's home turf. With the monster able to summon hordes of wasteland golems as reinforcements, how could he possibly fight it? With no advantage in any of the three key factors, timing, terrain, and manpower, withdrawing from the battle was the wisest choice. But then he had a change of heart. Looking on the bright side, if Zhang Yi stayed in this area, he'd inevitably run into that monster sooner or later, and who knows, maybe Zhang Yi would die without him even having to lift a finger. Ramuda made up his mind. For now, continuing to fight blindly wasn't the best option. He needed to take some time to carefully figure out exactly how to completely subdue these wasteland golems. Just as Ramuda thought he had successfully escaped, a blindingly bright light suddenly flared up behind him. A black beam, spanning vast distances, swept toward him like an inescapable net. Ramute's tiny spider body froze abruptly, and his figure, which had been flying away on a spiderweb, turned to look back midair. How is this possible? I was running fast enough, how could he track me down so easily? Boom! A massive beam of energy completely engulfed Ramuda. Shortly afterward, he saw Razor's form streaking toward him from the distance, like a warship. You're clever. Once you realized you couldn't defeat me, you decisively chose to flee. But it seems you've forgotten one thing. Razor hovered high above him, looking down coldly. I've told you before, I'm not the same kind of creature as those wasteland golems you've encountered before. Why are you trying to deal with me using the same tactics you used against them? Chapter 2885, The Divine Kingdom in the Palm of His Hand. Ramute's body crashed down onto the ground with a thunderous thud. Though his body was no larger than a knuckle, it remained formidable. While this blow had inflicted serious injuries, it was not yet fatal. But now, his biggest problem was confusion. Why did this happen? His face was filled with bewilderment. He had no idea how his opponent had tracked him down. Razor raised his right hand, then suddenly slashed it down like a celestial sword. The fabric of space tore apart at that moment, and a massive spatial rift pierced right through the spider demon's body. Even a body as powerful as the spider demon's shattered into pieces right then and there. A space ability? How is this possible? The spider demon frantically unleashed his supernatural powers, struggling against the tearing force of the spatial rift. But in that sudden moment, he realized what Razor's words had meant. He had assumed, based on common sense, that wasteland golems would adapt and evolve in response to their opponent's abilities. But was it possible that these Type 2 wasteland golems and those alien wasteland golems weren't even the same species to begin with, which was why his common sense had failed him? Do you have any other abilities? Razor asked coldly. If so, use them as soon as possible. Virtual combat is quite entertaining. He clenched his fist. I've already adapted to the physical enhancement factor you used against me just now. Thank you very much for making me even stronger. Ramute's teeth gnashed audibly. He hadn't expected his own tactics to land him in such a dire situation. Keep fighting? Are you kidding me? I've run out of options. Despite his small frame, he unleashed astonishing strength and suddenly sprinted off into the distance, moving so fast he resembled a shooting star. But while he was fast, Razor was even faster. He moved faster than he had started, intercepting the spider demon head-on, then raised his slender, fair left hand and brought it down with all his might onto the spider demon's body. That single strike sent the spider demon crashing deep into the underground of the experimental planet. If you can no longer bring me pleasure, then I have no choice but to kill you and devour every last bit of your flesh and blood. As Razor spoke these words, his originally pitch-black eyes gradually took on a frenzied blood-red hue. An extremely violent and ferocious aura erupted from his body. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs as sharp as daggers. Suddenly, a wild, excited roar like that of a beast erupted from his mouth. He plunged headfirst straight toward the spider demon. No! The spider demon's voice, filled with rage and terror, echoed up from underground as an even more terrifying battle erupted. But 10 minutes, just 10 minutes later, the massive body of Ramuda, the spider demon emperor, a Black Knight-level creature with exceptionally formidable close-quarters combat abilities, was torn apart, its flesh and blood shattered into dozens of pieces. Razor's eyes glowed blood-red, like those of a beast. Grabbing a massive spider leg with both hands, he shoved the leg, over 10 meters long, straight into his mouth, then swallowed it whole without chewing. Absolutely delicious. These outsiders possess incredibly powerful energy within their flesh. He licked his lips, his face brimming with excitement, the blood-red glow in his eyes growing ever more intense. Kill! I must hunt down even more. In another area. Arriving here was an old friend of Zhang Yi, George Wiggins, the new Pope of the Holy See. This young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, was dressed in a magnificent papal robe, with 4 Knights Templar of the Holy See closely following behind him. Among the 4 knights was the War Knight and Priest of Commandments, Corey Orion. Although he had been killed by Zhang Yi during the Battle of the Moon, the church quickly filled the vacancy. His successor was a somewhat petite, long-haired young woman with a piercing gaze. Pope Wiggins and the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse represented the pinnacle of the Holy See's combat strength, and all of them were participating in this operation. As they walked through the ruins of the experimental planet, they could look up and see the shards of the shattered star drifting through space. Didn't they fight a little too fiercely? Pope Wiggins said with a smile. Behind him, Cardinal Arnold Olive stood with his hands at his sides and said, "Such is the sin of the world. As long as life exists, it will never disappear. Indeed, all beings suffer. Separated individuals, unable to understand one another due to the barriers of the mind, can only forever harbor suspicion, doubt, and strife. Therefore, only when everyone merges into one and returns to the divine kingdom will true great harmony be achieved." Wiggins exclaimed with such conviction. But clearly, this was not the best time for him to preach his doctrine here, for no one would listen. A menacing growl echoed from nearby. A wasteland golem had detected their presence. Crawling out of the ruins, it charged toward Wiggins like a bolt of lightning, snarling without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse immediately stepped in front of the Pope to protect him, but Wiggins shook his head to stop them. "You can't handle these creatures. Let me handle this." No sooner had he spoken than, facing the wasteland golem charging toward him, he neither flinched nor dodged, but simply extended his left hand slowly. Divine kingdom in my hand. An extremely eerie scene unfolded. When the wasteland golem was less than 3 meters away from Wiggins, his physical body suddenly burst apart like a dandelion, with a loud pop. That's right, it burst apart. It didn't shatter, it wasn't destroyed, but rather seemed to be some kind of existence formed from dust, completely dissipating at the slightest breeze. All that remained in its place was its core, a bloody, fleshy mass formed from condensed life force. Wiggins opened his left hand, and the core floated gently into the palm of his hand. Even a Black Knight-level powerhouse would not dare touch it with their bare hands, for this entity indiscriminately absorbs all surrounding energy, matter, and flesh. Yet, it simply settled quietly in Wiggins' palm, showing no reaction whatsoever. Vaguely, one could sense a special discipline emanating from Wiggins. Wiggins looked at the Flesh and Blood Corps, saying with a touch of emotion, "Those guys from the Starry Sky Clan are truly terrifying, to think they're capable of something like this. No wonder we've been searching for so long without ever discovering his whereabouts." As he spoke, he clenched his palm, and the Flesh and Blood Corps vanished into thin air. Immediately, a gentle, godlike smile spread across his face as he called out to the four knights, "Let's go. We'll venture deeper into the starry sky. This time, I foresee that we'll reap a tremendous reward." Chapter 2886, You Have No Right to Negotiate. Along the way, more wasteland golems crawled out of the ruins one after another, but none of them could even get close to Wiggins. They simply disintegrated into dust mid-air. Yet no one witnessed this scene, and no one knew that within the domain of the sixth generation, aside from that chaos character named Zhang Yi, another terrifying entity existed. Over on Zhang Yi's side, with Yang Xinqin, Lu Karen, and the newly joined Shirkong working together, they swiftly searched the vast experimental planet for a path leading to the underground core. The inability to use space shuttle directly did indeed slow their progress, but moving too quickly wasn't necessarily a good thing. Zhang Yi proceeded cautiously, advancing step by step while having Lu Karen collect and analyze the surrounding materials, prioritizing their safety above all else. However, within the relatively confined and labyrinthine interior of the planet, they encountered an ever-increasing number of wasteland golems. That initial 100,000 wasteland golems were not the entire force. This vast experimental facility harbored far too many secrets. In addition to those wasteland golems, the Intelligent Command Center deep underground released even more creatures, which they had used for experiments, to prevent the intruders from getting any closer. Even with the combined strength of Zhang Yi and the other three Black Knight-level powerhouses, their advance could hardly be considered swift. Soon, when they descended to the 12th underground level, they were met by a group of incredibly bizarre, weapon-like humanoid monsters. They weren't entirely humanoid, though they possessed four limbs, their bodies covered in twisted, menacing carapaces, and they dragged long tails ending in bony hammers. These creatures were numerous and possessed extremely formidable defenses, displaying destructive power even more terrifying than that of the wasteland golems. However, as the battle progressed, Zhang Yi soon discovered that their vitality wasn't as robust as that of the wasteland golems. Although they possessed multiple hearts within their bodies, as long as their hearts were completely destroyed, they would not revive. Zhang Yi speculated that a portion of their genes had been integrated into the wasteland golems' bodies. It took the group half an hour to completely clear the entire area of all monsters. Just as Zhang Yi was about to take a brief rest here before considering venturing deeper, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixed on them. That gaze carried a hint of wariness, yet it also held an indescribable sense of joy. Zhang Yi abruptly turned his head in that direction. Zooming in with his electronic binoculars, he was startled to recognize who it was. It was none other than Edward, the powerful member of the Blood Clan who had previously attempted to ambush and kill him on 0 Point Star. Edward looked somewhat disheveled at the moment, his once spotless clothes now stained with blood. He apparently hadn't expected to encounter anyone from the Allied forces here, and a hint of delight flashed across his face. But when he confirmed that the person was actually Zhang Yi, his expression twisted into a strange, contorted grimace. Enemy spotted. Zhang Yi said coldly, "Shunfeng, Luo Qiao, come help me. Kill him." Zhang Yi didn't hesitate for a moment, he immediately resolved to kill him. Sensing Zhang Yi's surging killing intent as he charged toward him with his men, Edward hurriedly used his electronic device to speak. "Wait a moment. Are you sure you want to fight me right here?" Zhang Yi sneered, "You want to kill me? Do you really think I'm going to spare your life?" Edward's form transformed into a giant bat as he retreated rapidly, all the while speaking coldly. "It won't be that easy to kill me, but the massive commotion caused by a battle here will attract even more enemies. You don't want to be swallowed up by the wasteland golem waves, do you?" This remark made Zhang Yi frown. Right now, as they continued to infiltrate, their top priority was undoubtedly reaching the heart of the experimental planet. If they caused too much of a commotion here and drew the attention of the control center's artificial intelligence, who knows what kind of terrifying weapons the enemy would use against them. However, this thought lasted only a split second. Zhang Yi immediately sneered, "Negotiating terms with me? You have no right to do so. From the moment you attacked me, it was destined that I would kill you." Edward's expression changed drastically. He flapped his wings and suddenly flew toward the passageway above. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Zhang Yi, who possessed spatial abilities. In just about a minute, Zhang Yi, accompanied by his two helpers, had already closed in on him. Life and death now hung in the balance. Without the slightest hesitation, Edward's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. And then, with a massive explosion, he actually blew himself apart mid-air. Countless streams of blood shot out in all directions like arrows, as if a sun made of blood had risen in the sky. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. To prevent the opponent's blood from splashing onto him, he immediately activated the everything under heaven barrier. He was well aware that Edward possessed the ability to manipulate the law of cause and effect and did not want to become entangled in any karmic ties with him. However, as those countless blood droplets, sharp as arrows, flew in all directions, Zhang Yi quickly realized a troubling problem. The life force of the Blood Clan was incredibly powerful. He had witnessed firsthand a Blood Clan member's ability to be reborn from a single drop of blood. This is bad. Don't let him get away. Zhang Yi struck immediately, summoning the sword, Divine Refinement, into his hand. He swung the long sword with all his might, opening a series of rifts from the netherworld, each stretching thousands of meters, that swept across the path of the blood droplets. But there were simply too many of them. No matter how fast Zhang Yi attacked, he couldn't completely intercept them all. In the blink of an eye, by the time Zhang Yi tried to give chase, the blood droplets had already scattered everywhere, quickly drying up and losing their vitality. Damn him, he got lucky. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and muttered under his breath. Lu Karen reminded him, "We shouldn't waste any more time on him. Killing a Black Knight level opponent is simply too difficult." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "I won't let them off the hook. These people must die. Let's save that for another time. If a Black Knight level powerhouse is determined to escape, even you would have a hard time catching and killing him." That was certainly true. Once one reached the Black Knight level, their ability to survive was simply too powerful. Back then, all those people, including Jing Meng of the Nightmare Clan, were only killed because he had first harbored the intent to kill them and then trapped them in a situation from which they couldn't escape. Take Edward, for example. He could transform himself into billions of blood beads, and any single one of them could regenerate into his original form. If he were in that state and determined to flee, it would indeed be very difficult to kill him. Zhang Yi snorted coldly. "Since that's the case, let's not worry about him anymore. But we should leave here first. Now that he's discovered our location, he might bring other allies to attack us next." Chapter 2887, The Silver Skull. Shere Khan stood silently nearby, watching. This feud had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of intervening, and Zhang Yi didn't press him to do so. What he didn't know, however, was that at that very moment, hundreds of kilometers away, Edward, whose body had been reformed from blood, was flashing a smile that was both incredibly sinister and smug. "I've succeeded," he murmured, raising his right hand to materialize an old-fashioned silver flintlock pistol out of thin air. "Chaos, die." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. A beam of light burst from the muzzle, shooting toward a point in the void. At that moment, Zhang Yi, hundreds of kilometers away, vaguely sensed a sense of unease. This was the innate ability of a time-type ability user. He sensed that something was attacking him. But no matter how intently he scanned his surroundings, he detected no trace of killing intent. Yet in the very next instant, a beam of light appeared out of nowhere from the void and struck him squarely in the chest. The Godslayer battle armor absorbed most of the strike's energy, but the remaining shockwaves still slammed into his physical body. Zhang Yi's physical form was fragile. Even the residual force of a full-power strike from a Black Knight-level opponent was enough to completely shatter his internal organs and take his life. The vortex in Zhang Yi's left eye suddenly returned to normal, his pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately activated the Void Immortal Robe. That guy, how did he do that? A few seconds later, the anticipated strike materialized from the void and slammed violently into his Void Immortal Robe. The energy collided violently, causing ripples to spread across the surface of the Void Immortal Robe in wave after wave. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked, for no one had seen where the strike had come from. It had simply appeared out of nowhere in the void. However, the moment Lu Karen saw the strike, she immediately exclaimed, "That guy has already planted the seed of the law of cause and effect within you." From far away, Edward could sense that the person bound to him by causality had not died. Too bad that shot missed. As expected, it's hard to kill someone with time-based abilities who can foresee the future. Though he said this, the very next moment, he expertly loaded another bullet into his old-fashioned flintlock. A very special silver bullet, engraved with a skull. But how long can you keep this up? Zhang Yi had always believed that for Edward's law of cause and effect ability to trigger, certain conditions, such as physical contact or obtaining an object from his person, had to be met. But he never imagined that what Edward relied on to activate the law of cause and effect was, in fact, his gaze. The moment his eyes locked onto a specific being, the seed of causality was already sown. And once that consequence was fulfilled, the bullet fired from the gun in his hand, named Spider Lily, would inevitably strike the target's body. Zhang Yi's gaze was icy and terrifying. That guy. He wanted to hurl some harsh words, but right now he didn't even know where Edward was, let alone how to counterattack. But once the seeds of causality had been sown, how could he escape? This was clearly an extremely difficult problem to solve. Take, for example, being locked onto by Ho-Tu. It creates a fatal attack that is impossible to dodge. Even a mutant with an ability index exceeding hers by 10,000 points couldn't evade it. They could only choose to take the hit head-on. Fortunately, he possessed the ability of the second hand of time, which allowed him to anticipate his opponent's attacks in advance. Otherwise, that previous strike would have killed him outright. The second and third attacks came one after another, neither too fast nor too slow, while the fluctuations of the Void Immortal Robe on Zhang Yi's body grew increasingly intense. It was simply impossible for these attacks to break through his defenses in the short term. But there was one problem: if he wanted to avoid being ambushed by Edward, he had to keep his all-around defensive abilities activated at all times. Yang Xinxin and the others, who had been hiding in the shadows, hurriedly appeared beside Zhang Yi. Realizing he had been locked onto by the law of cause and effect, everyone's faces betrayed a look of tension. Everyone knew that the law of cause and effect was the most inescapable ability of all. Fatty Sue, for once showing some wit, said, "I told you it wasn't a coincidence that we ran into him here. That bastard was deliberately staging a chance encounter with us. He was actually trying to ambush Boss." Zhang Yi maintained a safe distance from the group, as Edward's attacks came at a steady, unhurried pace, firing at him at regular intervals. Although it was impossible to break through Zhang Yi's defenses in the short term, it was extremely annoying. In other words, during this period, if Zhang Yi encountered any other battles, he would face an additional layer of danger. Everyone watched Zhang Yi with a hint of worry in their eyes, because once a Black Knight-level user of the law of cause and effect had planted a causal link, the outcome for an ordinary person was almost certainly death. However, while Zhang Yi wouldn't be killed instantly, neutralizing this ability would be incredibly difficult. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and looked toward Ho-Tu in the crowd. "Ho-Tu, you know the law of cause and effect better than anyone. Tell me, is there a way to break this?" Ho-Tu looked somewhat helpless. Edward's ability with the law of cause and effect far surpassed her own. "I know of only 3 ways to break it. You're already familiar with the first 2, so I won't go into detail. The third method is to kill the caster." Zhang Yi pulled Ho-Tu aside and asked her in a low voice, "What's the range of your Hell's Guillotine?" Ho-Tu cast a faint glance at him and silently put some distance between them, afraid she might get caught in the crossfire. "My ability has no casting limits, because my causality transcends spatial boundaries. Even across the vast expanse of the cosmos, the moment I activate it, it can reach its target instantly. Zhang Yi's headache worsened as he listened. Quantum entanglement, is it? Damn it. Sure enough, there's no such thing as absolute safety in this world, one must always remain vigilant. Since advancing to the Black Knight rank, his path had been far too smooth, and at times he couldn't help but feel a bit overconfident. But ultimately, it was because the Dragon Clan had his back. Most other races didn't dare to attack him openly. However, it was only after actually encountering those higher-tier races that he realized just how naive his thinking had been, and now he'd actually been outmaneuvered by a Blood Clan Black Knight. It certainly wasn't something he'd want to admit. To make matters worse, his opponent's ability was the most troublesome of all, the law of cause and effect. Jing Meng alone had been trouble enough. Now that he thought about it, the races that hated him and wanted him dead were truly determined to kill him. Zhang Yi kept activating the Void Immortal Robe as wave after wave of attacks poured in, but he couldn't keep this energy-intensive defense system active forever. Chapter 2888, The Golden Feather Clan. The Void Immortal Robe works by mutually annihilating the opponent's energy. As long as the attacking energy is powerful enough, it can pierce his defense. So right now, he had to focus all his attention on guarding against Edward's attacks, which could strike at any moment, leaving him unable to do anything else. If a new enemy were to appear at this very moment, it would be disastrous. However, there was a glimmer of good news. Rules are always double-edged swords. The greater the self-imposed constraints, the greater the power. The trigger for Edward's law of cause and effect was merely a gaze, so the damage it could inflict was inherently limited. It couldn't simply ignore everything and slay Zhang Yi outright, like Ho Tua's Hell's Guillotine. In fact, Edward's approach was a wise choice, striking a good balance between the conditions for activation and the power of the ability. If he were facing another opponent, he could easily obliterate them solely with the immense supernatural power of his Black Knight rank. Zhang Yi had the others keep their distance from him, while he found a metal step and slowly sat down, calmly beginning to think about how to handle everything that lay ahead. Shun Feng and Luo Qiao stood guard by his side, on high alert for any more wasteland golems or other artificial creatures that might attack. Boss, our only option now is to go after that Blood Clan powerhouse. But he's a master at escaping. If we go after him, we've got no chance of success. Unless the big boss comes himself. Fatty Su looked at Zhang Yi and offered a suggestion. Boss, let's abandon our plan to go deeper into the experimental planet for now and go after that guy instead. King Arthur and the others stood nearby, their brows furrowed, but they didn't rush to offer an opinion. However, it was clear they didn't agree with Fatty Su's proposal. Zhang Yi looked up, furrowing his brow as he said, "No one knows how far his spell range extends. If I were him, I'd definitely attack from the maximum possible distance. I wouldn't give my opponent a chance to counterattack." As he spoke, Zhang Yi turned to Yang Xinxin. "Xinxin, can you use your law of cause and effect weapon to suppress him? My mimetic arrow needs to hit a target to control him, but his physical form isn't even nearby right now. Who am I supposed to use it on?" Yang Xinxin shook her head helplessly. Zhang Yi did indeed have the ability to render Edward's law of cause and effect ineffective against him, but that would only turn him into a pure void being, entering the realm of the void. But if he did that, he wouldn't be able to do anything either. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow and closed his eyes to think. Meanwhile, supernatural bullets continued to rain down on him one after another. At first, Zhang Yi didn't pay them much mind. Given his absolute advantage, his defenses wouldn't be breached so easily. However, when the sixth supernatural bullet struck his Void Immortal Robe, he suddenly sensed that the spatial fluctuations on its surface seemed to follow a discernible pattern. Has his attack frequency increased? Or has the power of his attacks grown? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Bang! The attack appeared without a sound. At that moment, the attack struck his Void Immortal Robe once more. This time, the robe shook even more violently, the star-like radiance within even began to falter, causing the force to peel away. Zhang Yi finally realized, the attacks I'm enduring are growing stronger with each strike. It seems even his bullets are imbued with an entirely new set of laws of cause and effect. Only then did it dawn on Zhang Yi. From a completely safe position, Edward silently loaded the next tidal bullet into his gun. That was the cumulative effect of his ability. When the tide first rises, all you can see from afar is a faint white line. But as vast amounts of tidal energy continuously churn and surge, they will eventually form a terrifying wave. To ensure 100% causality is implanted, some destructive power is sacrificed. And from this, something entirely new had emerged, the tide. Causal attacks could continuously accumulate, growing ever stronger. Ultimately, once the law of cause and effect had stacked to a certain degree, they would form a ferocious and terrifying giant wave that would swallow the opponent whole in a single blow. In other words, Zhang Yi had originally intended to buy time and slowly figure out a solution. That approach clearly wouldn't work. The power of Edward's attacks kept building. With every strike against Zhang Yi's void immoral robe, it trembled even more violently than before. It was clear that Zhang Yi didn't have much time left. Yang Xinxin furrowed her brow and warned Zhang Yi, "Brother, if this doesn't work, hide yourself in the void first, and then we'll figure out a way to hunt him down. His attack range must be limited." At that moment, Luo Qiao rested his chin in his hand and said, "It's extremely difficult to hunt down a Black Knight level ability user when they're on guard. Even if Shunfeng and I join forces, I'm afraid it would be hard to pull off. After all, neither of us is a pursuit-type ability user." Yang Xinxin turned her gaze to one side. From start to finish, that member of the Golden Feather clan, Shirkong, had been standing there with a completely harmless expression. He didn't actively participate in their conversation, as if none of it concerned him. Yang Xinxin turned to look at Shirkong. "Mr. Shirkong, we share the same goal, don't we?" Shirkong smiled and nodded. "That's right, my dear lady." Yang Xinxin said calmly, "Then, please use your ability to help us, to hunt down Edward." Shirkong hesitated slightly and shrugged. "This matter has nothing to do with our Golden Feather clan, and I have no intention of interfering in others' karmic entanglements." Yang Xinxin replied, "We don't need you to take action yourself, we just need you to provide us with his coordinates. That shouldn't be difficult for you at all, and he won't even realize you're involved, right?" Shirkong lowered his head, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of getting involved in this matter. Zhang Yi pressed both hands against his knees and shook his head at Yang Xinxin and the others. "Forget it. You don't need to get involved in this. Even if you could pinpoint his location, would you really be able to kill him?" Zhang Yi knew full well that although Luo Qiao and Shunfeng were his allies and would assist him in battle, they wouldn't truly risk their lives for him. Moreover, given Edward's formidable self-preservation abilities as a member of the Blood Clan, it would be extremely difficult for even the two of them to kill him, even if they joined forces. "But brother, this is the best option we have right now," Yang Xinxin said honestly. Zhang Yi shook his head. He stood up and let his gaze sweep over everyone present. Their eyes were all filled with concern as they looked at him. Zhang Yi suddenly smiled faintly. "There's no need to worry too much about me. If I can't even handle such a minor problem, I wouldn't be fit to be your leader." After saying this, his gaze turned to Shirkong. "What do you think, Your Excellency Shirkong?" Chapter 2889, Edward the Vampire. If we want to turn the tables on Edward, Shirkong's ability to pinpoint locations is absolutely essential. Zhang Yi said calmly, "If you want to continue working with us, then you'll have to help me solve this immediate problem. I don't need you to do anything difficult, just help me pinpoint his location." Zhang Yi addressed Shirkong by adding the honorific Your Excellency. When asking for a favor, one must, of course, adopt the proper attitude. Shirkong lowered his head and pondered for a moment, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. Finally, he looked up, nodded at Zhang Yi, and said, "All right, I can help you pinpoint his location. But I'm curious, in your current state, what exactly can you do?" "Being inside an experimental planet, my ability to traverse space is severely limited. I can't breach those barriers. Moreover, with a single space shuffle limited to a 5-kilometer radius, even if I pinpoint Edward's location, it'll be difficult to catch up to him in the shortest possible time." "Even if you catch up and fight him one-on-one, can you really kill Edward?" Shirkong's eyes were filled with curiosity and scrutiny. he suddenly found himself eager to see what this legendary strongest of the sixth generation would do next. No one could understand what Zhang Yi intended to do, not even his companions by his side. Luo Qiao and Shunfeng also stared at Zhang Yi with expressions of astonishment and uncertainty. Zhang Yi did nothing, he simply sat back down quietly on the metal step, lowered his head, rested his hands on his legs, and slowly clasped them together. "Shirkong, please begin." Shirkong nodded, then closed his eyes and activated his ability. Soon, the entire surrounding space took shape within his mind, its scope growing ever larger as it extended outward. Finally, in a construction zone 360 kilometers away from their current location, he spotted the figure slowly reloading a bullet. Sure enough, just as Zhang Yi had said, the simpler the trigger conditions of the law of cause and effect, the weaker its power. Edward couldn't hunt Zhang Yi down across thousands of mountains and rivers like Hotu could, so he had to attack Zhang Yi within a limited range. Shirkong opened his eyes and provided Zhang Yi with Edward's location. "Thank you," Zhang Yi said softly. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on Zhang Yi, waiting to see what he intended to do. But they saw nothing. Because the very moment Zhang Yi received Edward's coordinates, the entire world around him froze. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes. In his left eye, the pupil had been replaced by an ancient pendulum. The minute and second hands accelerated their rotation, and just then, the hour hand ticked once, sweeping past the pendulum. And right at the very center of the clock, the shortest hand, which had almost never moved, at that very moment, with a slow click, rotated from the 12 o'clock position to the 1 o'clock position. The third ability of the time pendulum, hour hand, had finally been activated. Zhang Yi slowly stood up, yet his body remained seated in the exact same spot. His form was no longer physical, instead, it was a phantom white light, vaguely taking on his own likeness due to some kind of memory-based constraint. The entire world around him was completely still, like a giant gray photograph. Zhang Yi turned to glance at his physical body. He could clearly see that an invisible thread connected his body to a distant point. Zhang Yi took a single step forward, and in the next instant, he appeared 360 kilometers away, right where Edward was. At that moment, Edward was still frozen in the motion of raising his gun to fire, the trigger already halfway pulled. Zhang Yi simply watched him silently, yet he did not move to attack Edward. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he simply couldn't. For the only thing capable of traversing time and space was human longing. It could turn back time and sever the chain of causality, but it was insufficient to affect any tangible existence in the physical world. At least for Zhang Yi at this moment, he was still unable to do so. All he could do was change himself. For example, reverting his own state back to before the seed of causality had been planted. Zhang Yi merely raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, the causal thread between the two, one that had existed in the past, was cut clean through. The world's timeline returned to its normal state. Just as Edward pulled the trigger, preparing to stack the causal layers of the tide and deepen them once more, a sudden sense of loss welled up in his heart. What he could see deep within his mind, the other end of that causal connection, had vanished abruptly. Click, he fired a blank round. He stood frozen in place, his eyes almost unfocused. The causal chain, it had actually been severed. In his entire life, spanning thousands of years, he had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. While the causal chain could be forcibly shattered by immense mental willpower, it was impossible for it to vanish on its own before the caster actively dissolved the spell. This defied his common sense and understanding, sending a chill of utter dread coursing through his entire body. Could it be that some transcendent being existed in this place, one capable of reversing the laws of cause and effect in the world? As the extreme chill enveloped Edward's body, he turned without a moment's hesitation and flew frantically toward the exit of the experimental planet. He no longer wanted to kill Zhang Yi, nor did he care about anything here anymore, all he wanted now was to escape. Deep within the experimental planet, Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes. It felt as though dozens of extremely fine sewing needles had suddenly pierced his prefrontal cortex. The pain was excruciating. Yet he forced himself to suppress the pain, for through countless past experiments, he had gradually grown accustomed to this sensation. He stood up and gazed into the distance. Wait here for a moment. Immediately, he took a step forward, expanding the formless void realm to a 5-kilometer radius, allowing him to rapidly pursue the direction Edward had fled. Everyone stared blankly at his receding figure. They wanted to chase after him, but who could possibly keep up? Of course, there was someone, namely, another Black Knight-level master of space abilities present at the scene, Shirkong. Shirkong watched Zhang Yi's figure. He could no longer sense the presence of causality on him. This caused a brilliant light to flare in his eyes, the excitement one feels upon discovering something that piques one's interest. Whoosh! His speed was actually on par with Zhang Yi's. He vanished from where he stood and gave chase at full speed. This time, Zhang Yi was utterly determined to kill Edward. He didn't believe the other man could use this method of disassembling himself to escape indefinitely. The reason he hadn't pursued him earlier was that Zhang Yi believed he had more important matters to attend to. But now that Edward had crossed his line, even if it meant putting everything else aside, he would take Edward's life here and now. Chapter 2890, My Sword is Just as Sharp. When a top-tier space ability user gives chase with everything he's got, the target has almost no chance of escape. Especially Zhang Yi in a rage, his pursuit skills were even more terrifying than usual. He remembered the path he'd taken perfectly, so he didn't need to check his bearings. He simply followed the hollowed-out area, racing straight toward the surface of the experimental planet. He no longer considered the wasteland golems he encountered along the way a bother. With a wave of his hand, he activated the formless void realm, forcibly drawing them into the netherworld to seal them away. What was Edward doing at that moment? Edward was fleeing. He had realized that danger was closing in. But right now, the entire experimental planet was riddled with peril. Without a spaceship, relying solely on the power from his battle armor would only allow him to reach nearby planets. But Edward couldn't worry about that now. He had to escape this place immediately. When people encounter things beyond their comprehension, they feel immense fear. Especially at this level, their sixth sense is incredibly sharp. Zhang Yi, seeing Shirkong had come to watch the show, said directly, "Since you're here to watch the show, help me find my way, tell me where that guy is." Shirkong laughed, "No problem." With 2 top-tier space ability users joining forces, the pursuit became much easier. Soon, when Zhang Yi appeared on the surface of the experimental planet, he was only a little over 100 kilometers away from Edward. The area outside was exceptionally open, making it much easier for him to dash off into space. That icy killing intent became even more pronounced now that nothing stood in the way. Edward felt as if he were being stalked by a wild beast. His heart sank, and without looking back, he sped up to escape. Zhang Yi said nothing, simply closing the gap between them time and time again. Soon, 100 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 30 kilometers, the distance only grew shorter. No matter how Edward transformed into a bat and flew at top speed, he couldn't outrun space itself. He shouted over his shoulder, "Chaos, I admit I was wrong this time. I can make it up to you. The starry sky passage is rife with danger right now, don't waste any more time on me." Zhang Yi simply silently drew that crimson super bioweapon, the god-slaying bow. "I've already given you one chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it, so this time you must die. You don't really think that letting you go those 2 previous times meant I truly couldn't kill you, do you? I just didn't bother wasting my time on you. But since you keep coming back to court your own doom, wouldn't it be a disservice to your actions if I didn't kill you?" The great bow was drawn, and 2 supernatural powers, time and space, simultaneously surged, sealing off every possible escape route. The great bow was slowly drawn back, and a terrifying force from the netherworld surged forth like a tidal wave, then coalesced into an incredibly sharp arrow in Zhang Yi's palm. Across an immense distance, no matter how Edward maneuvered in flight, the arrow shot forward like the final chapter of fate. Edward swung his arm backward, the spider lily gun unleashed immense power, colliding violently with the arrow of the final chapter of destiny. However, empowered by a divine artifact, Zhang Yi's arrow possessed truly terrifying power. The shockwaves shattered his supernatural bullets, then surged toward his body with undiminished force. Even the residual energy alone sent Edward flying backward hundreds of kilometers, and cracks began to appear in his armor. No! How can this guy's power be so terrifying? He's wielding the Titan clan's supreme biological weapon. Damn it! Those good-for-nothings, they're useless when it comes to getting things done, but they sure know how to screw things up. What does it mean for Zhang Yi to wield the God-slaying bow? It means a top-tier Black Knight-level mutant with both space and time attributes is fighting while wielding a biological weapon whose destructive power approaches that of a Black Knight. The combination of their abilities and the resulting effect is far from as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. That method of escaping by triggering a self-destructive blood explosion cannot be sustained for long, otherwise, it would inflict massive, irreversible damage on him. Edward had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to fight Zhang Yi to the bitter end. Chaos, don't think you're so great. My sword is just as sharp. The severing of their previous causal link left Edward utterly baffled. However, with Zhang Yi right in front of him now, he could fully activate his secondary ability. His eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Yi as he activated the life-binding shackle ability. All it required was an intense focus to connect the causal link between them. Zhang Yi made no attempt to dodge, and the causal link between the two was instantly established. At that moment, even if Edward had pulled the trigger with his eyes closed, that bullet would have struck Zhang Yi's body without fail. He raised his pistol, aiming slightly downward and forward, not specifically at Zhang Yi, and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Bang! 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 The bullets' trajectories were invisible. By the time they reappeared, they were already outside Zhang Yi's body. This wasn't the first time Zhang Yi had withstood an attack of this magnitude, so he responded without the slightest hesitation, forcibly using the power of the Void Immortal Robe to block the 3 supernatural bullets. In the very next instant, just as Shirkong widened his eyes, his face brimming with excitement as he tried to see exactly how Zhang Yi would sever the causal link between the two. The causal bond between them snapped abruptly. Edward froze in place, eyes wide, unable to believe what had just happened. Shirkong, too, looked utterly bewildered, for he had seen nothing and sensed nothing. Just as Zhang Yi was unable to sense anything, even though he possessed the ability to perceive objects in the 3-dimensional space around him through spatial perception. What on earth did he do? Shirkong furrowed his brow deeply. This kind of event was beyond his comprehension. Edward, however, roared in horror. How did you do that? Why did the causal link between you and me, which was clearly already formed, disappear? Unless I actively break it or you kill me, this ability couldn't possibly vanish into thin air. What? What on earth did you do? Even if he were to face a queen-level powerhouse capable of crushing and obliterating him with sheer might, it would still be impossible for his ability to vanish so effortlessly. This virtually negated everything about Edward. It denied the very value of his existence. This left Edward not only terrified but also seething with rage. When a person reaches the pinnacle of fear, they give rise to anger, attempting to suppress the inner terror of Zhang Yi's unknown ability through this furious roar. Zhang Yi simply looked at him very calmly, offering no explanation. The third ability of his time pendulum, the ability activated when the hour hand turns, was what lingers in the heart will surely echo. Chapter 2891, Slaying Edward. The time pendulum's 3 abilities. The second hand represents future foresight, while the minute hand represents the freezing of time. But then again, he couldn't truly bring the entire universe to a standstill just because he wanted to, because the energy required to do so would be beyond anyone's imagination. Therefore, the skill of the minute hand of time, blink in the sky, accelerates the user to the speed of light, creating a state of relative stillness with the entire universe. In that split second, the user becomes eternal within the universe. So, taking it a step further, what ability does the hour hand represent? That's right, traveling through time and reversing the past. No carbon-based life form in this world can truly make time in the entire universe flow backward. And there is only one form of matter truly capable of traversing time and space, the human mind. So when Zhang Yi grasped this truth, he was able to detach his consciousness from his physical body and return to the past. and the cause and effect chains of the future are naturally cut off as time is reversed. At present, there isn't much Zhang Yi can do with this ability, because it is far too overpowered. He can only exert a limited influence on himself. For example, activating this ability the instant he sustains a fatal wound allows him to evade the damage. And the reversal of the law of cause and effect forms a fundamental cosmic structure that is nearly impossible to resolve. Zhang Yi drew the longbow of judgment and immediately unleashed his most powerful strike, aiming it directly at Edward. The crimson bow blazed with dazzling light, and terrifying energy ripples swept out in all directions. The commotion drew the attention of everyone within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, and, of course, attracted the notice of numerous wasteland golems, causing them to rush toward them at breakneck speed. But Zhang Yi couldn't care less about those creatures. He was determined to kill this guy. The final chapter of Destiny, the arrow was released. Bearing an aura of inescapable, irresistible might, it reached Edward in the blink of an eye. Edward's expression changed abruptly. Without a moment's hesitation, his body swelled rapidly right where he stood, then shattered into billions of blood droplets that shot indiscriminately in all directions. Blood demon disintegration, this was his most powerful survival technique. This time, Zhang Yi didn't rush to give chase. After all of this was merely a foreshadowing of what was to come. Using the ability of the second hand of time to confirm that Edward could cast blood demon disintegration again, he abandoned a direct assault and instead continuously used the formless void realm to close the distance with his opponent. Edward would not use this ability unless absolutely necessary, because overusing it would also cause damage to himself. Even for a Blood Clan powerhouse at the Black Knight level, blood cannot be replenished indefinitely, and there were clearly no donors in this area capable of supplying him with blood. It was precisely this tactic, staying far behind and not launching proactive attacks, that made Edward feel even more panic-stricken. He had never faced Zhang Yi in direct combat before, and he had no idea how Zhang Yi's abilities had evolved now that he had ascended to the Black Knight level. When the distance between them narrowed to within 5,000 meters, they finally reached Edward's kill zone. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smile as he instantly activated the formless void realm, forcibly pulling Edward, who had been 5,000 meters away, right in front of him. A flash of light and shadow flickered before Edward's eyes, and he felt an immense chill envelop his entire body from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to detonate his body, activating the blood demon disintegration to escape. But in the next instant, the space before him completely shifted in color, the infinite sword domain. A massive, enclosed space formed by countless blue energy swords trapped both him and Zhang Yi within. Domain-type skills are the specialty of space ability users. Nearly every top-tier space ability user possesses their own unique domain. And Zhang Yi's infinite sword domain is the most brutal and purest offensive domain of all. Once a target is trapped within it, there is no other choice but to kill the domain's user or be killed by it. The moment Edward found himself trapped within this sword-formed domain, he knew there was no way out. "Chaos, are you really going to push me to this point?" Edward roared, his vampire fangs bared menacingly, his previous elegance and aristocratic air completely vanishing. Thick, long blue veins bulged across his snow-white skin. For rules category ability users, the higher the upper limit of their ability, the lower limit. Because once their rules are broken, their actual combat strength is, in fact, very weak. Zhang Yi stared at him and slowly lowered his right hand. Clang! Black chains coiled around his fingertips, twisting and intertwining into a black demonic sword. As his primary melee weapon, the Divine Refinement, nourished continuously by Zhang Yi, had reached an ability index of 52,000 points. Although it couldn't match the Eternal Judgment Sword in terms of shattering defenses. When considered as a rule-based ability user in its own right, its inherent capabilities were actually far more practical in combat. Boom! The gates of the Netherworld burst open directly behind Zhang Yi. The flowing rivers of the Netherworld, the purest form of antimatter, gushed forth like a waterfall, converging upon Zhang Yi's demonic sword. Sensing that terrifying aura, Edward desperately tried to flee, but he was forever trapped within the sword's boundaries. No! Spare me, Chaos. We of the Blood Clan are willing to establish a permanent peace with your Huashu kingdom. There will be no more war. Don't kill me. If I die, the Blood Clan won't let you off the hook. Think of the consequences. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything you ask. I'm afraid I cannot trust someone who has repeatedly tried to take my life, so today, you are doomed. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold and merciless. He raised the demon sword with both hands and delivered a fierce downward slash. Netherworld annihilation. As the sword slashed out, it did not take the form of an arrow sword, but rather resembled the river Styx gushing forth from its tip. Like a massive tsunami, it roared through the entire space, obscuring the sky and soaring thousands of meters into the heavens, before crashing straight back down. Within this space, regardless of its size, there were no blind spots. Even though Edward used the blood demon disintegration technique this time, he could not escape Zhang Yi's attack. No! Edward roared in horror. He raised the Amaryllis pistol in his hand and frantically fired at the river of the Netherworld ahead. Yet none of his attacks could even create a single ripple. They were completely swallowed up by the vast river of the Netherworld. No! I cannot die. I am a genius the Blood Clan sees only once in tens of millions of years. I slumbered for countless ages in the pitch-black depths of the underworld, all so that I might awaken in this era and forge my own glory. How could I possibly perish here? Chapter 2892, The Invisible Fate. Edward finally learned what fear truly meant. He was furious, roaring with rage and unwilling to accept his fate. Everyone believes they should be the protagonist of this world, especially these geniuses who have reached the Black Knight level. Thus, when faced with death, their reactions are particularly intense. But in the end, all of this was completely engulfed by that immense, terrifying black tsunami. Edward was dead, instantly killed by Zhang Yi with a single move. That's how rules category ability users are. They can be extremely strong, yet also extremely weak. Within the Sword Realm, only the remnants of his origin power floated. The rivers of the Netherworld slowly receded. They did not belong to this world and would eventually be rejected by its forces, ultimately forced to return to the Netherworld. Zhang Yi raised his hand to absorb Edward's origin energy, fusing it directly into his own body. The origin energy of a Black Knight level being was exceptionally rich. As it collided with his own power, he could still sense the intense resentment Edward had felt in his final moments. Zhang Yi would need some time to thoroughly purify this origin energy before transforming it into his own. By then, his ability index would rise to at least around 65,000 points. At this rate, if I want to reach the Black Queen tier, passing the 70,000 point threshold, I'll need to kill at least 3 more ability users of the same level. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. However, for now, this was merely a pipe dream. Unless members of the 4 great clans joined forces to attack him, he wouldn't be able to openly slay these individuals. Moreover, from his experience in the Starry Sky Passage, he had already realized that killing a Black Knight level ability user in direct combat was truly too difficult. As the Infinite Sword domain dissolved, the roars from outside had already reached a deafening din. A vast number of wasteland golems, drawn by the battle's energy fluctuations, had gathered here. Shirkong remained utterly composed in the face of them, constantly using his spatial abilities to banish them to distant regions rather than engaging in direct conflict. You're finally done. Shouldn't we leave here now? Shirkong said with a smile to Zhang Yi. Neither of them was foolish, they had no desire to get entangled with these creatures. Zhang Yi nodded. Let's go. We should head back. The 2 top-tier space ability users, one in front and one behind, swiftly made their way toward the underground world. Shortly after Zhang Yi and his companions left, a figure clad entirely in black and wearing a metal bird beak mask appeared in this city forged of metal. As he sensed the powerful supernatural energy fluctuations around him, the eyes beneath his mask gradually took on a terrifying blood-red hue. Beneath the experimental planet, a group of people walked slowly from the distance, their pace neither hurried nor slow, as if they were on vacation. At the very front was a being covered head to toe in gray-green armor and bearing 3 heads. One of the Trimurti, Vishnu, one of the three great leaders, had appeared here. At his side, besides several powerful members of the three-headed clan following closely, were members of the 8 tribes heavenly dragon from the kingdom of Brahma. Emperor Indra, barefoot and clad in battle armor in the distinctive style of the Brahma people, advanced step by step with a dignified and majestic bearing. As they made their way, their procession appeared calm and composed, moving with ease, as if they had never experienced any great battles at all. Emperor Indra raised his head and surveyed the structures of the experimental planet around him. Since this was a vast experimental site, there was virtually no sign of life, everything was chillingly desolate. A faint golden glow flickered in his eyes. If one looked closely, one could see that his gaze lacked focus, as if he were not looking at what was before him, but at scenes of the future. "Well? Have you seen any cause and effect here?" Vishnu asked in a calm tone. Emperor Indra glanced at Vishnu and replied with a smile. "I see a unique future here. Destiny is guiding me deeper into the unknown." After returning from the moon, both Vishnu and Emperor Indra's abilities had been further enhanced. Although he was still a long way from reaching the Black Knight level, he had gained a more powerful ability, good fortune. One who can see the future can avoid all misfortune. He couldn't clearly see everything that was about to happen right before his eyes, but he could follow the guidance of destiny and act entirely on his instincts. It was precisely because of this approach that they moved with greater composure than other teams. They hadn't even encountered more than a few wasteland golems along the way. Viewed from a three-dimensional perspective, the direction they were traveling in was exactly the same as the one Zhang Yi and his team were heading toward. However, while Zhang Yi's group relied on the exploration of space ability users and the hacking skills of top-tier hackers, Emperor Indra's group depended purely on this guy's instincts and lucky break. Vishnu couldn't help but marvel, the Starry Sky clan has truly gone all out. Even at the peak of my three-headed clan's power, creating an experimental artificial star composed entirely of special metals would have been no easy task. And this is merely the middle section of the Starry Sky passage. I believe that in the deeper regions, there must be even more terrifying and powerful creations crafted by the Starry Sky clan. Upon hearing this, Emperor Indra's eyes flickered slightly as he cautioned him. As for the deeper regions, even I cannot foresee what fate awaits there. My instincts tell me it would be best not to venture there lightly. Vishnu's 3 serpent heads turned toward him simultaneously, fixing their gaze intently on his face, then slowly nodded. As long as we can obtain everything we seek here, the journey will have been well worth it. The three-headed clan wasn't so arrogant as to believe they could stand against what was said to be the strongest race in legend. As they spoke, the group followed Emperor Indra's lead and pressed forward. But suddenly, Emperor Indra stopped in his tracks. In the future he saw through his eyes, layer upon layer of illusory afterimages appeared, as if something had been forcibly distorted, or as if something beyond the realm of fate had shattered his predictions. "Wait." He suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him, their eyes filled with puzzlement. "Something seems to be approaching." His voice was soft, yet everyone who heard those words instantly grew tense. For any entity capable of influencing destiny must be truly terrifying. Sure enough, from the vast space ahead, at the very edge of their vision, where the sky had once been bright, the sky rapidly darkened. The sky turned pitch black, one could not see one's own hand in front of one's face. The mutants had to concentrate their supernatural energy at the center of their pupils just to gain a faint glimpse of their surroundings. From the far end of the sky, a humanoid creature slowly walked toward them. The mere way it walked gave off an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was as if the Demon King had made his entrance. Chapter 2893, Vishnu steps in. Vishnu gently flickered his serpentine tongue. "Is this the guardian of this experimental planet? Emperor Indra, take a look at this fellow and tell me what kind of being he is." "Yes, Your Majesty Vishnu." Golden light flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze intently on the black figure in the distance. He activated the secret art of time, manipulating the flow of time to use future foresight to discern everything the opponent possessed through visions of what was to come. However, after observing the opponent for just a single second, Emperor Indra's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was filled with utter astonishment. This guy, his fate cannot be pierced. What did you say? Even Vishnu was taken aback. Everything that exists in this world is bound by fate. It's truly unimaginable that anything could exist outside of it. The first image that sprang to Emperor Indra's mind, however, was that of Zhang Yi. Because Zhang Yi was also someone whose future he could not foresee. Could it be that guy, Zhang Yi? Just as these doubts were swirling in his mind, that black figure had already slowly walked up to them. No one could make out his features, they only sensed that his entire body was shrouded in darkness, pitch black and murky, as if covered by a layer of barely perceptible armor, yet his face remained completely obscured. The one who had pursued them to this place was the Type 2 Wasteland Golem, Shu, released by the experimental planet's intelligence system. Shu merely opened his eyes faintly and cast a glance at them. Amid the infinite darkness, those eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Surprisingly, there was no trace of murderous intent in them, only utter indifference. You shouldn't have come here. Since you've appeared here, you must die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he extended his right hand toward the group. A terrifying energy coalesced into a black sphere in the palm of his hand and suddenly erupted forward with a thunderous roar. That terrifying power had clearly reached the Black Knight level. Vishnu's gaze sharpened. Everyone, fall back. The serpent head on his left suddenly opened its jaws wide, spewing a green beam of supernatural energy. A force carrying a violent, invasive energy collided fiercely with Shu's power. This toxin could corrode everything, including energy forms. Yet after colliding with Shu's power, the two entered a state of mutual annihilation. In just an instant, upon touching Shu's power, Vishnu's attack seemed to have encountered its natural enemy and was swiftly devoured. Is this guy also a wasteland golem, one capable of devouring others' energy? This wasn't Vishnu's first time facing a wasteland golem, so he immediately recognized the opponent's tactics. He issued an order to everyone around him, none of you are to attack. Ineffective attacks will only recharge him. Everyone, fall back to a safe distance. Emperor Indra, stay here and support me from the flank, help me find his weakness. Everyone immediately obeyed and retreated. Emperor Indra unfurled a golden umbrella above his head, causing it to rotate at a constant speed. The cascading golden curtains formed a powerful defense. He didn't need to worry about being attacked, for as long as he followed the guidance of fate, he would not die. But when facing Shu, his ability to foresee time fell into a state of chaos and distortion. It was as if his opponent were a mass of black mist, he couldn't make out a single detail. This was extremely bizarre. Even Emperor Indra, an ability user of immense power, had encountered formidable adversaries before, but he had never faced a situation where he could see absolutely nothing. He was deeply curious, what exactly was this creature standing before him? Vishnu had already soared into the air, his serpentine body moved through the sky as swiftly as if swimming through water. His massive serpentine form flickered several times and suddenly reached the heights of the sky. A space ability user? Vishnu stared coldly at the black figure below, frantically recalling his battle with the wasteland golem. Such creatures cannot be killed unless their source is sealed. However, the Type 1 wasteland golem he'd encountered before possessed no intelligence whatsoever and acted solely on instinct. This one, however, was clearly not some mindless creature. Is this guy really an advanced level wasteland golem? Or is it a different life form? Let me give it a try. Vishnu's form suddenly became ethereal as he swiftly circled Shu in midair. Although his speed couldn't match Zhang Yi's formless void realm, it was still extremely fast, quickly creating layers of afterimages in midair. With Shu at the center, he had effectively formed a massive cage within a 1-kilometer radius. A subtle change was taking place. Shu stood where he was, coldly observing it all. He wasn't in a hurry to strike, instead, he waited for his opponent to attack first. Even as a Type 2 wasteland golem, his current combat power was only at the level of a Black Knight. Their true strength didn't lie in their immediate combat power, but in their ability to constantly adapt to their opponents through battle, evolving accordingly to counter any enemy. the space suddenly began to tremble violently. When Vishnu's high-speed rotation ceased, a colossal, terrifying three-headed serpent, enough to strike fear into anyone's heart, appeared in the area. Vishnu's body appeared to be over 10 kilometers long, coiling round and round to completely trap Shu within its coils. Although this was not his true form, merely a manifestation of his supernatural power, it appeared incredibly real and terrifying. Void serpent form, spatial strangulation. Vishnu growled, and powerful spatial forces began to crush down from all directions toward the center, where Shu was located. This attack left no blind spots, any vulnerability on his body would be shattered instantly. Sure enough, the sound of cracking and shattering echoed continuously. Shu's body seemed to be torn apart by a neutron star, his bones collapsing and shattering. But soon, the shattered flesh and bones regenerated at an even faster rate. With each transformation, his physical form grew stronger. Shu raised his palm toward the snake's head, and a simple, unadorned black energy blast burst forth, aimed directly at its skull. Vishnu opened his serpentine mouth and immediately counterattacked. Boom! A straightforward clash of energy waves erupted between the two. But next, attacks erupted from the palm of Shu's hand like a hail of bullets. A storm of black energy blasts filled the sky, reaching Vishnu in the blink of an eye. The speed of the attack exceeded Vishnu's ability to react, yet he remained unflustered. Across his massive body, sheets of serpent scales suddenly unfurled, emitting a metallic clanging sound. Serpent Scale Celestial Robe. Chapter 2894, Defying Fate, Reversing Death. A layer of eerie, ghostly light began to shimmer over the originally dark green serpent scales. Every energy projectile that struck his body was twisted and neutralized, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Just then, Emperor Indra's voice finally rang in Vishnu's ears. Lord Vishnu, please be careful. If you continue fighting, signs of death will appear on your body. The pupil of Vishnu's central head suddenly contracted. Are you saying I'm no match for him? At that moment, Emperor Indra had finally found a way to counter Shu's abilities. Although he could not see through Shu's own destiny, he could see the future of Vishnu as he fought Shu. As long as he could alter the course of events that would lead to Vishnu's death in battle, there would be a chance to defeat Shu. But this guy doesn't look that scary, Vishnu replied. Emperor Indra said, I've seen it, you'll be consumed by your own energy. He can absorb your power and strike back in your own style. I understand. If a direct assault with pure energy doesn't work at all, then I'll seal him away. The scales on Vishnu's body spread out like wings, emitting a clanging sound. An eerie halo shimmered from each scale. The colossal figure swirled rapidly, causing a restless rumble to reverberate across the earth. Within Vishnu's eyes, a strange dividing line suddenly appeared across his cold, vertical pupils. In an instant, that single vertical pupil split in two down the middle, then 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. A perfectly normal pair of eyes had actually transformed into compound eyes reflecting an infinite variety of images. Space technique, realm of 10,000 calamities and reincarnation. As his gaze swept across the scene, invisible lines began to appear in the space before him. The central region, bounded by Shu's position, was directly split apart. The once orderly space was stacked up like building blocks. Shu suddenly sensed that the figure of the giant serpent before him was growing ever larger at a terrifying speed. The eyes of its 3 heads gazed coldly down at him, rising higher and higher, growing ever more massive, as if they had already reached the very heavens. In the blink of an eye, the giant serpent stood as tall as the heavens and as wide as the earth. But soon, Shu realized something was amiss, for the buildings within his field of vision were also growing enormous. So, it's not that it's getting bigger, but that I'm getting smaller? Another space ability. The space he was in floated high above, like a giant block of nothingness. Shu was sealed within the innermost spatial layer, and beyond that, there were 2,999 other layers tightly encasing him. To escape, he would have to break through every single layer of the seals, one by one. Trying to use space to restrict my movements, how foolish. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Shu's mouth. You thought I was just like those brainless fools, didn't you? You're far too naive. Shu raised his right hand, and in the next instant, his palm, like a long sword, slashed violently forward. A surge of black space energy erupted with a thunderous roar, slashing viciously against the spatial barrier that bound him. Crash! After withstanding the violent impact, the spatial barrier shattered instantly. Shu said indifferently, the most obvious difference between Type 2 and Type 1 is that Type 1s are mindless, they can only passively absorb energy and undergo adaptive changes. But we Type 2s can choose our own ability traits. In other words, as long as we're willing, we can become possessors of any kind of ability. Vishnu could only watch as Shu displayed space abilities, breaking through one of his seals. This left him utterly astonished. A space ability user? How is that possible? I hadn't sensed any such aura from him before. If he really is a space ability user, why did he just let me seal him away before? This was clearly different from Type 1 wasteland golems. Since the spatial seal hadn't inflicted any direct damage on the wasteland golem, based on his understanding of Type 1 wasteland golems, it should have been fundamentally incapable of undergoing adaptive changes. Unless... Suddenly, Vishnu realized something. Could it be that they can decide the direction of their adaptation on their own? Vishnu's surprise lasted only an instant. He had lived for countless ages and had seen innumerable ability users. Even when encountering those indestructible wasteland golems, he had never let himself lose his composure. He said coldly, just because you can possess many different abilities doesn't mean you've actually become stronger. Emperor Indra, keep your eyes fixed on me and warn me when I'm about to make a mistake. If we can't defeat him even with 2 against 1, that would be a complete disgrace. Emperor Indra nodded. Lord Vishnu, let's seal him away. Perhaps there's another way we can eliminate him. At the very least, we can prevent him from becoming a problem for us. He voiced his thoughts, and Vishnu's heart stirred. While the two were speaking, Shu had already used his hands as spatial swords to slice open one sealed area after another. Yet Vishnu showed no sign of panic. He merely said coldly, "Do you think my domain is merely capable of trapping you? I'm eager to see if you so-called undead are truly invincible." Eerie glints flashed simultaneously in the eyes of his 3 heads. A powerful force erupted from his body, permeating the 3,000 independent, sealed worlds amidst the void. Defying fate, reversing death. Legend has it that every time a snake sheds its skin, it is reborn. Members of the 3-headed clan shed their skin only once every 1,000 years, and with each shedding, they leave behind a shadow that possesses the full power of their prime. These shadows not only fully inherit the foundational abilities of the 3-headed clan's 3 great powers, but they can also move freely and even undergo the process of rebirth once more. All he needs is a brief period of hibernation to generate over 1,000 shadow figures capable of destroying entire nations. When applied to a target, this ability produces a startling effect. It forces the opponent to shed their skin. With each layer of skin stripped away, the opponent's power is diminished, and they can even be reduced from their peak to a helpless juvenile state. As Shu launched his attack, he suddenly sensed an eerie force emerging within the space around him. This was a realm domain entirely under Vishnu's control. When the omnipresent force swept in, he was utterly powerless to resist. Shu felt as though his body were being torn apart by something. It was as if someone were using 3,000 swords simultaneously to slice through his skin, forcibly peeling away the outer layer. Chapter 2895, The Core of the Wasteland Golem. Snap! A crisp sound seemed to ring in his ears. Shu suddenly realized that his sensation wasn't an illusion. A layer of skin had truly been peeled away from his body. It was a very thin layer of human skin that looked almost exactly like him, yet his own power had been severely weakened. Vishnu said in a somber tone, "The most powerful part of the wasteland golem is its core. But your physical body isn't exactly indestructible, is it?" Shu's gaze suddenly sharpened. The severed layers of human skin seemed to be bound by some law. They turned pure white right there in midair, then crumbled into powder, completely deactivated and unable to reintegrate into his body. The notion that a wasteland golem is unkillable is merely a misconception. It is simply because its cellular activity and physical strength are so terrifying that ordinary methods are utterly incapable of completely annihilating it. However, if a Black Knight-level powerhouse were to unleash their full might against a wasteland golem, and provided they could obliterate every single one of its cells, they could kill it completely. Right now, Vishnu was using the unique properties of his physical form to launch an attack against it. Before Shu could even react, the second round of skinning began. The first time, Shu had deployed a spatial shield over his body to block Vishnu's attack. Seeing him defend himself, Vishnu laughed. This just goes to show that these wasteland golems aren't capable of withstanding attacks indefinitely or evolving through adaptive responses. Once I've weakened your power to a certain extent, even if I can't kill you, I can seal you away. At that point, there will be plenty of ways to slay you. As Vishnu spoke, he suddenly opened 3 massive mouths. His tongue extended, and to everyone's surprise, it split into one small snake after another in midair, each identical to his main body. These were the lingering shadows he had left behind earlier. Though they appeared to be only about a meter long, they all possessed immense destructive power. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of small snakes were darting through space, crossing the spatial barriers of the domain and entering Shu's sealed realm. Shu watched the small snakes approach him, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Just as the small snakes opened their wide mouths to pounce on him, Emperor Indra suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty Vishnu, stop." Vishnu's gaze sharpened, and he immediately brought the small snakes under control, halting their attack. "What's going on? If you use this technique, that creature will absorb your flesh and blood, thereby gaining control of your powers. At that point, you will surely die." Emperor Indra hurriedly warned him. At that very moment, Shu, who had previously appeared tense, now revealed a hint of regret in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood and, using his spatial traversal ability, appeared before a 3-headed serpent. He stretched out his massive hand, ready to trap it in the palm of his hand. At that moment, a terrifying gash suddenly split open in his palm, from which a mass of blood-red flesh growths extended, like some kind of parasite, seeking to invade the 3-headed serpent's body. However, the 3-headed serpent deftly dodged the attack and retreated to a safe distance. "So that's it, you want to devour my flesh and abilities, is that it?" The 3-headed serpent spoke in human language, indistinguishable from Vishnu's true form. These shed shadows were essentially the 3-headed serpent's avatars. They shared its mental will and possessed formidable combat power of their own. Within the space it had created, it could move in any direction at will. As long as it remained vigilant, Shu would be unable to capture it. "Continue shedding your skin." The subsequent attacks once again struck Shu. Shu turned his head and cast a deep glance at Emperor Indra in the distance, as if he had sensed something interesting. He murmured under his breath, "The powerful beings in this world today are even more formidable than I had imagined." His reaction was lightning fast. The spatial barrier he had formed to defend against Vishnu's attacks began to expand rapidly, growing larger and larger. Eventually, it collided directly with Vishnu's space domain. The moment the 2 distinct spatial forces touched, they immediately triggered a spatial collapse. Vishnu immediately understood Shu's intention, to engage in a head-on clash of power, pitting space against space. Oh? But an ability user who's only just begun to adapt to spatial forces, if you force a direct clash against a seasoned space ability master like me, you won't gain any advantage. And the reality proved him right. Shu had completely transformed his ability traits into the space attribute. With each successive breakthrough and collision, his energy depletion grew noticeably greater. But at that moment, he didn't care about the cost at all. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. More and more spatial barriers were shattered, and the resulting spatial collapse ripples struck Shu himself the hardest. However, with every pain he endured, he grew stronger, and his mastery of space became increasingly refined. Finally, after a prolonged spatial clash, he shattered Vishnu's seal on him in the simplest, most brutal way possible. Yet by the time he appeared before Vishnu, he was already covered in wounds. While he could repair his physical body, the fundamental depletion caused by the backlash of his own energy attacks could not be restored. However, Shu's tactics were simple. As long as he could break through his opponent's sealing technique, even if he were at a disadvantage in the power struggle for a short time. But given enough time to evolve by absorbing his opponent's energy, he could turn the tide of battle. Spear of Space. Shu raised his right hand, and within his palm, a mass of spatial energy actually extended into a spear hundreds of meters long. He raised the spear and hurled it with all his might toward Vishnu's head. In the blink of an eye, soaring across the sky, the Spear of Space had already reached the very front of Vishnu's head. The Spear of Space could pierce through any barrier. It was a lethal trump card. Vishnu hurriedly erected a powerful spatial barrier before his eyes, attempting to defend himself. But unexpectedly, upon collision, the spatial barrier was pierced right through by the Spear of Space. With a thud, one of his heads was struck by the spear, pierced right through, leaving a gaping, blood-soaked hole. This guy, has his mastery of spatial powers really reached this level? With one head destroyed, Vishnu was deeply shocked. If I give him any more time, I fear his mastery of spatial power will surpass even mine, and by then, victory will truly be impossible. No, there's still hope. Chapter 2896, The Avatar of Samuel. Just then, Emperor Indra's voice rang in his ears once more. If you'll cooperate with me, perhaps we have a chance to eliminate him outright. Vishnu looked at Shu. He truly had no other options. He possessed 1,001 means of attack, but facing Shu, who was capable of infinite evolution, he dared not unleash any of them. Thousands of small, shedding shadow snakes lurked menacingly all around, yet he was powerless to act. Is there any other way? Just tell me already. If we drag this out any longer, I'm afraid we'll all really die here. Emperor Indra's eyes flickered, yet his gaze carried a certain excitement. Don't give him any time to evolve. Seal him away as quickly as possible, then help me devour him. It was hard to imagine the word devour coming from Emperor Indra's mouth. But the moment those words were spoken, Vishnu's expression changed. You want to use my power to help you grow stronger, don't you? Ever since Emperor Indra had returned from the moon, Vishnu's attitude toward him had shifted. He no longer viewed him as a servant devoted to his service. There were many reasons for this. He sensed vaguely that the Emperor Indra's attitude toward him was no longer as devout and reverent as it had once been. The relationship between them had shifted from one of subordination to one of cooperation. The Emperor Indra spoke calmly and deliberately. I have seen 1,000 futures, and there is only one possibility for us to survive this catastrophe, and that is for you and me to cooperate. Otherwise, you will soon be unable to contain the wasteland golem. With one of Vishnu's 3 heads already destroyed, he had no choice but to believe what Emperor Indra said. For immediately afterward, he saw a shadowy figure piercing through the void, rapidly closing in on him. A vast swarm of shadow snakes surged toward him like a tidal wave, their mouths spewing venomous fangs laced with spatial toxins. Once those venomous fangs struck their target, they would implant a potent toxin within the victim's body, capable of sealing away their supernatural abilities. Unfortunately, Shu paid almost no attention to them. He raised his hand like a sword, slicing each shadow snake into several pieces, sending spatters of blood flying through the air. All right, I agree, Vishnu was forced to say. Excellent, thank you for your help. A smirk of triumph curled at the corner of Emperor Indra's mouth. Now, I hope you can seal it once more. It won't take long, just 1 minute will suffice. This shouldn't be too difficult for you. Not too difficult? You've got to be kidding me. Vishnu was on the verge of cursing. The current Shu had developed a powerful resistance to his spatial powers. He could even form a spatial spear with such intense piercing power that even Vishnu himself couldn't replicate. Give him a little more time, and Vishnu would truly have no choice but to flee, or perhaps not even that. But for now, my power still surpasses his. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from Vishnu's mouth. It opened its massive serpentine jaws, and an invisible spatial fluctuation surged forth like a tidal wave, rolling out in all directions. The space through which Shu passed was also swept up by this space shock, and his body was actually yanked directly out of the void. Tri-Calamity Cycle. Vishnu unleashed his most powerful space sealing ability. With its mouth wide open, powerful space turbulence erupted within a vast fan-shaped area in front of it. Visibly, Shu's body was stretched and twisted at will, like an earthworm. Amidst this space turbulence, he was unable to use the same space techniques to shift his position. Moreover, a powerful spatial tearing force emanated from Vishnu's mouth, like a miniature black hole, twisting and stretching everything that came near it before devouring and destroying it. However, this force could not be sustained for long. For while Shu was enduring this tearing force, he had already begun to slowly adapt. He cannot break free from the bonds of the tricalamity cycle in the short term. Strike now, Emperor Indra! Vishnu roared. All right, here I come. Emperor Indra extended the index finger of his right hand and suddenly tapped his forehead. Then, with a pop, he actually pierced the center of his brow. A trickle of blood flowed from the center of his brow, yet the blood oozing from the wound was not bright red, it was pitch black, so deep it seemed capable of devouring everything. An ancient, primordial force, as if originating from the very beginning of all things, flowed out from that black cavity. In an instant, it formed a terrifying aura of pressure that struck fear into everyone's hearts. Shu, who had been adjusting to his battle with Vishnu, could not help but tremble when he sensed that power. He felt the core deep within his chest, the very source sustaining all his power, trembling involuntarily, as if it were trying to break free from his body and flee. What is that? For the first time, a look of panic appeared on Shu's face. Emperor Indra remained silent. Suddenly, a black shadow burst forth from that tiny black cavity. At first, it was merely a streak of black light, but in the blink of an eye, it materialized in midair and expanded infinitely. Hiss! A terrifying hiss echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The black shadow overshadowed everything, looming like a dark cloud blocking out the sun as it approached the location where Vishnu and Shu stood. Even Vishnu's Dharma, now spanning over 10 kilometers, could not help but feel a chill run down its spine upon seeing that creature. It was a serpent. An immense serpent, jet black, sacred, and terrifying, shrouded in a web of contradictory forces. Even the menacing scales on its head were clearly visible. This is the legendary world serpent, Samul, the Sin of Wrath. The avatar of Samul, one of the 7 kings of the Drucker, and it has actually appeared here. Shu let out a roar of unspeakable horror. The Drucker? Could it be that their seal is about to be broken again? The world serpent's eyes rolled downward. When it saw Shu, its gaze showed no change whatsoever. It simply opened its massive jaws and suddenly swallowed downward. Shu, firmly held in Vishnu's grip, was utterly unable to break free from his bonds and thus fell, without resistance, into the world serpent's mouth. After devouring Shu, the world serpent's body slowly contracted and returned to the depths of Emperor Indra's brow. The darkness within that hollow point at his brow gradually faded, transforming into a crimson birthmark. Emperor Indra slowly closed his eyes, feeling that utterly pure power merge into his body. He smiled with satisfaction and let out a contented sigh. How wonderful this feels! Is this the power of the Drucker divine race? Chapter 2897, The Uncontrollable. Vishnu's eyes were fixed intently on Emperor Indra. Is this what you obtained from the moon? Emperor Indra smiled faintly. It's merely a small blessing from the Drucker gods that I happened to receive by chance. You needn't be too alarmed. Vishnu wasn't stupid. If the true Drucker divine race had actually appeared here, everyone in the entire starry sky passage would likely have perished. So this was merely a sliver of the world serpent's power. He stared at Emperor Indra and asked coldly, how did you obtain this power? Why would Samul bestow a blessing upon you? Emperor Indra smiled and shook his head. I merely followed the guidance of fate to that place. Everything was the right choice. As for the reason, only time will tell. Vishnu gave him a deep look and said no more. However, his wariness toward Emperor Indra grew even deeper. Now we need to find a place to recover properly. There might be more than one of these second-form wasteland golems. We can't stay here. If we encounter another one, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you devour it. There was more to Vishnu's words than met the eye. He had been severely injured, and after all that effort, the Emperor Indra had ended up taking all the rewards, it was impossible for him not to harbor some resentment. But for now, they couldn't afford to let things come to a breaking point. Meanwhile, after Zhang Yi and his group had dealt with Edward, they finally faced no further obstacles. They were well aware that various factions were scrambling to locate the core region of this experimental planet as quickly as possible to seize all the data and records. So they wasted no time and rushed downward at top speed. With Shirkong conducting spatial scans to clear the way, Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen pressed forward, continuously hacking into the entire experimental planet's network system. Yang Xinxin worked with great discretion. She did not actively alter the underlying code but merely planted her own Trojan horse, which could play an unexpected role at a critical moment. However, as they advanced, the experimental planet's artificial intelligence, sensing the threat, began to fight back. But those wasteland golems were completely beyond the AI's control, and ordinary energy weapons were powerless against Zhang Yi, and as such, all of them were swallowed up by his dimensional gate. In less than a day, they had already penetrated more than 2,000 kilometers underground. Zhang Yi and his team slowed their pace. As they delved deeper into the planet's core, they uncovered a wealth of valuable intelligence. The entire planet was a massive factory, and each experimental center occupied an incredibly vast area. Here, they gathered a wealth of data and gradually came to understand the history behind the creation of these wasteland golems. Just as Zhang Yi and his team had suspected, these wasteland golems were originally created solely to serve as a powerful biological weapon against the Druckers, a race that was extremely difficult to kill. Over the long ages, these wasteland golems served as the most crucial warriors on the front lines. "There's one thing I don't quite understand," Fatty Su said, his face full of confusion as he looked at the recorded documents. "The Drucker have existed for at least 1 billion years longer than the Arks. Why didn't they develop this kind of biotechnology?" Zhang Yi replied, "Because destruction is far easier than creation. It's like this, it takes you a whole day to build a sandcastle by the sea, but all it takes is one kick to knock it down. The Drucker are accustomed to plundering and devouring, they simply don't have the patience to spend hundreds of millions of years slowly developing basic science." He pointed to his own brain and said with a smile, "The Creator's greatest relief is that, when crafting these beasts, he did not endow them with great intelligence." Shirkong couldn't help but sigh from the side. If a species were created possessing both great intelligence and astonishing power, it would inevitably spiral out of control, to the point where even its creator could not fully master it. Zhang Yi looked at him. "You're talking about the Starry Sky Clan, aren't you?" Shirkong smiled faintly. "That's more or less the idea." For some reason, Zhang Yi suddenly thought of them, the 6th generation. It was strange, really. Humans were such simple, chaotic creatures. In terms of intelligence alone, they fell short of the 2nd-generation gods like the Yihan tribe, yet in terms of physical prowess and brutality, they couldn't match the Drucker. It was truly impossible to imagine what purpose the Creator had in creating them. Could it be that they, the 6th generation, were the result of a failed evolution? That was why the Creator couldn't wait to destroy them early on, just as a lab technician, having conducted a failed experiment, would simply discard the petri dish and start over. Was all of this simply the Creator's whim? Zhang Yi shook his head, refusing to dwell on these complex questions. He hadn't yet risen to the level of worrying about the greater good of his race. All he wanted was for himself and those he cared about to live in peace. So what if the world ends? At worst, they'd do as the Dragon Clan did, flee deep into the Earth's core or hide among the stars. Whether civilization survives or not was none of his concern. For now, his top priority was to keep growing stronger. Queen level? No, that wasn't enough. Perhaps only by reaching the level of king, or becoming a being like the 12 queens of the Silver Moon Empire, could one avoid nearly all the risks in this universe and live on forever. The group came to a halt in this massive experimental area. Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin joined forces to hack into the entire experimental area's network and copy all the data. This would take a great deal of time, as their data transfer technology hadn't yet reached that level of sophistication. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and the others stood guard nearby while dispatching mechanical lifeforms to search the area, hoping to find more valuable items. Only then did King Arthur and the others have a moment to catch their breath, and they, too, surveyed the underground world of this metallic planet with curious eyes. Fatty Sue walked over, reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of 12 beauties of Jinling, picked out 2 cigarettes, and handed one to Zhang Yi. "Boss, have a smoke and relax." Zhang Yi shot him a glance. "Whoa, so you've started smoking slim cigarettes now?" Fatty Sue scratched his head with a good-natured smile. "My Yan Yan says smoking slim cigarettes is better for your health." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and took the cigarette from his hand. Fatty Sue reached out to light it for him. The coolness of the mint and a hint of sweetness, mingling with the cigarette's bitterness, melted in his mouth, easing some of the tension that had been building up in Zhang Yi for quite some time. "Boss, the Starry Sky Passage is way too dangerous. Who knows what the White Dragon and Black Dragon have been through up ahead? Why don't we just stop here after we're done exploring this area?" Fatty Sue said with deep concern. Chapter 2898, Life Reconstruction. After hearing this, Zhang Yi gave him a casual glance. "You think we can just stop going because you say so? If we can't stop the Starry Sky Passage from moving, once it crashes into the solar system, we're all doomed." Fatty Sue retorted, "But when the sky falls, doesn't someone tall hold it up? Those super races are way more powerful than us, let them handle it." "You fool, they're not just going to sit back and let us reap the rewards. Don't ever think we're the only smart ones in the world and everyone else is a fool." Hearing this, Fatty Sue sighed helplessly. "I just feel like our journey has been way too hard, full of hardships at every turn. When will this ever end?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but exhale a long stream of thick smoke and stood there in a daze. "Yeah, it's been pretty rough for us all along. From the very beginning of the apocalypse until today, more than a decade has passed. We haven't had much time to relax. Most of the time, we've been fighting." Zhang Yi suddenly raised his hand and patted Fatty Sue's shoulder. "It won't be long now. Once we return from the Starry Sky Passage, we'll be able to rest properly for a few years." After this great battle, he was certain that among the 10,000 races entrenched above the Earth's core, a large number of elite warriors would fall. Just around the experimental planet alone, the number of elite warriors from the 10,000 races who had perished in the battle against the wasteland golems was already staggering. Don't be fooled by the fact that only a few Black Knight-level warriors had been killed, but how many Black Knights were there among the 10,000 races to begin with? For many races, even a White Knight was already considered a top-tier combatant. Zhang Yi felt no sympathy whatsoever for those who had fallen in battle. The struggle between races was, by its very nature, this cruel. Once all these threats were eliminated and they returned to Earth, their strength would, relatively speaking, grow even stronger. Meanwhile, the various races, having suffered heavy losses in this battle, would have to pause to recover and regroup. As for the Drucker, who remained out of reach and whose revival was uncertain, based on previous investigations into the seals binding Mammon and Samel, the conclusion was that their seals would likely be broken in about 200 years. Zhang Yi thought to himself that if he could live another 200 years, even if he really did kick the bucket later on, it wouldn't seem like such a bad deal. He'd always been pretty laid back about that sort of thing. "By the way, how are things going with that little something-something of yours?" At the mention of this, Fatty Sue scratched his head sheepishly. "Why bring that up all of a sudden?" Zhang Yi wore an intrigued expression as he gave him a light elbow to the ribs. "What's the deal with the two of you? At night, who's on top?" Fatty Sue's face flushed instantly. It was rare to see this guy actually get embarrassed. Things like that are usually worked out by mutual agreement. "Why don't we find a time to get him the surgery? With medical technology being so advanced these days, it'd be done in no time." Zhang Yi made a gesture of his hand slicing downward. But to his surprise, Fatty Sue immediately shook his head with a determined expression. No way, that's absolutely out of the question." Zhang Yi was puzzled. "Why? Do you really like sword fighting that much?" Fatty Sue, however, stared at Zhang Yi with a dead serious expression. "Bro, you just don't get it, this is exactly how I want him to be." Zhang Yi's cigarette froze midair. His body stiffened for a few seconds before he slowly turned his head and took a deep drag. Your otaku circle is just way too messed up. Zhang Yi shook his head, choosing not to dwell on these complicated issues. He hadn't yet reached the point of worrying about the greater good of his race. All he wanted was for himself and the people he cared about to live their lives in peace. So what if the world ends? At worst, they'd do as the Dragon Clan did, flee deep into the Earth's core or hide among the stars. Whether civilization survived or not was none of his concern. For now, his top priority was to keep getting stronger. Queen level? No, that wasn't enough. Perhaps only by reaching the level of king, or becoming a being like the 12 queens of the Silver Moon Empire, could one avoid nearly all the risks in this universe and live on forever. The group paused in this vast experimental area. Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin joined forces to hack into the entire experimental area's network and copy all the data. This would take a very long time, as their data transfer technology hadn't yet reached that level of sophistication. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and the others stood guard nearby while dispatching mechanical lifeforms to search the area, hoping to find more valuable items. King Arthur and his companions finally had a moment to catch their breath, and they, too, gazed with curiosity at the underground world of this metallic planet. Zhang Yi and his team continued their investigation of the area. A vast amount of experimental data was collected. Even though it was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Starry Sky Clan's experiments, it still left a profound impression on them. After reviewing the data, Zhou Qir's eyes darted about restlessly. She couldn't help but whisper, "This is nothing short of a reconstruction of life. In fact, these created life forms have already transcended the realm of humanity." Zhang Yi didn't fully understand these things, so he asked Zhou Qir, "Are these things really as terrifying as you say?" Zhou Qir looked at Zhang Yi, took a deep breath, and said, "They can't even be called carbon-based life forms anymore. These creatures don't need to breathe, eat, or drink water. They can put themselves into a state of suspended animation, achieving near immortality. Once they need to awaken, they can power themselves by devouring all surrounding matter." Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, "They don't even need to drink water?" Zhou Qir nodded. "That's the most terrifying part. They can break down the objects they devour into particles and use them to meet all their needs. So this shatters our conventional understanding that carbon-based life forms cannot survive without water." Zhang Yi rubbed the bridge of his nose. The more he heard about this, the more it sounded like the Drucker people. Fortunately, they didn't succeed. Otherwise, with the Starry Sky Clan's intelligence combined with physiques rivaling those of the Drucker people, they would have become the greatest calamity in the entire universe. Yang Xinxin said jokingly, "If they had actually succeeded, there wouldn't be any of us 5th and 6th generations, so you can't really call it a disaster." Zhang Yi chuckled, "You're right." The group finished gathering information. But suddenly, Shirkong, who had been merely watching from the sidelines, suddenly flashed a look in his eyes. He looked toward an extremely distant region to his side and slowly narrowed his eyes. Noticing the strange look in his eyes, Fatty Su said very enthusiastically, "Hey, Shirkong, what's the matter?" Shirkong looked at the good-natured fat man and smiled faintly, "Nothing. It's probably just my imagination." He seemed to have vaguely sensed something appearing there, but when he looked closely, it had already vanished. Chapter 2899, Li Changnong's Home Turf. This place was filled with strange phenomena beyond their understanding, so it was no surprise that their spatial senses had registered errors. Seeing that nothing seemed amiss around them, Zhang Yi signaled the group to continue moving deeper into the experimental zone. But just as they had departed, an eerie black vortex formed in the void in the direction that Shirkong had previously detected. The vortex unfurled in midair, revealing a figure clad entirely in black armor, with a slender build and an eerie bird-headed mask covering its face. There were a total of 4 beings with combat ratings exceeding 60,000 points. "These invaders are stronger than I had imagined," he muttered to himself. Just then, the experimental planet's artificial intelligence spoke to him. "In your current state, if you force a battle against all 4 of them, you might not be able to eliminate them all. It would be best to take a more cautious approach. Remember, the Type 2 wasteland golems are, after all, only half-finished products. You still cannot achieve true immortality. Hearing the artificial intelligence's prompt, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Blackbird's eyes. Don't act like you know it all, you're nothing more than a flawed AI. This experimental planet will still be taken over by us in the end. All you need to do is provide me with their locations. Yes, command received. I will now provide you with real-time updates on the locations of this group of targets throughout the operation. The entire experimental planet was within its control. Although the weapon systems had been destroyed, Zhang Yi and his team's every move could not escape its gaze. Blackbird did not launch a rash attack. The AI was right, having just been revived, its body was in a state of prolonged starvation. Although it had already devoured vast amounts of energy matter and killed more than a dozen low-level ability users who had invaded the planet, it was still not enough to trigger high-intensity adaptive changes. However, this did not prevent it from having sufficient confidence to wipe out every single one of these powerful alien warriors before it. Blackbird tilted its head back and slowly closed its eyes. A powerful mental will radiated outward from his mind in all directions. Like a silent spirit serpent, it slithered along the narrow internal passages of the experimental planet, then, like a tide, spread out toward the boundless distance. At that moment, the Type 1 wasteland golems, which had been aimlessly patrolling the vicinity after losing their target, suddenly had a change in their gaze upon receiving this sensory signal. They turned and, as if answering a summons, simultaneously swarmed toward the direction where the Blackbird was located. One of the abilities possessed by Type 2 wasteland golems was the ability to control Type 1 wasteland golems, much like an officer commanding troops on a battlefield. This had been part of the Starry Sky Clan's meticulous plan when they created the wasteland golems. The mindless Type 1 wasteland golems, devoid of fear, possessing strong vitality, and knowing only how to devour everything, could be commanded by the higher-level Type 2 wasteland golems. This was exactly what they needed, the cheapest and most effective cannon fodder. Zhang Yi and his companions continued on their way. Whenever they passed through an area, they would linger for a while. The experimental data here was simply too astonishing. Even just the scraps left behind by the Starry Sky Clan were enough to drive Zhang Yi, Shun Feng, and Luo Qiao wild with excitement. The more they looked, the more alarmed they became, as they began to glimpse fragments of the true power of a mighty god-level civilization. By comparison, their own civilization seemed like a primitive race still living off raw meat and blood. Without pausing, Zhang Yi issued orders to Yang Xinxin, Lu Karen, and the human race powerhouses who had accompanied them, King Arthur, Morana, and the others. Gather all the data here as quickly as possible. If you come across any valuable materials, collect them first as well. Move fast, don't waste any time. Everyone nodded. After receiving the orders, they immediately began to fan out. Deng Shintong, Li Changgong, Vermilion Bird, and the others were all part of this operation. Although they hadn't been of much use during the previous battle, they were now extremely eager to gather supplies. After all, sometimes they had to prove their worth, they couldn't let others think of them as useless. Now, after prolonged training under Zhang Yi, the ability indexes of this group of first and second tier mutants from the Huashu Kingdom had generally reached around 40,000 points. Deng Shintong, Li Changgong, and Vermilion Bird traveled together, tasked with searching a vast area. They entered an underground laboratory filled with complex mechanical equipment that they couldn't begin to understand. However, thanks to the conversion interface provided by Lu Karen, they were able to collect data, and a dense stream of data was transmitted at lightning speed. With nothing else to do, the three found a spot to sit down and began chatting casually. Deng Shintong looked at Li Changgong and asked with great curiosity, "You killed so many wasteland golems earlier, how many points has your ability index increased by now?" "It's gone up by 3,000 points." Li Changgong made no attempt to hide it and answered directly. Hearing this, both Vermilion Bird and Deng Shintong's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an indescribable mix of envy and even a touch of jealousy. "You're really lucky. A 3,000-point increase to your ability index. How many people spend their entire lives training tirelessly and still might not achieve such a gain?" Li Changgong shook his head. It was just that my innate potential was unlocked at the very beginning. After that, slaying more wasteland golems didn't yield such a significant increase. This world is fair to everyone, and the Creator's blessings aren't endless. At this point, Li Changgong turned to Deng Shintong, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he asked. What about you? You've been with Zhang Yi for so many years, the Deng family is practically one of his earliest investors. Zhang Yi must have treated you well. Just how strong are you now? Deng Shintong smiled wryly. Zhang Yi has certainly helped me a great deal over the years. However, as a mutant, strength gained through reliance on or by borrowing from external sources is ultimately illusory. Thinking of Zhang Yi, he sighed and said, true strength comes from self-improvement. Otherwise, even if you were given an abundance of mutant origin, without sufficient capacity, you wouldn't be able to absorb it. Deng Shintong's words spoke to the truth of a mutant's advancement. Simply put, if one's capacity, or, in other words, one's innate talent, is insufficient, even if a massive amount of mutant origin is forcibly infused into them, there will ultimately be a limit to what they can absorb, and it will only result in a waste. But over the years, after I gradually came to realize this, I stopped relying entirely on Zhang Yi, and now I've actually made some progress. Mentioning this, a hint of quiet pride flashed across Deng Shintong's face. He had now fully accepted that his natural talent fell short of that of Zhang Yi and others, and he had long since let go of any arrogance he once harbored. And precisely because of this, by opening his heart to himself, he had truly become a different person than he used to be. Chapter 2900, Jiang Han's Growth. Just as the three of them were talking, Li Changgong's eyes suddenly flickered, and he abruptly looked up at a spot in space several thousand meters above them. Something's coming. As soon as he spoke, the three, who had been resting, immediately assumed combat stances. Deng Shintong's gaze sharpened as he gripped Griffith, the sword at his waist. From the gap blasted open above them came a rustling sound, as if something were rapidly approaching. Immediately afterward, a deathly pale and hideous face came into view. It's a wasteland golem. Li Changgong let out a cold laugh. They're just here to serve me my dinner. With a clang, he drew the two swords from his waist. Don't try to take this from me, this is my prey. He had just said this, but in the next instant, his expression shifted from one of ease to one of gravity and bewilderment. For from directly above his head, a vast swarm of wasteland golems suddenly began cascading down like a torrential rain, splashing to the ground. These wasteland golems did not appear alone. Similar scenes began unfolding almost simultaneously in various locations throughout the entire region. At a glance, there were actually thousands of wasteland golems surging toward them in perfect formation. It was almost as if someone were deliberately orchestrating it. The sudden influx of wasteland golems took Zhang Yi and his companions by surprise. When facing small numbers of wasteland golems, Zhang Yi and his group already had well-honed strategies. But once their numbers swelled, even a Black Knight-level warrior could be devoured alive if they weren't careful. It's like a person who, upon encountering a single rat, would only feel annoyed, not particularly afraid. But what if thousands of rats, starving for 3 days, their eyes glowing red, suddenly appeared all around you? The ones facing the biggest headache were clearly Shunfeng and Luo Qiao. Neither of them was particularly adept at dealing with these pesky creatures, which clung to them like glue. Damn it, where did these things come from? Luo Qiao cursed through gritted teeth, so many appearing at once, this doesn't look like a normal occurrence. Chaos, dealing with these creatures is up to you guys. We'll handle buying you some time. Zhang Yi nodded and turned to Shirkong. Let us space ability users handle them. Shirkong spread his hands. Sure, I can seal them temporarily, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to deal with them. He looked at Zhang Yi, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. There was one thing he didn't quite understand. Since they were all space ability users, why was his seal on these wasteland golems only temporary? Given enough time, those wasteland golems would inevitably adapt to his spatial power and find a way to break free. Yet Zhang Yi's dimensional space had sealed away at least several thousand wasteland golems, and so far, there had been no sign of them breaking out of his dimensional space. This puzzled him greatly. Zhang Yi said nothing, but simply barked an order over the team communication channel. Everyone, prepare for battle. If you feel your abilities aren't up to the task, fall back to my vicinity as quickly as possible. Zhang Yi's final words instantly changed the look in many people's eyes. Especially for once proud rulers like Morana, King Arthur, and Saladin, a fierce, burning fighting spirit flared up in their eyes. Years ago, these were all figures capable of going head-to-head with Zhang Yi. Even now, though their ability index stood at just over 50,000, far behind Zhang Yi's, they were unwilling to cower in the rear and become a burden to him. Morana slowly raised her left hand, and an endless chill erupted from her body. I absolutely will not allow anyone to look down on me. Facing the tide of wasteland golems charging madly toward her, she did not retreat but instead advanced, choosing to strike first. In the next instant, as the distance between them closed, Morana raised her left hand and unleashed the Absolute Zero ability directly into the area ahead. An ice-blue energy field instantly froze the dozen or so wasteland golems ahead, rendering their bodies completely immobile. Absolute Zero, this skill approaches the theoretical lowest temperature in the universe, reducing molecular motion to an extremely low level and even creating a state close to the suspension of time within the field. Within this field, only Morana herself could move freely. The bodies of those wasteland golems were completely immobilized, watching helplessly as Morana stepped, one step at a time, into the Absolute Zero field. She conjured a massive Reaper's scythe formed from frozen ice in her hand and swung it viciously at a wasteland golem ahead. Crack! Where the scythe fell, the wasteland golem was not split in two. Instead, the instant it was struck, every microscopic particle composing its body began to shatter one by one. In the blink of an eye, it disintegrated right where it stood into ice shards too fine to be seen by the naked eye. In the end, only a rice grain-sized core of flesh and blood remained, still lying where it had been. A gleam flashed in Morana's eyes. She had seen how Zhang Yi and the others had dealt with this creature before, so she knew that this flesh core was its true form. But could she really destroy this thing with her Absolute Zero? With that thought in mind, she immediately turned around and swept her Reaper's scythe forward. With a clang, it struck the flesh core directly. However, the blood-flesh core showed no sign of change. On the contrary, upon contact with Morana's ice scythe, it seemed to be activated, immediately clinging to the sword. Fiendish, blood-red tentacles extended from it, swiftly covering the entire ice scythe and reaching out to touch Morana's body. Morana's eyes widened in shock, and she hastily shattered the frost scythe in her hand. She wouldn't dare touch that chaotic thing again, instead launching a series of attacks that shattered 5 more wasteland golems. The Absolute Zero phase came to an end. Still, Morana's achievement of shattering 5 wasteland golems was a remarkable feat in itself. Morana quickly retreated and stood shoulder to shoulder with Thor, Alexei, beside her. These creatures can devour my energy, preventing my field from maintaining itself for long. As for the remaining ones, their bodies have likely already developed an adaptive resistance to my frost power. Alexei, wielding a thunder war axe, watched the wasteland golems, whose bodies seemed to be slowly thawing after the freeze ended but had not yet resumed movement. So what do we do? Even with my power, it's difficult to completely destroy them. They could see with their own eyes that the flesh and blood cores scattered on the ground were actually moving as if alive, charging directly toward the surviving wasteland golems. Then, as if sinking into water, they merged into their bodies. The wasteland golems, having absorbed another flesh and blood core, did not appear to grow any stronger. However, the bloodthirsty desire in their eyes had become even more terrifying. Chapter 29:01, Let's show off our skills. Don't cause trouble for Chaos and the others. Morana said coldly, let's retreat for now. By slaying 5 wasteland golems, she had already proven that her strength was more than sufficient. However, her abilities might not be well suited for dealing with creatures that could only be sealed away. There was no shame in that. After all, even those 2 Black Knight level powerhouses, who could crush these wasteland golems 1,000 or 10,000 times, could not destroy their cores. That task would have to be left to Zhang Yi or Li Changgong. On other fronts, the situation on the battlefield was much the same. Saladin, Merlin, King Arthur, and the others initially used their own abilities to engage these wasteland golems, testing the strength of their attacks. Excalibur. King Arthur's royal sword unleashed a powerful beam of light, sweeping across dozens of wasteland golems in a single strike. The immense power, combined with his king's authority ability, directly weakened the wasteland golems' defenses by a significant margin. All of the wasteland golems were sliced in two at the chest. However, their flesh and blood sources remained intact, without so much as a scratch. Merlin and Saladin also took their turns attacking. Even when coordinating their strikes with their subordinates' abilities, they could only destroy the wasteland golems' physical bodies, they were unable to damage the cores. Thus, they ultimately concluded that shattering the physical bodies of these wasteland golems was not particularly difficult. However, they were unable to shatter their cores. And as long as the core remained intact, and the physical bodies of these wasteland golems were not completely destroyed down to every cell, they could regenerate their flesh and blood. Attempting to drain all the energy from their bodies was also pointless. They could even lie on the ground and gnaw at the thick, sturdy metal floor to strengthen their physical forms. Yet no one could have imagined that, on this battlefield, there was actually someone capable of handling these wasteland golems, fighting with remarkable composure and even exerting absolute dominance. Did you think it was Zhang Yi and his group? No, it wasn't. Zhang Yi could deal with them by sealing these wasteland golems into the netherworld. But his efficiency wasn't particularly high. As soon as the wasteland golems saw him take action, they became wary of him and began to adaptively evolve. It was actually the trio of Li Changgong, Deng Shintong, and Vermilion Bird who exerted complete dominance over the wasteland golems right from the start of the battle. Li Changgong's abilities speak for themselves. When the tide of wasteland golems surged forward, he charged ahead first and slayed dozens of them in one go. This forced the wasteland golem to evolve ranged attack capabilities to wear him down. But in the very next moment, they faced the entity that was their true natural nemesis. Deng Shintong pressed his palms together, and a dazzling beam of light slowly coalesced in the palms of his hands. Rise, heavenly Dao Star. A white star, no larger than a marble, rapidly ascended into the sky. As it rose, it grew larger and larger, until it resembled a silver moon suspended high above everyone's heads, radiating a dazzling yet icy light. Great Sumeru Illusion. Light penetrates everything. When the wasteland golems were enveloped by the light, they collectively fell into an eternal illusion. In a short time, the hundreds of wasteland golems before them collectively fell into a state of confusion. They no longer attacked Deng Shintong and his companions. Instead, they turned on one another, letting out angry and greedy roars as they began to slaughter each other. What did you do to them? Li Changgong looked at Deng Shintong with a hint of resentment. Deng Shintong said calmly, "We've already discussed this, these creatures have no brains. I simply created an illusion virtually indistinguishable from reality, then made them perceive each other as prey. That's all it took." Li Changgong stared intently at the wasteland golems. Now we'll see if they can adapt to the illusion. Yes, will they be able to adapt? I'm looking forward to it too. Because my illusions aren't just about confusing people's eyesight. The greatest power of the Great Sumeru illusion lies in its use of synesthesia. The moment one's gaze touches the light of the heavenly Dao Star, their entire perception is altered. The visual sensation affects their sense of taste, smell, hearing, and even touch. Everything they see before their eyes, everything their skin touches, all of it is controlled by Deng Shintong. So their brains won't realize they've fallen under an illusion, they'll simply believe they're in reality. Once their very perception is shifted, can they still undergo adaptive evolution? Li Changgong's gaze grew even more intense as he muttered to himself, if that's truly the case, psychic ability users with illusionary powers would be their greatest nemesis. But I don't think it's that simple, is it? How could the Starry Sky Clan, being so powerful, leave such a huge loophole in their biological weapons? You're right. Deng Shintong stared intently at them. So I've also been wondering, when exactly will they realize all this? As Deng Shintong spoke, he looked at Li Changgong. And what are you waiting for? Li Changgong slapped his forehead. You're right, I almost forgot. As long as we don't give them time to react, we can just slice them down, can't we? The unconscious wasteland golems became lambs led to the slaughter. Li Changgong activated the flying cloud steps, instantly closing the distance and charging forward, slashing them down with a single sword stroke. In the blink of an eye, over 100 wasteland golems fell at Li Changgong's hands. Suddenly, Deng Shintong's expression shifted as a surge of powerful energy poured into his body from the void. This was a gift from the Creator. As a primary participant in this hunt, he was deemed eligible to share the ethereal rewards with Li Changgong. This instantly filled Deng Shintong with excitement. Indeed, to grow stronger and stronger, one must engage in battle and gain enlightenment on the brink of life and death. But soon, he noticed another strange phenomenon. The wasteland golems still in the distance, those not yet slain by Li Changgong, were rapidly undergoing adaptive changes. Their eyes suddenly turned pitch black, completely blocking out any light. Their nostrils flared and their ears twitched. Even without their physical eyes, they could pinpoint Deng Shintong and his group's location through their intense hunger for prey. Roar! One of the wasteland golems let out a piercing roar and led the charge toward Deng Shintong and his companions. If no one can see your light, how are you going to fight? Vermilion Bird glanced at Deng Shintong and asked. Deng Shintong shrugged and drew the sword at his waist. Then I'll just have to resort to the most primitive method, hand-to-hand combat. Though in terms of lethality, I certainly can't compare to Li Changgong. Chapter 2902, The Puppet Master in the Shadows. In the void, prisms formed of light appeared one after another around Li Changgong and his companions, spreading across a radius of 1 kilometer. Deng Shintong drew his sword, and a piercing sword light erupted from the Western-style blade. As he thrust his sword fiercely into the void, hundreds of beams of sword light suddenly burst forth from the invisible prisms of light in the void, striking the attacking wasteland golems with devastating force and leaving horrific wounds on their bodies. Celestial Eclipse. By harnessing the propagation of light, one could instantly strike any point within the domain's range. No attack can outpace the speed of light. Deng Shintong held the broadsword upright before him and smiled faintly, facing them. This is the best I can do. There was no need for further action. Slaying the wasteland golem's physical forms time and again would be a futile effort. Throughout the previous battle, Vermilion Bird had been watching the two of them fight from the sidelines. Once they had finished, she stepped forward 1 step at a time. All right, it's my turn to step in now. Her gaze slowly turned icy as a powerful supernatural energy surged from deep within her body, condensing in her eyes until they turned ice blue. The temperature throughout the surrounding space plummeted rapidly. Blue, frigid energy radiated from every fiber of her being, enveloping her body and forming a ring of smoke. With a loud bang, a pair of massive ice blue wings unfurled behind her. It wasn't ice at all, but fire, blue, blazing fire. Yet as this fire began to surge, Deng Shintong actually felt the temperature of his body rapidly dropping. The flames of the ice-feathered Vermilion Bird drew their energy from all surrounding matter. Thus, its combustion could devour the energy of all things. Magnificent ice. She swept her slender jade-like hand sharply to the side, and a biting blue ice flame storm began to swirl around her body. The flames grew increasingly fierce, forming a colossal firestorm that swept toward all the wasteland golems in every direction. The moment the wasteland golems were engulfed by the flames, they instinctively began using their physical bodies to absorb this energy, analyzing it and undergoing adaptive evolution. But they hadn't anticipated that these flames contained no positive energy whatsoever, only negative energy. In fact, they were essentially the same as the wasteland golems themselves, entities adept at absorbing the energy of others. Negative times negative equals positive. The result was an even more devastating destructive force. After attempting to absorb the Vermilion Bird's icy flames, the wasteland golems' bodies actually began to disintegrate on their own. Overcome with terror, they began absorbing the flames frantically. But the faster they absorbed, the faster their own bodies disintegrated. In a very short time, the 70 or 80 wasteland golems surrounding them had all turned into cold dust simply because they had tried to absorb those flames of negative energy. This scene left everyone nearby completely dumbfounded. King Arthur and his companions stared at the vermilion bird and her two companions as if they were seeing ghosts. In the Huashu kingdom, no one had ever heard of a figure named Vermilion Bird. Where on earth had she come from? Even if King Arthur racked his brain, he couldn't fathom how this obscure nobody could have pulled off such an astonishing feat. Just as Zhang Yi couldn't remember the names of all the knights of the Round Table, he probably only knew King Arthur, Merlin, and Bowser. Only Zhang Yi showed no sign of surprise at this scene. Vermilion Bird's natural talent was among the very best he had seen among the mutants of Huashu Kingdom, perhaps even on par with Ho Tu and Zhu Yu. However, due to various circumstances back then, this young woman's cultivation of her supernatural abilities had stalled, and she had even sacrificed several generations of azure dragons and white tigers to support her. Now, at long last, she had finally awakened to her supernatural potential and understood how to harness her abilities. In the blink of an eye, her power had surged dramatically. Perhaps this was what the saying meant: if one discovers the way in the morning, one may die content in the evening. Zhang Yi barked an order to the others: "Don't panic. These creatures aren't as strong as you might think. Don't get bogged down in combat with them, quickly destroy their physical forms and seal them away. If you can't do that, don't keep attacking, fall back and let those with sealing abilities take over." As Zhang Yi spoke, the divine refinement in his hand erupted suddenly, piercing through the bodies of more than a dozen wasteland golems and forcibly dragging them toward him. Zhang Yi's physical strength alone wasn't particularly formidable, but thanks to the enhancement of the Godslayer battle armor, he was able to lift a cosmic warship with his bare hands. The wasteland golems were no match for him and were dragged right up to him. Then, the massive gate of the netherworld opened, absorbing them all inside. The battle was going more and more smoothly. Of those thousands of wasteland golems, 400 or 500 were sealed away or reduced to nothing but their cores in the blink of an eye. And just then, the remaining wasteland golems stopped attacking. As if responding to some command, they suddenly turned around and fled rapidly into the distance without hesitation. One by one, their bodies underwent eerie transformations. Some sprouted 8 long legs like beasts, while others grew wings of flesh and blood. In short, all their actions were driven by a single purpose: to flee this area. They scattered in every direction, fleeing to every corner. This behavior was completely unlike that of any wasteland golem Zhang Yi and his group had encountered before. What on earth is going on with these things? Since when did the wasteland golems learn to be afraid? Uncle Yu looked utterly shocked. Zhang Yi was equally perplexed. Could it be that these things have developed intelligence? But they don't exactly look very smart. Since the wasteland golems were scattering in all directions, chasing after them didn't make much sense. After all, there was no telling how many more wasteland golems remained on the entire experimental planet. However, a vague sense of unease began to linger in everyone's hearts. When things are out of the ordinary, there's bound to be something sinister behind it. They would have preferred these wasteland golems to fight them to the death rather than witness such unusual behavior. After the wasteland golems had completely vanished, Zhang Yi pondered for a long time before gathering everyone together and asking, "This incident is extremely strange. What do you all think?" The group's gazes now shifted back and forth between Zhang Yi, Deng Shintong, and the others. The shock left by Deng Shintong, Li Changgong, and Vermilion Bird during the recent battle had not yet fully faded. The foreign mutants, in particular, felt acutely the changes Zhang Yi had brought to the entire Huashu kingdom. At that moment, King Arthur put forward a hypothesis. Their actions appeared highly disciplined. Whether it was the timing of their attacks or the decisions they made while fleeing, it was nothing like the behavior of mindless wasteland golems. So I suspect they must be under the control of some kind of puppet master. Chapter 2903, Type 2, Blackbird. As that group of wasteland golems retreated, Zhang Yi and his companions did not act rashly. If these wasteland golems could truly be controlled by humans, then the total number of wasteland golems on the entire experimental planet might reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. If they were to swarm all at once, no matter how many of them there were, they would undoubtedly be surrounded and slaughtered. But if someone on the experimental planet had indeed been able to control the wasteland golems all along, why hadn't they simply sent out a massive army of them the moment the group first arrived? What exactly had happened in the meantime? It was truly baffling. Zhang Yi called out to everyone around him, "All right, let's keep moving. These creatures could launch another attack at any moment. We need to get out of here as soon as possible." After the battle they'd just endured, everyone had experienced firsthand the ferocity of the wasteland golems. Now, amidst their excitement, they also felt a tinge of apprehension. If it weren't for having exceptional warriors like Zhang Yi, Li Changgong, and Vermilion Bird by their side, any one of them would face a high probability of perishing if they were entangled by 10 or more wasteland golems. So the group followed Zhang Yi one after another, heading deeper into the experimental zone. This time, Zhang Yi didn't let them hide in a shadow anymore. He needed to help them adapt to fighting in dangerous situations. Moreover, even the 4 Black Knights would struggle to face thousands of wasteland golems at once. They needed someone to buy them time and clear out the minor enemies. After Zhang Yi and his group departed, the wasteland golems retreated like a receding tide. Once they had retreated, however, they converged into a single group and gathered toward a specific area. There, Blackbird was silently awaiting their return. The Type 1 wasteland golems, which would normally launch frenzied, ferocious attacks against intruders, were now unusually calm. Blackbird reached out and grabbed a wasteland golem directly in his hand. The metal bird beak mask opened, revealing a massive mouth filled with fangs beneath. Then, without hesitation, he bit down, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood from the Type 1 wasteland golem. With a series of crunching sounds accompanied by viscous blood and entrails, he swallowed it whole. So that's how it is, that's what these creatures' abilities are all about. After devouring a Type 1 wasteland golem, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the Type 1 wasteland golems immediately scattered in all directions. What they did was very simple, they began gnawing on everything edible around them right where they stood. The experimental planet had already been destroyed, so there was no need to worry about causing damage to the local environment. Whether it was metal, laboratory equipment, or anything else, as long as it was matter existing in this universe, they could devour it and transform it into whatever they needed. Meanwhile, Blackbird began to exercise its dominion as a Type 2 wasteland golem, summoning more Type 1 wasteland golems to the area. Zhang Yi's prediction had come true. Less than half a day after they left, the second wave of wasteland golems launched another attack. Completely different from the first assault, this new batch of wasteland golems not only displayed greater discipline but also possessed the ability to adapt their tactics specifically to each member of Zhang Yi's group. For example, when facing Zhang Yi and Li Changgong, 2 key targets who could be eliminated simply by closing in, they avoided close-quarters combat, instead transforming into energy cannons to attack from a distance. When facing opponents like Shunfeng and Luo Qiao, who were unable to inflict lethal damage on them, they exploited their regenerative abilities to relentlessly engage in close-quarters combat. However, this was still not enough to pose a lethal threat to Zhang Yi and his group. In less than 10 minutes, after leaving behind more than 100 corpses, the wasteland golems scattered in all directions. Zhang Yi had had enough. He drew the longbow of judgment, knocked more than a dozen arrows in one go, and shot down more than a dozen wasteland golems from a distance. Before their bodies had a chance to reassemble, he sealed their cores within the netherworld. Those wasteland golems were alive and well in the netherworld. They didn't need to breathe, eat, or consume water or oxygen. Within the netherworld, they entered a state of suspended animation, like one cold stone after another, yet they simply couldn't be killed. Luo Qiao and Shunfeng walked over, and the two warned Zhang Yi, "Have you noticed that these wasteland golems seem a little different from the last wave?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "They seem to have a bit more intelligence than before." "No, that's not intelligence," Luo Qiao said. "It's that they've already begun to adapt to our abilities. Zhang Yi's brow furrowed even deeper. What exactly is their purpose in doing this? Do they really think they can take us down with just these ordinary wasteland golems? That's probably just a pipe dream. Even if they're truly willing to risk everything, they should have all the wasteland golems attack at full force at once. Why do they sacrifice only a portion each time, letting the rest retreat before attacking again? He couldn't figure this out. Just then, Yang Xinxin watched the receding figures of the wasteland golems, a strange gleam flashing in her eyes. She spoke up, "There's another possibility, they're gathering intelligence." Yang Xinxin's words drew the attention of everyone present. Everyone wanted to hear how this top strategist of the Huashu Kingdom would explain this unusual phenomenon. Zhang Yi asked, "Xinxin, what are your thoughts on this? If they need to gather intelligence, who are they gathering it for? Are you suggesting that there are even more powerful beings on this experimental planet?" He was somewhat perplexed. The Starry Sky Clan shouldn't exist anymore. Otherwise, over the course of the long cosmic eras, the Earthlings would have heard something about them, unless they left behind some artificial intelligence entities. Yang Xinxin said to Zhang Yi, "Although these wasteland golems are tough to deal with, once we understand their patterns of behavior, there's a way to seal them away. Given their level of sophistication, I don't believe they could be the ultimate biological weapons created by the Starry Sky Clan. There must be an entity capable of controlling them, much like a military general who commands an entire army on the battlefield." Although she hadn't witnessed the Type 2 wasteland golem's appearance with her own eyes, Yang Xinxin had already vaguely surmised the existence of such a being. She raised a slender, fair finger. "If such a leader-like figure exists, then all of these wasteland golems' actions make sense. Time and again, he has sent large numbers of wasteland golems to attack us, but each time, he doesn't let them fight to the bitter end. Instead, once they've gathered enough intelligence, he orders them to retreat immediately. And every time they gather intelligence about us, combined with their own adaptive evolutionary capabilities, they grow stronger, only to reappear before us." Finally, a hint of gravity flashed in her eyes. "If they can fully adapt to our abilities and evolve accordingly, just imagine, if there were thousands of such beings, we might truly be unable to cope." Chapter 2904, Big Tooth and Wan Wai. As soon as she said this, the expressions of everyone present grew several degrees more somber. Apart from a few individuals with special abilities, everyone else present detested facing these troublesome creatures, even Black Knight-level warriors like Shun Feng and Luo Qiao. Even Shirkong, who also possessed spatial attributes, lacked the ability to kill these wasteland golems. Once the wasteland golems discovered a way to break free from spatial constraints, Shirkong's advantage over them would be greatly diminished. By then, it wouldn't be entirely impossible for a single Type I wasteland golem to take him down alone. "They're blocking us from going any deeper," Luo Qiao concluded. "It seems we've chosen the right direction, but if we continue downward, the dangers we face will only grow more severe." He stopped there, saying no more. Because everyone knew exactly what he was getting at, knowing full well that immense danger lay ahead. Should they press on? The second wave of wasteland golem attacks had already left them struggling. What if there were a third or fourth? Just how many of these mutated, powerful life forms actually existed on the experimental planet? No one knew for sure. At that moment, everyone was waiting for Zhang Yi, the leader of this operation, to give his answer. Zhang Yi crossed his arms, lowered his head, and pondered for a moment before announcing his decision. "Of course we're going deeper. If we choose to retreat at the first sign of a minor difficulty, then we can forget about ever becoming stronger or facing even more terrifying risks in the future." Zhang Yi had complete confidence in himself. He possessed the highest tier space abilities within the Black Knight tier, and on the experimental planet, which had already been largely destroyed by the super race like White Dragon, it was impossible for any Queen tier powerhouses to exist. Therefore, in this situation, even in the absolute worst-case scenario, he could shelter everyone within his shadow and escape the pursuit of those wasteland golems. He could still make a run for it. That was the confidence that allowed Zhang Yi to venture deeper into the experimental planet. After hearing Zhang Yi's explanation, no one spoke up in objection. Because at that moment, they were all deeply bewildered. If they lost the protection of Zhang Yi, a Black Knight-level powerhouse renowned for his absolute defense, and were left to navigate the experimental planet on their own, they would all be terrified. For now, relying on a powerful figure and following his decisions was the only sensible choice. After the second wave of wasteland golems receded, Blackbird once again devoured one of them whole. With every bite of flesh it consumed, it gained a fragment of a special memory. These were the fluctuations of supernatural abilities emitted by Zhang Yi and his companions on the battlefield, like faint glimmers and specks of dust, which had been imprinted upon the bodies of these wasteland golems. And once Blackbird devoured their flesh, its body would automatically learn the characteristics of those abilities, adapting and evolving to counter them. Someone actually managed to destroy a wasteland golem's essence core. What a bizarre ability. There's also a guy who can release negative energy that conflicts with normal supernatural ability traits. These two are a bit tricky, but it seems their power isn't that strong. Killing them shouldn't be too difficult. As for the remaining few, I'm gradually figuring out how to deal with them. It won't be long now. Just as soon as I gather complete intelligence on their abilities, I'll be 100% certain I can kill them all. I absolutely won't allow them to penetrate deep into the experimental planet. At that moment, battles erupted all around the experimental planet. After the Type 2 wasteland golems revived, they did not plunge into blind combat. They are sentient beings, and even they lack the absolute dominance needed to overpower these Black Knight-level warriors. After all, they are warriors, and warriors are meant for the battlefield, not the dueling arena. The longer the war drags on, the more terrifying their abilities become. Any troops from the 10,000 races that ventured deep into the experiment planet, especially the weaker ones, had long since been devoured by the wasteland golems. Meanwhile, Black Knight-level powerhouses such as Hulan and Mongqi were being successively targeted by even more powerful Type 2 wasteland golems, and a palpable aura of murderous intent permeated every corner of the experimental planet. Just then, a spaceship that looked somewhat crude, swaying and belching black smoke, landed on the experimental planet. The hatch was kicked open with force. A figure, somewhat short, even a full head shorter than an average sixth-generation human, leapt out of the spacecraft with a look of indignation on his face. His most distinctive feature was the two large fangs protruding from his upper jaw. This was a member of the Megalodon clan named Big Tooth. Among the alien races, the Megalodon clan could only be considered third-rate, and Big Tooth was merely a White Knight-level mutant with an ability index of just over 50,000 points. So, after arriving in this star system, unfortunately, their fleet came under attack. Eventually, Big Tooth's ship lost contact with the main force and was forced to crash land on the experimental planet in a panic. Damn it, those guys' flesh is as hard as cast iron, chewing on it's actually chipping my teeth. He ran a hand over his pair of tusks and grumbled resentfully. Their most powerful weapon was this pair of teeth. Not only could they gnaw through extremely hard objects, but they also possessed the ability to regenerate infinitely. It was thanks to these teeth that, when facing the wasteland golem's attack, he was actually able to engage in a biting contest with them, and then, relying on his quick wits and the agility characteristic of rodents, he narrowly escaped. Just as Big Tooth was venting his frustration, another massive figure emerged from the cargo hold behind him. The hatch, over 3 meters tall, looked incredibly narrow in comparison to him. The figure struggled to squeeze through, revealing a creature over 8 meters tall, clad in heavy silver-gray armor with 2 swords sheathed on its back. Judging by its appearance, it likely belonged to the 5th-generation Sumerian reptilian race. However, since most species in this era looked quite similar, it was impossible to determine exactly which faction it came from. Big Tooth turned around and looked at the good-natured, clumsy giant behind him. Placing one hand on his hip, he said, "Wang Lai, I'm doing you a favor by giving you a ride. From now on, you'd better fulfill your duties as my bodyguard and keep those damn zombie-like things away from me." Wang Lai scratched his head sheepishly. "No problem, Brother Mouse. But I'd like to know where we are right now. I can't seem to find my people." He looked around, but at that moment, he couldn't even tell north from south, east from west, or even up from down. Big Tooth rolled his eyes. He'd picked up this giant lizard by accident while fleeing for his life halfway through the journey. At the time, Wang Lai didn't even have a spaceship, he was flying through space powered only by his full set of combat armor. Chapter 2905, Attacks are useless. Big Tooth thought the man looked strong and sturdy, and since he couldn't be sure he'd survive in such harsh conditions on his own, he decided to bring along this big, clumsy guy who seemed to have some strength. He never expected the man to be so hopelessly directionally challenged. He even claimed to have gotten separated from his group shortly after entering the Starry Sky Passage, which left Big Tooth completely speechless. Big Tooth looked at his now destroyed spaceship with a pained expression. Still, he quickly removed the ship's power core. As long as the power core remained intact, it didn't matter if the ship's hull was destroyed. On this experimental planet, materials were the last thing they lacked. They could always rebuild a bigger and more powerful spaceship later. However, the most important thing right now was to stay alive. Big Tooth's little eyes darted around. This place is extremely dangerous, you'd better stay right on my tail. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, we'll definitely make it out alive. After all, I have the sharpest eyes and the keenest sense of smell, no one can sneak up on us without a sound. Behind him, Wang Lai extended his left claw, pointing to Big Tooth's side. So, big brother, you must have already sensed the enemy over there, right? Big Tooth froze for a moment. Where's the enemy? He looked to his left and saw a tall figure standing atop a pile of rubble. The figure was clad in a set of purple alloy armor, with a pair of metallic-looking wings sprouting from his back, and was coldly looking down at the two of them. When Big Tooth first saw him, he was merely on guard. But the next moment, the sight before him made cold sweat break out all over his body. For right beside the figure in the purple armor, one after another, wasteland golems were crawling out like hyenas. Their eyes were blood-red, and they stared intently at Big Tooth and Wang Lai as if they were prey. Ah! Terrified, Big Tooth covered his face and roared, "Damn it, how could my luck be this bad? It took me forever to escape from the cosmos and make it to this planet, and now, the moment I set foot on it, I run into all these damn creatures. What are we waiting for? Let's get out of here," he said urgently to Wang Lai beside him. Wang Lai, however, rubbed his chin. "But big brother, it looks like we can't run away now." Only then did Big Tooth realize that more and more wasteland golems were closing in on them from all directions. As far as the eye could see, there were over 100 of them. The noise from the spaceship's landing had been so loud that it had drawn every wasteland golem in the vicinity, including Fido, a Type 2 wasteland golem. Unlike Blackbird, Fido had finally been revived after being sealed away for countless years. What he wanted most right now was to feast to his heart's content. With so many powerful alien creatures right before his eyes, devouring them all would surely give his strength a massive boost. After all, in their era, only the Drucker tribe posed a formidable challenge to beings of this level. Hunting down a Drucker of the same level was a task so difficult it was practically beyond the realm of possibility. But these powerful alien beings before him, whatever era they might come from, possessed a powerful aura of ether, yet lacked the Drucker's utterly terrifying vitality and resilience. In Fido's eyes, they were nothing more than a herd of fat pigs. If I could devour every invading outsider on this planet, perhaps I'd have a chance to reach the super-universe and fully awaken my abilities. By then, I would no longer be a killing machine controlled by others. A flicker of madness crossed Fido's eyes as he swung his hand forward forcefully, issuing the order to attack. Kill them all. All the wasteland golems had been waiting only for Fido's command. Before receiving his permission, they had dared not act, even while suppressing their inner desires and hunger, but now, they finally began to unleash their true nature. Boom! Hundreds of wasteland golems, like war chariots, charged across the wilderness and through the sky, all lunging in unison toward Big Tooth and Wang Lai. There was no technique involved, only instinct. Relying on their nearly indestructible bodies, they could withstand a round of attacks from their opponents. These eerie creatures, born for the battlefield, were created specifically to serve as cannon fodder and human shields, absorbing the enemy's firepower. So the first thing they learned was how to take a beating. Damn it! Big Tooth's voice even sounded a bit shrill. The rodent's massive jaws snapped open, and a terrifying jet of black light burst from its mouth, shooting instantly toward a wasteland golem directly in front of him and piercing its body right through the middle. But this kind of damage clearly had no effect on the wasteland golem. Although the wasteland golem fell to the ground, the blood-soaked hole in its chest quickly healed itself. The flying fragments of flesh, any that hadn't been completely stripped of life, seemed to possess a will of their own, crawling back across the cold metal floor and coalescing once more onto the wasteland golem's body. It rose to its feet, a layer of black armor emerging on its surface, then continued to charge toward Big Tooth at an even faster pace. Big Tooth's scalp prickled, and cold sweat trickled down his temples. I can't keep attacking like this, otherwise, they'll be able to block every single one of my god-slaying light blasts. But I can't just stand here and let them tear me to pieces, can I? Fight or not to fight, what on earth should I do? The assault by hundreds of wasteland golems arrived in the blink of an eye. 1,000 ways to escape flashed through Big Tooth's mind, but no matter how he looked at it, he could not escape the fate of death under an assault by such a massive horde of wasteland golems. After all, even a white knight-level warrior was no match for them within the Starry Sky Passage. However, just as he was at a loss, and had even begun to mentally prepare for death, a piercing screech rang in his ears, like a flock of eagles taking flight from a dense forest. Whoosh, whoosh. As he looked up, 2 silver beams of light streaked past Big Tooth's body like a flash of lightning, illuminating the entire ruin as bright as snow. Big Tooth looked up in astonishment and saw that the 2 beams of white light above his head were, to his surprise, emanating from Wang Lai's hands. One to the left, one to the right, simple yet powerful, they struck down all the wasteland golems attacking from both sides. The dozens of wasteland golems closest to him were struck directly by the beams. Black smoke billowed from their bodies as they crashed to the ground. At the critical moment, Wang Lai had stepped in. He drew the 2 broad-bladed longswords from behind his back with both hands. Because he was clad in heavy armor, his eyes were obscured, but one could sense that his aura was completely different from that of the previously clueless, adorable directionally challenged guy. You idiot, this kind of attack is useless against them. Big Tooth said helplessly, the more powerful our attacks are, the faster they adapt. When facing these creatures, there's no other option but to run. Chapter 2906, Wang descends from the heavens. Hearing Big Tooth say this, Wang Lai suddenly asked in confusion, but my older brother once told me that there are no creatures in this world that can't be killed. Big Tooth's tone faltered, your older brother is right about that, but these creatures clearly defy common sense. Sure enough, the wasteland golems that had been knocked to the ground by the lightning bolts moments earlier were getting back to their feet. Big Tooth said to Wang Lai, did you see that? You saw it, right? I told you, we can't fight them this way. But before he could finish speaking, the bodies of those wasteland golems suddenly began to shatter in vast swaths. Skin, bones, and flesh all turned to fine dust, while eerie blood and flesh pulp flowed across the ground. They weren't completely dead yet, merely most of their bodies had been destroyed. Big Tooth's voice trailed off abruptly, how did you do that? He turned to look at Wang Lai, the despair that had filled his eyes moments before had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Big guy, I never expected you to be this powerful. Meanwhile, Fidu, who had been watching the spectacle from a distance, finally turned his solemn gaze toward the giant lizard wielding 2 swords. Wang Lai simply replied with a very earnest expression, my older brother said that as long as one's power is strong enough, there's no creature that can't be killed, and nothing that can't be destroyed. If that's not possible, then you just need to increase the output of your power. The surrounding wasteland golems continued their assault. They felt no fear whatsoever at the death of their comrades, feeding was their instinct. Wang Lai looked at the wasteland golems on the ground, their bodies mostly destroyed yet not completely dead, and muttered under his breath, it seems I haven't done enough yet. Then I'll just have to increase my power output. His powerful arms gripped the twin swords, and suddenly, boundless silver lightning surged from within his body like an explosion. The lightning swirled around his body, but most of it condensed onto his arms and the long swords. Infinite Thunderstrike. As the twin swords swept out in all directions in the simplest, most unadorned manner, what truly struck the wasteland golems was no longer the swords themselves, but the sprawling, thunderous swords that radiated from them. The silver lightning pierced their bodies one after another, forming a massive net of lightning between them. At first, Fido hadn't paid much attention to this man's lightning attribute attack capabilities. After all, wasteland golems were most adept at dealing with attacks from ability users of natural and physical attributes. But gradually, he sensed something was amiss. His portable combat intelligence device indicated that the energy reaction level before him was steadily rising. The closest wasteland golem to Wang Lai suddenly exploded out of thin air. Its body formed a massive cloud of blood mist in the sky, leaving not even a trace behind. A look of astonishment finally flashed across Fido's eyes. Impossible. No one understood better than Fido just how formidable the physical strength of these Type 1 wasteland golems was. Even for a Black Knight-level powerhouse, it would be extremely difficult to blast one to pieces through sheer brute force alone. It would be like trying to force a leather pouch to burst open with a water hose. Such an approach would mean either that the opponent's strength was far beyond imagination, or that they were utterly foolish. After all, there were hundreds of Type 1 wasteland golems in the vicinity. Even a Black Knight-level warrior, pouring every ounce of their power into the task, would be unable to blow them all to pieces. But in the very next moment, the scene before him caused Fido's pupils to contract sharply as he struggled to believe what he was seeing. After the first wasteland golem was blasted into a mist of blood, more and more explosions rang out in rapid succession, spreading in all directions along that network of lightning. Bang! 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 3, 5, 10, dozens of wasteland golems, all of them disintegrated into a mist of blood with just that single strike. Wang Lai still held his twin swords, standing quietly in place, his face betraying no emotion. Big Tooth was so astonished his jaw nearly hit the ground. Wait, man, are you really this badass? Fido's gaze, which had initially been dismissive, now held a touch of gravity. He took a step forward and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" Fido, who had originally regarded these invading mutants from the 10,000 races merely as food to nourish himself, finally grew cautious when facing Wang Lai. He wanted to know the other's name, a sign of respect for a worthy opponent. To show my sincerity, I'll introduce myself first. I am Fido, a Type 2 wasteland golem, an artificial being of the Starry Sky clan. Seeing how polite his opponent was, Wang Lai nodded slightly in response. Tyrannosaur clan, Wang Lai. Big Tooth looked as if he'd seen a ghost. You're actually a powerful member of the Tyrannosaur clan? The Tyrannosaur clan, one of the 6 supreme super races, they should be much deeper within the Starry Sky passage by now. Wang Lai said somewhat sheepishly. At the entrance, my battle with those spirit form creatures was so intense that I accidentally lost contact with my clan. But it's no big deal, this happens to me all the time. Big Tooth's eyes welled up with tears of excitement. He thought he was as good as dead, but never expected to encounter a powerhouse from one of the top clans. Brother, I'm putting my life in your hands. Upon hearing the name Tyrannosaur clan, Fido's eyes flickered slightly. That's a name I've never heard before. It seems they're cosmic rulers who emerged after our Starry Sky clan. Which era are we in now? Wang Lai answered honestly, the 6th era. Even we have become a thing of the past. Is that so? 6 eras. So, haven't you achieved true freedom either? After asking this question, Fido couldn't help but laugh at himself. He shook his head. No, if that were the case, you wouldn't be here. All right, the introductions are over. Although I have no grudge against you, the law of this universe is that the strong rule over all. If you want Lord Fido to become an even more powerful being, you must sacrifice everything you have. As he spoke, he opened his right hand, and with a clang, a gray longsword sprang from the armor on his right arm. The longsword did not resemble metal, rather, it looked like the bones or scales of some kind of animal. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fido appeared before Wang Lai, having traveled thousands of meters. The long sword, resembling white bone, slashed viciously toward the back of Wang Lai's neck. But just as the blade, accompanied by an endless gale, struck, Wang Lai's seemingly bulky and imposing frame twisted around with astonishing speed. Chapter 2907, The Thunder Blades. Wang Lai swung a long sword with a broad, thick blade from a diagonal lower position, hoisting it upward. Crackle! A flash of lightning flared as it collided violently with Fidu's long sword. The moment the lightning struck Fidu's bone-hilted sword, it seemed to lose 5 parts of its power, its force rapidly diminishing. Even so, some of the lightning still spread along the sword and surged up Fidu's body. The moment the lightning touched him, it was as if an electric arc had shot through the depths of Fidu's pupils and coursed through his entire body. Every cell in his body trembled, and his fingers gripping the sword began to tingle slightly. So that's how your ability works. He finally understood why Wang Lai had been able to obliterate those Type 1 wasteland golems so effortlessly. Wang Lai's infinite thunder strike wasn't ordinary electricity at all, but an attack of extremely faint electrical pricks that could be transformed into nanoscale lightning scalpels. Simply put, its direct target was the enemy's cells. So when the lightning struck the wasteland golems' bodies, the current would flow between their cells, like countless slender spikes weaving back and forth among every single cell. This rendered the wasteland golem's most prized regenerative ability completely useless. Fidu's astonishment at Wang Lai's ability lasted only an instant. The price he paid was having to let a portion of his flesh directly bear the brunt of Wang Lai's attack. Fortunately, most of Wang Lai's attacks had already been blocked by the bone sword in his hand. Immediately afterward, in the very next instant, all the cells comprising his body formed a thick barrier on the surface. As a result, his entire body began to undergo a strange transformation. His skin turned deathly pale, and a bone-like membrane formed on the surface. As long as I create an insulating protective layer on the outside of my body, your power will be greatly weakened, right? Facing the brute force-oriented Wang Lai, Fidu chose to engage in close-quarters combat. As the restructuring of his body was completed, Wang Lai's lightning-based attacks indeed posed a vastly reduced threat to him. Even the long sword in his hand, forged from bone, seemed to come alive, covered in a thick layer of gray dust. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the tip of that bone was actually connected to Fidu's arm, for it was part of his own physical structure. People in ancient times had long before Zhang Yi discovered that the only substance capable of channeling supernatural abilities was the body of an intelligent being. Therefore, to forge a powerful weapon capable of channeling one's own power, one must use a mutant as a medium. Some transform mutated creatures into weapons, while others, like Fidu, use their own bodies as weapons. Standing before Wang Lai, he began spinning at high speed. That bone sword was incredibly sharp and swift. In the blink of an eye, it slashed thousands of times like a storm. The sword's attacks formed a whirlwind, making it dizzying to watch. And every single strike carried a frenzied, devastating power. Wang Lai was momentarily startled by how quickly his opponent had adapted to his infinite thunder strikes. But the very next moment, he swiped his massive tail, sending Big Tooth flying out of the center of the battlefield. Then, wielding his twin swords with a backhand motion, he began exchanging blows with Fidu. Clang! 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 The long swords clashed repeatedly with a fierce, metallic resonance. Wang Lai's body might seem bulky, but when he wielded his twin swords, he moved with the agility of a butterfly. His two swords balanced offense and defense perfectly. His attacks came in rapid succession while he maintained flawless protection for himself. Two Black Knight-level powerhouses were engaged in a life-and-death struggle in the blink of an eye, using the most primal and straightforward methods. Their speed grew faster and faster, the swords became afterimages, and even their bodies had blurred out of sight. Big Tooth watched from a distance, his heart pounding with fear. But those alien wasteland golems weren't about to let him escape. They all lunged toward him. Terrified and enraged, Big Tooth let out a torrent of curses, then took off like a shot, transforming into a gray streak of light as he sprinted away, limbs outstretched toward the horizon. However, halfway through his escape, he suddenly made a U-turn, not straying too far from the center of the battlefield. I can't leave here, otherwise, those wasteland golem grunts will go after Wang Lai. Although I can't help him on the front lines, at the very least I mustn't become a burden to him. That's what Big Tooth thought to himself. Hey, when it comes to scraping by and escaping with your life, no one's better at it than we Megalodon clansmen. Among the fifth-generation races, how have these rodents, surviving in the cracks between other species, managed to survive among the great powers to this day? It's precisely because they're skilled at scraping by and exceptionally adept at escaping. Meanwhile, the battle between Wang Lai and Fido had reached a boiling point from the very start. Fido struck without mercy. The more intense the battle, the faster his adaptive evolution progressed, and the sooner he could kill his opponent. Once he had adapted to Wang Lai's attacks, he was 100% certain that Wang Lai lacked the ability to kill him instantly. Sooner or later, his opponent would be worn down to death. Moreover, with every clash of weapons, his physical strength continued to grow stronger as the battle raged on. While he had been at a slight disadvantage in terms of strength at the very beginning, as the fight progressed, his strength grew increasingly powerful, to the point where he could now, to some extent, hold his own against Wang Lai. Your physical prowess is simply astonishing. Fido struck swiftly, yet still found time to offer Wang Lai a comment. Such a formidable physique, even we of the Starry Sky Clan can hardly compare. I suppose you must be a unique species created by the Creator in a generation after ours, a race that excels in physical prowess. But unfortunately for you, today you've run into me. Your talent and your cultivation will ultimately vanish into oblivion. But don't be too upset, you'll merge into my body, become a part of me, and I'll be the one to write your glorious chapter. As Fido attacked, he used his words to unsettle Wang Lai's mind. In a battle between powerful opponents, even the slightest mental distraction can lead to a lapse in performance, causing one to fall completely into the opponent's trap. Wang Lai listened coldly, yet remained silent throughout. In his eyes, he saw only Fido's figure, a blur that was gradually slowing down. My older brother once said that there is no creature in this world that cannot be killed, nor any barrier that cannot be breached. If there are, it must be because I'm not strong enough yet. The muscles in his arms suddenly swelled, and on his two thunder swords, flashes of lightning suddenly burst forth like the quills of a hedgehog. Countless razor-sharp spikes, formed from lightning, spread across the swords, abruptly transforming into two incredibly long lightning whips that lashed viciously toward Fido. Chapter 2908, Who is in a mighty god-level civilization? The whips twisted and contorted like dragons in midair. Combined with Wang Lai's rapid slashes, they managed to bypass Fido's frontal defenses and struck him directly in the back. The lightning whips snaked like serpents, penetrating every opening. Crack! The lightning whips lashed viciously against Fido's body. Possessing immense piercing power, the lightning whips penetrated Fido's supernatural abilities with almost no resistance. Lightning surged through his body, frantically stimulating every cell within him, causing vast amounts of his flesh and blood to vanish into nothingness. Fido let out a muffled groan. But soon, his flesh underwent a stress-induced transformation, developing an even stronger defensive layer on the surface, along with a thicker insulating layer. Bang! He was violently flung thousands of meters away. Yet he scrambled back to his feet at lightning speed, his destroyed flesh regenerating at a rate visible to the naked eye. Very good. Now I'm becoming even more familiar with your power. Fido's body underwent an even more intense process of graying. From a distance, he looked like a white skeleton. Using the powerful bone structure of his wasteland golem form as an insulating barrier, he held an absolute advantage when fighting lightning attribute ability users. Haven't I done enough? Wang Lai muttered, lowering his head. But Fido had already picked up the white bone sword and charged toward him like a bolt of lightning, skimming the ground. The sharp, long sword was aimed at his chest, and he thrust it forward with all his might. Wang Lai quickly looked up and struck upward with both swords. Clang! The three long swords clashed violently, and the terrifying force sent Fido's sword flying. But Fido, like a serpent, swiftly adjusted his posture mid-air and charged toward Wang Lai at an even faster pace. The power of lightning flashed wildly in the air. Wang Lai's attacks remained as domineering as ever, but their impact on Fidu was growing increasingly negligible. The counterbalance in ability traits becomes ever more terrifying as one's level rises. In the blink of an eye, their battle had already lasted a full minute. And in that single minute, Fidu had exchanged blows with Wang Lai tens of thousands of times. His own physical body was also evolving at an extremely rapid pace. He had already fully grasped the nature of Wang Lai's abilities. Lightning was his most powerful means of attack. As long as he avoided having all his cells instantly destroyed by that mighty thunder, Fidu, at the Black Knight level, would not die. So even in the worst-case scenario, if his physical body suffered extensive damage, he could summon a Type 1 Wasteland Golem from his surroundings to repair his body. As long as this war of attrition continued at this pace, victory would undoubtedly belong to him. "I'll remember you, honorable opponent. You're the most delicious nourishment I've had since my rebirth." There was no mockery in Fidu's voice, only a sense of awe. After all, among those chosen to be transformed into Type 2 Wasteland Golems, his strength ranked in the lower middle tier. Had he encountered a powerhouse of this level before his transformation, he would likely have been crushed without a fight. Wang Lai remained silent. "As long as you keep fighting, your strength will continue to grow." "So that's how it is, I understand now," he muttered to himself. From the distance came Big Tooth's frantic screams from time to time. Being chased and gnawed at by a pack of Type 1 Wasteland Golems was indeed a miserable experience. Just then, Wang Lai suddenly sheathed both swords behind him. This action caught Fidu off guard. "Putting away your weapons, what does that mean? Are you giving up the fight? Or could it be that wielding swords isn't your true specialty?" His gaze grew sharp. If Wang Lai had been holding back his true strength from the very beginning, if he possessed not only lightning attribute abilities but also other abilities, making him a so-called dual attribute ability user, then the abilities he was about to display might be even more terrifying. Next, Wang Lai simply bent his knees slightly and slowly spread his arms wide. A more powerful, ferocious force of lightning erupted from his body like a volcano. However, this force did not spread in all directions. Instead, it rapidly coalesced into an incredibly dense energy, condensing on his body and forming a barrier about 5 centimeters outside his skin. Does he intend to engage in close-quarters combat? And his energy attribute hasn't changed, it's still lightning. Fidu's eyes flashed, his expression uncertain. Surprisingly, he didn't dare to launch a direct close-quarters attack at that moment. Instead, he paused at a distance and slowly opened his mouth. A black energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his mouth, flickering with powerful flashes of lightning. The nature of that lightning was strikingly similar to Wang Lai's energy. As the battle raged on, he was absorbing and learning Wang Lai's offensive techniques and methods. Powerful energy rapidly accumulated, forming a black ball of lightning no larger than a fist. In the blink of an eye. The lightning attack was launched in the blink of an eye, transforming into a black arc of light that pierced through space, shooting directly toward Wang Lai's body. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted rapidly, with Wang Lai at its center. A terrifying wave of black energy swept out in all directions. Even Big Tooth, several kilometers away, was nearly blown away by the shockwave, while the Wasteland Golems were swept high into the sky as if they were trash bags. It was as if a black sun had risen right where he stood. Fidu stared coldly ahead. "Even with your strength, you couldn't possibly take a direct hit from me and walk away unscathed, could you?" However, when the energy's glow faded, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. Faced with his full power strike, Wang Lai had simply crossed his arms to block it in front of him. That strike, which had channeled all of his power, had left nothing more than a few insignificant scratches on his arms. It hadn't even caused him to take a single step back. How is this possible? Fidu was utterly stunned. The defensive power his opponent possessed exceeded his wildest imagination, it even surpassed his own current capabilities. At that moment, Wang Lai slowly uncrossed his arms. His gaze fixed on Fidu in the distance, he spoke only one sentence in a calm tone. "The Starry Sky Clan's biotechnology is indeed impressive. But there's one thing you might not know. In our era, my people were also known as a mighty god-level civilization. Any entity that can be called a mighty god-level civilization possesses technology and power beyond the imagination of lesser races. Perhaps during the Tyrannosaur clan's era, we didn't manage to suppress the Drucker for 1 billion years, as the Starry Sky clan did. However, we did not fail in that war either. Moreover, considering that the Drucker are capable of continuous evolution, the Tyrannosaur clan and the Dragon clan of that era, even if their combined strength might not have matched that of the Starry Sky clan, would certainly not have been far behind. Chapter 2909, I am here to judge. These words struck a chord with Fido, sending a jolt through his heart. What exactly do you mean by that? Wang Lai said to him, I just want to tell you that the so-called legacy doesn't exist only within you, we possess it as well. And as a true race of sentient beings, I'm in a completely different league from an artificial being like you. These words thoroughly enraged Fido, and he roared, what do you know? Do you think becoming like this was our own choice? Arrogant young upstart, go to hell. Wielding his bone sword, he charged at Wang Lai once more. Wang Lai raised his head and merely glanced at him. In the next instant, a surge of thunder rose from his feet, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged straight toward Fido at a speed beyond belief. You've even abandoned your sword? Do you really intend to face me with your bare hands? Fido sneered. In his view, any flesh and blood creature attempting to stand against him was nothing short of suicide. After all, the core within him was the most powerful biological weapon core forged by the Starry Sky clan. Wang Lai said nothing. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him. He didn't draw his sword, he simply raised his massive arm. A thunderous pressure, condensed to its absolute limit, surged from his right fist as he slammed it forward with all his might. Explosive killing fist. His fist collided directly with Fido's bone sword. And in that single instant, the bone sword's incredibly sharp cutting power was completely obliterated by a force even more powerful and ferocious. Boom! Wang Lai's fist was like a terrifying starship main cannon, spewing forth an extremely powerful, pure white thunderous might. It was just like a white river, condensed to the extreme, instantly engulfing Fido's entire body. I've said it countless times, energy-based attacks are useless against me. His voice trailed off abruptly, and the smirk he'd been wearing, one of mockery toward Wang Lai, froze on his face. For he realized that his body, which he had already insulated, had been completely pierced by Wang Lai's thunder in that very instant. There is no such thing as absolute defense in this world, nor is there such a thing as an absolute insulator. As long as the pressure of the lightning is strong enough, it can create a penetrating field that renders it completely ineffective. In the blink of an eye, the barriers of every cell in his body shattered instantly. Endless flashes of lightning pierced his entire body, like a prolonged baptism of destruction. Fido felt his body slipping out of control, his hands could no longer move at all. Because his cells were rapidly dying off. How could this happen? Blood tears streamed from his eyes, his vision quickly blurred, and he could no longer see a thing. Wang Lai simply continued to explain to him in a calm, almost guileless tone. As a top-tier civilization, we of the Tyrannosaur clan have our own legacy, and what we believe in is absolute power. The explosive killing fist is one of the Tyrannosaur clan's secret techniques. It is not a so-called boxing style, nor is it exclusive to Thunder Tribute mutants, rather, it is a philosophy of supernatural power control. Every Tyrannosaur who has awakened their supernatural powers begins learning it from a young age. And this ability can only be practiced by the Tyrannosaur clan. This is because the defining characteristics of this race are their massive, resilient bodies and a total amount of supernatural power far surpassing that of other races. Therefore, when they fight, they can compress their immense supernatural power to its absolute limit, generating an instantaneous impact force similar to nuclear fission. This power can penetrate down to the molecular level, destroying all known matter. Simple, pure, and unstoppable, a force that shatters all laws. Fido's body slowly disintegrated. He wanted to flee, but every cell in his body had been pierced by lightning in the blink of an eye and swiftly perished. Impossible. I've only just awakened. I haven't yet fulfilled the mission my clan entrusted to me. How could I possibly die here? He was filled with resentment and rage. But Wang Lai merely watched him coldly, without the slightest flicker of emotion. Remnants of the old era, do not dwell forever in your own memories of glory. This universe is constantly evolving, you have already fallen behind the times. To still delude yourselves into thinking you can challenge the Creator and destroy the solar system is truly laughable. Fidus suddenly roared in fury. His flesh and blood continued to shatter, turning into a blood-red gas that drifted into the air. Yet from his throat came one final, hoarse roar. No! What do you know? You, who lack even the courage to raise a sword against the gods, have no right to criticize us. When the glory of the Starry Sky Clan illuminated the universe, you saw nothing. But no matter how desperately he roared, Wang Lai no longer engaged him in argument. For the outcome had already been decided, and the Starry Sky Clan's mad plan would never come to fruition. Fidu's body dissipated into thin air. It was hard to imagine that a Type 2 wasteland golem, a being capable of posing a mortal threat to the strongest warriors of other clans on the experimental planet, had actually been obliterated by Wang Lai in less than 5 minutes, using the simplest of methods. Zhang Yi and the others also found it hard to fathom such a being. Because, in a sense, Wang Lai was similar to White Dragon. Their civilization had never been interrupted, so they possessed the most powerful system for cultivating supernatural abilities. Fidu's body completely dissipated in midair, leaving behind only a strange piece of metal no larger than the tip of Wang Lai's fingernail. He glanced down at the metal and lightly touched it with his fingernail. In the next instant, blood-red tentacles, sharp as swords, extended from the metal and pierced directly into Wang Lai's flesh. No matter how resilient his body was, it couldn't withstand a single strike from these eerie tentacles. Wang Lai's pupils contracted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrenched that finger off at the joint and hurled it violently to the ground. Immediately afterward, he watched as that eerie core voraciously devoured his finger. So this is the kind of monster they're creating. It certainly looks terrifying. But using this method, it should be very difficult to forge a top-tier powerhouse, shouldn't it? Wang Lai rubbed his chin. He suddenly recalled the terrifying energy fluctuation that had emanated from the depths of the Starry Sky Passage some time ago. He snapped his eyes open and said with some concern, "I hope nothing's happened to Big Brother and the others." Just then, a loud, boisterous voice rang out from nearby. "Hey! Wang Lai, did you take him out? That's awesome. But don't forget, I'm still here." Big Tooth's body was already riddled with bites, and he really had no good idea how to deal with those wasteland golems. Chapter 29:10, Blackbird's Assessment. Wang Lai looked up and, seeing Big Tooth's pitiful state, hurriedly said, "Don't worry, boss, I'm coming to save you right now." He had already resumed his usual good-natured demeanor. Drawing his 2 swords, he charged forward. Before long, massive flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, reducing all the wasteland golems to dust. The battle here was finally over. Big Tooth grimaced as he injected himself with a healing serum to quickly mend his wounds. Ouch, those things' bites really hurt. Damn it, they really deserve to die. Wang Lai walked up to him, scratched his head, and asked, "Boss, where should we go next? Shouldn't we try to find a spacecraft and get out of here?" Big Tooth stared at Wang Lai, his eyes darting back and forth as if he'd spotted a priceless treasure. He never expected to have such incredible luck, to run into a powerhouse from the Tyrannosaur clan, one of the top clans. He had to cling to this powerful ally for all he was worth. A fawning expression immediately spread across his face. "Dad, I'm afraid it'll be pretty tough for us to leave from here. There are too many of these indestructible creatures in the universe. Even though you're not afraid of them, if our spaceship gets attacked, it could still easily crash. So we need to come up with a foolproof plan." Big Tooth had made up his mind. Starting today, Wang Lai would call him Big Brother, and he would call Wang Lai Dad. They'd each stick to their own roles. It wasn't exactly embarrassing, anyway. Faced with Big Tooth's sudden politeness, Wang Lai simply scratched his head. "But what are we going to do next?" He looked around in confusion, his sense of direction had always been poor. Without a spaceship, he could indeed fly through space for a while using his own body. But if he couldn't find a place to land, he'd probably end up as a space corpse in the end. Big Tooth looked around, he calmed down, he wasn't exactly slow on the uptake. Before we arrived, we saw members of many different tribes landing here. This planet may be large, but it's not so vast that we couldn't find a single person. So I'm guessing they've most likely already entered the planet's interior. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that his analysis made sense. The legacy of the Starry Sky Clan? They're looking for the legacy of the Starry Sky Clan. Whether it's the biotechnology used to create these wasteland golems or the means to control them deep within the planet, it's a massive fortune. Dad, we can't leave now anyway, so why don't we go inside the planet and take a look? Wang Lai crossed his arms and pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It seemed like the only option left for now. Upon hearing this, Big Tooth got down on all fours with excitement. He closed his eyes and sniffed deeply with his long snout, activating the innate ability of the Megalodon clan. Waves of sound waves, inaudible to the human ear, rapidly spread out in all directions. Using echoes, Big Tooth precisely located the path leading to the underground world. Let's go, Dad. I'll lead the way. Big Tooth's face was full of flattery. Wang Lai scratched his head and simply nodded in agreement with his usual good-natured manner. And so, the two figures, one large, one small, set off at a steady, unhurried pace toward the depths of the experimental planet. Over on Zhang Yi's side, they had already repelled the wasteland golem's invasion for the 10th time. This time, however, the battle was particularly grueling, and many of them had sustained injuries. Alexei Ivanov, a man as strong as a giant bear, had a large chunk of flesh savagely torn from his thigh. The wound was gruesome, and blood flowed unceasingly. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Looking down at the massive, crescent-shaped bite mark, he muttered to himself, "Their strength has grown. Even I would struggle greatly if I had to face 3 wasteland golems at once right now." Morana exhaled a blast of cold air and said icily, "But the number of wasteland golems attacking us hasn't changed much. In other words, within this horde of wasteland golems, the number that so-called leader can control is limited. Is that the only piece of good news?" Zhang Yi gripped his sword. This time, he had sealed away only 12 wasteland golems. This was because the wasteland golem's movements had grown increasingly agile. Every single one he faced displayed space abilities. They would only circle Zhang Yi from a distance, firing supernatural energy blasts at him, while simultaneously unleashing spatial disruptions from all directions to compress his domain. Although they couldn't completely restrict Zhang Yi's movements, they did prevent him from unleashing his abilities smoothly. As a result, Zhang Yi was forced to eliminate them one by one, which naturally slowed his efficiency considerably. Fortunately, the formless void realm could form a nearly invincible field around him. Any wasteland golem attempting to approach him would be instantly sent far away. This was what prevented him from being overwhelmed by a swarm. If even he was struggling like this, the others were in an even worse position. Even Li Changgong and his group were finding the battle increasingly difficult. Li Changgong said to Zhang Yi, "Every time they escape, they take crucial intelligence about us with them. By the time they return, they've already evolved to an even stronger level. If this continues, I'm afraid that even in one-on-one duels, most of us will end up being killed by these wasteland golems. Zhang Yi, you're our leader, we need you to step up and make a decision now." Zhang Yi slowly narrowed his eyes. Although they had been constantly harassed by the wasteland golems along the way, they had also gathered more and more intelligence. The vast amount of biological experiment data had been of immense help to them. While they couldn't completely replicate this method, which was akin to creating zombies, to manufacture biological weapons, using it to enhance the physical bodies of the Huashu Kingdom's warriors might open up another possibility. Still, Li Changgong had a point. No one knew what might happen if they continued deeper into the experimental planet. Moreover, the enemy lurking in the shadows had yet to confront them head-on. For now, the enemy was in the dark, while they were in the open. The enemy was operating on home turf, able to track nearly all their movements, while they could only defend passively, a situation that was indeed very unfavorable for them. But having come this far, could they really bring themselves to retreat just like that? Zhang Yi walked to the side, found a raised spot, and slowly sat down. He folded his hands and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in a mysterious corner, Blackbird, one of the Type 2 wasteland golems, had once again devoured a wasteland golem alive, and the information particles gathered within him were becoming increasingly comprehensive. It won't be long now, I'll have all their data fully collected very soon. By then, even if I have to face 4 Black Knight-level alien masters at once, I'll be confident enough to take them down one by one. Elsewhere, after meditating with his eyes closed for a minute, Zhang Yi fell into absolute stillness. Chapter 29:11, Watch Me Outwit Him. He cleared his mind, calmed himself down, and began to ponder the essence of the problem. Finally, a flash of insight lit up his mind. Perhaps we do have a way to solve the problem at hand, he said softly. The eyes of Shirkong, Shunfeng, Luo Qiao, and the others immediately lit up with a mix of delight and surprise. No way! You still have a secret trick up your sleeve that you haven't used yet? Zhang Yi shook his head. It's just a hypothesis and an experiment, I need to test it out myself. Wait here for me a moment. Those wasteland golems won't attack again for a short while, they need time to process our abilities. After speaking, Zhang Yi immediately gave an order to Mu Yan, who had remained silent the whole time, instructing her to spread out her shadow. Then, he and Yang Xinxin both immersed themselves directly into the shadow. The others watched the pair vanish into the shadow thoughtfully, wondering what on earth they were up to. Inside the shadow at that moment were several other people, team members who lacked immediate combat capabilities. For example, Professor Da Vinci, Totoro, and Flower. No matter how intense the battle outside became, it wouldn't affect them. Zhang Yi beckoned to Professor Da Vinci. This top-tier, eccentric scientist from Columbia possessed intellect on par with Yang Xinxin's, and now Zhang Yi needed to tap into his brainpower. Professor Da Vinci, come here for a moment. I need your help coming up with a plan. A wise decision. Professor Da Vinci's eyes lit up as he smiled. I knew you were a leader who respects geniuses. At a time like this, of course you'd consult us wise people. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly, then shared his thoughts with the two of them. There are some secrets I don't want outsiders to know, so we must discuss this in the shadows. He looked at the two of them with a grave expression and said, enunciating each word clearly, I've formed a theory regarding the wasteland golems. A strange, dark tide flashed through Yang Xinxin's eyes. Brother, could it be that you're thinking the same thing as me? Zhang Yi wasn't surprised, then let's say it at the same time. The two looked at each other and said in unison, the Drucker. Sure enough, they had both arrived at the same conclusion. That indestructible life core, even the sharpness of Zhang Yi's sword could not destroy it. Zhang Yi had only ever seen one such form of life in the universe, the Drucker divine race, said to be beyond even the Creator's power to destroy. So his current hypothesis was that the Starry Sky clan of yesteryear had preserved a large number of living Drucker individuals and used their flesh and blood as material to create biological weapons. Today, only 7 immortal kings of the Drucker race remain, but in those ancient times, the Drucker were a vast and powerful race. Professor Da Vinci clasped his hands and narrowed his lifeless eyes. I've had similar thoughts, but it's not appropriate to speak of them until I'm completely certain. But even if we know that the cores of those wasteland golems are made of Drucker flesh and blood, do you know what the Drucker's weaknesses are? Of course not. Zhang Yi shook his head. But someone does. No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his hand and opened a portal to dimensional space. A silver, perfectly human figure appeared before them. Ling raised her head and opened her eyes to look at them. There was no trace of emotion in her gaze. Her spirit was incomplete, a chaotic fusion of the spirits of many powerful beings she had plundered, combined with the memories left behind by the former Knight of the Sword, forming an indescribable life form. As a result, most of the time, she displayed little emotion, she simply remained quietly within Zhang Yi's dimensional space. Only when she encountered exceptionally rare and powerful spiritual substances would she take an interest. Or when Zhang Yi needed her assistance, she would make herself known. Ling, awakened by Zhang Yi, asked slowly, "What unsolvable problem have you run into this time?" Zhang Yi didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Ling, in this universe, when it comes to who possesses the most profound knowledge, I don't think anyone can surpass you. I want to know what weaknesses the Drucker actually have." At this mention, Ling's expression remained icy, though a hint of disdain crept into her tone. "They have far too many weaknesses, their spirituality is too low, their desires too strong, and they act solely on instinct. Even with immense power, they will forever remain slaves driven by their intense desires. They are incapable of developing or achieving a truly advanced civilization. No matter how destructive their power may be, they are nothing more than a barbaric tribe." Zhang Yi smiled helplessly. "I'm referring to the weaknesses that exist at the individual level, not the weaknesses of this species as a whole. Because the problem we're facing right now lies precisely here." Zhang Yi briefly explained the situation before them to Ling. After listening, Ling merely replied with utter disdain, "Such simple and crude artificial life forms, are you really unable to handle them?" Zhang Yi and the other two were at a loss for words. In terms of the height of their civilizations, they looked up to these mighty god-level civilizations just as ants gaze up at the sky. Ling offered the simplest solution, just sever the karmic link between them. Zhang Yi rubbed his nose and, after a long pause, said somewhat awkwardly, "Although I'm considered a fairly powerful ability user, I only have a superficial understanding of the law of cause and effect. I really can't say for sure what this stuff actually is." "You say to sever the karmic link, how do you even do that? You can't even see it or touch it." Ling looked at him with pity in her eyes, as if she were looking at a primitive man who knew nothing but to beat his chest, stamp his feet, and howl. She held out her hand to Zhang Yi. "Give me the sword." Zhang Yi immediately and obediently drew the Eternal Judgment Sword and handed it to Ling. A silver flash of light flickered in Ling's eyes. She cradled the sword in her left hand, lightly traced the blade with her right, then handed it back to Zhang Yi, saying, "Use this, and you'll be able to slash through the karmic bonds between them." "It sounds pretty impressive, but what exactly did you just do?" Ling shook his head. "It's too complicated to explain to you. You'll probably only begin to understand once you reach the king rank." Zhang Yi's eye twitched violently. The idea of reaching the king rank seemed a bit too far off. Still, at that moment, he began to grasp the situation a little more clearly. For instance, back when Ling was merely a white knight-level being, why was she able to render the Nightmare Clan's powerful warriors, who had tried to lay their hands on them, utterly powerless when she appeared on the Aozhou grasslands? Even though her true form had ascended, the fragment of her essence she left behind possessed an understanding of this universe and a grasp of power far beyond what any being below the Omega level could ever hope to match. Zhang Yi gripped the sword, yet he felt nothing. The sword was still a sword, he was still himself. However, he had absolute faith in Ling's words. Cause and effect, the relationship between cause and consequence. In the objective world, is there truly a universal, inevitable connection that exists independently of human will? Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out. Yet when Yang Xinxin and Professor Da Vinci heard Ling's words, a glimmer of understanding appeared in their eyes. Zhang Yi sheathed his sword and said to Yang Xinxin, "Let's go. Let's get out of here. Don't tell them what happened just yet. I'm going to impersonate Tang and outmaneuver that hidden wasteland golem commander." Chapter 29:12, The Content of the Blasphemous Stone Slates. After Zhang Yi and the others finished discussing their plan, they stepped out from the shadows. Shirkong, Shunfeng, Luo Qiao, and the others looked at them with puzzled expressions. "What's so mysterious? Can't you even tell us?" Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "We're still on their turf right now, it never hurts to be cautious. But you don't need to worry too much." At this point, the fact that their commander only dares to send those wasteland golems to constantly probe us shows he doesn't have absolute confidence that he can defeat our entire force at once. He pointed at himself, Shirkong, Shunfeng, and Luo Qiao. The enemy's combat strength is likely also at the Black Knight level, but with the four of us working together, he certainly won't come out ahead. As long as we stick together and don't let him pick us off one by one, he won't be able to do anything to us." A peculiar expression flashed across Shirkong's face. "That's not what you said earlier. Have you come up with a new strategy now?" Zhang Yi stroked his chin. "I have a bold hypothesis, but I haven't had a chance to verify it yet. You'll see for yourselves when the time comes." He spoke vaguely. Of course, he couldn't possibly reveal the truth to Shirkong and the others. Ling's ability was one of his greatest secrets. He couldn't reveal it to just anyone. Seeing that Zhang Yi was still keeping things under wraps, everyone naturally felt a bit dissatisfied. However, for now, they still had to rely on him to lead them through this crisis, so they didn't dare say anything more. Zhang Yi and his group continued onward, quickly delving deeper into the next layer of space. They were now less than 1,000 kilometers from the control center of the experimental planet. As soon as they arrived, they were immediately attacked by the area's defense systems. But with so many Knight and Bishop-level powerhouses joining forces, those heavily armed defense systems were simply unable to inflict any substantial damage on them. Two powerhouses with space abilities worked together to deflect all the attacks back at their sources. Full counterattack. Zhang Yi activated everything under heaven, sending the laser cannon attacks right back the way they came. Full counterattack. This ability was simple yet brutal. Its principle was that Zhang Yi, using the energy capacity limit of his own dimensional space as the maximum threshold, absorbed various energy attacks and then reflected them back. At present, he was capable of reflecting elemental energy attacks on par with those of a Black Knight. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of laser cannons were completely destroyed by him, and the entire spatial defense system was utterly wiped out. After dealing with these simple defense systems, Zhang Yi and his team quickly landed. Lu Karen wasted no time, directing a large engineering force of mechanical life forms to collect all the weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Yang Xinxin hacked into the electronic network of the damaged area. They were getting closer and closer to the central region of the experimental planet. In both Shirkong and Yang Xinxin's field of vision, that area remained a vast black hole. It seemed to be shielded by a special energy barrier that blocked all attempts at observation, but its location was now clearly visible. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, Li Changgong, Vermilion Bird, and the others stood by, keeping watch. Liang Yang was walking through the steel jungle when, suddenly, an unusual discovery caused a surprised exclamation to escape their lips. She immediately called Zhang Yi over to take a look. "Boss, I found some really strange things in this lab, you'll probably be interested." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi didn't hesitate to open a portal through the formless void realm and rush to where Liang Yang was. At that moment, Liang Yang had just emerged from a lab that had been broken into. And in her hands, she was holding two large stone slabs. She smiled at Zhang Yi and said, "It's really quite strange to discover something so ancient in a place like this." The moment Zhang Yi laid eyes on the stone slabs, his eyes widened. Blasphemous stone slates. He was no stranger to these objects. He had found them before in the ruins of various civilizations, including similar stone tablets he'd previously discovered in the Jugnanatha Temple in Brahma. Over the course of countless eras, many ancient civilizations had used them to preserve historical records. Finding such an object on the territory of the Starry Sky Clan meant its history predated even the Starry Sky Clan's downfall. He walked over and picked up the stone slate. It was enormous, taller than he was. Liang Yang told him there were 7 or 8 more such slates deep within the laboratory. The two slabs in Zhang Yi's hands were densely engraved with patterns that looked as if they had been imprinted with hemp rope. "This is the Jiamen script of the Zipan Kingdom, it matches," Zhang Yi said. "No wonder the Zipan Kingdom knows so much about the Starry Sky Clan, their civilizational heritage originates from this ancient realm." Zhang Yi immediately notified Yang Xinxin and Professor Da Vinci to come over, and Fatty Su and the others followed suit. The group carried all 10 stone slabs out and leaned them against a wall. Apart from the first 2 slabs, which were densely covered in Jiamen patterns, the others were engraved with ancient images. Although Zhang Yi couldn't read the Jiamen script, he could still make out the general meaning of the drawings, though their order was completely jumbled, and he could only make out winged figures engaged in various activities. Since they had already obtained Jaman records from the Zipan kingdom, the deciphering process went very quickly. Yang Xinxin and Professor Da Vinci, the two masterminds, worked together and quickly deciphered the content on the stone slates, then rearranged it. This is an ancient myth. If I'm not mistaken, it dates back to the very beginning of the fourth generation. Yang Xinxin sent the translated text directly to Zhang Yi's smart device. When Zhang Yi looked at the text on the stone slates again, he could now understand its meaning. The 10 stone slates, lined up in a row, told a very ancient story. In ancient times, when these winged ancestors of the human race first came into being, they were extremely frail. The world's environment was harsh, they lacked food and clothing, and the entire tribe struggled to survive. The illustration on the next stone slate depicted these frail ancient people kneeling on the ground, praying toward the sky. In the next scene, a mist appeared in the sky, and from within the mist, a colossal hand reached out. The fingertips of that hand held a bizarre, twisted insect, which was then flung to the ground. The ancient people carried it back to the altar, prepared it, and ate it, and from that day on, they were no longer hungry. So from then on, whenever the ancient people faced famine, they would continue to pray to the gods. And the gods would always generously bestow food upon them. Finally, with the help of the gods, the ancient people grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 29:13, Stealing the Divine. But gradually, they grew dissatisfied with receiving only one meal a day. The next time they prayed to the deity, one of the hunters secretly raised his long sword and slashed the deity's arm. With the deity's arm in their possession, they were able to create their own monsters to eat. With an endless supply of resources, they rapidly developed their civilization, growing prosperous and powerful. Yet the final scene on the stone slate showed that just as this civilization reached its peak of prosperity and its population swelled, the sky suddenly split open, and a massive bolt of flame rained down, burning the entire tribe to death. After Zhang Yi and his companions finished reading this story, they felt a chill run down their spines. It was a very dark and cruel myth. Greedy humans, attempting to desecrate the gods and usurp their divine authority, ultimately met their doom through divine retribution. Why did this story sound so much like the history of the Starry Sky Clan? But that didn't add up, because with the Starry Sky Clan's technology, if they had wanted to leave a record, there would have been no need to rely on an ancient artifact like this stone slate. And the history recorded on this stone slate was clearly far older than that of the Starry Sky Clan. What does this mural actually mean? The Jaman script on the mural contained only limited information. Clearly, in that ancient era, they hadn't yet developed the means to record large amounts of data. Yang Xinxin and Professor Da Vinci both fell deep in thought. Professor Da Vinci proposed a possibility: the fourth generation was an era in which numerous races emerged. Before the Starry Sky Clan, perhaps other races had already appeared, but they were struck down by divine retribution for straying onto the wrong path. The Starry Sky Clan left these stone slates as a cautionary tale. However, he rested his chin in his hand, his lifeless eyes sinking into deep thought. Placing these stone slates on this experimental planet must hold special significance. Was it to serve as a warning to future generations? Yang Xinxin stared at the stone slates for a long time, reflecting on everything they had experienced. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis occurred to her. What do you think? Who exactly is the deity that the fourth generation arcs worship? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Yi and the others instinctively thought it must be the Creator, Yahweh. After all, for the entire universe, the Creator is the one and only supreme deity. But suddenly, Zhang Yi felt that something wasn't quite right. The Creator is the supreme will, an existence in a higher dimension, but its true form cannot descend into this universe. It can only be dispersed in an ethereal form within every person's body. It is more like a set of rules. Yet in the murals, that giant hand symbolizing the deity appeared in tangible form. The deities revered by the fourth generation could only be those from the second and third generations. It's impossible for it to be the Drucker civilization. So, could it be the Yihan tribe from back then? Yang Xinxin said wistfully, by that time, the Yihen tribe had already sealed themselves off and no longer interfered with the affairs of the world. Moreover, she pointed at the image. According to what's shown here, the distant ancestors of the Starry Sky clan once stole the authority of the deities, which clearly contradicts what we know about the history of the Yihen tribe. Zhang Yi understood what Yang Xinxin meant. He looked at her in disbelief. Are you saying that the deities recorded on this stone slate are the Drucker? He exclaimed in astonishment. Are you saying the Drucker intervened to save the fourth-generation arcs at the very beginning of their existence, becoming their angels and raising them? That's insane. After a long silence, Zhang Yi couldn't help but voice his skepticism, because according to everything we've learned about ancient history, the Drucker are portrayed as savage and brutal, acting solely on instinct. How could they possibly have any sympathy or compassion for the fourth generation, the very people the Creator fashioned to replace them? Yang Xinxin was equally puzzled. You're right, this defies all logic. The war between the Drucker and the Arcs has lasted for billions of years. They themselves were rejected by the Creator, so there's no reason for them to act this way. However, given the content on this stone slate, this is the most reasonable explanation. Consider this. Aren't the wasteland golems we've encountered simply a kind of Drucker-style experiment? The Starry Sky clan placed the stone slate here, and they used the flesh and blood of the Drucker people to create biological weapons, an act almost identical to the theft of divine authority depicted in the murals. Zhang Yi rubbed his forehead. Wait a minute, this story is a bit confusing, it's completely different from what we thought before. But luckily, I have a very good teacher. Zhang Yi communicated directly with the spirit in the dimensional space. Ling, did you ever raise the fourth-generation arcs back then? Ling replied immediately. Back then, we had already fully transformed into spiritual forms and sealed ourselves within the Tianyu Palace, no longer concerning ourselves with anything in this universe. Of course, we wouldn't have raised the fourth generation as their angels. Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. So, according to you, the reason the fourth generation was able to grow up back then was actually the work of the Drucker civilization? That is indeed the case. Ling answered candidly. This left Zhang Yi utterly baffled. The Drucker civilization had actually cultivated a mortal enemy with their own hands. Within the dimensional space, Ling's gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of space, fixing directly on Zhang Yi's eyes. Have you ever considered this possibility? You classify humanity according to historical eras, but not every generation of humans was created by the Creator. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Zhang Yi's mind. All his doubts were resolved in an instant. Are you saying that the Starry Sky clan wasn't created by Yahweh, but rather manufactured by the Drucker? Just like the lunar people dwelling beneath the moon, or the beings within the small world of Mammon, one of the 7 Drucker kings, is that what you mean? Zhang Yi had never considered this possibility before. After all, whether it was the Dark Moon Empire on the moon or the people of the magical world within Mammon's body, the scale of their civilizations was hardly vast. He found it truly hard to imagine that the Drucker people could have created a civilization that had spanned the cosmos for billions of years, one that had even driven them to the brink of extinction. Didn't you say the Drucker had no civilization? How could they have created such a powerful race as the Starry Sky clan? Ling explained to Zhang Yi, we merely recorded everything that happened during that era from the perspective of observers. We aren't entirely clear on the specifics of what happened, we only know that the Creator was involved in the birth of the fourth generation. Chapter 29:14, The Avicii Hell. Ling said calmly, in fact, the fourth generation arcs are, in terms of bloodline, descendants of the Drucker people. They possess physiques closest to those of the Drucker, though the Creator has imbued them with a more powerful spiritual essence. At the very beginning of any race's existence, they are incredibly frail and require care. The Drucker mistakenly took these new life forms to be their own mutated descendants and thus cared for them. Unexpectedly, the Arcs evolved far too quickly. With the Creator's guidance, they swiftly became the most powerful race in the universe. Zhang Yi stared at the screen, gazing at the severed arm of the god deity. Suddenly, a vague sense of unease crept into his mind. This feeling arose without any apparent cause. Perhaps it was due to nervousness, or perhaps it was his special prophetic ability, a gift he possessed as a time-type ability user, that allowed him to sense something faintly. The Creator fashioned beings with physiques approaching those of the Drucker and the wisdom of the Ehen tribe in order to annihilate the Drucker race. But they became too powerful and rebelled, ultimately being annihilated by the Creator. Back then, both Mammon and Samuel said that the sixth generation also possesses the genes of the Drucker, yet lacks their formidable physical strength. Nor do we possess the immense wisdom of the Ehen tribe. I don't believe the Creator created the sixth generation without purpose. We must have a reason for our existence. But what powerful traits do the sixth generation actually possess? Zhang Yi was deep in thought. However, the time left for him to ponder was already running out. For the attacks by the wasteland golems had begun once again. Hordes of wasteland golems surged in from all directions. This time, they were even more powerful than before, and it seemed as though they had devised specific tactics for each and every mutant. Zhang Yi immediately waved his hand, gathering all the stone slates. He sensed that these slates could be studied in detail later, and he was certain he would uncover more secrets. Everyone, prepare for battle as previously arranged. No sooner had he spoken than the entire space suddenly plunged into pitch darkness, as if someone had switched off the lights. Mahakala, Realm of Illusion. The Type 2 Wasteland Golem Black Bird, who had been secretly observing and analyzing Zhang Yi's abilities from the shadows, finally chose to strike as Zhang Yi and his group approached the center of the experimental planet. The light vanished in an instant. This wasn't a manipulation of light like Dangshantongs, rather, someone had unleashed a colossal domain. As the darkness receded like a tide, the scene that emerged was completely different. The metal floor beneath Zhang Yi's feet vanished completely, revealing an immense, upside-down city beneath him. He felt as though he were standing on the boundary between two worlds. And far ahead, he spotted a figure. An eerie being with a pair of black metallic wings sprouting from its back and wearing a long, bird-beaked metal mask stood there, its eyes glowing crimson as it stared at him coldly. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. In his right hand, the Eternal Judgment Sword was already clenched. Meanwhile, the divine refinement had transformed into black vines, coiling around it. Are you the commander pulling the strings behind those wasteland golems? Black Bird showed no hurry to attack, but spoke in a calm tone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Starry Sky Clan's artificial biological weapon, Type 2 Wasteland Golem, Black Bird. Zhang Yi, too, calmly identified himself, Gao Changkong, a sixth-generation human from Earthstar. Black Bird spread its arms wide and said to Zhang Yi, I've been observing you for a long time. You are the leader of this team. As long as I take you out, your entire team's combined combat strength will be severely weakened. But rest assured, the rest of you won't live much longer either. At that moment, Zhang Yi was completely unable to sense what was happening outside. It came as no surprise to him that the opponent could deploy a domain here. After all, the entire experimental planet was the opponent's home turf, and the planet's artificial intelligence core was also aiding the opponent's efforts. How many of you are there, exactly? But since you've been too afraid to strike first all this time, I suppose you lack confidence in your own strength. No, you're wrong. Black Bird shook his head. If I wanted to kill you, I could strike at any moment, but I don't like doing things without a guarantee. Indeed, just as he said, the entire area had now been completely sealed off and divided by his black domain. Within each domain, there was one mutant from Zhang Yi's team. Black Bird had assigned them wasteland golems, forcing them to fight against these golems, whose abilities they were already fully familiar with. This was also to ensure they couldn't swap opponents or provide mutual support. Black Bird said to Zhang Yi, I've been studying your team long enough to know there are 4 Black Knight-level powerhouses among you. If I were to face all 4 of you at once, I'm not confident I could kill every last one of you. But I can take you one by one. After all, time isn't on your side here. Zhang Yi slowly narrowed his eyes. He couldn't sense the presence of the others, but the so-called domain his opponent mentioned only made him chuckle. Unless something unexpected happened, his opponent's strength was also at the Black Knight level. At the same level, he didn't believe anyone could be significantly stronger than him in the realm of space. Space against space, if his opponent could set up a domain, he could break through it. In the blink of an eye, the gate of 3,000 realms had unfolded around Zhang Yi. Then it rapidly expanded in all directions. To deploy a domain in front of me, you seem a bit too arrogant. But the very moment Zhang Yi opened the dimensional gate, it suddenly shattered one after another, like bubbles. This sight caused Zhang Yi to furrow his brow sharply. My dimensional gates were actually shattered. How is that possible? Even for White Dragon, it would be extremely difficult to make his dimensional gates vanish so effortlessly and without a trace. The person before him couldn't possibly be stronger than White Dragon, otherwise, he wouldn't have set up such a trap. So, have you already fully analyzed my abilities? How did you manage that? Zhang Yi asked, narrowing his eyes. Blackbird, however, explained to him without a care, you should know that the wasteland golems excel at adapting to the battlefield. I've already studied all your abilities, and this long period of time has been more than enough for me to evolve in response to you. He held out his left palm toward Zhang Yi. This ability is called the Avicii Hell. I've evolved my ability into a spatial attribute, and at the same time, I've sacrificed my own spatial abilities to create a spatial counterbalance to yours. The entire space is filled with unstable spatial waves. When you try to unleash your abilities, the interference from these waves will prevent you from breaking through this barrier. You can only duel me one-on-one right here. Chapter 29:15, Severing the Bonds of Causality. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Within his left eye, a vortex of time swirled. Fortunately, his opponent could only control space in the three-dimensional world, but was unable to control time abilities from higher dimensions. Just as he had imagined earlier, these wasteland golems could not freely possess abilities in domains such as time and the laws of the universe. Otherwise, that would be far too defiant against the heavens. You chose to sacrifice your own abilities so that I couldn't use mine. Does that mean you intend to engage me in close-quarters combat? You're correct. Blackbird replied with complete composure. You've already encountered those Type I wasteland golems and are well aware of their physical strength. But let me tell you this, as a Type II wasteland golem, I possess an even more powerful immortal body. Moreover, my physical strength is more than 5 times that of a Type I wasteland golem. And even if your close-quarters combat skills are exceptionally strong, I will continue to evolve throughout our battle until I've completely killed you. Blackbird's voice was very calm, as if he were an old friend of Zhang Yi's whom he hadn't seen in a long time, explaining everything to him candidly. This time, his plan had been crafted with meticulous care. He had spent over 20 hours preparing, seizing the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstances. He had secured the assistance of the experimental star's artificial intelligence entity and was able to control the wasteland golems within this area, using them to continuously test the abilities of everyone on the opposing side. Time and time again, a total of 10 trials. His stomach was now filled with the factors of Zhang Yi's spatial attribute supernatural ability. It was precisely for this reason that he could completely neutralize Zhang Yi's space abilities. And this wasn't limited to this area alone, the same situation held true in several other zones as well. For every mutant on Zhang Yi's team, he had arranged between 3 and 20 wasteland golems, each capable of countering their specific ability traits. Therefore, regardless of whether this battle ended quickly or slowly, the advantage was firmly in his hands. Is there anything else you'd like to say now? Blackbird was in no hurry to attack. It wasn't because he wanted to savor the game, but because even at this point, he remained sufficiently cautious. He wanted to see if this human, having lost his primary means of attack, his space abilities, still had other tactics capable of turning the tide of battle. Sure enough, he saw no trace of panic on Zhang Yi's face. Zhang Yi simply raised the surprisingly massive dark sword in his hand. I don't have anything special to say, so let's get this over with. Although Zhang Yi said this, he showed no intention of moving his feet. The two were truly evenly matched, both were extremely steady and measured. The more Zhang Yi acted this way, the more a hint of doubt began to surface in Blackbird's mind. neither of these two Black Knight-level powerhouses was willing to strike first. Because making the first move would mean exposing their own ability traits and various attribute stats. The two stood there in a silent standoff, testing whose endurance was stronger and who would lose patience first. In the end, the one who couldn't hold out any longer was, as expected, Blackbird. "Sorry, but after I kill you, I still need to continue hunting down the others who've invaded the experimental planet. So, let's get this over with quickly. If you have any way to defend against my attacks, go ahead and use it, though, of course, it won't do you any good." He cracked his knuckles, not even bothering to use a weapon. Because his own body was the best weapon of all. Blackbird flicked his wrist, and in the next instant, he moved, seemingly vanishing from where he stood. Zhang Yi's eyes could no longer make out how the man was moving. His own close-quarters combat abilities relied largely on his spatial defenses. Now, without the protection of his spatial barrier, having lost his most powerful means of defense, actively engaging in combat with a being related to the Druckers, whose physical form approached perfection, was simply irrational. However, fortunately, he still had a trump card to save his life, the second hand of time. His eyes couldn't see his opponent's movements, but he could see the future. When the causal chain locked onto Blackbird, Zhang Yi could already see with crystal clarity exactly where it would appear at a specific point in time. On his body, the black and white Godslayer battle armor had been imbued with 10 energy crystals of the highest purity, obtained from the lunar people. Driven to its full potential by the core furnace, the black armor radiated an intense, pitch-black glow, while the white exoskeleton shone with startling brilliance. He no longer aimed with his naked eye, but swung his sword toward the future. Wherever the longsword passed, that was the exact spot where Blackbird would materialize. Blackbird sensed Zhang Yi's fighting spirit, though that power was formidable, it was still far from enough for him. "It's over. Now that you've lost your most powerful ability, all you can do is let me trample you." He raised his left hand, the arm guard forged from the strongest materials, intending to block the dark longsword. However, the instant his arm made contact with the longsword, the armor, which he had been so confident was the most indestructible, shattered like plastic with a loud crack. The Eternal Judgment Sword, in the entire universe, there is no substance harder than it, no weapon sharper than it. The sword first shattered Blackbird's arm armor, then made contact with his flesh, effortlessly slicing through his left forearm as if it were nothing. In that instant, Blackbird, whose gaze had previously been indifferent, as if he already held victory in the palm of his hand, finally showed a change in his expression. His pupils contracted sharply, for at that moment, he sensed that his left arm had completely severed its connection to his body. Thud. The arm flew high into the air before crashing to the ground. Blackbird retreated thousands of meters away as swiftly as lightning. When he tried to reattach the severed arm to his body, he discovered he could no longer sense those cells or the flesh. How could this happen? He was stunned. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. Throughout my long years of war, no matter what kind of enemy I faced, no matter how thoroughly I was crushed to dust, I was always able to resurrect myself. But now, my arm cannot regrow. It's as if something has severed the connection. Impossible. The Starry SkyClan's technology is the most advanced in the universe. What exactly have you done to me? Zhang Yi, of course, wouldn't tell him. He simply raised the sword in his hand in silence. Didn't you want to engage me in close combat? Come on, keep trying. The physical form of the wasteland golem isn't bound by the blood and bodily fluids of a living organism, but by the law of cause and effect. Therefore, no matter how many times it's severed, it will reconnect. But Zhang Yi's sword, the sharpest sword in the universe, can not only sever the core of a star, but also sever every thread of cause and effect. Chapter 29:16, Time is Precious. This intelligence regarding the Eternal Judgment Sword was something Blackbird had failed to gather earlier. Zhang Yi stood where he was, not moving a muscle. Having lost his space abilities, he was unable to activate the formless void realm, which certainly made it difficult for him to move. He had to first assess the spatial range of this dark domain, as well as the maximum speed he could reach after fully activating the Godslayer battle armor, before devising a battle plan. Well? Weren't you brimming with confidence just a moment ago? What are you waiting for now? Zhang Yi flashed him a defiant smile. Could it be that all your scheming over such a long period of time was nothing but a joke? Humiliation, utter and complete humiliation. Just moments ago, Blackbird had been speaking with the air of a victor in complete control of the situation, but now, Zhang Yi had just humiliated him in the blink of an eye. This stirred an indescribable rage within him. Zhang Yi said calmly, "Since you just explained your ability to me, I won't take advantage of you. Now, let me show you what I've done to you." He raised the massive dark sword with both hands. "My abilities are space and sealing. Although you've restricted my spatial powers, my sealing techniques still remain. Anything struck by my sword will be sealed away. So, do you feel like you'll never be able to summon your arm back?" A brilliant smile spread across Zhang Yi's face. "You self-important fool, your ability is insignificant and utterly worthless in my eyes." Upon hearing these words, Blackbird's eyes flashed, and the rage in his gaze intensified. Although he couldn't be touched by the sword, that didn't mean he was completely unable to fight. As long as he didn't get struck by the sword this time, wouldn't that be enough? "I'm faster than him." Whoosh! Blackbird launched another attack, leaving behind a series of eerie afterimages in midair. This time, his attack was even more calculated. He leaped directly onto Zhang Yi's back and, transforming his hand into a blade, slashed horizontally at the back of his head. But once again, Zhang Yi had anticipated his move. Before his body had even come to a complete stop midair, that dark longsword had already swept toward his chest. Blackbird was taken aback. He couldn't fathom how his opponent could keep up with his speed. Although Zhang Yi's sword swing wasn't as fast as his own strike, it seemed as though Zhang Yi had already anticipated his move before he even struck. Blackbird was indeed unaware that Zhang Yi possessed time-based abilities. After all, prophecies are something that cannot be discerned with the naked eye. Moreover, when Zhang Yi was dealing with those Type 1 wasteland golems, he hadn't needed to activate his time abilities at all. He spun rapidly in midair, dodging Zhang Yi's terrifying strike. Blackbird landed far from where he'd been, and a hint of wariness toward Zhang Yi now flickered in his eyes. He had already expended far too much energy evolving his ability into the space attribute. As things stood, unless he released his Avicii Hell ability, it would be extremely difficult for him to break Zhang Yi's seal on another level. He could no longer feel his arm, but considering the physical characteristics of the wasteland golem, he was confident that after a certain amount of time, his left hand would devour the seal and return to his body. By then, Zhang Yi's sealing ability would be ineffective against him. With this thought, Blackbird's heart settled. He suddenly reached out into the void and actually pulled out a longbow crafted from a special black material. Almost immediately, he formed his fingers into a blade and thrust them viciously into his own side, forcibly snapping a rib to use as an arrow. Aiming at Zhang Yi, he drew the bowstring and fired. Boom! The terrifying sonic boom made people's eardrums ache. Yet Zhang Yi still raised his hand and swung his sword, cutting the bone arrow clean in two right down the middle. His reaction speed is actually that fast? No. Given his physical structure, his nerve signals shouldn't be able to keep up with my arrow at all. Surely he doesn't possess time attribute abilities as well? Blackbird was stunned. Dual attributes of time and space, both of the highest level, in his own era, such a figure was absolutely unheard of. How could he not be stunned? Combined with the fact that his previous attacks had all been anticipated by his opponent, this only further confirmed Blackbird's suspicions. Without a moment's hesitation, Blackbird pulled another rib from his waist. After all, his flesh and blood would regenerate at an extremely rapid rate. It wouldn't hinder his ability to continue fighting in the short term. This guy's strength is terrifying. He must be the very best among the alien invaders here. I've already neutralized his spatial abilities, but I can't touch his time abilities yet. As long as I make his sealing technique ineffective against me, I'll be able to wear him down eventually. With his mind made up, Blackbird changed his combat strategy. He began deliberately creating distance between himself and Zhang Yi, then continuously bombarded him with arrows from a distance. Zhang Yi remained standing in place, making no move to attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, rather, at that moment, he was still gathering data. His opponent's strength, speed, these metrics needed to be filled in one by one and then fed into the Godslayer battle armor. If he was going to fight, he had to deliver a single, decisive blow. With the Eternal Judgment Sword, he would completely sever the connection between his opponent's body and the Drucker core. Otherwise, the moment his opponent sensed something was amiss, he would immediately break free from the constraints of the Avicii Hell and flee this place. Zhang Yi held the sword with both hands, using the power of the Godslayer battle armor to block wave after wave of bone arrows fired from a distance. A series of sonic booms echoed through the sky, each arrow possessed enough power to pierce through more than a dozen mountain peaks. But for Zhang Yi, this was no problem at all. After all, it was the Godslayer battle armor doing the work, not him. As he raised his hand, the Godslayer battle armor seemed to unleash boundless power, violently severing every single arrow. While fighting, Zhang Yi sneered, "Are you planning to keep running away like a rat, constantly avoiding a head-on battle with me? These so-called Type 2 wasteland golems of the Starry Sky Clan are nothing but a joke. I thought that since you'd been scheming in the shadows for so long, you must have some trump card up your sleeve to use against me, but I never expected it to be so pathetic." Zhang Yi's words fell upon Blackbird as mercilessly as freezing rain. Even the most composed person would lose their temper if their weak spot were exposed like that. Yet no matter how angry he was, Blackbird managed to restrain himself and did not engage Zhang Yi in close combat. He simply kept his eyes fixed on the severed half-arm lying on the ground. Since the causal link between them had been severed, he had no way of knowing how much of the barrier's power the arm had already absorbed. Waiting was the only thing he could do at the moment. Zhang Yi sighed and remarked, "Throughout my life, I, Zhang Yi, have always acted with prudence and caution. Today, I've finally met my match, a worthy opponent. However, I don't really have much time to waste here fighting you." Chapter 29:17, The Terrifying Core. He held the Eternal Judgment Sword, blessed by Ling, but what about his companions? If they were forced into prolonged one-on-one or outnumbered battles against the wasteland golems, most of the mutants would eventually be worn down and killed. He couldn't keep playing around with them here any longer. The intelligence system had already indicated that it had collected all of the enemy's data. Speed, strength, and attack patterns, Zhang Yi had grasped them all. However, the Godslayer battle armor issued a warning: the opponent's physical strength was utterly terrifying. Even at full power, Zhang Yi would struggle to keep up with him in terms of speed. In other words, if Zhang Yi chose to take the initiative and engage Blackbird in close combat, but the opponent deliberately avoided fighting him and instead kept his distance, Zhang Yi would be powerless to stop him. Zhang Yi said, "I'm well aware that someone this cautious, who has spent so long preparing to completely eliminate me, has naturally pushed his physical prowess to the absolute limit. Of course, he wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. It doesn't matter, this is already enough." Zhang Yi raised both hands, holding the Eternal Judgment Sword, now imbued with the power of the Divine Refinement. In his left eye, the second hand of time locked onto his opponent's position. Gripping the sword with both hands, he assumed a striking stance. To Blackbird, this posture appeared extremely peculiar. After all, the distance between them had already reached several thousand meters. He didn't believe Zhang Yi could outpace him in terms of speed. In any case, he had no intention of engaging his opponent head-on. But in the very next moment, within Zhang Yi's left eye, the original vortex of time slowly faded, eventually transforming into an ancient pendulum. The second hand ceased its swing, while the second needle, representing the minute hand, rotated once slowly. The minute hand of time, accelerating itself infinitely. The moment this thought emerged, the entire space suddenly froze in an instant. Blink in the sky. That split second was enough for Zhang Yi to bridge the thousands of meters between them and appear right in front of his opponent. His gaze was fierce as he raised his long sword with both hands and brought it down with a vicious slash along the centerline of his opponent's body. That instant was barely enough for Zhang Yi to land a single strike. But that single strike was more than enough. When the flow of time resumed, Blackbird's body had already been completely cleaved in two by Zhang Yi. He hadn't yet realized what had happened, he merely sensed the other's figure suddenly appear before his eyes, leaving him utterly bewildered. Because of the distance of several thousand meters, he hadn't detected even the slightest hint of the other's movement. But in the next moment, a sense of even greater unease swept through his body. His body, split right down the middle, simply and unceremoniously began to slowly collapse to either side. My body! His half-open mouth managed to utter a sound. Why is half of me numb? Zhang Yi looked at the midline of his body. To his surprise, the core of the Type 2 Wasteland Golem was not located directly in the center of his chest. In other words, this sword strike had failed to kill Blackbird. But it no longer mattered. For he could see with his own eyes that the right half of his body had already fallen into a state of complete shutdown, his eyes had lost their light, and his body was growing cold. The only half still showing signs of life was the left side. It seemed both absurd and eerie. Blackbird quickly pushed off the ground with his leg, trying to flee the scene. But with only one leg, he flew away like a cannonball, only to crash heavily onto the ground. It was only then that he realized half of his body was gone. How is this possible? How did you do that? He roared in terror, his earlier composure finally shattered. I can stop time. Zhang Yi said to him calmly. Those words carried a wealth of meaning. In fact, the skilled blink in the sky took a significant toll on Zhang Yi himself. It was impossible to use it a second time within a short period. His intention was precisely to create this psychological intimidation, plunging his opponent into utter despair. But how exactly was Blackbird, now reduced to half a body with no hope of recovery, supposed to fight him? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. If a roast chicken is only half a bird, it's usually sold at a discount. No matter how furious or terrified Blackbird was, the fact remained that he was now split in two. He had completely lost sensation in the other half of his body. He struggled to his feet and, relying on his formidable agility, actually attempted to flee. But now, he could no longer evade Zhang Yi's pursuit. With the Godslayer battle armor activated to its fullest, Zhang Yi left a trail of black and white after images in midair as he chased after Blackbird, swinging his sword viciously at his rear. With one more strike, Blackbird's body was split in two right down the middle. Zhang Yi still hadn't located the Drucker core. Could it be hidden inside the right half of the brain? Less than a quarter of Blackbird's body remained. Its sole remaining eye widened in terror, staring intently at Zhang Yi before him. Now stripped of even his legs, only his right hand remained capable of fighting back. But suddenly, he realized something. This man had lied to him today. His abilities had nothing to do with space or seals. For he could see that his internal organs were slowly shutting down, his severed body gradually turning deathly pale and lifeless, with blood flowing out endlessly. That arm had truly been killed, the causal karmic connection had been completely severed. This was the only possible explanation for what was happening. Yet this was clearly not the kind of technique one would expect from a Black Knight-level space ability user. And Zhang Yi would give him no answer. With only one hand remaining, Blackbird had no chance to resist. In the next instant, Zhang Yi's sword swung even faster. With a flurry of strikes, he sliced his remaining body, less than a quarter of its original size, into fragments. Finally, as a sharp clang rang out, a flesh and blood core encased in a special diamond-shaped metal module was violently hurled from his body. Blackbird's consciousness vanished completely. Zhang Yi stared intently. That flesh and blood core, encased in special metal modules, was more than 100 times larger than that of an ordinary Type I Wasteland Golem. Even after falling to the ground, it continued to twist and struggle frantically, extending one repulsive, grotesque tentacle after another as it groped through the void, seemingly searching for any host that could revive it. The life force of the Drucker are truly terrifying. Zhang Yi mused to himself, then charged straight at it and pinned it down with a single, fierce stroke of his sword. The moment it came into contact with the Eternal Judgment Sword, the metal core instantly became still, not moving a muscle. With Blackbird's demise, the power sustaining the Dark Realm rapidly weakened. Zhang Yi felt the spatial energy gradually returning to his body. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he tore open a gateway to the Netherworld and pulled the metal cord directly into it. Chapter 29:18, Into the Depths. Above, the black veil gradually faded away. Meanwhile, the mutants, separated into their respective spaces, were fighting with great difficulty. By the time Zhang Yi emerged, many of them were wounded. Some lower-ranking members of the Knights of the Round Table, the Natural Science Association, and the Pantheon of Fremons had, in less than 3 minutes, been devoured by the wasteland golems until not even a bone fragment remained. Blackbird's design was truly ingenious. Had they not found Ling in advance and obtained the method to counter the Drucker beings, the vast majority of them would likely have perished here in this catastrophe. Of course, that's all water under the bridge now. If he hadn't come up with a solution, Zhang Yi would never have chosen to bring everyone onto the experimental planet in the first place. As the domain faded, everyone could finally see one another. Zhang Yi sheathed the Eternal Judgment Sword, took a deep breath, and barked in a deep voice, "Swap opponents." Although the wasteland golems were constantly evolving their abilities during the battle, they were adapted to target specific opponents. As long as they swapped opponents, the fighting wouldn't be as chaotic. Now that the central brain controlling the wasteland golems had been destroyed, the remaining 1,000+ golems could be eliminated one by one. Zhang Yi gave everyone some time to hold a simple memorial for the fallen. However, naturally, no one on his entire team had actually died in battle. After all, every member was now clad in demon god armor. They wouldn't die so easily before their energy reserves were completely depleted. Let's go. The biggest problem has been resolved for now. No one ahead will stop us from exploring the secrets of this experimental planet anymore, Zhang Yi said to the group. Then he turned around and faced Shirkong. Please continue to guide us, Mr. Shirkong. Shirkong stared at Zhang Yi, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He asked puzzledly, Lord Chaos? If I'm not mistaken, the commander of the wasteland golems has already appeared here before, correct? Yet none of us encountered that being, so there's only one possibility: he chose you, as our team's temporary commander, as his opponent. And the fact that his domain formation was broken means he was killed by you. Zhang Yi's expression darkened. Shunfeng, Luo Qiao, and the others also looked at Zhang Yi with curiosity. We've already reached this point. If you really know how to deal with these cursed wasteland golems, shouldn't you share that information with us? After all, we're allies, isn't it a bit unfair to keep things hidden like this all the time? Zhang Yi's expression remained grim. He suddenly clutched his chest and began coughing violently. The coughing fit was so intense, it seemed as though he were about to cough his lungs right out of his throat. Cough, 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 cough. You guessed right, I did take care of that guy. But I didn't kill him, I just sealed him away for now. I already have too many ordinary wasteland golems sealed inside me, and adding this Type 2 wasteland golem commander on top of that was just too much of a drain on me. I had to resort to forbidden powers just to restrain him. So right now, we don't have much time to waste here, we must uncover the secret of the experimental planet as soon as possible. Only by finding a way to rid ourselves of those wasteland golems can we leave this star system. When Zhang Yi opened his palm, a large patch of blood-red color appeared in the center of his hand. Shunfeng and Luo Qiao's expressions also grew grave. Sorry, Chaos, we didn't mean to doubt you. It's just that right now, aside from the few of you, we truly have no better way to restrict the actions of these wasteland golems. Faced with Zhang Yi's injuries, they harbored no doubts whatsoever. After all, they had witnessed firsthand just how powerful these wasteland golems were. Although they hadn't had the chance to directly face off against that wasteland golem commander, it didn't take a genius to figure out just how formidable his strength truly was. How could Zhang Yi possibly have sealed it without suffering a single scratch? Shirkong gave Zhang Yi a deep look. As fellow space ability users, why are your sealing abilities so much stronger than mine? It's truly astonishing. Zhang Yi shook his head weakly, there's no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that I've been shouldering the burden for all of you. Anyway, my injuries aren't serious for now. The most important thing is to uncover the secret of the experimental planet as soon as possible and then get out of here. Shokir had already walked over, looking at Zhang Yi with concern. Then she quickly activated her immortal ability to heal the injuries within Zhang Yi's body. The moment her hand touched Zhang Yi's body, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. However, she quickly concealed it well. After going through this battle, everyone was filled with inexplicable dread. Although Zhang Yi, Li Changgong, and the others made short work of the wasteland golems, it certainly wouldn't have been that easy for anyone else. Right now, all they wanted was to get out of here as soon as possible. However, that battle had also brought them tremendous rewards. After all, as participants in the battle, they had received ethereal rewards from the Creator. Everyone who was still alive had seen their supernatural abilities enhanced to varying degrees. Shirkong closed his eyes, seemingly sensing the spatial structure of the area. Then, he raised his hand and quickly pointed the way for Zhang Yi and the others. If you want to go deeper, keep heading in this direction. Zhang Yi nodded. All right, let's get going. The group gathered around Zhang Yi, forming a massive procession of nearly 100 Epsilon-level mutants as they flew deeper into the experimental planet. Thousands of kilometers underground in another region of the experimental planet. A white contingent, radiating a sacred aura, was advancing at a steady, measured pace. Every member of the group wore a set of pure white battle armor. The perfect fusion of technology and religion gave them an even more sacred and solemn air. Led by Pope George Wiggins, nearly all of the Holy See's elite combat forces had gathered here. In addition to the four most powerful Knights Templar, there were over 30 Epsilon-level Knights Templar, all bathed in holy light. By channeling faith through calamities, they have amassed the largest congregation among the sixth-generation populations, as well as the most abundant power of faith. This method of ascension through external forces has allowed their number of Epsilon-ranked knights to rival even the top nations in this world. As one of the representatives of the sixth-generation faction, they participated in the Starry Sky Passage with great discretion. George Wiggins sat upon a massive sacred palanquin, his youthful form supported by a platinum throne. With his hands resting on the armrests, he leaned back against the enormous seat, a faint, almost imperceptible smile always playing on his face. It was as if a deity were looking down upon the mortal world. Chapter 29-19, Huanguan. The Starry Sky Clan harbors immense ambition, presuming to emulate the Almighty Lord by creating an eternal race to serve as their slaves. Instead, they were consumed by their own creation. In truth, within the system of the Holy See, the term God does not exist. This term originates from translations of Eastern realms, and God merely refers to the creator god of their mythology. Unfortunately, they are destined to fail. Throughout endless ages, no race has been able to fulfill this long-cherished aspiration. Only we, the Holy See of the Eastern Orthodox Church, can achieve it. Pope Wiggins gazed upon this magnificent subterranean world of metal and spoke these reflective words. At his side, his most loyal cardinal, Arnold Olive, nodded and stated frankly, all people are sinful. The reason they cannot attain transcendence is that the desires within their hearts are far too strong. Only by letting go of all desires, selflessly dedicating themselves like the second generation of humanity, and joining the glorious purification can they attain eternity. Indeed. Wiggins sighed softly. All beings suffer, the world is filled with ignorance. Only we can save this world and create a miracle of transcendence unprecedented since the birth of the universe. Suddenly, a knight leading the group directly ahead came to a halt. The snow-white battle boots struck the cold metal ground. Wait! A sharp command rang out. The figure slowly raised her head, revealing a delicate face. Yet her dark eyes were exceptionally sharp. Especially her somewhat thick eyebrows, which resembled two swords suspended upside down. She was none other than Joan of Arc, one of the four horsemen of the Apocalypse of the Holy See and the successor to the second-generation War Knight. Upon hearing Joan of Arc's voice, the entire column came to a halt. Everyone's gaze focused on this holy maiden, who possessed the most devout faith and had fully inherited the will of the first war knight. "What's going on, Sister Joan?" Wiggins asked in a detached tone, propping his chin on one hand. Joan replied, "Your Holiness, the malevolent intentions of blasphemers are present in this area. I can already smell their foul stench." At these words, everyone immediately went on high alert. Olive waved his hand broadly, "Form a light shield formation. Prepare your defenses." They had encountered situations like this many times since arriving in this star system. This time was no exception. They simply prepared to continue their grueling battle against those nearly indestructible monsters. While other teams struggled greatly to deal with the wasteland golems, the Holy See had its own methods. After all, the Holy See's members excelled at purification. Moreover, George Wiggins held in his hands a sacred artifact passed down through the ages by the Holy See, the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Rustling. Sounds of commotion came from all directions. Hordes of wasteland golems surged forth from underground passages, from the ventilation ducts overhead, and from unknown shadows. They were densely packed, their numbers beyond count. Amidst the swarm of wasteland golems, a humanoid creature with a head full of silver hair slowly emerged. His hair stood on end like a hedgehog's quills, bristling furiously in every direction. His face was concealed by a dark silver metal mask, making his features indistinguishable. Yet his nearly perfect physique allowed one to imagine that he must be exceptionally handsome. It seemed that humans of every era shared the same aesthetic standards. This stemmed from biological evolution. The form humans took when competition reached its peak in any generation was precisely that of the four knights of the Yihen tribe. "Outsiders, your journey ends here." Huan Guang, one of the Type 2 wasteland golems, spoke in a detached tone. "This civilization has already collapsed and is about to vanish into the dust of history. However, as the final guardian of a failed experiment, I must still carry out my duty. I will ensure that you, along with this planet, are buried in the darkness of the cosmos." Upon seeing Huan Guang's appearance, Joan of Arc, who had been leading the way, flashed a look of grave caution in her eyes. This wasteland golem before her seemed different from the mindless ones they'd encountered earlier. Was it a higher-level entity? She swept her arm wide and barked, "Order of the Knights Templar, protect His Holiness the Pope. As for this guy, leave him to me." Wiggins looked impassively at the suddenly appearing Huan Guang and warned Joan, "Be careful, Joan. He doesn't look like he'll be easy to deal with." Joan nodded, drawing a silver musket with her left hand while pulling a slender, two-handed knight's sword from her lower back with her right. "As a war knight of the Holy See, I shall end all conflict through war and punish all evil and impurity." Aiming the musket in her left hand at Huan Guang, she repeatedly pulled the trigger. Silver bullets erupted from the barrel one after another, instantly transforming into massive silver stars before her eyes. Hundreds of stars rained down from the sky, sweeping toward Huan Guang. Huan Guang stood where he was, not moving an inch. Under his command, over 1,000 wasteland golems were already roaring as they charged toward the Knights Templar's light shield formation. Huan Guang raised his left hand, blocking Joan of Arc's Holy Spirit bullet as if it were weightless. A massive white star struck the palm of his hand. To his surprise, it gave off a wisp of white smoke and a hissing sound, as if being scorched by flames. Huan Guang raised an eyebrow. "Oh? It seems to be some kind of purifying power with sealing properties. It seems you're treating me as some kind of evil spirit." A sneer actually appeared at the corner of his mouth. "In our era, those lowly races all referred to us as gods." No sooner had Huan Guang finished speaking than his right hand had completely absorbed all the Holy Spirit bullets fired at him into his body. Immediately afterward, in the very next instant, he spread his arms wide, and boundless light erupted from his body. The entire underground chamber was bathed in pure white light. People could not even see one another clearly with the naked eye. And that strand of Huan Guang, amidst the eternal radiance, came before Joan. His right hand, clad in armor, formed a sword with his fingers and lunged toward Joan's temple. At that critical moment, Joan raised her hand. She wielded the heavy two-handed greatsword in her right hand with incredible agility, slashing fiercely to her side. Clang! The expected motion of knocking the attacker away did not occur. For Huangguang, using only one hand, had gripped the massive two-handed greatsword. No matter how much strength Joan unleashed, she could not break free from Huangguang's grip. "Your power is still too weak." Huangguang offered a brief assessment. And after absorbing Joan's holy light projectile, he actually manifested energy attributes identical to hers. 2 white laser beams shot from his eyes, heading straight for Joan's head. Chapter 29-20, The Four Knights Strike Together. Just as Joan's head was about to be pierced, a sound like pages turning, a rustling, echoed through the air. Page after page flew out from Joan's body, forming a seemingly thin wall of shields in front of her. Yet this shield wall actually managed to block Huangguang's close-range attack. "May God protect me." Joan showed not the slightest fear of the enemy before her voice was filled with devotion. A blazing radiance emanated from her chest. The copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls belonging to the Four Horsemen had come into play at this critical moment. It embodied the most devout faith of all believers in the Holy See of the Eastern Orthodox Church. His attack having failed, Huangguang seemed somewhat surprised. After all, the person before him had an ability index of just over 50,000 points, far inferior to his own. This unique technique is the power of faith. And in that very instant, the eternal, all-encompassing light was suddenly torn open by a massive fissure. A ball of golden flame abruptly sliced through the white space from the side and surged toward him. The sword pointed directly at Huangguang's head. The Death Knight, the leader of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Cardinal Arnold Olive, was chasing him down, wielding a holy sword of golden flame. Huangguang used his other hand to block the holy sword directly. The raging flames scorched his body. As his form was constantly being destroyed and regenerated, he began to adapt to the purifying heat of the fire. However, a flicker of curiosity passed through Huangguang's eyes. Both of these people possess a kind of sealing power. But immediately afterward, a wail reached Huangguang's ears. A mournful cry, imbued with profound compassion, as if praying for all living beings in the world, lingered in his mind. Vaguely, he sensed his body being disturbed by some strange force, as if the chains of a curse were corroding his flesh. The Plague Knight, the mourning sister Leibniz, activated her power, the Lament of Mourning. Meanwhile, the last of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the Knight of Famine Buckman Gode, unleashed his power upon him from a great distance. A powerful psychic force enveloped Huangguang's entire body, as if intent on breaking down every cellular structure of his body into its most primitive units. The combined attack of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse unleashed a force so immense that even Huangguang was taken aback. His body was deconstructed piece by piece, flesh and blood separated from his form and scattered in all directions. For the first time, Huangguang did not press his attack. Instead, he transformed into a streak of light and retreated far into the distance. Something's off. There's a very strange power emanating from these guys. Huangguang slowly narrowed his eyes. A massive horde of wasteland golems was already charging toward their military formation. Members of the Knights Templar formed a light shield formation, holding the line tenaciously. The shield bearers among them, wielding massive silver holy shields, formed a perfect circle. As they chanted verses from the sacred scriptures, waves of pure faith surged from their bodies, forming an impenetrable wall that blocked the onslaught of wasteland golems. Yang Xinqin had once analyzed that the power of faith from the Holy See of the Eastern Orthodox Church, as well as techniques such as spirit possession and deity invocation used by certain sects in the Huashu Kingdom, were akin to a form of deep hypnosis capable of unleashing one's hidden potential. At that moment, Huangguang stood before the four knights and observed an eerie white light rising from their bodies, the power of faith. Yet, despite having witnessed countless religious civilizations, Huangguang had never encountered this form of faith before. It exuded an indescribable eeriness. A flash of white light flickered in his eyes, allowing him to see the source of this power of faith. Right behind them, the seemingly frail youth seated upon the throne was flipping through an ancient, even somewhat tattered book as if turning the pages of a storybook. Yet the power of faith contained within that book was so immense that it left one speechless. Just a single glance caused Huangguang's pupils to contract sharply. How can there be such concentrated force of faith? Such power shouldn't exist in this world. Who exactly are you? Wiggins didn't even glance at him, merely turning the pages indifferently. All the power of faith accumulated by the Holy See over countless ages is contained within these Dead Sea Scrolls. Are you trying to declare war on the entire Holy See? As the pages of the Dead Sea Scrolls turned, a majestic hymn actually echoed through the sky. As if carried across the mists of time, it was a hymn of praise to the divine, as well as a prophecy of the universe's rebirth and the end of the cycle of reincarnation. The four horsemen opened their mouths almost simultaneously and began reciting the sacred scriptures recorded in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Behold! That day is drawing near, when the heavens will pass away with a great roar, and all that is physical will be consumed by fierce fire. Famine and death will sweep across the earth, and the sufferings of life and death will crush all living beings. Our Messiah, the Lord of redemption, will descend upon the clouds. He will lead the chosen people out of the valley of the shadow of death, free them from the bonds of reincarnation, and bring them into the glorious kingdom of God. There will be no more weeping, no more fear, only the peace and rest of eternal life. They chanted ceaselessly, their eyes growing ever more devout. A certain light enveloped their bodies, making their gazes even more resolute. At that moment, the four of them looked as if they were a single person. A vague sense of foreboding began to stir in Huangguang's heart. I can't let them keep chanting like this. Where on earth did this damned civilization come from? He raised his hands, as if cradling the sun, and lifted two enormous silver stars toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, these stars transformed into hundreds upon hundreds of energy stars in the heavens. The attack method he employed was almost identical to the Holy Spirit bullets Joan had used earlier. Turning an enemy's own tactics against them was one of the Wasteland Golem's combat strategies. After all, no one can resist a force of the same element as their own. Boom! 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 Stars rained down from the sky, covering the four Knights Templar at the very front from every angle, leaving no blind spots. However, the four horsemen of the apocalypse also chose to strike at this moment. The weeping of the mourning sister filled the entire space, forming a plague capable of corroding everything, thereby weakening the attacker's capabilities. In Buckman Goad's eyes, a storm of psychic energy surged ceaselessly, tearing through space as it twisted every attack directed at them away to other locations. These two created the opening for the attack. The ones primarily responsible for the strike were the Death Knight Arnold Olive and the War Knight, Joan of Arc. Olive ran two fingers along the blade, and a layer of golden flame flared to life with a whoosh. Judgment Day has arrived, the holy fire of heaven shall burn away all the filth of this world. Chapter 29-21, Faith Cannot Be Absorbed. Joan began to chant the contents of the sacred text even louder. Her copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls rose into the air, its pages turning automatically with a rustling sound. Then, one after another, pages of the sacred text, forged from the laws themselves, flew out of the book like sharp blades. Countless pages, packed tightly together and radiating a brilliant power, surged toward Huangguang. The golden blades that consumed all, along with the incarnations of the Dead Sea Scrolls pages, attacked Huangguang's body in unison. Huangguang held out both palms, condensing a thick shield of supernatural energy to block the attack. With a thunderous boom, the golden flames turned into a torrent, slamming violently against the shield, yet they could not breach Huangguang's defense. How could power derived from external sources possibly defeat me? Huangguang said indifferently. But in the very next moment, as the countless pages of the sacred text struck his supernatural shield, the pages embedded themselves into it like daggers driven into an ancient tree, firmly pinned in place. At that moment, a peculiar energy fluctuation spread out instantly. His supernatural shield, which had been incredibly thick and possessed formidable defensive power, began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. She sealed my power. Huangguang was somewhat taken aback. for the ability that the Wasteland Golem detested most was one possessing sealing ability traits. The chanting from Joan grew louder. May the Eternal Lord protect me and grant me the power to vanquish sin, seal hell forever, and cast it into eternal chains. This was the ability of the second-generation War Knight, Saint Joan of Arc, sealing. With the ultimate, tenacious, and powerful power of faith, she subdued all that she deemed evil and heretical beneath the radiance of the sacred ceremony. Huangguang simply couldn't adapt to this power. His defenses were shattered in an instant. He had no choice but to sidestep and evade the direct confrontation. At that moment, the look in his eyes as he gazed at the four horsemen of apocalypse before him finally grew grave. With these four joining forces, bolstered by the immense power of faith, they were actually capable of posing a threat to him. But the problem was that he couldn't absorb the power of faith. For unless one possessed an extremely devout, heartfelt trust in a particular sect, forcibly absorbing such power would actually backfire and harm oneself. Huangguang felt a bit of a headache coming on. He suddenly regretted choosing this group of mutants as his opponents. But he had to eliminate every last one of them right here. Because this group was already near the heart of the experimental planet. Let's use the Wasteland Golems to wear them down first. These 1,000 Wasteland Golems should be more than enough to give them a real beating. Huangguang immediately summoned dozens of Wasteland Golems, positioning them in front of him and ordering them to charge at the four knights. Saint Joan snorted coldly. The pages of the sacred text above her head rustled as she reached out and, to everyone's surprise, plucked dozens of them from the book, clasping them between her fingers. Then she flung them forward with all her might. Rustle, rustle. The moment the pages left her hand, they transformed into flying blades streaked with radiant light, hurtling toward the Wasteland Golems. They landed on the ground beside them, and in an instant, formed one psychic cage after another, trapping the Wasteland Golems tightly within. The Wasteland Golems furiously rammed against the psychic cages, even attempting to absorb the power of faith. But to them, this power was, in fact, the deadliest poison. For the very moment they absorbed it, control over their own bodies was swiftly stripped away. The Wasteland Golems, which had been attacking the Knights Templar just moments before, suddenly had a clear look in their eyes. They turned around, their eyes fixed on Huangguang, their expressions screaming a desire to kill him on the spot. Huangguang was completely stunned. How could this happen? How could this happen? His mind had completely shut down. These Wasteland Golems, crafted with the Starry Sky Clan's most advanced technology, were merely cannon fodder. But they certainly shouldn't have turned on him so easily. After all, embedded within their bodies were Drucker flesh and blood cores fused using the law of cause and effect with technology. And this substance could resist the influence of over 99% of rule-based abilities. What kind of sect are you, exactly? Huangguang's voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had encountered something beyond his comprehension. A distant voice emanated from Pope Wiggins' mouth. We are a sect dedicated to altering the entire history of humanity. And you will join us in this glorious evolution. The moment Wiggins spoke, Huangguang suddenly felt something inside his body changing beyond his control. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The Drucker core hidden within his chest had actually begun to clash with his physical body. The law of cause and effect. Huangguang gasped in astonishment, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Just how powerful is this ability to manipulate the law of cause and effect? It's causing my body to spiral out of control. And just as his body began to slip out of his control, the four knights, who would never let such an opportunity slip by, charged at him in unison. Pages from the sacred scriptures, symbolizing the power of seals, rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour, enveloping him from all sides. The mournful wails of the mourning sisters bound him like shackles. They slowed the flow of his spiritual energy and made his movements stiff and unresponsive. When he looked up, Olive's golden sacred sword had already closed in on him. A moment later, Huangguang's body began to disintegrate right before their eyes. What was eroding his body was neither Olive's golden sacred sword nor the raging flames, but an invisible, powerful power of faith. Clang. The flesh and blood core, fused with metal, fell to the ground. No one else dared to approach it, only St. Joan wrapped it in a page from the sacred texts. Then she reverently presented it to Wiggins. Wiggins extended his left hand to receive it. With a gentle squeeze of his palm, the flesh and blood core vanished into the unknown. St. Joan praised him with a look of awe. "Your Holiness, your power is truly magnificent. Even these wasteland golems, which ordinary people find nearly impossible to kill, have been vanquished under your divine radiance." Wiggins' face betrayed little emotion. He remained as calm as ever. "This is merely the most basic combat technique of the Starry Sky Clan, nothing to write home about. The more troublesome ones are still lurking in the depths of the cosmos. Let the Wing Clan and the Dragon Clan clear the way first. What we're looking for may lie at the very end of the Starry Sky Passage." A hint of anxiety flashed across Arnold Olive's face. "We're late, might we end up missing it in the end?" Wiggins' eyes darted briefly, his gaze settling on Olive's face before breaking into a meaningful smile. "No, they're not capable of that." Chapter 29-22. It's your turn. Arnold Olive immediately bowed with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "As you wish." After Huangguang was slain, the remaining wasteland golems were all sealed away by St. Joan in the simplest and most brutal manner. This massive force was now only about 1,000 kilometers away from the heart of the experimental planet. At this point, their progress was no slower than Zhang Yi's. It wouldn't be long before they crossed paths somewhere. It had been 3 days since the major clans arrived on the experimental planet. Over 30% of the mutant forces had perished at the hands of the wasteland golems. After all, while the mutants dispatched by the major clans generally possessed strength at the Epsilon level or higher, their abilities varied widely. Even Black Knight-level powerhouses, when first facing the wasteland golems, were somewhat overwhelmed and found it difficult to protect the large numbers of troops around them. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to draw their teammates into shadow space, as Zhang Yi does. However, after enduring the grueling battles of the initial phase, they gradually began to grasp the wasteland golems' weaknesses. Either they had to find a way to seal them away, rendering them unable to fight further, or they could create distance between themselves and the wasteland golem, avoiding close combat. This would prevent the wasteland golem from undergoing adaptive evolution. Meanwhile, among the 10,000 races, the most elite groups seized this opportunity and rushed toward the underground of the experimental planet. Among them were numerous alliance forces, such as those led by Zhang Yi, Shun Feng, and Luo Qiao. Zhang Yi and his group were part of the first vanguard. Their spatial exploration abilities were exceptionally powerful, saving Zhang Yi and his group from taking many detours. After eliminating Blackbird, the rest of the journey became much smoother. Even when they occasionally encountered scattered Type 1 wasteland golem units launching attacks, they were easily dealt with. And along the way, the two who benefited the most were Li Changgong and Vermilion Bird. Since both were capable of completely eliminating the wasteland golems, they received substantial rewards from the creator. Their ability indexes also increased by a few thousand points. However, this was not the greatest gift. The greatest gift was raising the upper limit of their innate talents. Zhang Yi and his team continued to advance alongside Shirkong. Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen, meanwhile, were constantly hacking into the surrounding area's networks. Finally, they arrived at the Dark Zone, the deepest, most impenetrable region of the experimental planet. Though called the Dark Zone, it wasn't because the area was shrouded in darkness. Rather, no matter what supernatural abilities or information technology they used to explore it, all they could see was pitch-black darkness. Before approaching the area, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, feeling a touch of nervousness. He reminded everyone, "I've marked the path we took here. If you notice anything amiss, don't hesitate, everyone must flee immediately." The group nodded, feeling both excited and a little nervous. Zhang Yi glanced at Shirkong and said, "Mr. Shirkong, you'll lead the way." Shirkong nodded silently, then closed his eyes to sense the spatial structure around them. He then selected a direction and swiftly darted off in that direction. Zhang Yi and the others followed in Shirkong's wake. After just over 10 minutes, they arrived at a very unique area. This was the deepest part of the experimental planet. Contrary to everyone's expectations, they did not see the massive, intricately constructed experimental center they had imagined, but rather a vast void. There were no tangible objects in sight. It resembled a unique starry sky. They stood in the center of this void, watching as stream after stream of blue data crisscrossed from all directions, weaving back and forth before their eyes. It was all breathtakingly beautiful, like a dream, so magnificent it was intoxicating. Upon seeing this scene, Lou Karen's eyes sparkled with fascination for technology. Data is completely digitized. This technology is so far ahead of us, it's simply unimaginable. Fortunately, everything they saw was being recorded in real time. All of it would serve as invaluable research material upon their return to Earth. When the group looked up, they saw nothing else at all. There's nothing here. Could it all just be data streams? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, speaking with confusion. Even the most advanced technology should require a physical form to carry this information, shouldn't it? Even the Tianyu Palace requires a physical, spherical structure. He didn't believe that the depths of the experimental planet were entirely digital or energy-based. After carefully sensing the area, Shirkong pointed toward a section ahead and said, "This is the direction leading to the true heart of the experimental planet. I believe the civilization here has reached an extreme level of advancement. In most areas of data exchange, they've already achieved wireless control. However, at the very center, I sense the presence of something akin to a central control core." Zhang Yi glanced at Shirkong, nodded, and said, "Shirkong, please lead the way." Shirkong furrowed his brow, spread his hands in resignation, and said, "I can't sense anything in the deeper regions. My abilities stop here. Lord Chaos, I've been leading the way ever since we entered the experimental planet. Here, I'd like to make a request that I hope isn't too much to ask. You possess the strongest defensive capabilities among all of us, so I hope you'll take the lead from here on out." This request was reasonable enough. After all, no one knew what dangers lay in the deepest recesses of the experimental planet. And when it came to surviving, no one could compare to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi lowered his gaze and thought it over carefully, then nodded and said, "All right. After all, I am the heart of this team." With great care, he drew the sword of eternal judgment. However, in the very next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An incredibly powerful surge of anomalous energy erupted from the blade, like a vast starry river, with streams of light shooting skyward. That power transformed into one blue supernatural longsword after another, instantly enveloping Zhang Yi and Shirkong. Layer upon layer, they coalesced into a colossal arena. Everything in the space had changed. It was no longer the scene inside the experimental planet. Upon seeing this, Shirkong's pupils contracted sharply. He had never before witnessed Zhang Yi unleash such a technique. Shirkong looked at Zhang Yi in utter astonishment and asked, "Lord Chaos, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Yi replied calmly, "As a space ability user, you should know one thing. Whoever gains the initiative and drags the opponent into their own domain will gain the upper hand in a space ability contest, correct?" Shirkong's expression twisted slightly. He instantly put distance between himself and Zhang Yi, his gaze turning icy. "Lord Chaos, I do not understand the meaning behind your actions." Chapter 29-23, Keep Up the Act. Zhang Yi's sudden outburst caught Shirkong off guard. In a low, stern voice, he demanded, "Are you really going to violate the Alliance of the 10,000 Races regulations and lay a hand on me? But what good would it do you to kill me? There has never been any conflict between our Golden Feather clan and your 6th generation. Aren't you afraid this will be exposed? Or are you so confident that you can kill me right here? Think about the consequences, don't bring ruin upon yourself." Zhang Yi stared at him coldly, then suddenly let out a derisive snort, his lips curled in scorn. "Golden Feather Clan, how much longer do you intend to keep up this charade here? It's about time you revealed your true identity, isn't it? Commander of the Wasteland Golems." Outside, Zhang Yi suddenly struck, dragging both him and Shirkong into the Infinite Sword Realm, startling Shunfeng, Luo Qiao, and the others. Hey, I didn't see that very clearly just now." Was it Chaos who moved to trap Shere Kong? No, I think it was Shere Kong who acted to trap Chaos. What's going on with these two? Why are they suddenly fighting? It wasn't just them, almost everyone present was startled by this sudden turn of events. But Yang Xinxin spoke to them at that moment. Don't panic. My brother is just going to take care of a potential threat. There was not a trace of surprise on her face, and Zhou Qi and the others standing beside Zhang Yi also looked completely unfazed. Only Fatty Su and Uncle Yu, among others, looked completely bewildered. Zhang Yi hadn't informed them in advance because he was worried their acting wasn't good enough and might give away his true intentions. King Arthur was somewhat surprised and asked, "You said a threat nearby? Are you referring to that Shere Kong from the Golden Feather clan?" Yang Xinxin nodded and said, "That's right. That guy must be a part of the Wasteland Golems as well." What? Even Shun Feng and Luo Qiao were stunned, their faces filled with shock. That guy is a Wasteland Golem? Luo Qiao rested her chin in her hand and realized with a start, so you mean he's the same type of being as that Wasteland Golem commander who appeared earlier? Unfortunately, they hadn't seen Blackbird's appearance at all. It was only through Zhang Yi's description that they learned of this type of being, one possessing intelligence and capable of controlling Type I Wasteland Golem. Shun Feng, clutching a pair of massive claws, said coldly, "From the very beginning, I thought Chaos's actions were strange. Why did he so readily accept that guy named Shere Kong into our team? Could it be that he already knew his true identity back then?" Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible trace of sarcasm flashed in Yang Xinxin's eyes. Compared to her brother, these guys' IQs really were light years behind. No, in fact, from start to finish, her brother Zhang Yi hadn't given it a second thought. But anyone who knew him would understand one thing: Zhang Yi never trusted anyone easily. Only those who had shared life and death experiences with him could become his true partners. People like Shun Feng and Luo Qiao, who had helped him through life-or-death crises, had merely earned his recognition and were allowed to travel alongside him. But even they couldn't gain his wholehearted trust. In this world, the only people Zhang Yi truly trusts are likely just these companions from his household, those who have weathered the apocalypse with him and made it to this day. This is also why, even when people like Uncle Yu and Fatty Su's abilities have become outdated compared to the current standards, and even though Zhang Yi is never short of talented individuals willing to become his subordinates, yet Zhang Yi would rather spend more resources cultivating Fatty Su and Uncle Yu than accept outsiders. Because trust is more precious than gold. Within the Infinite Sword realm, holding the Sword of Eternal Judgment, Zhang Yi gazed coldly at Shere Kong and said indifferently, "I have never had any dealings with the Golden Feather clan. But I am certain of one thing: the Starry Sky clan, the Golden Feather clan, and the Winged clan, all such groups, belong to the arcs of the Fourth Era. The moment you approached me in this form, I had already considered whether you were a survivor of the arcs left behind in this world, or a biological weapon they had created." Realizing he could no longer maintain his disguise, the conflict and resentment on Shere Kong's face vanished instantly, replaced by utter indifference. "When did you discover my true identity?" "When did I discover your true identity?" Zhang Yi gave a faint smile. "Right now, of course." "What?" Shere Kong froze in shock. "You can't even confirm that I'm a Wasteland Golem too?" Zhang Yi said calmly, "I've already told you, I'll suspect anyone without exception. So my suspicion of you has never wavered. Anyone who appears out of nowhere near me, no matter how reasonable their excuse, will be met with my utmost vigilance. Especially after seeing what your companion, Blackbird, looks like, my suspicion of you has only deepened. You're right, I have no evidence to prove that you're also a Wasteland Golem. But I've never needed evidence to act." He raised the sword in his hand, pointing it at Shere Kong from a distance. "If I'm wrong, the worst that'll happen is I'll hack you half to death, then tend to your wounds, and finally apologize. But if I'm right, then you're dead. Reason? What reason is there in this world?" What Zhang Yi believed in was that power is the ultimate truth. To ensure the safety of himself and his companions, he'd rather kill 10,000 innocent people by mistake than let a single dangerous suspect slip through. After hearing Zhang Yi's logic clearly, Shere Kong fell into a long silence. Finally, it slowly uttered a single sentence: the sixth generation, as expected, they are indeed the beings with the lowest sense of morality across all eras. Truly a race created by gathering the worst traits of all schools of thought. Black lines appeared one by one on Zhang Yi's forehead. Combining the worst traits of all schools, didn't that sound a bit too insulting? But upon closer reflection, it didn't seem entirely wrong. From the dawn of the universe to the present day, there was likely no race more fragile than the sixth generation. It doesn't matter. In any case, you're going to die here today. Are you sure you can kill me? Shirkong retorted. Zhang Yi said, I'll kill you the same way I killed your companion earlier. Shirkong suddenly realized, so your so-called use of forbidden techniques and the injuries you sustained were all a sham. He let out a long sigh, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yi with a hint of amusement. But have you ever considered one thing? Oh? Go ahead, I'm all ears. Back when Blackbird attacked you all, why didn't I take that opportunity to team up with him and wipe you all out? Chapter 29-24, The Law of Cause and Effect. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. That was a question he wanted to know the answer to as well. But today, unless his opponent was an entity of the Queen level, anyone who entered his infinite sword realm was bound to die. Shirkong replied, because we Type 2 wasteland golems aren't very familiar with one another to begin with. Besides, I didn't want to follow the orders issued to me by that rigid, boring intelligent system on this planet. Of course, the main reason is that I am the most powerful of all Type 2 wasteland golems. A strange gleam flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He didn't care about the relationships among Type 2 wasteland golems. Artificial intelligence rigidly obeys the commands of a civilization long since vanished, whereas these Type 2 wasteland golems possess intelligence. After awakening from a slumber lasting billions of years to discover that their own civilization had long been destroyed, how would they react? It was truly difficult to judge based on common sense. But none of that mattered anymore. Zhang Yi struck. Beams of light flashed through his eyes, illuminating the void, which was suddenly crisscrossed by countless extremely thin, elongated rays. In an instant, the entire region where Shirkong stood was split into millions of tiny fragments. Dimensional alignment, an instantaneous spatial cutting skill, was unleashed directly upon Shirkong. Yet Zhang Yi did not see Shirkong's body being sliced into countless fragments. The strings of time and space that had been extracted caused the light rays to distort violently. It was as if the canvas upon which that space existed had been forcefully crumpled by someone's hand. Yet some force surrounding Shirkong's body forcibly held it in place, preventing it from shattering completely. Shirkong glared coldly at Zhang Yi and said, having been by your side for so long, I've pretty much figured out your abilities. I just still don't understand exactly how you killed Blackbird. But there's one thing I didn't lie to you about, my name really is Shirkong. This also represents the abilities I possess. Around his body, a powerful spatial force was rapidly expanding. Within the space from which Zhang Yi had extracted the fundamental strings, a new layer of sustaining force was reshaped, supporting his body. By the way, let me tell you what sets me apart from the other Type 2 wasteland golems. They are all criminals who have committed serious offenses and were forced to choose between death and being transformed into wasteland golems. But I am different. I volunteered to undergo this transformation as a member of the scientific research team. So my power is far greater than theirs. The eyes of Shirkong snapped open. A powerful spatial fluctuation, like a tidal wave, surged wildly in all directions from him as its center. The sound of crashing waves seemed to ring in his ears, the collision of two distinct spatial forces. Zhang Yi's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed his infinite sword domain actually trembling. If I'm not mistaken, domain-type skills aren't your forte. So trying to trap me with a domain of this caliber is nothing but a pipe dream. Zhang Yi didn't deny this. The infinite sword domain was merely a simple spatial containment skill. If he encountered an ability user of the same level, it would indeed be easy for the opponent to break through it. However, what he needed wasn't to trap his opponent for an extended period. Shirkong stared at Zhang Yi with a smirk and said slowly, next, I will. His voice suddenly froze in mid-sentence. It wasn't because something had prevented him from finishing his sentence. Rather, it was because, in that very instant, Zhang Yi had frozen time. I have no interest in listening to all your nonsense. Zhang Yi raised his hand and launched a lethal strike. The distance between them was extremely close. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yi closed the distance and was right in front of his opponent. Then, raising the sword in his hand, he slashed straight down toward Shikong's body with all his might. But just as the sword was about to make contact with Shikong's body, something strange happened. Amid the frozen flow of time and space, he actually saw Shikong's eyes dart suddenly. The space before him twisted. Within the absolutely frozen Shikong, a strange, otherworldly force violently dragged Shikong's body aside. All of this was beyond Zhang Yi's wildest imagination. The sword blade struck, and one of Shikong's arms was severed clean off. In the very next instant, time resumed its flow. Shikong stared at his severed left arm. The entire limb, including the shoulder, had been cut off. Had it been any closer, his head would have been severed alongside it. A look of grave seriousness finally flashed across his eyes. Time stasis? Have you actually reached this level? Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Shikong grew serious. Time and space, Shikong. I never imagined that in this world, I would encounter a second ability user who, like me, possesses both the attributes of time and space. In the absence of time, space reigns as king, while rules hold supreme. The causality, also known as the law of cause and effect, reigns as the emperor. In the realm of supernatural abilities, these four powers are virtually unbeatable. There is virtually no absolute counterbalance between them. It all comes down to who can seize the initiative. But once the opponent gains the upper hand, attempting to turn the tide requires using abilities of the same attribute to weaken their offensive power. The fact that Shikong had just dodged his fatal strike clearly demonstrated that he, too, possessed time-based abilities. With one arm severed, Shikong's demeanor finally shifted from its previous nonchalance. A causality weapon, where did you get that sword? You don't need to know. All you need to know is that it can kill you. No sooner had Zhang Yi finished speaking than he activated the formless void realm, forcibly dragging his opponent right in front of him. Then, the sword of eternal judgment slashed toward his opponent at blinding speed. Whoosh! Shikong vanished right before his eyes. Two colossal forces of space collided, vying for control of this domain. Every time Zhang Yi tried to pull him closer, that spatial force would instantly retreat. They could sense the ripples within space and perceive the paths their opponent took when folding the fabric of space. Viewed from a two-dimensional perspective, the two of them appeared to be standing on the same carpet. Both possessed the ability to fold the carpet, thereby shortening the distance between them on the plane. Therefore, at this moment, whoever possessed the greater mastery over spatial manipulation would gain the opportunity to strike. One of Shikong's arms was severed outright. He swiftly activated his physical abilities and regrew a second, brand new arm. However, that newly regrown arm was completely unusable. Zhang Yi sneered, from the perspective of causality, I have already passed judgment on your body. You possess only one right hand. Even if you manage to form a physical arm, you will be unable to control it. Chapter 29-25, Matter from the Inverted World. It doesn't matter, I can still kill you with just one arm. Shikong's gaze was cold as he raised his hand and traced a line through the void, causing a crescent-shaped trail of light to appear. With a gentle pull of his right hand, he summoned an arrow formed from silver energy. The yin energy within Zhang Yi's left eye surged rapidly. He could sense the power of time contained within his opponent's arrow. The second hand of time. Zhang Yi immediately activated his prophetic ability to anticipate his opponent's attack. But the future was completely disrupted. He could only vaguely make out that this was an arrow he absolutely could not be hit by. However, due to the mutual interference of their respective space-time causality, Zhang Yi was unable to clearly discern its true capabilities. Without hesitation, the moment his opponent drew the bow, Zhang Yi chose to create distance between them. Heaven-defying arrow. Go! the arrow from Shirkong was released, slicing through the sky like a beam of silvery moonlight shining down from the heavens onto the earth. Zhang Yi dodged just in time. Looking back, he saw the arrow plunge into his formless void realm. Wherever it passed, all the swords formed by his supernatural abilities shattered one after another, as if struck by moonlight. Those supernatural swords ultimately dissolved into nothingness in a strange manner, vanishing into thin air. An ability that can revert everything to its primordial state. Zhang Yi recognized the nature of this ability at a glance. All things possess their fundamental attributes. Just as spatial abilities excel at confinement and traversal, time possesses three fundamental abilities: prophecy, reversal, and stasis. Therefore, if you were struck by the heaven-defying arrow from Shirkong at this moment, the direct consequence would likely be that his body would be struck back to its previous state. This would effectively amount to a drop in his level. At that point, he feared he would be unable to continue battling Shirkong. The weapons in both their hands were capable of inflicting fatal damage on one another. Therefore, every clash between them at this moment was extremely dangerous. At first, Zhang Yi hadn't expected his opponent's ability to be so much more powerful than that of the Black Bird. He hadn't even devoured a single mutant, yet through mere brief observation, he was able to see through the characteristics of Zhang Yi's own ability. It was truly astonishing. However, Zhang Yi hadn't forgotten that his opponent was a wasteland golem. The longer the battle dragged on, the more his opponent would fully adapt to Zhang Yi's abilities, putting him at a disadvantage. Well then, let's see if you can devour this power as well. Boom! Zhang Yi pushed his power to the absolute limit, as the core furnace of his Godslayer battle armor blazed fiercely, infusing him with additional strength. Behind him, the gates of the netherworld burst open like a massive black hole. That pitch-black antimatter, which seemed capable of devouring everything, surged forth, viscous and eerie, coiling around Zhang Yi's entire body and binding itself to the massive black sword. Netherworld annihilation. He slashed the sword with all his might. The surging antimatter, like a roaring dragon, roared as it surged upstream, sweeping across the entire space and flooding toward the fabric of time and space. Faced with this unique force, Shirkong merely furrowed his brow slightly. What he feared least were elemental energy attacks. His body could rapidly absorb and adapt to them, so they were incapable of dealing a devastating blow to him. How foolish of you to attack me with such a method. Or are you just stalling for time? He spread his left and right hands, and a massive vortex appeared in the palms of his hands. To everyone's surprise, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he directly absorbed the terrifying torrent of antimatter into his own body. When Zhang Yi saw this move, the corners of his mouth curled into an imperceptible smile. Since encountering Shirkong, every battle he had fought had been against the wasteland golems. And when dealing with them, he had always taken the simplest, most brutal approach, forcibly sealing them behind his netherworld gate, without ever drawing his sword to engage in such futile combat. Therefore, Shirkong had absolutely no idea that, beyond time and space, he possessed a third ability. Shirkong had absolutely no idea what he was actually facing. Shirkong forcibly absorbed that terrifying torrent of antimatter into his body, intending to transform this power into his own. But the instant that power surged into his body, his face suddenly turned deathly pale, and a piercing, agonizing scream erupted from his mouth. No! What the hell is this? He abruptly halted the absorption of antimatter and, using his boundless space abilities, erected an incredibly thick barrier in front of him, forcibly cutting off the tsunami-like torrent. Only then did Zhang Yi curl the corners of his mouth into a deeply mocking smile. Immerse yourself in the Sea of Dirac. After witnessing how Vermilion Bird's abilities could suppress the wasteland golem, he had already realized one thing. His antimatter power was the best weapon to counter the wasteland golem. After all, antimatter represents an existence that is the exact opposite of the physical world in terms of properties, yet possesses exactly equal mass. Shirkong forcibly absorbed it into his body, attempting to seize its power. But to his surprise, not only could he not absorb the antimatter's power, but it actually collided with his own energy, triggering an annihilation reaction. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was flung backward into the distance. A massive burst of high-energy photon rays erupted from his body. Through his tactical goggles, Zhang Yi witnessed a scene of unparalleled splendor and grandeur. This stuff, when ordinary mutants come into contact with it, they can only forcefully neutralize it using supernatural energy. You actually dared to absorb it into your body. That's truly commendable courage. Shirkong suddenly materialized from the distance. His body was billowing with thick black smoke, and one terrifying gaping hole after another appeared in his chest. He was gasping for breath, staring intently at Zhang Yi. What exactly is this power you're using? Could it be? Zhang Yi interrupted him, saying, "It's probably just as you imagine, exactly what you think it is." He enveloped antimatter with the Sword of Eternal Judgment, forming a terrifying dark blade. Both the sword itself and the antimatter were the most effective means of countering the Wasteland Golem. Since I dared to attack you, it means I've made thorough preparations. You don't really think I'd fight a battle without being prepared, do you? These past 3 days had been enough for him to sort out many things. Especially after studying the fighting styles of Li Chandong and Vermilion Bird, he had come to a realization. The devouring ability that the Wasteland Golems prided themselves on, precisely because it was so powerful, actually fostered their blind confidence, which would ultimately lead to their downfall. More than a decade ago, during the most devastating battle Zhang Yi had ever experienced, he had used precisely this tactic to slay an opponent who had just entered the Epsilon realm. Chapter 29-26, Nine Dragon Annihilation. Shirkong glared coldly at Zhang Yi, a surge of rage flaring in his eyes. The power within you is identical to that of the Drucker. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's pupils contracted sharply. The Drucker? Are you saying you've only ever seen the Drucker possess this kind of power? The power from the Netherworld had existed within him since the very beginning of his abilities awakening. Back then, although Zhang Yi didn't understand exactly what this power was, he knew it existed behind his spatial gate and could be summoned and used through his will. It wasn't until later, as his supernatural power level rose and he encountered increasingly powerful layers of the universe, that he realized this was the power of antimatter from the dark side of the universe, the very antimatter of this universe. To this day, he has yet to encounter many others who possess power of the same nature as his own. However, when he first encountered Samel, the Sin of Wrath, he vaguely sensed that Samel's power was very similar to his own. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that, back on the moon, he was able to gain Samel's favor and was bestowed with an extremely special power. Like a seed of power, it took root and sprouted within Zhang Yi's body. To this day, Zhang Yi does not know what purpose the thing Samel left within him serves, but so far, no negative effects have emerged. He had also mentioned this matter to the ancestor Fushi when he went to the Dragon Clan. Fushi told him there was no need to panic. On the day of the fall, if he fails to grow strong enough to confront the Drucker, whether the seed Samel planted exists or not will be irrelevant. And if that power is used wisely, it might even help him reach a higher level. From then on, Zhang Yi stopped dwelling on it. On the contrary, he felt that his control over the Netherworld had become increasingly effortless. Now, the words of Shirkong sent a jolt through his heart. If we were to ask which race in the entire universe understands the Drucker best, it would undoubtedly be the Starry Sky Clan. What significance is there in the fact that your power and mine resemble that of the Drucker? Shirkong stared intently at Zhang Yi, his eyes clearly churning with turmoil. This power is something an ordinary Drucker could never possess, for it belongs to Samel, one of the 7 kings of the Drucker. I get it now. I understand why the Creator fashioned your 6th generation, this weak, greedy, and morally bankrupt race. His words were filled with contempt for the 6th generation. It was a hatred of the Drucker that ran deep in his very bones. According to the widely accepted belief among many races, the 6th generation was created by fusing the Drucker genes while stripping away their incredibly formidable physical bodies and their near-immortal vitality, leaving behind only their boundless desire and greed. A thought suddenly crossed Zhang Yi's mind, the 10 scenes he had seen earlier on the stone slates. A bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Perhaps his ancestors possessed genetic factors similar to those of Samel, the Sin of Wrath, which was why, with a 1 in 10 million chance, he had awakened the power to control the netherworld. Or perhaps the awakening of this power was related to his rebirth? However, Zhang Yi had no time to dwell on these tangled matters. Right now, he had only one thing to do: kill Shirkong. Die. As if churning a vast, murky ocean, he suddenly swung the sword of eternal judgment in his hand forward. Rumble. A tsunami-like roar, like thunder, erupted as a terrifying torrent from the netherworld gushed forth from the massive black hole behind him. It was viscous and dark, even light was swallowed up in its presence. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced at Zhang Yi's side into 9 dragons, each 10,000 meters long, a sight that made one's spirit plummet into the abyss at a single glance. Netherworld, 9 Dragon Annihilation. Zhang Yi pointed the tip of his sword, and the 9 colossal antimatter dragons roared as they lunged toward Shirkong, tearing him apart. The 9 dragons moved with precise coordination, sealing off all space within the infinite sword realm and leaving no chance for Shirkong to escape or evade. Shirkong may have sensed this, but he clearly had no choice but to counterattack. With one hand, he grasped a beam of light in the void. This light condensed from his authority as a master of time and space. He could transform into any weapon or become the ultimate defense. Dimension of selflessness. With a swing of the light blade in his hand, the void hummed with a resonant buzz centered on him. One spatial barrier after another emerged in layer upon layer, like flowers blooming in spring. Layer upon layer, densely packed, they formed 3,000 impenetrable spatial barriers. The 9 colossal dragons of the netherworld slammed violently into those spatial barriers, as 2 opposing forces eroded one another. Soon, the 9 gigantic dragons of the netherworld transformed into a viscous liquid, completely enveloping the spatial barriers. Zhang Yi could clearly sense the spatial barriers in the void being steadily eroded away. As a top-tier spatial ability user himself, Zhang Yi understood the true nature of this spatial barrier all too well. It was nothing more than folding a crease in the canvas of the physical universe to create a small world within a larger one. However, as long as the force of the impact was powerful enough, it could be completely breached, just as an iron smooths out the creases in a piece of clothing. Right now, the two were locked in a fierce struggle for control of this space. In the short term, if Shirkong couldn't destroy his infinite sword domain, he would be completely at a disadvantage in the battle. And at this moment, if Shirkong wanted to turn the tide of this battle, he had only one option. That was to unleash the power from a higher dimension to kill Zhang Yi's physical body. Just as Zhang Yi was thinking these thoughts, suddenly, one crack after another erupted on the massive, shrouded black sphere of dark energy. Dazzling white light spilled out from within, eventually shattering the entire black sphere with a thunderous roar. Shirkong broke free. However, the energy cost for Shirkong was enormous, yet Zhang Yi found it entirely acceptable. This is because when antimatter collides with any matter in this world, the two possess equal mass and equal energy. Upon meeting, they release an incredibly terrifying amount of energy. In other words, when he used 1 unit of antimatter to attack, his opponent would need to expend at least 2 units of energy to counteract it in order to ensure they remained unharmed. If this continued, the scales of victory would tip completely in Zhang Yi's favor. As Shirkong broke free, he seemed to realize that a drawn-out battle held no advantage for him, so he no longer hesitated. He chose to strike back immediately. Chapter 29-27, for years spanning time and space. His fair, slender fingers gracefully traced a circular arc through the air, forming a massive bow. In the next instant, a white arrow extended from the palm of his hand. Aiming at Zhang Yi, he drew the bow and knocked the arrow, saying slowly, "You can stop time to kill me, but next, I will launch a counterattack that you absolutely cannot defend against." Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. The opponent's warning of an attack clearly showed that he wasn't the least bit afraid of Zhang Yi knowing about it in advance. But at this moment, Zhang Yi was in a state of absolute defense. The void immortal robe on his skin, the Godslayer battle armor beneath it, the defensive layer formed by fibers extending from the divine refinement on his skin, and the battle armor he wore next to his skin, forged from the Sand Raider civilization condensed by Liu Karen and technology left behind by the Yihen tribe. for layers of absolute defense. Unless his opponent was at the queen level, it was impossible to break through them with a single strike. Therefore, the opponent's ability was not ordinary elemental power from the three-dimensional world, but an attack from a higher dimension. So, he had no choice but to face it head-on. Zhang Yi activated the second hand of time once more to anticipate what kind of attack the opponent would launch. But as he watched the opponent draw his bow and fire an arrow at him, everything before his eyes transformed into countless afterimages, foreshadowing innumerable future possibilities. The rules of time were disrupted, giving rise to countless future possibilities that completely threw off Zhang Yi's predictions. Zhang Yi had no choice but to focus his full attention, once again gathering power from the rivers of his netherworld behind him, preparing to launch an attack. But Shirkong merely watched him, unmoved. The opponent's speed in drawing the bow and knocking the arrow wasn't particularly fast. Unless this arrow could reach the speed of light, it would be absolutely impossible to hit Zhang Yi, for he has future foresight. Just as Shirkong actually released the bowstring, the arrow suddenly vanished right before his eyes. With this arrow of mine, all living beings shall rebel. His icy words sounded like some kind of judgment. Even with only one arm, his demeanor remained as cold and haughty as ever. Zhang Yi didn't know what his opponent had done, but in an instant, he suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as if some origin force had been drained from him. In that split second, a wave of weakness washed over him. His personal intelligence system immediately issued an alert, warning. Your physical energy level is rapidly declining. His tactical helmet clearly displayed his ability index. From the 65,000 points he had just reached a short while ago, it had been slashed by a full 5,000 points, plummeting to 60,000. This instantly dealt a severe blow to his combat strength. Zhang Yi was utterly bewildered. He hadn't seen or felt a thing. How could his combat power drop so drastically all of a sudden? Could it be that his opponent could also manipulate time? Some terrifying thoughts flashed through Zhang Yi's mind, but he immediately dismissed them entirely. Based on what he knew, there were two ways to stop time. First, to accelerate oneself infinitely to the speed of light. This does not slow down the universe's time, but rather brings oneself into a state of relative stillness with the universe. Implementing this method requires harnessing not only the power of time but also the power of space. If an ordinary human were to move at the speed of light, their body would have long since been torn apart by terrifying forces into the smallest particles. The second method involves lowering the temperature to absolute zero, freezing the motion of all molecules within a given area. Mirana's ability in Fremons operates on this principle. However, it only approaches absolute zero and cannot truly bring an area's spacetime to a complete standstill. Yet neither of these methods could bypass the predictive capabilities of the second hand of time. Strictly speaking, these were attacks on a physical level. Therefore, rather than freezing time, the opponent connected his vital energy to Zhang Yi's from an unimaginable angle, causing Zhang Yi's body to revert to its previous state. Shirkong remained impassive, continuing to draw the bow and knock an arrow in midair, the second arrow ready to be fired at any moment. I've already told you, I am the strongest of the Type 2 wasteland golems. Your ability is indeed interesting, but at the Black Knight level, I've never encountered an opponent like you. The second arrow simply shot out of thin air. This time, Zhang Yi's ability index was suddenly reduced by a staggering 10,000 points. This ability was downright monstrous. But Zhang Yi had no idea how to defend himself. He couldn't even react, nor could he see how his opponent was attacking him. After firing two arrows in quick succession, a hint of fatigue clearly appeared on Shirkong's face. Even for him, this ability was extremely taxing. Zhang Yi even felt his skin beginning to age slightly, and his hair taking on a few more silver-gray strands. In an instant, a realization dawned upon him. Shirkong, sword in hand, spoke to him across the void. In your current state, do you still have any way to fight back? The sword in his hand swung forward coldly and mercilessly. I'm about to teach you a lesson. The gap between a mighty god-level civilization and a lower-tier civilization isn't merely a matter of a slight difference in energy levels, it also involves the suppressive power of the laws of the universe. And at that very moment, Zhang Yi suddenly closed his eyes, and everything before him once again froze in place. The entire space fell into complete stillness. Even Zhang Yi's body stood motionless in place, like a statue. His spirit form slowly emerged from his physical body. The ability of the time pendulum's hour hand, what you hold in your heart will surely find an echo. The only thing capable of traveling through time and space to return to the past is human longing. Zhang Yi turned his head, gazing at the frozen Shirkong in midair, then cast another glance at his own motionless physical form. Then, with just a slight flicker of his thoughts, time throughout the entire universe actually began to flow backward within his eyes. The human spirit, which is essentially an ether fragment, originates from a higher dimension. Therefore, they perceive the three-dimensional space before them much as humans watch a television show, able to freely drag the progress bar to rewind or fast forward. However, Zhang Yi's own supply of ether was still too small. In the vast sea of ether, he was nothing more than a tiny ball of light. The past he could look back on spanned only a mere 5 minutes. But that was enough. With a mere flicker of his thoughts, the imagery of the entire universe began to flow backward within his eyes. And during this reversal of time and space, he saw 2 glowing arrows, one coming from ahead and one from behind, flying toward his body. At that moment, Zhang Yi finally understood how those arrows had struck his body. Because they did not exist in the third dimension at all, a physical body was simply incapable of sensing their presence. Chapter 29-28, Marching Towards the End. At this moment, Zhang Yi existed in an ethereal state. He could not alter anything within this universe, he could only observe as a bystander. He could not even cut a single strand of hair or stir a speck of dust. Yet he possessed the power to sever all things, using time and space as threads and cause and effect as boundaries. Take, for example, those 2 arrows flying toward his past self. With a mere exhale from Zhang Yi, the 2 arrows aimed at his body quietly dissipated in midair, like dandelion seeds. Having done all this, Zhang Yi returned to his physical form. The timeline was reset to its normal state. Zhang Yi felt a pain in his head as if it were being pricked by needles. Using the Unforgettable Memories ability was an immense burden for him, he was still unable to wield it freely. Perhaps one day, after he reached the King tier, or even the far more powerful Omega tier, he would be able to roam freely through the entire history of the universe, both past and future. But at this very moment, Shirkong had already swung his sword at him. With an ability index of 68,000, defeating the Zhang Yi before him, whose ability index was only 50,000, was as easy as taking candy from a baby. The sword, forged from the power of space-time itself, slashed viciously toward the space where Zhang Yi stood from thousands of meters away. The void twisted, and the space trembled, as if black holes were springing into existence one after another, mercilessly devouring everything in the path of the sword's light. However, contrary to expectations, the scene of Zhang Yi being effortlessly slain did not unfold. As his sword's glow swept past Zhang Yi's body, it was effortlessly absorbed by a layer of imperceptible ripples. And almost at the very same moment, he found his own body suddenly appearing right in front of Zhang Yi, having traveled from thousands of meters away. What? Shirkong had already determined that his all living beings are rebels ability had struck Zhang Yi twice, and thus Zhang Yi's power was now completely suppressed by him. It was this split-second lapse in concentration that caused him to lose his grip on his control over space. This allowed Zhang Yi to activate the formless void realm, pulling him right in front of him. Immediately afterward, the sword of eternal judgment came crashing down with full force upon his body. It all happened far too suddenly. When confronted with phenomena beyond one's comprehension, even an entity as powerful as Shirkong was unable to react immediately. He instinctively activated his all living beings are rebels ability, a beam of light burst from his fingertips, shooting toward the sword in Zhang Yi's hand, attempting to restore it to its most primordial material state. The moment the white light touched the black blade, it disintegrated like countless vines snapping apart. The divine refinement fibers enveloping the sword shed their black hue, revealing the true form of the Green Knight, Bowser. But the silver longsword that was immediately exposed paid no heed to his power of time and space, slashing straight toward him. There was a thud. His body, forged through countless trial and tribulation, and the battle armor he took such pride in, were instantly slashed apart by Zhang Yi's single strike. The long sword passed through his neck and sliced diagonally toward the other side of his waist. It severed half of his upper body, as well as his entire lower body, completely separating them from his frame. That familiar sensation returned once more. Shirkong, whose body was nearly indestructible, suddenly realized that he had completely lost control of most of his body. He knew he had lost. Yet his eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. He could accept defeat, but he could not accept that his defeat was completely without reason. His ability should have already taken effect on Zhang Yi, yet the state Zhang Yi displayed showed no signs of being weakened at all. How on earth did you do that? By now, all that remained of him was a head connected to a portion of his chest. The flesh was an eerie dark red, as if countless worms were twisting and writhing, trying to clench themselves into a ball. But they could no longer connect to the body they once belonged to. Zhang Yi looked at him calmly and said, "If you must ask, there's only one reason. That is, my ability to manipulate time surpasses yours. You can travel between the past and the future, and so can I, but I can also sever everything you've ever done to me." Hearing Zhang Yi's explanation, the pupil of Shirkong's eyes slowly widened. He finally understood why he had lost to Zhang Yi. Yet his gaze quickly grew serene, and a radiant smile spread across his lips. "As expected, you are the best. Fate guided us to cross paths and ultimately arranged for you to bring my life to a complete end. For me, this might just be the best possible outcome." Zhang Yi had no time to waste on idle chatter. There was no point in dragging things out. He took a step forward and slashed through the air with his sword, completely cleaving Shirkong's body in half, revealing the flesh and blood core of the Drucker. Once the law of cause and effect was sealed, all the flesh and blood connected to it scattered like countless fragments of meat, falling like a rain of flesh and blood. In his final moments, Shirkong chose to accept his death with peace and composure. Although he could have continued to struggle, it was now utterly meaningless. Perhaps for him, from the moment he lost his right to live as a human, voluntarily chose to sacrifice himself for the experiment, and became a Type 2 wasteland golem, the entire meaning of his life had been dedicated to the great cause of the Starry Sky clan. With his clan annihilated, what meaning was there left in his survival? To die at the hands of such a powerful being, his journey to the physical world had not gone to waste. What Zhang Yi hadn't expected was that, after Shirkong's death, his voice actually rang in his ears. He saw a ball of pure white light, a ball brimming with immense energy, suspended in midair. This left him somewhat taken aback, for it was the core of the ether. The ether of the deceased is summoned back to the etheric realm of higher dimensions. Only those of extraordinary power can, through sheer determination, remain in the human world and refuse to depart. Chaos, I see an intriguing possibility within you. It is a possibility that we, the Starry Sky clan, have spent countless ages pursuing without success. Perhaps you will become that creator. I shall lend you my power as well. No sooner had he finished speaking than that purest origin energy, identical to Zhang Yi's own attributes, merged directly into his body. Zhang Yi assimilated this power without experiencing the usual sense of resistance that had previously given him such headaches. This was because, whenever he had absorbed the origin of his previous opponents, they had all fiercely rejected him, forcing him to spend a great deal of time adapting to it, much like a body adjusting to a new organ. However, Shirkong had died willingly and had actually chosen to fuse with Zhang Yi of his own accord. Both of their powers were rooted in time and space, and both were among the top-tier Black Knights. Thus, the fusion of their origin essences proceeded even more smoothly and naturally. Zhang Yi felt as if his mind had been suddenly enlightened. A very pure and extremely lucid power surged into his consciousness. His ability index rose rapidly, jumping from 65,000 points to 68,000 points in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2929, Creating a God. It's important to understand that the further a mutant advances, the more difficult it becomes. Especially when approaching the major threshold of the Queen level, every single point of increase in the ability index is more difficult to achieve than a 1,000 point increase for a Chariot level mutant. This is because there is an insurmountable barrier known as the superuniverse. This refers to a thorough understanding of one's own abilities, transcending the universal laws of power that prevail within the existing universe. If one cannot grasp this, no matter how much origin energy is absorbed, they cannot transform it into their own power. Therefore, when Zhang Yi received the gift from Shirkong, the boost to his power was unparalleled. He closed his eyes, and fragments of Shirkong's memories actually flashed faintly through his mind. He witnessed the Starry Sky Clan's most glorious civilization, billions of years ago. Through those fragmented memories, he suddenly realized the truth behind the Starry Sky Clan's creation of the Wasteland Golems. What they sought to create was not some ultimate life form at all, but a god transcending all things. Zhang Yi was stunned. So that was the Starry Sky Clan's true objective all along. And everything they had witnessed before the Starry Sky Passage was merely the prelude to that grand experiment. The truly terrifying entity lay at the heart of the Starry Sky Passage. What they envied was not the Yihan tribe, with their extraordinary intelligence and spirituality. Rather, it was the Drucker divine race, possessing bodies that even the Creator could not destroy, and power so immense they could shape worlds. They even had a mad plan, to transform every single member of their entire clan into such beings. And when that time comes, not even the Creator will be able to control them. They're nothing but a bunch of madmen. No wonder the Creator was willing to destroy them all. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, having no time to dwell on such thoughts. At the moment of Shirkong's demise, all that remained of his memories were a few fragmented pieces. Inside the infinite sword realm, Zhang Yi closed his eyes and slowly absorbed this residual power. From Shirkong's final thoughts, he sensed no hatred, only a sense of liberation. Shirkong's final thought was that he could finally return to the ethereal realm to reunite with his loved ones. This caused Zhang Yi to fall into deep contemplation. He had been striving ceaselessly all this time precisely to break free from the constraints of the apocalypse and live a fulfilling life. But if one day, all his loved ones were to die one by one, leaving him alone, no matter how long he lived, what meaning would it hold? Although legends persist that there are those in this world who live forever. Yet even the Drucker tribe had been decimated until only the 7 strongest kings remained. Back in the day, the Dragon Clan was just as formidable as the Starry Sky Clan, yet how many of them have survived to this day? The way of heaven is unpredictable and imposes absolute constraints on everyone. It does not allow anyone to disrupt the balance within this ecosystem. Just as a laboratory researcher would not permit a single bacterium to disrupt the normal balance within a petri dish. To truly take control of one's own destiny, one must reach the level of Omega. Only then can one secure a glimmer of hope. A flash of determination crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. I will definitely become an Omega. About half an hour had passed. Yang Xinxin and the others were waiting outside and were starting to get a little anxious. Many had even begun to worry about Zhang Yi's safety, Shunfeng and Luo Qiao, for example. Shunfeng asked, "Is Chaos confident he can kill that Wasteland Golem commander?" Although he can certainly handle ordinary Wasteland Golems, Shirkong feels far more powerful than any of them. Hearing this, Yang Xinxin, who was holding Flower in her arms and gently stroking it, let a faint smile play at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes held no trace of worry for Zhang Yi, only trust. She said to the group, "Don't worry. There's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. My brother will definitely win." After all, they had planned this extermination operation together. In fact, the longer it went on, the more at ease Yang Xinxin felt. That meant their judgment had been correct. Shirkong was indeed a Type 2 Wasteland Golem. Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, it was as if a curtain had been drawn back across space. Zhang Yi raised his hand, pulled back a corner of the spatial rift, and slowly stepped out. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, his expression calm, his battle armor spotless and free of any cracks, the group finally let out relieved smiles. "Thank goodness you made it out safely. So, what do you think? Was that guy really a Wasteland Golem?" Some still found it hard to believe. Zhang Yi said calmly, "He was indeed a Wasteland Golem. In their civilization, this type of wasteland golem commander is known as a Type 2 wasteland golem. They select individuals from the Starry Sky clan who possess powerful flesh fusion abilities and implant a Drucker bloodflesh core within their bodies. This grants them intelligence and the ability to control a group of Type 1 wasteland golems. However, this experiment is extremely dangerous, with only a 30% success rate. Most of the test subjects were devoured by the Drucker blood core and died. Therefore, these creatures can also be considered the last remaining members of the Starry Sky clan, biological weapons. Shun Feng and Luo Qiao both stared intently at Zhang Yi, their minds filled with countless questions. Shun Feng fixed his gaze on Zhang Yi and asked, "Chaos, we know you've been holding back a lot from us, but I'm really curious, how exactly did you kill him? Including that Type 2 wasteland golem you took down earlier. If we'd run into them, we'd probably have had no choice but to flee." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "There are some secrets I really can't tell you. But don't be discouraged, I merely relied on a little outside help." This was the truth. Had Ling not imbued his sword with power, it would have been extremely difficult for Zhang Yi to kill the two Type 2 wasteland golems relying solely on his own abilities. As for Shirkong, even if he couldn't absorb Zhang Yi's netherworld power, he could still have escaped. The two were evenly matched. Alright, let's not dwell on these issues. We've already reached our destination. As for what comes next? He turned to face the vast expanse of deep space formed by countless data streams. We're about to uncover the true secret of the experimental planet. Zhang Yi looked at Professor Da Vinci, Lu Karen, and the others. "While we were fighting, how did your research go? If I'm not mistaken, this place should be extremely dangerous." Shirkong's obvious intention back then was to lure me deep into this expanse of deep space. So I suspect there must be some kind of deadly trap in here. Professor Da Vinci and Lu Karen stepped forward, and the two said, "The volume of information here is overwhelming. With our current level of technology, we're unable to conduct a comprehensive analysis. However, you're right, we can sense that some kind of matter-destroying device does indeed exist here. If we rush in recklessly, it could be life-threatening." Chapter 2930, The Core of the Experimental Planet. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. "So what should I do?" Just then, a voice rang out in Zhang Yi's ears, or rather, in everyone's ears. A cold, mechanical voice. "What you should do now is leave this place immediately. I will transmit a guidance signal to have those Type I wasteland golems clear a path for you, ensuring your safe departure. You have half an hour. If you remain here after half an hour, I will activate the destruction protocol for the entire experimental planet, completely obliterating everything here." Lu Karen's eyes lit up as she said, "That's the experimental planet's intelligence system. Everything we've done must have been right under its nose." Zhang Yi shrugged. "What can we do? After all, we're on their turf." Fatty Sue swallowed hard. "Boss, what should we do now? No matter how you look at it, we're inside someone else's belly right now. We're not Sun Wukong, and she's not the Iron Fan Princess." Zhang Yi shot Fatty Sue a glance, rolled his eyes, and said, "Just remember not to spit inside someone else's belly. We've come this far, of course there's no reason to leave. Besides, I'm confident the other side doesn't have the capability to kill us, otherwise, they would have struck long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. An experimental planet whose defenses have been breached by White Dragon and his crew isn't enough of a threat." However, Zhang Yi didn't take any action. As he'd always said, professional matters should be left to the professionals. He and Yang Xinxin communicated via the neural link device. "Everything ahead is unknown, we can't just barge in. Will the arrangements you made earlier still be effective?" They weren't traveling very fast, precisely because Zhang Yi, playing it safe, was constantly gathering all available intelligence along the way. Moreover, Yang Xinxin had been using the damaged information networks along the way for the Trojan horse implantation. A captivating smile played at the corner of Yang Xinxin's lips. "Of course. By now, I've infiltrated every area of the experimental planet except for the core region. All it would take is a simple snap of my fingers to shut down the entire planet instantly. After speaking, Yang Xinxin closed her eyes and began to activate her ability to launch the Trojan horse attack. She didn't need any equipment, because her ability already allowed her to alter the fundamental rules of this world out of thin air. One could even say that she herself was a super quantum computer. She slowly raised her fair, delicate hands and danced in the void, as if playing the piano. Gushing from her fingertips were extremely fine, mosaic-like fragments of rules. At the same time, the wedges she had previously embedded deep within the planet's network system began to activate, frantically infiltrating the entire planet. In the blink of an eye, Yang Xinxin severed the control center's connections to the outside world, one by one. Zhang Yi and the others could see that the data streams in midair suddenly accelerated. Beams of light in various colors shot out in all directions, only to dissipate in midair as if they had struck an insurmountable shield. In the virtual binary world invisible to them, everything existed in the form of zeros and ones. Countless pixels existed in two forms, black and white. The white ones symbolized the experimental planet's own control system. The black pixels, however, represented the army of Trojans controlled by Yang Xinxin. On this battlefield, the two sides engaged in an extremely fierce battle. In the end, however, it was Yang Xinxin who, with an overwhelming advantage, completely infiltrated the control center's network system. After all, it was no longer an impregnable fortress. The intelligence center, whose intelligence systems had already been largely breached by White Dragon and his team, was long since overwhelmed by the invasions from all directions by the 10,000 races. Facing Yang Xinxin, a super hacker capable of influencing the very rules of the world, it was finally too late for the intelligence center. It suffered a complete defeat. The moment Yang Xinxin opened her eyes, the stream of information before her suddenly slowed to a crawl. It no longer raced frantically but flowed slowly in its established direction, like the tranquil Don River. That's enough. I've completely seen through this starfield. After saying this, Yang Xinxin surprisingly took the lead, striding first into the endless depths of space ahead. Seeing this, Zhang Yi hurriedly followed close behind. The entire team filed in one after another, their hearts filled with a mix of trepidation and excitement, ready to witness the most central secret of the experimental star. Yang Xinxin said to them, "I've only deciphered the algorithms governing this area, but the danger hasn't been completely averted. You must stay right behind me and not take a single wrong step. Otherwise, you could face immense danger." Hearing Yang Xinxin's warning, the others remained on high alert, staying firmly behind her. Zhang Yi looked at the rhythmic flow of information around them and asked Yang Xinxin, "What happens if we get touched by these things?" "You might get a factory reset." Yang Xinxin said jokingly. "Factory reset?" "Right, your existence would be completely redefined. For example, they might fight you for control of your physical body, forcing you to sacrifice a limb just to survive." Shun Feng retorted, "If it's that dangerous, why not just shut it down?" A mischievous gleam flashed in Yang Xinxin's eyes, like a dark tide flowing through them. "Because we're not the only team that's come to this place." Shun Feng, Luo Qiao, and the others exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the truth. The others had already uncovered the deepest secrets. There was certainly no need for them to clear the way for those people. After all, their journey here hadn't been easy either, so all they could do was wish them good luck. In fact, Yang Xinxin's prediction was spot on. After entering the experimental planet, they received no special treatment. Every team that entered this place was attacked by wasteland golems. Out of the 10 Type 2 wasteland golems, 2 had locked onto them. But the other wasteland golems also posed a massive threat to other alien teams. Some groups were particularly unlucky and relatively weak. All of their powerful members were wiped out right there on the spot. It could be said that teams with Black Knight level members still had the strength to put up a fight when encountering the wasteland golems. If a team lacked a Black Knight, encountering Type 2 wasteland golems meant certain annihilation. Even when facing large numbers of Type 1 wasteland golems, very few managed to escape. As the tide of survival swept through the group, the number of people dying on the experimental planet continued to rise. However, those who survived all gained something, to a greater or lesser extent. Chapter 2931, The Starry Sky Clan's Artificial Intelligence. For example, they obtained the Drucker blood and flesh crystal core from within the wasteland golem. Creating something like this isn't as simple as just cultivating a Drucker's physical body to serve as a source of energy. It involves extremely advanced technological methods, and bringing it back for research would be of immense value. As Zhang Yi and his team entered the central region, several other teams also made their way deep into the heart of the experimental planet. These included members of the Holy See, the coalition led by Mong Qi and Hulan, Wang Wei of the Tyrannosaur clan and Big Tooth of the Megalodon clan, the Symbiote clan, renowned for their formidable survival skills, the Hypermind clan, whose mechanical civilization had reached an exceptionally high level, the Three-Headed clan, allied with Brahma, and other coalition groups representing the sixth generation of humanity. They were about to uncover the deepest, most core secrets. However, not every team possessed a talent like Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin, a Black Knight-level expert, specializes in rules category domains and is particularly proficient in data networks. Just cracking the defenses of the core domain alone would be enough to give them a major headache for quite some time. Yang Xinxin carved out a data tunnel that could bypass the surveillance of the experimental planet's central system and lead directly to its core area. Warnings from the central system rang in their ears from time to time, ordering them to move away immediately. But to Zhang Yi and his team, these were nothing more than the system's last-ditch efforts. After all, if it had any real means of defense, it would have struck directly long ago. It's unclear how much time passed, but after traversing this vast starry sky composed of endless data streams, they finally reached the very heart of the experimental planet. Here, they saw the physical form of the central system that controlled everything, a silver Rubik's Cube about 1 meter long. This was the source of all data streams and the endpoint of their return. Yang Xinxin looked at the cube and said, "Everything we want to know is right here." Fatty Su said with some concern, "This thing looks a little scary. Could it be some kind of super bomb? What if it just blows itself up in a moment and kills us all?" Perhaps because they were nearing the end, it actually gave him a surreal feeling. Yang Xinxin replied calmly, "No, it won't. If it were capable of that, it would have self-destructed right from the start." Fatty Su asked in confusion, "Why?" Yang Xinxin explained, "Because its programming doesn't include a self-destruct command. Machines don't possess true emotions, they simply operate according to the programs set by their programmers. If these intelligent systems were truly capable of choosing to self-destruct, they would have done so when the entire Starry Sky Clan was destroyed, they wouldn't have waited until now. Since their masters are already gone, what would their self-destruction prove? It would be meaningless. Besides, when the Starry Sky Clan built this experimental facility, they surely didn't anticipate that possibility, did they?" Zhang Yi spoke up. "Back then, the Starry Sky Clan was invincible, they could crush the Drucker at will, and with the Yihen tribe secluded from the world, they had no rivals in the entire universe. Why on earth would they have installed such a complex self-destruct mechanism in an experimental facility?" After Zhang Yi finished speaking, a wisp of silvery, somewhat mesmerizing light slowly emerged from the silver cube. The speckles of light gathered before Zhang Yi and his companions, and to their surprise, coalesced into a figure. It took the form of a boy, with a pair of pure white wings extending from his back. He wore no clothing, and his clean, fair face was devoid of any expression. As soon as he appeared, he addressed Zhang Yi and the others in an extremely calm tone. "Access to the core area is strictly prohibited to anyone without authorization. You have violated Clause 3658 of Article 986 of the Starry Sky Clan's Great Charter." Luo Qiao walked over, spreading his hands, and said, "Sorry, kid, but your so-called Starry Sky Clan has long since vanished into the mists of cosmic history. Now you're a free agent, and since we've already cracked this place open, I hope you won't put up any futile resistance." The artificial intelligence of the experimental planet's control center, which had taken on human form, remained silent for only a moment before continuing, you are the 5,846th group of other advanced sentient beings to invade this place in the past 2.3 billion years. All previous alien species that came here perished in the deepest recesses of the starry sky passage, and you will be no exception. So turn back now while you still can, and you might still save your lives. Zhang Yi's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected that, over the course of time, so many intelligent beings had ventured into the depths of the starry sky passage to explore. Perhaps it was during that period that the founding ancestors of the Zeepan kingdom obtained some fragmented information that has been passed down to this day. Zhang Yi asked, if we continue forward, what will we encounter? You will, the little boy said without hesitation, encounter the very factor that led to the extinction of the entire Starry Sky clan, and it will ultimately destroy you as well. So you'd best leave this place and never venture deeper into it. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly, spreading his hands as he said, but it was the program set by the leader of your clan that caused this massive Starry Sky passage to collide with our habitat. Even if we wanted to leave, we couldn't. The AI of the experimental planet's central control system clearly lacked access to such high-level commands. In fact, as far as it was concerned, the entire world was nothing more than the Starry Sky passage. It had absolutely no idea what was happening outside. It remained silent for a moment before saying, even so, you still shouldn't continue on to the deepest part of the Starry Sky passage. What exactly is in the deepest part of the Starry Sky passage that you're talking about? Could you explain it to us in detail? Zhang Yi said, as if he were trying to trick a child. The AI replied coldly, you do not have permission to unlock that information. Zhang Yi sighed. However, he had now realized that the AI before him possessed no offensive capabilities whatsoever, it was merely a central computer. Zhang Yi gestured to Yang Xinqin, I'll leave the rest to you. Yang Xinqin stepped forward and raised her hand. A massive black mist materialized behind her, summoning the fallen angel puppet. It held the longbow of judgment, with a pitch-black mimetic arrow already nocked on the string. The AI remained calm as it said, it's useless. Your attacks will have no effect on me. Furthermore, although I possess no offensive capabilities, I can activate this planet's ultimate defense mechanism. When that happens, all of you will be buried here. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Xinqin had already released her arrow. The massive mimetic arrow pierced through his ethereal spirit form and struck directly into the silver cube. It happened silently, yet soon the cube fell completely still. Chapter 2932, Heroes Gather. The avatar of the AI, simulated by the Rubik's Cube's computational system, slowly bowed its head toward Yang Xinqin. Esteemed lady, you have obtained the highest level of access to the hyperdimensional Rubik's Cube. You may retrieve any information you wish to consult. Yang Xinqin asked first, is there any way to control those wasteland golems? To stop them from conducting indiscriminate attacks on all living beings? The AI replied, those Type 1 wasteland golems can only be controlled by their superior, the higher-ranking wasteland golems themselves. Even I cannot command them to do anything. Yang Xinqin furrowed her brow. Then, if we want to pilot a spaceship out of this star system, how can we avoid being attacked by those wasteland golems? The AI replied, on the experimental planet, there are experimental devices created to prevent Type 1 wasteland golems from rioting. They can be guided by emitting special biological waves. If you wish to pilot the ship away, you can first lure them in the opposite direction. Zhang Yi and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. This way, they could use the Dreamer to leave the experimental planet's vicinity and continue onward to the depths of the Starry Sky passage to reunite with White Dragon and the others. But just then, the AI spoke again, however, at the moment, you have another problem to deal with. Earlier, in order to exterminate all invading sentient life forms on this planet, I implemented a final defensive measure. That was the release of the Type 3 wasteland golems sealed within the planet, codenamed Gadon. Upon hearing these words from the AI, the group, who had already been quite relaxed, suddenly froze in shock. Type 3 wasteland golems? They could hardly believe what their ears were hearing. Even a single Type 1 wasteland golem was capable of causing immense trouble for night-level warriors the moment it appeared. As for the power of Type 2 wasteland golems, Zhang Yi and the others had experienced it firsthand. They possessed Black Knight-level destructive power. And now they were being told that an even more powerful Type 3 Wasteland Golem existed on this planet. Could its strength possibly be? Shunfeng muttered, Queen level? Those words struck each of them like a sledgehammer to the heart. If such a being existed on the experimental planet, they were in for a world of trouble. Boom! The surrounding space suddenly trembled violently. The AI said calmly, as you can see, it's about to emerge. The Type 3 Wasteland Golem is an experimental creation designed to achieve even greater destructive power on the battlefield. That's why it's also nicknamed the Battlefield Reaper. However, due to its enormous size and the staggering amount of energy required to activate it, great care is taken whenever it's deployed. Because when it is in a state of hunger, it will engage in an indiscriminate attack on all energy-containing objects and living beings within its sight. The spatial tremors around them grew increasingly intense. Zhang Yi's sixth sense was telling him that he had to leave this place immediately, otherwise, his life would likely be in danger. Deep within the experimental planet, in a vast space sealed by layer upon layer of special sealing metal, the seals were being broken one by one. Each seal consisted of special metal several tens of meters thick and thousands of meters long. Even with Zhang Yi's current strength, it would be extremely difficult to destroy a single one of these materials. Yet tens of thousands of such materials formed a massive cage, all for the sole purpose of sealing away a terrifying entity. Zhang Yi grew increasingly alarmed. He suddenly looked up and demanded of the AI, that Type 3 Wasteland Golem, Gadan, how far is it from our current location? The AI replied calmly, to ensure safety, it was sealed away in the deepest part of the experimental planet, which is. He lowered his head, looking toward the ground beneath his feet. 5,000 meters directly below us. I knew it, damn it. Zhang Yi roared, everyone, get into my shadow. Let's get the hell out of here. Mu Yan immediately expanded underground, enveloping everyone within her shadow. Zhang Yi reached out and pulled the Rubik's Cube into his shadow as well, leaving it for Yang Xinxin to study at her leisure. Don't waste time. We need to figure out how to get out of here. First, activate that biowave device he just mentioned to lure away the wasteland golems roaming outside. Otherwise, our ship won't be able to take off. Zhang Yi spoke to Yang Xinxin at breakneck speed. The AI responded promptly, since the entire network has been severed, I am currently unable to control the equipment on the experimental planet. Some of the equipment may have already been damaged. Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Of all times, a problem had to arise right now. Never mind that. Let's get out of here first. Zhang Yi rushed toward the exit at full speed. Meanwhile, members of the other races were gradually arriving around the central area. However, faced with that vast space composed of countless streams of information, few dared to step inside without hesitation. They lacked Black Knight-level experts like Yang Xinxin, who possessed both exceptional hacking skills and powerful rules category abilities. Consequently, the process of cautious exploration proceeded extremely slowly. Some clans had brought larger forces, so they dispatched mechanical life forms to probe the area. But a single misstep was all it took. The dispatched mechanical life form was immediately taken over and turned into a weapon attacking them. A knight of the Hypermind clan, clad head to toe in dark silver battle armor, possessed a streamlined physique that radiated explosive power while embodying the pinnacle of aesthetic beauty. He said to his companion standing beside him, the Starry Sky clan's technological level surpasses that of our Hypermind clan. If we're to crack this area, you'll need at least 3 days of time. Among those following behind him were, surprisingly, a few figures familiar to Zhang Yi. For instance, there was Pluto from the Natural Science Association, and trailing behind him were Cardalus and Yashin Canelo, the Piercer. They had long been collaborating with ancient civilizations, and once the operation to enter the Starry Sky Passage began, true to their consistent political nature, they chose to hedge their bets. This way, no matter which side ultimately prevailed, they wouldn't lose the opportunity to align themselves with the winner. The Construct clan, with whom they were on good terms with, was a sister civilization to the Hypermind clan, so they had also established ties with this powerful civilization. Hearing the Hypermind Knight's words, Cardalus placed his hands on his hips and sighed helplessly. As expected, there's always someone better than you. As he said this, he quietly whispered to Canelo beside him, if only we'd known back then to side with that bastard Chaos, the girl by his side would definitely be great at handling situations like this. Canelo calmly reminded him, you'd better keep those kinds of comments to yourself. Remember, you're the lord of the ocean, not the lord of the galaxy. No one here is going to give you any special treatment. Chapter 2933, Memories of the Holy See. Cardalus rolled his eyes, his expression clearly a bit glum. With his current ability index at just over 40,000 points, he could still play a role in small to medium-scale conflicts on Earth. But here, where knight-level fighters were a dime a dozen and bishop-level fighters weren't worth mentioning, he could only quietly play a supporting role, clearing out some minor enemies. In another direction, the allied forces of Emperor Indra and the three-headed clan had also reached a certain area. Faced with a starry sky composed entirely of pure data streams, the three-headed clan didn't have a particularly effective way to deal with it either. Vishnu looked at Emperor Indra. Has fate guided you on how to proceed? Emperor Indra spread his hands in resignation. Fate's guidance is vague, it's not clear enough to teach you exactly how to take every single step. Oh? Is that so? Then has fate told you whether we should press forward now or take a detour? Chi Shu's tone carried a hint of mockery. The relationship between the two had long since undergone a subtle shift. She now harbored a strong sense of wariness toward Emperor Indra. Emperor Indra closed his eyes to sense the situation carefully, then suddenly snapped them open. Fate tells me we should flee immediately. Almost at the same moment, an elderly man wearing a flannel suit and an old-fashioned top hat also arrived deep within the experimental planet. Unlike others, he wasn't wearing any combat gear. It seemed he could thrive even in this region completely unsuitable for human survival. As he raised his head and gazed at the vast galaxy formed by the flow of information ahead, a strange blue glow flashed in his eyes. Soon, a dazzling cosmos unfolded before his eyes, and countless streaks of blue light surged upward like raging flames across the expanse before him. Flames raged to the heavens, so many lives have been buried here over the years. The Starry Sky Clan conducted a truly terrifying experiment. He murmured softly, then extended his wrinkled hands. He held his left hand open below, with his right hand covering it from above. Let me guide you on your journey home, lost souls. No sooner had he spoken than the eerie blue flames before him, visible only to him, seemed to erupt suddenly. The wind howled as the flickering flames surged toward him, then swiftly coalesced into a massive vortex. In the center of his palms was the very heart of that vortex. All the flames from every direction surged rapidly toward a single point, like a soft silk cloth being pulled taut from the center. Finally, they coalesced in Montesquieu's palm. Thud. He pressed his palms together, and all that power seemed to vanish into nothingness. The president of the pupil organization merely gave his felt hat a light pat. He looked so frail, as if a single gust of wind could blow him over. Just then, a cold voice came from behind him. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Montesquieu? Upon hearing the voice, Montesquieu slowly turned his head and raised a hand to press down on his felt hat. He saw the handsome, youthful face of Pope George Wiggins of the Holy See, yet his eyes held a wisdom beyond his years and a compassion for all living beings. It has indeed been a long time. Now that you've taken on a new body, you've grown young again, Simon Peter. Wiggins propped his cheek with one hand, a faint sneer on his face. But this body of yours doesn't look like it'll last much longer. Just look at you, you reek of decay from head to toe. You're practically a living corpse. Montesquieu completely ignored the members of the Knights Templar who were watching Wiggins intently. Even the four horsemen of Apocalypse seemed to be of no concern to him. I am but a gravedigger, one day I too will be buried in a grave, to lie among the weeds. But the last person I want to bury. He fixed his gaze on George Wiggins, his voice turning icy. Is you. Shut up. Joan of Arc could not tolerate Montesquieu speaking to Wiggins in that tone. You shameful heretic. Who gave you permission to speak to our Pope like that? As soon as her words fell, she summoned the sacred scriptures. One after another, sacred scriptures formed from the rules of supernatural power flew out of the pages like a sudden storm, hurtling toward Montesquieu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp beams of light sliced through the air, completely tearing Montesquieu's body to pieces, and he immediately vanished into thin air. What? That guy? Where did he go? Joan was taken aback. Wiggins, however, reacted quite calmly. He had already left the moment he sensed us approaching. That guy's a real survivor, just like an indestructible cockroach. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chasing him for over 2,000 years. Wiggins did not order anyone to continue pursuing Montesquieu. He knew that the old fox was extremely difficult to catch. And now was not the time to engage him in conflict. He commanded the 4 knights. This place is a facility where biological weapons are created using the flesh and blood of the Drucker as their core. We might be able to find information about the entity we're seeking here. Figure out a way to penetrate deeper into this area. The 4 knights nodded. The cardinal gestured toward the members of the Knights Order, and immediately several experts skilled in electronic information technology stepped forward. They began to activate their abilities to analyze this area. But before even a moment had passed, the entire space began to tremble violently. In different locations, at the exact same moment, every expert near this place sensed that unsettling aura. Accompanied by a deeply oppressive howl, as if from a giant whale in the deep sea, the sound pierced through layer upon layer of barriers and began to echo across the entire experimental planet. At that moment, the duo of Big Tooth and Wang Lai were still struggling to find their way somewhere on the experimental planet. Big Tooth was lying on the ground, his long nose sniffing intently. He said to Wang Lai behind him, "Wang Lai, remember this, there must be a huge secret of the Starry Sky Clan hidden in this place. If the two of us can find it this time, we'll definitely earn a major merit when we get back. By then, little brother here will be counting on you guys to look out for him." Wang Lai scanned his surroundings and said indifferently, "Old brother, hasn't your main clan always depended on the strong to survive?" Big Tooth's expression stiffened. The Megalodon clan had never dominated any era, they'd always struggled to survive in the cracks between the powerful. However, he quickly shook off his embarrassment and said earnestly, "Brother Wang Lai, you're wrong about that. 800 years ago, we were all one family, rodents and reptiles are close relatives, after all." Chapter 2934, Gadon. Wang Lai replied with genuine sincerity, "In this universe, all carbon-based life forms are close relatives, we all share a common creator." Big Tooth nodded vigorously. That's right. When our mother created us, it was one after another, we all came down stepping on each other's shoulders." Upon hearing this, Wang Lai scratched his head with a puzzled look, "But my older brother told me I only have one mom. So who exactly is this our mom you're talking about?" Big Tooth's expression instantly turned devout as he held up a finger and pointed toward the sky. "What's there to ask? It's obviously the great creator, Jehuwu." Wang Lai looked puzzled, but what kind of mother would go to such lengths to destroy her own children? Big Tooth was truly at a loss for words. His eyes darted around the starry sky corridor. He knew the creator was omnipresent here, so he quickly exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? If you think this universe is no good, why don't you travel to a parallel universe? I'm a 5th-generation life form, and I feel incredibly happy with my life." Parallel universes? Wang Lai's forehead was covered in black lines. Of course parallel universes exist, and there are more of them than we can even imagine. But in the endless cosmos, this might be the only place where carbon-based life can survive. Just as the two were chatting idly, Wang Lai's expression suddenly turned serious. "I sensed the presence of a powerful being." "A powerful being? Could it be a wasteland golem?" Big Tooth asked nervously. "Not an ordinary wasteland golem. Compared to the ones we've encountered before, this one is far more formidable, a true force to be reckoned with." Just as Zhang Yi and his group broke through the information stream barrier, more than 5,000 meters below them, a colossal sealed spatial barrier was suddenly smashed open. As Zhang Yi scrambled to escape, the space formed by the information stream gradually dissolved with the loss of the hyperdimensional cube. Here, members of the various factions who had arrived at this location became aware of each other's presence. Their faces bore expressions of gravity, curiosity, and bewilderment as they looked at one another. Zhang Yi said in a low voice, "Be careful. Something big is coming." He didn't need to say it, everyone could sense it already. For in the very next moment, from the space below, the walls separating the dimensions were shattered by a colossal force, revealing a pitch-black cavern. Immediately afterward, a ghastly, pale face, so hideous it sent a chill down everyone's spine, forcibly burst through the opening, roaring as it emerged. Roar! A massive roar, the shockwave from the sound alone sent a chill down the spines of every Epsilon-class powerhouse in the vicinity. Before them stood a colossal wasteland golem, at least 300 meters in size. Though it was a humanoid creature, its body appeared to be sewn together from piece after piece of corpse, with each section a different shade of color. They sensed an aura from it similar to that of a Type 1 wasteland golem. Both were killing machines driven solely by desire, devoid of reason. So this is the Type 3 wasteland golem, Gedan. What a massive beast! Zhang Yi couldn't help but remark. High above, inside a spatial passageway, Wang Lion Big Tooth, who had just materialized, stared wide-eyed at the scene. The moment Gedan appeared, his eyeballs, amazingly capable of rotating 360 degrees, locked onto every single person present. To him, each person was not merely a humanoid creature, but a mouthful of delicious food, each one blazing with fiery energy. He swiveled his head sharply toward the location of the Holy See of the Eastern Orthodox Church, opened his massive jaws wide, and a terrifying mass of pitch-black energy, resembling a black hole, coalesced in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a colossal wave of energy surged straight toward Pope Wiggins, erupting with a thunderous roar. Light shield formation. Arnold Olive roared, and the golden sacred sword in his hand blazed with the raging fire of judgment. Every member of the Knights Templar channeled their power in unison. Surges of blinding white light erupted from the knights' bodies, forming a massive protective shield that enveloped them all. Yet this shield shattered with a thunderous crash after withstanding just a single blow from Gedan. Arnold Olive and Saint Joan of Arc bore the brunt of the attack, narrowly escaping being engulfed by the black energy wave. At this critical moment, Pope Wiggins finally intervened. He raised his hand and produced what appeared to be an incredibly ancient text, the oldest surviving sacred text, the Dead Sea Scrolls, its pages tattered in many places. God said, "Let there be light." A devout chant emerged from his lips as he raised his right hand, as if summoning his flock. In the next instant, an incredibly sacred power of faith surged forth from the Dead Sea Scrolls, rising like a raging sea before Arnold Olive and Saint Joan of Arc. The Dead Sea Scrolls, imbued with the immense mental energy of all the faithful of the Holy See of the Eastern Orthodox Church, had actually blocked Gedan's attack head-on. Zhang Yi looked at Pope Wiggins and Gedan, unable to suppress a heavy feeling in his heart. For the power Gedan had displayed was clearly far beyond what a Black Knight-level warrior could withstand. He might even have one foot already on the threshold of the Queen level. He immediately asked the artificial intelligence of the hyperdimensional cube, "What is Gedan's combat rating?" The AI replied, "We were unable to create Gedan endowed with rationality. Therefore, with his rationality incomplete, he cannot grasp the true essence of the ether, and thus cannot achieve the super-universe power leap required to reach the Queen level. Consequently, his combat rating stands at 69,999 points. However, I must warn you, under no circumstances should you attempt to confront him, much less attack him in any way." By the time the warning was spoken, it was already too late. For a figure with a wolf's head had already lost all patience, raising the golden scepter in his hand and directing a burning assault, hot enough to rival the temperature of a star, at Gedan's body. "In the name of Ra, the Supreme Sun God, burn everything to ashes." The golden scepter pointed at Gedan, and a stream of pure golden flame gushed forth from the golden eye atop the scepter. Its temperature was so high that the surrounding light distorted violently. It was a terrifying heat capable of reducing even diamonds to ashes. Yet when that force struck Gadon's body, it failed to leave even a single mark on him. Gadon, who had previously looked somewhat withered and pale, actually swelled rapidly as a result of this attack, and his skin turned a blood-red color. Only then did the AI's voice finish its next sentence. Because their role on the battlefield is that of a battle tank, they can absorb all attacks below the queen level and convert them into their own energy.